In today's video, I'm going to share with you an ultimate guide to starting your own SMMA business or get you out of the dumps if you've ever tried to start an SMMA business. Now, working with local businesses, to me, is the best business model to start. And if you are watching this video still to this point, then that means that you agree with me. Now, one of the things that a lot of people make mistakes with is that they believe that charging $197 is the fastest way to build up a recurring revenue and sail off in the sunsets. And that is simply not true. So what I want to do in this video is reveal all of the steps that I took to not only start my agency, but start it with a bang. My first client was $5,000 a month, and I kept that client for almost 2 years. And I'm going back to 2015. It might have been almost 3 years. And these are the exact steps that I took. Now, at the end of this video, I am going to share with you something that I've never publicly shared before. And I'm kind of hesitant to do it, but here's the prerequisite. Now, before you go and skip to the end of this video to see what this reveal is, I'm going to challenge you to watch this 12 hours of training. Now, you may say, James, 12 hours. Well, if you watch it on 1.5 speed, it's less than 12 hours. If you bookmark this video and come back to it, I want you to think of something. You don't got to go buy a course. You could literally watch this 12 hours of training and go and do it yourself. But at the end of this video, I'm going to share with you what I have never publicly shared, which is, I'll give you a little hint. I never could have built my agency, my coaching business, without this crucial piece in my life. And I'll share it at the end. So I want to start this training off by explaining why an agency, and then taking you all the way through every step that you should be taking to finally break free of your 9-to-5, get off that hamster wheel, and make use of what we're living in, which is the online gold rush. If it's not now, when is it? Now, again, here's my warning to you. This is 12 hours of my best content. I couldn't shoot it all in one shot. I don't pretend like I did. And so I just want to jump right in, but I encourage you to bookmark this video. I don't expect you to sit here for 12 hours and watch it. So it's okay to come back. So bookmark this video, share this video, save it if you want to, and I'll see you on the flip side. Here's the common pitfalls that people run into when starting this business, and honestly, many businesses out there, okay? Number one, lack of knowledge. It doesn't matter how many YouTube videos you watch or how many courses you buy. If you don't have the right teachings, you're not going to have the right knowledge. Sometimes you have too much knowledge, right? You've spent all week watching different gurus doing it different ways and saying that my way is the best. I get it. I understand. The only reason why I come with so much confidence is because I've seen so many people do it this way. And so I have to believe, maybe biased, but I have to believe that our way is the best way, okay? And by the way, not for everybody. Some people learn different ways. So I'm not going to claim that I'm like the Messiah, but I will tell you that all walks of life, no matter how people learned, they somehow found a way with our teachings to break free, okay? Overwhelm, extremely common, and it's overwhelming because, again, and I hate to keep saying this, but you have gurus that are saying like, hey, watch my 50-hour YouTube video and you'll finally figure this stuff out. Well, you should be able to figure it out in like 8 to 10 hours, not 50 hours, right? The best things I've seen online was somebody giving bonuses away that says, hey, you could come and watch my, this course that I created, and it's like 100 Zoom videos, 4 hours long. Like, I'm going to sit through and watch that. Ain't going to happen. We don't have the time for that, right? We want to keep this simple to the point so you can take action towards your goals. Too many voices, I've mentioned, too much advice, self-confidence in fulfilling and getting results for those clients. Sales, everybody's scared of sales, but the way we teach it, you don't sell. You don't have to sell. You don't have to be good at selling, and I've never sold. I suck at it. Getting over what we call the stitch, which is going from 0 to 1 client and then 1 to many clients. When I used to work out a lot, I played football in high school, when we would bench press, like bringing it down was easy, and then getting it like 3 to 5 inches off of your chest was the hardest part. And then once you got it there, you were able to get it through. They called it the stitch. And when you can figure out how to break through to that 1, 2, 5 clients, you're off to the races as long as you continue to do the work. All right. And so why a marketing agency? Why not drop shipping, affiliate marketing, or any other business? Well, I mean, it is up to you of what you want to do. But what I love about this business is the blueprint never changes. Like I said, I've been running and my business partner starting in 2012. Okay, you're talking 13 years ago, where we're doing the same thing and it's always working. Okay, the cool thing is, and I apologize if I keep saying the cool thing is, but the best part is that as new things come out like AI and things like that, all we do is add it to our services. We don't change anything on the front end. We just add it, okay? It crosses the globe. You could be in another country and have American clients. You could be in the US and have UK clients, Canada, whatever, France, whatever it is. Maybe you speak Spanish. You have clients in Spain, things like that. It's impossible for it to ever be saturated. How do I know that? Well, just do the math. 35 million businesses just in the US, not counting all the other countries. And I think it's like 500,000 new ones are started every single year. And so there's always new fish in the sea. There's always somebody opening up down the street. There's always somebody going out of business and then a new person coming into the business. Okay, so it's always, you can't saturate it. It doesn't take many clients to change your life. I'm going to actually show you that on a calculator. It's a respectable business. I remember back in the day when I would join like MLMs and things like that. I was embarrassed to tell people what I was doing. I mean, even affiliate marketing, you can make a ton of money, but you have to have so much skills. And I'll touch on that in a second. It could be leveraged, sold, bought, or passed down. You could buy an agency. You could pass it down to your kids and have them work for you. Right? You could sell it if you build it big enough. Tons of people have sold their agencies. So, you can leverage it. It's a low barrier to entry, meaning, anybody could start, but truth be told, not everybody can succeed. You have to have the grit to do it. It is actually the simplest business to start and get results. And I truly mean that. I've done affiliate marketing. I've done MLMs. I've done drop shipping. I've sold my own products. And this by far is the easiest thing. And the reason why it's the easiest is because you have a huge market, a starving market, and you're offering them things they already need. Okay? And the numbers just don't lie. Now, if you look at drop shipping, the hardest part is how do you find a winning product? There's a huge competition, everybody going after that same winning product. Because winning products tend to go viral, and then everybody jumps on it and tries to sell it and make their piece. You have to be a master at ads. You need a lot of capital if you're going to buy your own products. You got to pay a ton of money in ad spend. You got to buy the product. You got to source the product. You got to fulfill on the product. You got to ship the product. Low profit margins. Especially if you're drop shipping, you may buy it on eBay, let's say, for $3.50 and sell it on Facebook for $7. And then you got to ship it and things like that, okay? Platform shutdowns, you can have a winning product and Facebook doesn't like it and they shut you down and you're done, okay? Look at TikTok. TikTok got shut down for a little bit, but, all those people were scared to death of their livelihood and who knows what's going to happen to it in the future. Shipping, cost of goods sold, customer service, God, if it takes too long to get there, everybody's used to Amazon and the speed of Amazon, and they order something on Facebook, and they're like, a week goes by, and you're like, I still haven't gotten it yet. And it's high overhead, okay? Affiliate marketing, in order to sell somebody else's product, you need traffic, so how are you going to get it? You need capital. Most people don't have a lot of capital to work with. You need to master funnels, ads, email marketing, copywriting, massive competition. Everybody's trying to sell the same product because it pays the biggest commissions. And that reminds me, if anybody is great at affiliate marketing, you can promote our coaching program and make a ton of money. All my affiliates make a ton of money that know what they're doing. It's a scummy business traditionally, meaning, and I don't mean it in a way of like, not all products that people push are scummy, but you tend to like ClickBank and all that stuff. Like it's just like, lose weight by eating a banana. If anybody remembers that, you get it. And so
you have to pick the right product in order for it not to feel scummy. It's hard to break even at 100% commissions. And you're only going to be getting 50% commissions in most of the time. Now, organic, like if a blog is ranking or articles are ranking, then affiliate marketing is great because it's 100% profit and it's not costing you any money. And you have to master content for ranking and, again, copywriting and all that stuff, okay? And so why start an agency? So if you look at the data, ad spending in the digital advertising market is projected to reach $298 billion in 2024. Now it's even higher in 25. The largest market is search advertising with a market volume of $132 billion. In global comparison, most ad spending will be generated in the United States. The average ad spend per user in the search advertising market is projected to amount $416 billion. 73% of total ad spending will be generated through mobile in 2028. In digital advertising market, 82% of the digital advertising revenue will be generated through programmatic advertising. So what that means is that if you're a business, you want to get in front of your people, you don't know how, you hire people like us and like maybe you, that because you want to learn it. So here's the common sense way of why you would want to start it. No competition. There is no competition. You could build a 6-figure marketing agency in your hometown, and you'll probably be like 1 or 2 people. Most businesses are hiring outside agencies, sign a contract, and they want to get out of that contract because they get no results. I've lived it, I've seen it, and I see it every day. New clients enter the market every day. You can master one skill, and all the rest of the other skills can be outsourced. Or don't master any skill, and you can still outsource them, okay? Massive market. The market has huge problems. Respected business. Synergy. I help you make money. I help you, business owner, make money, and I'll also make money because as long as I keep doing good for you, you'll keep paying me. You don't need to be a tech wizard. You don't need a lot of capital to start because we're not running ads. If you so choose to land clients, we're boots on the ground to land clients, okay? You don't need to learn the content game, meaning you don't have to like try to rank a blog to make money. You can just open your mouth and make money. You could do it completely on the side. I did it completely on the side for many years when I was a teacher, then a vice principal in a high school because I got a good raise and I didn't want to leave. But I was making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in my agency before I finally said, James, you're being foolish. You should get out of this job. Okay? And here's what I hope to accomplish today. I promise that you're not going to be stuck on your niche because everybody gets stuck on that. You're not going to ever be stuck on what service to offer. You're not going to be stuck on where your next client is. You won't ever be stuck on how to fulfill your services. You'll know what to say, when to say it, and how to say it. You will know how to leverage a simple tool to simplify this business. You're going to be able to ride the AI trend, offer it, and profit from it. And you will finally have a roadmap and finally be able to be like, all right, as long as I do this, 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 and this, I should expect results X, Y, Z time, okay? So naturally, almost every business starts with who. I mean, when you talk about clients, what kind of clients? When you talk about selling products, who do you want to sell them to? And so there's no difference here, right? The cliche always is step 1, pick your niche. I get it. It gets boring to hear. But the beautiful thing is I'm not going to force you to pick a niche during these 5 days. And you shouldn't. You should never start your business by pigeonholing yourself into a niche. Again, when everybody zigs, what's the best thing to do? Zag. The reason why you get such a hard pitch when it comes to people teaching things about like, hey, do this, or if you can't pick a niche, you can't succeed, it's because most people need to be told what to do, unfortunately. And so I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to trust that you are your own person, and through the trainings and knowledge we provide you,
you will make the right decisions because there is no wrong decisions here. And so take a deep breath and say, wow, finally somebody is telling me that I don't have to get stuck on picking a niche for the next 5 years of my life. Believe me, guys, I've seen it over and over again. I've taught over 8,000 people this business, and I can tell you right now, this is where people get stuck. So let's get you unstuck today. So first we want to look at niche versus service because they go hand in hand. And you got to understand the difference and how it impacts profitability, okay? So let's jump right into it. Are riches in the niches? Does it matter if you're a specialist or a generalist? Will it make it easier to close business if you decide on a niche today? And eventually, if you do pick a niche, will it be easier to rinse, repeat, and scale? By the end of this day's training, you will have an answer to this. And so I do want to say niching down is completely fine, but only when you get results for that niche. And also, you have to love working with that niche. If you hate working with kitchen and remodeling clients, how are you going to build a big business around that? You have to enjoy working with people. And believe me, there are niches out there that will drive you crazy. And so in the beginning stages of building your agency, you want to explore different niches. And eventually, you will come to a point where you've worked with enough different clients that you will say, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I love you. Now I'm niching down. And that is the beauty of choice. And so the easiest ways to do that is existing opportunities and experience, service-based, because not every niche actually needs every service. And so there may be services that you love to provide and services that you don't want to. We'll get into that in just a second. And then results-based. You know, there were niches, as an example, pain management was a very, very big niche for my agency. And we got them crazy results. And because of that, we ended up really niching down into pain management doctors. And so then we had results because of it. And because we had results, it was easier to land future clients, easier to get referrals out of that person's market, obviously. And so these are all different things that you have to take into account prior to you saying, I'm going to pick a niche today. And so when we're talking about niches, you may already have opportunities around you. And so this is why I hate to say pick a niche today, because what if you have family friends that are or that is a pain management doctor? Why would you not explore that opportunity? What if you have acquaintances that own wellness centers? Why would you not explore that? And so if I said I'm going after dentists and I have a family acquaintance or family member that owns a wellness center, why would I force myself into dental when I have opportunities already here? Let's talk about having experience in a niche. Have you worked with a wellness center before? Did you work with a contractor building new homes or remodeling kitchens? That's experience you could tie yourself into. You could talk to the lingo of that. An example would be a case study that I'll be posting in the next couple of weeks about a very young student of ours who worked for a kitchen and remodeling company, contractor actually. And he was like, why am I putting up sheetrock and hanging cabinets when I could literally learn this business and then go after everybody that I've talked to, everybody that I've learned? Why can't I blow up this person's business? I'll get paid more than hanging sheetrock, right? And so previous employment. And then again, if you've already been employed in certain niches, you already speak that language. You don't even need to do the research. And the minute you speak on the level in a niche, they immediately listen to you more. And so we tie into the arm's reach method, which we'll get into this week, of highlighting these opportunities. Arm's reach makes sense because it's people in your sphere, people you already know. And it's even people that know people that you don't know, okay? And so again, and I've done a lot of videos about this, when you get into this business, you need to start speaking to people. You need to get out of your way of fear, anxiety, shyness. Talk to people. Let everybody know what you do, even if you're just planting seeds here and there. You don't have to try to sell people. You know, the big thing that I used to do is just tell people what I did, whether it be in conversation at coffee shops, in previous employments. Hey, this is what I'm doing. I never even asked for business. All the electricians that I used, because I used like 3 of them at the time. Plumbers, they all knew what I did. Everybody that I hired knew what I did. Choosing a niche based on services that you want to provide is one way to do it as well, because it allows you to control the consistency of results. It will filter prospects, and it makes scaling it a lot easier. Now, we will be talking about trial services. And so based on what kind of trial services you want to provide, again, this is foot in the door services, it also could force you into a niche, which is fine, because we're going to be talking about this week reputation management as an example, but we'll be also training on it and teaching it and all that stuff. You want to also keep in mind when thinking about this, niches that rely on reviews versus those that don't. The cool thing is that I can't really think of many niches that don't really rely or need reputation management, hence why this is what we do. And the cool thing is you could do your own also research during this process by looking at like Groupon. What offers are out there? What offers are on Groupon? What businesses are using Groupon? What businesses are running Google ads? And if you do that, you're going to see the need for the service. You're going to see the people the niches that are willing to spend money. That's what this really means. We're still talking about kind of getting your mind around what niche you should go to. If we're going to be going down the reputation management hole to provide that services, by the way, if you don't know what that is, you'll know by the end of this video. Restaurants, contractors, any medical, dental, wellness centers. Guys, it's almost anybody. We choose this foot in the door service because you can still make good money with it, and almost 99% of niches need it, which then allows you to go back to this family, friends, previous employment, any arm's reach. So you have the opportunity to hold your hands out in a way and try to grab whomever you can get. These 5 days is about landing clients, not picking a niche. We want to land clients. Forget the niche. And that's why I hope by the end of this whole niche talk, you'll say, you know what? I'm just going to grab whatever opportunity I have around me, and that's going to be the clients that I land, and then I will get specific on that niche in my future business. Once we know that most businesses are heavily relying on reviews, yes, there are some that are not, but it's hard for me to even think which ones aren't. Then we want to look at immediate opportunities. Who's in your circle? Like really, really think about it, okay? And then we'll be talking about arm's reach prospecting, all right, in upcoming days. But who do you know? Like think about it. Who does your parents know? Your friends know? Your acquaintances? Who owns businesses? Like you really need to actually sit and think. And after this video today, I really want you to get a piece of paper out and start writing everybody that you know and anybody that could be a business owner. And if you come back and say to me, I don't know anybody, well, who have you hired to come into your home, to come into anywhere to fix something? Who have your parents hired? Did your HVAC break? Did your air conditioning break? Did your heater break? Did you have to hire an electrician or a plumber? Like think. Ask your parents, who have you hired? Again, if you're young, who have you hired in the last 3 months? Okay. These kind of things will allow you to pull out the low-hanging fruit instead of struggling on how do I run a Facebook ad for my agency. You're not there yet, right? You'll get there, but you're not there yet. And so if you're going to choose a niche based on existing results, this could give you the confidence to prospect faster and close deals. And so if you do have some clients, maybe you have 2 clients or 3 clients, did you get any results for them? If you did, you want to go after more of those. So there's a natural progression on niching down. We just don't want to make the decision now to niche down unless you have the results to start doing it. And so once you fall into the opportunity of, yes, I have a client or 2. Yes, I got this kitchen home remodeler, 100 leads in the last 2 months. Well, maybe the conversation will be a lot easier. For example, if you look on the screen, hey, we just helped Mary Realtor or Mary Kitchen Home Remodeler. We got them 100 referrals and closed 3 deals last month. If you're looking to expand to another kitchen remodeler or realtor, would you like us to do the same thing for you? I mean, isn't that an easier conversation? This is why we say you could also find a lot of opportunity in maybe existing results that you already have. And so research sources would be just look at results you've already gotten or results someone else has gotten. Meaning, do you know anybody else that are agency owners that you could also say that maybe does really well with realtors? Well, why can't you leverage their results in your area? Maybe you partner with them on a client or 2. You go out there, use the results to hook them in, sell them, and then outsource the fulfillment to somebody that you know is crushing it. Okay? That's also another way to do it. And so I want you to take a look at this triangle in some sense. And so the reason why we do it this way is because when you're learning the foundations and you're using arm's reach, people in your sphere, you get the opportunity to be niche blind. You're going to be service specific, reputation management, because that's going to be the offer and the trial and the irresistible offer, but the niche is blind. You get to do it with any niches. Now, when you start to move up into the layers of this triangle, you start to get more niche specific and service specific and offering more services. You could do more cold stuff. And when you get up into layer 3, this is where you are niche specific, service specific, results specific, and you can start running paid ads. Okay, you could do more. It's hybrid prospecting. You could do paid ads, you could do cold call, email, social media, cold prospecting, and you could still do some arm's reach. But the problem is that arm's reach is niche blind because you're reaching out to anybody no matter what niche they're in. Paid ads, you're targeting dentists, you're targeting kitchen remodelers, contractors, pool installation, things like that, because you have the results to back it up. Okay? I hope that makes sense. If you don't, any questions, by the way, you could post in the Future Agencies group or down in the comments below. All right, so before we jump into the service and talking about services, let's talk about some action items that you need to take after this video. Number 1, we want to start with our arm's reach method, meaning your inner circle, people you've done business with, and or look at past results that you've gotten clients. And those are the niches that you're going to naturally start with. We're not going to be launching Facebook ads when you don't really have any experience or any case studies or any results, right? Always remember that when you feel like other agencies grew their agencies because they had something special, or they had this but you don't have it, you're wrong. And the sooner you figure that out, the sooner you'll move past it. We all started with nothing. We started with no results, no connections, no money, and no time. Okay, people didn't go to college and became agency owners. This is an entrepreneurship journey that every single one of us, that you probably are looking at the end result and thinking there's a magic rainbow that they rode on to get to the pot of gold. The reality is it's untrue, and it's an excuse you're probably telling yourself We all started with no results, no money, no time. I was working a full-time job. There was no rainbow for me to ride. It was sheer will, gut, time, forcing myself to do the things that I didn't want to do. And if you want things bad enough, you're willing to do it. Okay? So that's number one. Number two is at the end of this day, probably the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'm going to give you a script. And I'll explain what to do with that script. All right? We'll show it at the end of this video. But that's going to be really your only homework until day 2. All right? And you don't got much time. But the cool thing is you got all next week to start implementing all this. Okay. So the niche we talked about. Now we're going to talk about the service, because the service is important. Right? We're breaking this down into easy, actionable steps so you can actually take action. So let's talk about the main services that I teach in my coaching program. We have message marketing, which is database reactivation, aka database reactivation. And that's just using businesses' customer lists to generate them sales. It's the easiest and fastest way to do it. Most clients, even trial clients, they don't even know this exists, okay? Then reputation management, where we're using email and text messages to generate online reviews for businesses. I have a snapshot that you will get at the end of these trainings, or I think it might be at the end of day 2 or 3. You have to have Go HighLevel, hopefully under my link, but if not, it's okay. And so you could deploy that immediately, whether it's with current clients that you have or what you can use for an offer for your potential clients. And then you also have lead gen, Facebook ads, pay-per-click ads, and other advertising methods online. Now, one of the bonuses that I give my $297 Go HighLevel affiliates is you get a pay-per-click ads training and you get a Facebook ads training. Yes, it's enough training to get you up and running. It's not in-depth, but at least it's something to get you up and running. Like you'll be able to launch a Facebook ad or launch a pay-per-click ad at the end of those 20 to 30-minute trainings. They're yours for free if you are on 297 level under our affiliate link, or you end up getting on that, right? And you could always skip the trial to get them sooner. So let's talk about services. We're going to dive into rep management because that's what we're going to be concentrating on these 5 days. There's a reason for that, okay? So let's do a rep management deep dive so you have a full understanding of it, so then when we deploy it in the next couple of days, you'll understand how to do that, okay? So most people do not voluntarily leave reviews even with a good experience. Matter of fact, especially with a good experience. People with bad experiences, they scream louder than those that have good experiences. So if that's the way it works, then businesses have a disadvantage for the truth to come out about their business. Because if the scale tips to people screaming when things go bad and not saying anything when things go good, well, that's bad for clients. And that's bad for businesses. And that's why deploying reputation management in all of your clients, future, past, present, is a must. It should always come in your offer. Reviews mean more now than ever, and they will mean even more to businesses in the future. Amazon is who drove the need for reviews into the market of every business on this planet. We have students that they literally only run a reputation management offer, and they have, a lot of clients. Not something that I would want to do. We'll talk about how to add more services and upselling and all that stuff over the next few days. But it just shows that, we have students that have 70, 80 clients only on rep management. That's all they want to do. Other students, they just land a franchise and get 40 of their franchisees under one roof, and we use Go HighLevel for that, okay? And some people, that's just all they want to do, and that's fine, right? And so the benefits of this is it gives businesses simple, fast solutions to manage and monitor reviews, increases positive customer reviews with little effort, helps clients filter and address negative customer experiences, and prior to them hitting the web and damaging their brand, we will try to fix it before they do. Increases online exposure. It's more opportunity for potential clients to find that business, and it gives more opportunity for customers to see positive experiences about this business, especially if more people are willing to leave bad reviews than good reviews, right? We need to reach out to their customers and ask them, how was your experience? All right. So this is a very, very, very important service that I wish every agency deployed within their agency. All right. And so it goes like this. Customer receives an email or a text asking about the experience. If it's a good experience, we ask them to leave a review on Google, and then they get a new positive review. If it's a bad experience, we ask them to leave an internal response. Why was it a bad experience? Fill out this form. Then that negative review gets saved from the internet. Now, those of you who are wondering if this is considered review gating, again, it's a gray area in some sense, but I actually don't think, for me, this is my own personal experience. Number one, I will say that I'm not going to tell you to do it one way or another. I'm just not. Okay, I'm going to tell you that this is the way we do it. This is the way a lot of our students do it. And then those students who want to veer more on the quote unquote safe side, they've just put a note basically that says, oh, I'm so sorry you had a bad experience. We would love to fix it before leaving a review here, right? So they still want to give the opportunity the same way it does up here that it does down here. Not one person has ever had a problem with this, because remember, we're not stopping them from just going to Google and leaving a review. They could just go to Google the business's name, right, and leave a review. The big problems happen when businesses say, go leave me a good review and I'll pay you $50, right? That's the problem. That's the main issue. That is highly illegal. You can run contests that say, hey, I'm going to give away a $50 Amazon gift card over the next 7 days as a contest to everybody who leaves a review, any review, good review, bad review, doesn't matter. Okay. And so that's the way we look at it. You can do it however you want. If you feel more comfortable still putting the Google, go leave a review, Google link like we do on the good experience, on the bad one, again, it's fine, right? You can go ahead and do that. All right, and so it looks like this, right? They get a text or email with the stars. Somebody leaves a 4-star review. We ask them review us on Google, and then you can go and review them on Google. Down here, bad experience 3, they just get a form. But if you could like zoom in here, down here, you'll see it's just a form. And then like I mentioned earlier, this link here for a good review, they would just put it down below the form. All right. But a lot of times people just want their voice to be heard. And so they really don't want to leave a bad review. They want the owner to know they're pissed. And this gives them every opportunity to do it. And then they get this, thank you for your feedback. Also, we've had some people, mostly not our students, but people who we've taught this on YouTube and go through Go High Level and all that stuff. Also, if they fill this out on this thank you feedback page, they would put, do you still feel like you want to leave a review? And then they'll put this link there. Okay. Again, I just want to make it very apparent that there's no right or wrong way. In the end, as long as if somebody had a bad experience, the business owner knows and fixes it, because somebody who left a negative review could always go back and change the stars. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to give you a script a script to post on your Facebook page tonight, right when you're done with this, or in the morning, whenever you have time. And here's why. We've been talking about arm's reach method. This is one of the top methods our students have used to get clients. And when I say, I'm talking about huge amounts of retainers landed with this. And it's a non-salesy way to announce what you're doing. I don't care how scared you are, how embarrassed you are. I don't care if nobody even responds to what I'm going to tell you to post. It's about getting out of your way and doing things that you normally wouldn't do. It's an easy way to leverage your network for a warmer introduction. It's referral, which makes it nice and warm. And again, it's niche blind, which we've been talking about. And all you want to do is post your arm's reach on your personal Facebook profile. You can segment your friends list to only show to specific people. For example, if you're embarrassed and you don't want mom and dad to know this because they want you to live a normal life and work a 9 to 5 for the rest of your life, and you're afraid to be judged by them, simply create a list that doesn't include your parents. I'm just trying to give you an example. You can actually do it. It's very, very simple to do. And you could do one of these posts every few weeks if you want. Once a month. You could change the wording, use ChatGPT. And this is what I want you to post today. Hey, does anyone know any small businesses looking to bring in some extra revenue right now? I have something I'm working on for helping businesses generate new business and looking to test it out with someone in my network. If you have a friend or family member that runs a small business that you think might be a good fit, please tag them here or shoot me a message. Why is this easy and important? Because posting something is easier than making phone calls. And when people want to help people out, especially like you're not saying like, yeah, I'm looking for some business that you guys know that is willing to spend $5,000 a month. Like, this is so easy. And what this allows you to do is have a normal conversation. The more conversations you have, the more confident you get. You start out the trials. You don't charge them anything. You get them a little bit of results. Then the conversation to move them from free trial into with the results into paying is just so much easier. It's how I built my entire agency from scratch while working a full-time job as a teacher, then vice principal for years and years and years. Okay. And so this is where I started. I started with a message like this. Maybe it's changed a little bit over time. And the last time I had people do this, the amount of people that came back to me was like, I literally wasted a year of trying to figure out how to find people. And all I had to do was post this. Yes, this is all you have to do. Some people won't get results. It's okay. Do it every 2 weeks. If you're not getting response, use ChatGPT, change it around a little bit, whatever you think. But this will help get the action, which will create the motivation, which then creates more action. And so going back to the action items before I end this video, arm's reach, find somebody in your network and post that script tonight. We talked about the niche, we talked about the service, and today we talk about the offer and go deeper into what that looks like. My name is James Bonadis, and I've been running a marketing agency since 2014. My business partner has been running it since 2012, and I've coached over 8,000 people. This kind of process, and the process really has not changed since 2017, since talking about it, and this process amazingly has not changed since I've been running it and Jason has been running it. And the reason why is because it works. And the industry likes to complicate things so they can sell you something. But in the end, the foundations and the knowledge are really, really simple. So without further ado, I'm going to start this with what I like to believe, a beautiful graphic for you to understand what this process looks like. And so we'll talk more about this during the week, but I want to start with the end in mind because ultimately everything that we talk about builds up to this process, okay? So essentially yesterday I told you niche prospecting, right? Warm market. If you haven't watched that video, go watch day one. And then we're going to start getting into something called a client qualification interview. Not exactly today. This will be on tomorrow, but I want you to know this process. And during that CQI, we call it for short, you're going to be doing something called a client close, a trial onboard, then you're going to close them on a retainer, then you're going to onboard them for that retainer, and then the magic happens in the upsells and the referrals. And so before I get ahead of myself, I want you to just look at this and understand that it's all about having the right process. And then when you have the right process, you can actually know what to do day in and day out. And when you know what to do day in, day out, you're more confident in prospecting day in and day out. And when you prospect day in and day out, you're making more offers day in and day out. And the person who makes the most offers always wins. Always, always, always wins. The only difference between you right now and somebody who's doing $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 a month is, yes, they have the process, but they're making the most offers to the most amount of people. That's who makes the most money. If you make 50 offers this month and you close 5 of them, and you make 0 offers next month, but your competitor, well, there's really no competition in this business, and then somebody who started at the same time that you did made 50 this month and 50 next month and the 50 the next month, believe me, they're going to get to a lot of money a heck of a lot faster than you, only because they've made more offers, okay? So I'm going to start off with what we call the Baby Yoda strategy. Some people may have heard me talk about this, and it's an important aspect that when we teach things, we teach it in a way that everybody can understand. And this is why we get so many people that say like, wow, I've been trying to do this thing for a long time and I've always been stuck on the linguistics and the language and stuff. And so, because in the beginning, you need to understand things where when you can attach it to real life, the brain has the ability to be able to compare something to something you understand, and now you understand both, okay? And so we need to go back to cable TV, all right? And I want you to think back about it, or think back to it, if you're old enough to even know what cable TV is, I guess, because most people don't even have that anymore. But on cable TV, you had like movies, documentaries, shows, music channels, and you paid one big bill. I still do it myself. My bill's not $200, it's $300 a month, but you're paying one big bill, okay? But the thing about it is you really don't have much flexibility. Yeah, they may give you like 2 or 3 bundle choices, but ultimately you're still paying hundreds of dollars a month, even if you're choosing the cheapest one, right? And the worst part about the cable companies, then they're tying in their internet and your home phone, believe it or not. Like my cable company forces me to get a home phone, because if I don't get a home phone, then I actually pay more money for cable and internet than if I bundled it together. Don't ask. Limited choices, and then I'm locked into a contract. A lot of cable companies have stopped the contracts, but when you first sign up, they'll give you a 2-year contract, and then they reduce it, but then eventually it runs out, and then you're stuck there for whatever. But then Netflix came to the rescue, right? They started offering movies and then documentaries and then shows. You could also do music channels, but it was one little tiny bill, $16 a month, right? 17 now, 18 now. I don't really know exactly what it is. It just comes out of my bank account is what it is. But you have flexibility, you have choices, you have no contract, cancel anytime, and you actually can do a 14-day, I think they have a 14-day trial, right? That's Netflix, but there's many other different ones that have come out since Netflix, and that is the whole point of what I'm trying to get at here, okay? Because in comes Disney Plus. And when you take a look at now all of these different types of streaming services, you start to realize that what Netflix did was they offered choice for a little bit of money. And then what did people start doing? They started to get Hulu and Sling and HBO Now and Peacock and Apple TV and CBS and ESPN Plus and Disney. Everybody wanted Disney because all their kids wanted, Baby Yoda. And so it's like, well, Baby John, we already have Netflix. You can watch the kids channel. Well, no, Daddy, I want to watch Baby Yoda. Fine. Let me go get Disney Plus for another $12 a month. Right. And so we start to convince ourselves that it's just cheap. It's low. It's an easy barrier to entry. Okay. And so the lesson is that people are willing to spend the same amount of money on all these different low barrier to entry services, or let's translate it into real life, or streamings. And even though you're still paying the same amount of money as the cable bill, everybody hates the cable bill. But everybody loves all their streaming services. And so the lesson here is you want to be like the streaming services and have your clients want you to just do more stuff for them like the streaming services, okay? And so the era is gone. Now about 5 million people abandon cable TV every year, leaving about 75 million Americans in the traditional TV ecosystem, according to an analyst estimates. Okay, so everybody's leaving the big bill. It's just like the one size fits all bill. And they rather spend that much money or more to have choice. Okay? And so if we look at kind of this value ladder of what the streaming services did, is that like product number one, most people started with Netflix, or they still do start with Netflix. But then they want that Disney Plus because their kids want it. And then they want to watch this new movie on Hulu. And then they want to watch Sling TV. And then they want to watch new movies on Apple TV. And then they want to watch, new movies on HBO Plus, and so on and so forth. People don't care. They have 6, 7, 10, 12, 15 different streaming services. And so essentially the value ladder in this example is more about more services. The more services there are, the more money you're spending, okay? And so if we want to translate this into the agency world, we can look at it like this. We give a free trial for reputation management. And that free trial is it's not a time frame, it's a results based. Let me get you a few 5-star reviews before you pay me, and then we can decide how to move forward from there. That is the first step of the value ladder. Then if they say, I love what you're doing, can we do this on an ongoing basis? Well, it's going to cost you $297, $397 a month. Great. They go from free to low barrier to entry for a business owner. Now, we're getting them more 5-star reviews, and now we say, what else can you do? Well, funny you might ask. Message marketing, we call it message marketing database reactivation. Well, client one, since you're already doing reputation management with us, well, we can kind of deploy that same philosophy to all your past customers, and let's offer them something. They've already bought once, they'll buy again, and we could do that via email or text. It's just going to be another $197, $297 a month. Great. Well, client one, the best part about message marketing is that we can continue to do it with past customers, but we need to make sure we're adding new customers. And the best way to add new customers is through lead generation. And again, this depends on the niche. Let's call it kitchen, bath, and remodeling. And the fastest way that we can find new customers is most likely on Google. When somebody is Googling, kitchen remodeling near me, or in Wayne, New Jersey, or Passaic, New Jersey, wherever it might be, and people will click on an ad that I'll put up on Google, and that's how we could generate you more or new clients, which will then go into the bucket of we can hit them up later in life, right? And then we can go back, once we're humming along, we can go and offer them SEO that says, what's even better than lead generation is that if we can get your Google Business Profile ranked or your website ranked in the local area, but that's a long-term play. You're talking 8 to 12 months, but we're already making you money with all the other services, but we could add this on the back end. And then one day, once you're ranking, you no longer then need lead generation because you're getting it naturally or organically, okay? And that is literally the conversations that I've had dozens of times with dozens of clients. And funny enough, these conversations happen organically. If you do the free trial and the ongoing small service right, okay? A lot of people make the mistake where they try to land them on lead gen first or SEO first. They're doing it backwards. You never start high, you always start low. And yes, it works, right? If you have the results, you've been doing this a long time, people will start out high if they believe that you can accomplish what you say you can accomplish. And so I want to ask you a question. Okay, in today's boot camp day, it's not rocket science, right? So, this is not going to be an hour-long video. This is pretty simple stuff and easy for you to understand. And I hope that you could appreciate that. And the question I want to ask you is, do you want 30 clients at $197 a month? Because that would be about $71,000 a year. And that's an average client value over that year of $2,364. Or do you want 5 clients at $1,997 per month? Because that's $120,000 a year. And it's one of the most important questions you should ask yourself, because I keep seeing this every day about getting SaaS clients. Like, dude, like, you don't want SaaS clients. Do you know what it would be like to handle 30 clients? Now, there's caveats to that. As I mentioned yesterday, we have students who have 80 clients only doing rep management. But can you imagine having 30 different clients? The ones that have a lot of clients, most likely, like I said, like the example that I give you, it's a franchise. You know, franchise one has 30 of their own stores or restaurants, and you're really only dealing with one franchise main point of contact, and they just want to deploy it through all of their stores. It's a lot different than having to deal with 30 different clients. It can be done. You know I spat or spit on people who throw the whole SaaS word out there, but I think people get confused. They believe when they hear the word SaaS that you want to sell Go High Level to people for like $40 a month. We don't do that. You shouldn't do that. You should be using Go High Level as the engine behind your business to run your clients through and sell them eventually the $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 per month retainers. And the way you do that is through this process. And the way you do this process is through this system. And don't worry, after today, we're going to start getting really deep into this. But I urge people who are watching this, and in the beginning, your business will look like this. Not 30 clients, but a couple clients at $197, $297, $397 a month. And that's where it should do. But you have to take that process of upselling into account to get to somebody, to get to a business that looks like this. Because I don't know about you, but 5 clients at $2,000 a month on the side while working a full-time job, if that's what you're choosing, because that's what I did, it's a lot of extra money. And so I've talked about this before. I 3x'd my teaching, well, I was a vice principal at the time, my vice principal salary because of this, because of 5, 6, 7 clients at the time, but high ticket, all starting with low ticket offers, except for the first client. I screwed that one away. So you are only one client away. Now, I threw on here calculator, and the reason why is I'll show you this right now. All right, and so let's just show you what it could look like. So if let's say you have 0 clients and the average client value is 7, let's just say $397, okay? And you add 1 new client a month, okay? Let's say each client overhead is $50. Right? So you're looking at a total yearly income of $22,900, right? And that's a client value of $397. But let's say you add message marketing and reputation management, and now you could do $797 a month. That is a huge increase in income by doing what you should be doing anyway, which is always upselling your clients. But the fun starts to happen is if we make an average client about $19.97 a month, which is our package pricing, by the end of year 1, you would have made $128,000. Now let's remove the 1 client a month, and let's just say you averaged a total of 8 clients for the year. Okay, you land 1 or 2, you lose 1 or 2, whatever it might be, and you don't add any others. So you averaged it, and let's say the average cost is, because I want to reiterate this extremely loud. A lot of people have a preconception that when clients are pitched a monthly retainer for lead generation, Facebook, Google, that retainer includes the ad spend. It does not. At least not in my experience. I've done it 1 or 2 times before, but we separate that. Like, that client credit card is going on the Facebook ads. It's going on the Google ads. I want nothing to do with splitting my money up to pay for ads. That ain't happening. Because how do you know how much you're going to spend? How much do you then you got to worry about collecting their payment? Heck no. This is all profit, let's say overhead, 8 clients, you can honestly very easily handle 8 clients running a package for just those 8 clients while working a full-time job. Obviously, if you're like a trucker and you're working 12, 15 hours a day, so you go to 4 clients, right? And so you're looking at about $186,000 a year. Let's say you have a VA or whatever, and let's say each client is costing you, which is not going to cost you $350 per client, but let's just say $350 a client. Let's make it even worse. Let's say $500. Your VA, you pay $1,000 a month. I mean, it wouldn't even cost you that much, but whatever. $143,000, right? So it's easier to be that one-stop shop for people, to be that doctor, that marketing doctor for clients. It's a lot easier. And so I want to jump back here and say, like, do you realize that, can you imagine how much money people spend on learning how to create offers? Can you imagine how long people spend trying to figure out what their offer should be? And as I went through this presentation, the offer was already given to you. It was already built, especially if you're just starting out, you only have 1 or 2 clients, maybe you have none. You do not need, I'm going to try to not get agitated here. You do not need to try to figure out an offer. You do not need to go get Alex Hormozi's $100 million offers. You don't, because there's no better offer than the one that we just talked about here. Your offer is your trial. We use rep management as the mechanism. That's the service. And I don't know why people don't do this. Well, my students do it, but I don't know why people from my YouTube channels, I don't know. I get you got into this business to make money, and there's a block in your head that says, I'm doing this to make money, so why should I do anything for free? When 95% of people who've started this business all did things for free. Go listen to their stories. Alex Hormozi talks about how most of the stuff he did in the beginning for gyms, he did for free. You guys got to get over the pride, to be frank. Get over the fact that, well, I got into this business to make money. I'm not doing anything for free. Yo, go look in the mirror. Who do you think you are? And I hope this is not hurting people's feelings. But who are you? Because when I started this business, I was nobody. Nobody knew me. Nobody trusted me. Nobody gave a shit about me. And the only way to break through was to say, listen, business owner, bro, don't worry. I got it. Let me prove to you my worth. Because if you F it up, nothing came out of their pocket. You don't even have to worry about it. But if you did good, that confidence that you have gained is worth, it could be worth, now hear me really loud, it could be worth millions. Because if I didn't do this in the beginning, I'm just giving you my example. If I didn't do this in the beginning and I tried to pitch $2,000 offers and I got 20 no's, I don't know if I would have continued. And I would have lost the 30 million. I mean, obviously gross, obviously not net. I would have lost all that opportunity since 2014. That is the scariest part about quitting, is that when you decide not to do something, you're giving up all future potential of what could have been. And if you start to really think about that, it's scary as hell. Hey, I started this business venture. It was good. I thought it was good. I decided to just go back to my job. Imagine you pushed through that, and in 5 years, you were making $1 million a year. That is some scary stuff right there. Start thinking like that and watch, you will never quit again. Ever. So let's translate this into our world again. And so free trial, looks like, again, rep management, then you got your ongoing management, then your message marketing, then your lead gen, pay-per-click, Facebook ads. I don't know about you, but our coaching program and our affiliate 297 affiliates get 13 done for you funnels. Our coaching program, the students get 32 done for you funnels and follow-ups and all that stuff. But for my Go High Level affiliates, we give 13 of those away. And then again, this is our world. This is the world where the system and the process is in place. You just got to go and run with it, and you got to get over yourself, your pride, your ego, whatever it might be, and start doing shit for free. And now you can take this and start packaging it. And if you go into the future agencies group, and once I'm done with this presentation, I'll see if I can find it. I have somewhere in there a package pricing sheet, and I'll show you what it looks like at the end. Okay, we're getting down to the end now anyway. And so, again, we started with the end in mind. And so you may say to me, well, James, what's this client qualification interview and the onboarding and all this stuff? Well, that, my friends, will be, I believe, day 3. I have to look, but we'll go through what's coming up. And then this all makes sense. All of this makes sense. Why does it make sense? It makes sense because every step of the system, the process, has everything that you need to go from offering trials to getting the results to asking for referrals. And then when you're asking for referrals, you don't even need to do trials anymore. Trials are not forever. This is for you if you have 1 or 2 clients or no clients. Or if you have a few clients but you don't have results and you're nervous about getting results, go in for the trial. Takes the pressure off. Okay? And so all of these scripts and everything you guys will get. All right? You'll get the referral automation, the niche prospecting sheets, the client qualification interview script, the trial close script, the trial onboarding script, the retainer close script, the retainer onboarding script, the upsell package pricing, and then the referral automation after they get a client. We have it all. Every step of the way. This is what I meant when I said packaging, okay? Is that we go from trial to getting them on a retainer to adding more services. And then when you start having those conversations, you can offer the package pricing. And typically in our tier 1 campaigns, if we're offering $297 for message marketing and reputation management, or you can bundle that how you want, then lead gen and SEO, you could package these lower tiers as like, hey, we'll do all this for $14.97. As you get up more into the higher priced tiers, meaning that they just make more money in that business and they're willing to spend more money, they have more of a marketing budget, that's when you can get up to the $19.97. And then you can get up in the tier 3 packages to like $3,500. So that would be like mortgage buyer refinance companies, not the loan officers, but the companies. Pain management, this was our bread and butter. We crushed it, pain management. It works like a charm. And they are willing to spend a boatload of money because they make a boatload of money. Personal injury lawyers, they don't really care about message marketing or rep management. They are just more like, hey, lawsuit is happening, personal injury, let's just generate leads for it, okay? Plastic surgery, podiatrists, roofing is an amazing one as well. Divorce lawyers, as you can imagine, are really good as well. And so these are all just the suggested prices. I'll end with this. I see, I've been around a long time. And I see the industry for what it is. And the industry has went from foundations and keeping things simple to bragging about how much information they can sell you, rather than selling you an easy to follow process and telling you there is no secret, because there isn't. Matter of fact, most of the stuff out there, business model and stuff, there is no secret. It's just about doing the work and having a system and then the support. One thing that I will always say, which is why I sometimes that, I grapple with the whole free information world that we're in right now, right? I'm trying to get used to it. But you cannot have the best chance of survival as an entrepreneur without a community around you. You can't. You need the support. You need to meet people. You need to be around people. You can get to you can get to 5,000, maybe 10,000 a month by yourself alone in your basement, but it's going to be hard rather than being around a community. So with all that being said, like, subscribe, comment down below if this was helpful. And now we're about to get into the nitty gritty and the massive potatoes and meat that is on its way. Today's going to be about prospecting, about closing, about how to present to potential clients what you have to offer in a very simple but planned out way. Let me jump on my screen. We're going to be building upon process and system that you should be following day in and day out, because it goes like this. You start to prospect, you start to speak to people, and you get them on a quick call called a client qualification interview. We're going to be going through all of this today. When you do the qualification interview, you notice how this isn't a sales call. It's not like, hey, here's my client sales script, right? This is an interview. I want you to think about it like when you go to a doctor, they ask you all the questions. They take your blood pressure, they take your temperature, because ultimately they're checking for things that might be wrong outside of what you say is wrong. And by asking questions, we get answers, so then we know how to offer the services that they need. And most of the time we use this qualification interview down the line through upsells rather than just the initial trial. You're going to see the whole process today. And once you do the interview, you close them on the trial that you may have already spoken to them about rep management. Then you're going to onboard through a process. And then once they go through the onboarding process, you move right into a retainer close over the next day or two. The whole goal here is during the trial is to get them a result or two, not to get them 7 days of free services. This is only to get them a result or two, or 3 or 4, whatever you feel comfortable with. When you do that, you get them back on for what we call a retainer close. And then if you close the retainer, you get them onboarded. And then down the line, you start to upsell them. And then when you have a happy customer or happy client, you ask for referrals. And you take everybody through this exact same process. As you can see down here, there's an arrow here that when somebody refers somebody to you, well, you don't need to prospect because they're referring them to you, and you're just jumping directly in to a client qualification interview with the referral. And then you repeat the process over and over and over again to the point where you can hire somebody to do this process. That is the whole point of scaling, and where you now have a process that you could teach a closer, you could teach an onboarder, you could teach people these things, and it frees you up to, let's be cliche here, to be on your business rather than in your business, okay? And so let's talk about prospecting, because there's two types. You have your warm and your cold, okay? I look at things through the lens of simplicity. Forget about a hot, a coldish, a warmish. We talk in terms of completeness and simplicity. Warm and cold, that's it. Warm prospecting would be considered prospects that come to you. Those are inbound. They are referred by a mutual party. That would be considered warm. And you're typically going to have much higher close rates. I can go down the rabbit hole of why, but it doesn't really matter. It's kind of common sense. When somebody knows you, likes you, and trusts you, they give you a chance. Cold prospecting is you're reaching out to them asking for something, and they don't even know who you are. Typically lower percent close rate versus the warm prospecting. And the percentage will go up as your offers get better and you get more results and have more results. So for example, that if you want to talk about more about branding, if locally you're branded as an agency that gets results for clients and people have seen you, they've heard about you, then even though it might be a cold lead, they become warm because you are branded. Now, you don't need to be branded. You don't need to worry about working on getting branded, because ultimately the results you get for your clients automatically force everybody that's cold into that warm pool. And that's where we want to get. And so let's talk about prospecting method number 1. It's the arm's reach method. We talked a little bit about this in day 1, and what your arm's reach method is one of the top ways our coaching students land clients. And I believe I showed this slide on day 1, but let's go through it again. So it's a non-salesy way to announce what you're doing. It's an easy way to leverage your network for a warmer introduction. It's referral based, and it's niche blind. Okay, we've talked about this. And all we have, especially our brand new coaching students do, is post on their Facebook profile the script that I'm about to get to now. I know I talked about it on day 1, but this is more about prospecting on this day. So we'll talk more about all of this. And you could segment friends list to show only specific people in Facebook. And you could do one arm's reach post every few weeks if you want. Now, what this does is it creates action. It forces you out of your comfort zone. And in some cases, if you get no responses, it teaches you and builds up the skin that you need to run this business. You still need to have somewhat of thick skin, but unless you want your life to be walking into an office, clocking in at 9 and clocking out at 5, and the only conversations that you have is during lunch, well, you're going to need thick skin anyway, no matter what industry you're in, unless you're a robot to the world. I was. Nothing wrong with that. Matter of fact, I was while running this business for a long time. At some point, you'll have to make that decision that I want to go out and just do the things that are uncomfortable. Everybody has to do it if they want the things that nobody has, right? And so let's repeat what this post could look like. Does anyone know any small businesses looking to bring in some extra revenue right now? I have something I'm working on for helping businesses generate new business and looking to test it out with someone in my network. If you have a friend or family member that runs a small business that you think might be a good fit, please tag them here or shoot me a message. Thank you. Very simple, very easy, and you don't even have to speak to anybody. And so that's why we have you do it. It breaks you out of your comfort zone. It forces action. It motivates you. And all you do is post this, as I said, on your Facebook page. And if I could tell you how many people get results from this, it would shock you, because I have all the data behind it. I'm talking coaching students, not organically in the world of YouTube. But one thing that you could always remember with this is that by doing things over and over again, and by also having the freedom to change the wording up that you think you can do better, this kind of gives you the freedom to start making entrepreneurship decisions. Because ultimately, not everybody is going to have somebody that they can bounce ideas off of. You have to train your brain to start thinking in a way of an entrepreneur, not in a way of an employee. Prospecting method number 2 is called the double tap method. We'll go deep into this today, but I'm going to give you a brief overview of what this is before I start going through all the scripts and the offers and all that stuff, okay? So this is a hybrid, okay? It's a hybrid method targeting businesses with clear issues that you can find now prior than doing a CQI with somebody. CQI equals client qualification interview. This is a blend of cold and warm prospecting. It's 2 methods of communication outreach. And businesses that need help are clearly identified immediately, which gives you ammo. It gives you a reason to reach out, which is very, very important. And so we're going to be targeting businesses that have no reviews on Google, no reviews on their Google business profile, they haven't claimed their Google business profile, or they have bad reviews on their Google business profile. As you can see, I'm still calling Google business profiles Google My Business. I wish they never changed it. It's too many years of saying GMBs. Okay, and so that we call it a double tap method because it has two methods of outreach. And so let me give you a few examples of who we're finding. So number one would be no reviews. So take a look at your screen in Berlin Plumbing compared to Sal, My Sherman Oaks in New Flow has no reviews. Clearly a big issue there. Clearly. Do you think this person needs your help? Of course they do. Non-claimed Google business profiles, there's a lot less of them now than there used to be, but you can tell if they're not claimed by going to Berlin Plumbing and it says, do you own this business? Now, these screenshots, Google business profiles change all the time. I think this was taken 3 months ago or 6 months ago. I don't remember. Maybe that picture looks, but we could always check right now. And so you can see also another screenshot here. I believe this is more of a newer one. You can see that over here it says I own or manage another business or whatever, or manage now. And I think it may say this now as well. Okay. So this is no reviews and non-claimed Google business profile example number 2. All right. As you can see here, add your business to Google, no reviews. There's no website. There's nothing there. Okay. This is bad reviews. So this person has 3.5 stars. It won't take many 5-star reviews to bump him over 4. But ask yourself this question. Would I rather go with Mainline or LK Plumbing? Mainline has at least 5-star reviews, like a full 5-star rating. Now, some people may also use Rooterman Plumbing, but the minute I hear Rooter, because we have a company here, Roto-Rooter, they're very expensive, okay? I'm sure these people are less expensive, so they're going to go to the Mainline Plumbing, all right? And so bad reviews is another trigger. Let's talk about how to find these people using Go High Level prospecting tool. And let's walk through that right now. Okay, so if you have a Go High Level already, and if you don't, use my affiliate link and get all the bonuses. You can visit highlevelrewards.com to see everything that I give away. Make sure you do that if you haven't done so already, because here's the first thing that we could do when it comes to prospecting. Outside of the arm's reach method, although you can still use this even for somebody who's interested, where you can offer them a free report. That's another way to do this. And all you want to do is in the prospecting, you're going to go add a new prospect. Okay. And I don't know, what should I search for? What's a good one? Let's do HVAC near. All right. Perfect. Okay. So now we're going to start looking at HVAC near me. So we have Ultimate Air Systems, Easy Flow, Wayne's Way Plumbing, First Choice, First This. And it takes a little bit of time to build, although I think it's already gotten a lot faster. And so all these things will pop up. So let's let those do it. I'll talk about page 1 now. And it's going to show you the Google Business Profile status. Is it claimed? Things like that. Okay, you use these little things here. So it says it's going to show you if it's claimed or not. It's going to show you if it's using WordPress or not, or if their website has WordPress. And then it's going to show you their conversion score, which is the predictability and likely that you can land them as a client. Okay, and it's going to use that based on their ratings, their GMB status, and whether they are using WordPress. The whole WordPress thing, I'm not convinced about. To this day, you'll have WordPress lovers who will always say WordPress sites rank better than non-WordPress sites. I'm going to call bull on that one, and I'm sure I'll get comments that people are like, no, WordPress, blah, whatever. In the end, for some reason, they think that WordPress has any sort of weight. I don't believe it does. Either way. So there's a 50% chance of landing this person as a client based on their needs. So that's like, I'd rather look at the 75% likely. All right. Now, why are they saying that? Well, they're saying that because they only have 4.5 stars compared to 5, 5, 5, 4, 4.3 stars. Let's look at one that's like here, this one, Source Heating and Cooling. It's only got 1 rating. Their GMB status is not claimed. So let's look for Source Heating and Cooling Repair, Wayne. Probably the best way to, oh, here we go. Right here. Okay, so Source Heating and Cooling Repair, Wayne. Do you see where it says down here, own this business? Let me click that. So I can actually take this Google Business Profile away from them. If I was an HVAC person, I wouldn't do that. But as a marketer, you can go ahead and claim it and then go and give it back to them for a fee. It's like an old school way of doing this. I personally rather, well, we'll get into the prospecting method in just a second of how to do this. So this will immediately tell you, right? They'll immediately tell you like who's the best sources of a client. And right now I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just in my area, right? You could do this in any town in the world. I could do this in California if I wanted to. So now let's go ahead and grab this 84% one and let's go take a look. Okay, now I'm going to save this. I'm going to save that prospect into Go HighLevel. And while that's saving, I'm going to jump over here and quickly a little bit more about the double tap, because the goal here, it's down here. I'm looking down here. The goal here is to get a CQI and move into the simple trial close, because we're only targeting businesses that clearly need our help. So this is our cold strategy. Our double tap method is our cold, and our arm's reach method is our warm. All right. So I wanted to give 1 and 1. I wanted to give you guys that warm market and then a cold market. All right. And so if we take a look at our process, we're prospecting, and when we get somebody on the hook, we go into our client qualification interview. So I'm going to go ahead and go through this process right here. And I'm thinking about briefly going through it now and then diving deeper tomorrow into each one of them. I think that would be the best way. I want to introduce you guys to it, and then yes, I'm going to do this. I'm going to introduce you guys to it. And then in the beginning of tomorrow's video, I'm going to really deeply talk and go through like almost line by line each one of these processes and scripts. That's probably the best way to do it, because I know people's attention spans are like mine. So we're generating a report on the health of this business that we can also use via Loom video. You can send it as an attachment. I love the Loom video. And so let's look at what this report looks like. Okay, so this is what the report looks like. 79% of customers do online research. This is just kind of like a little selling. It gives the person an ability. So you can actually, sorry, I skipped this step. You can hit share report and grab the link, and that's what the link looks like. And you can go ahead and send this during the double tap method and draw attention directly to how bad their health score is. Okay, they'll see their name here. It'll show them that their Google Business Profile is not claimed. They have no chat widget. They're not using WordPress. They do have a text-enabled phone number. They don't reply, right? We can add AI to the replies. SEO analysis, no matter where they're searching in the local area, they are not going to show anywhere. It shows, comparison of their 1 star to whatever, how many stars they have. Listings, 87% inaccurate. They have 1 total review. And look at all the mismatches. So name, address, and phone number has to match on all these online listings. That is one of almost like the ranking Google Business Profile factor 101 is that. And even little things make a big difference. So this is good. This is good. This is bad. Look, US is capitalized here, not capitalized there, right? So this would need to be fixed. And they have no other things. They have no website found. And they have the ability, they can just shoot you an email and say, hey, I need more, or they can answer your, I need help, or they can answer your text message. So this is the way I look at it is, I don't know if anybody has ever heard of Pronuvo. It's a full body scan. I had mine done in January or February. I do it every 5 years. I do the full body scan every 5 years. And it comes with a report with your health score. This is a business's health score. It's their online health score. And so these are our trigger points. These are how we can find the people who need our help instead of going to somebody who doesn't. Again, cold prospecting, not warm. And then if you get a warm lead, you could always plug them right into the prospecting tool, and then you have ammo and a reason to sit down with them. So again, let's go back here and go to client qualification interview. So here it is. All right. So this one document, which you can find in agency resources under classroom, agency resources, here they are. Okay. You have to make a copy of it if you want to edit it. You guys could read through it, but the CQI helps you get a better understanding of the business you are working with, instantly makes you sound like an expert and authority, and helps you determine if they are a good fit for you. Not everybody is a good fit for you. And so we simply, again, I'm going to repeat this. Tomorrow, I will deep dive into each one of these things. I just want to give you the brief overview. So here we go. The interview. You're just basically asking them about their business. That's it. That's all you're doing. Ask them about their business. And you're going to know why when we're done. So like, how do you find customers? Do you know if you're getting any leads from Google Profile? Do you actively collect reviews? We're setting them up for wanting what we have to offer. Do you have a procedure in place? Okay. Now, this is very easy to follow. And the CQI, once you find all the information here, right? And when you're gathering this information, you don't want to necessarily have them like know you're writing things down, okay? It's not a big deal, but whatever. And so now we're going to flow right into the simple trial close, right? Right here, trial close. It all flows together, right? And how do you, so you're going to end the interview and you basically say, okay, I think I got a good grasp of what's currently going on in your business. You're going to recap it. And we literally say like, if I understand correctly, your customers on average spend, answer number 4, how much does your typical, so we give you everything that you need. So you're going to flow through this. You're summarizing everything that they need, okay? And then we're going to show them where their brand reputation is, okay? This could also be go high level, right? Go high level prospecting. We want to highlight everything that is bad, right? Now, you don't want to be a jerk about it. You could be like, look, it looks like, at least you got a phone number. People can call you and text you. And there's not much good stuff to talk about here, but I mean, either way. And so we tell you, if they have like a lot of Google Business reviews, you don't need to talk about this. But you can show where their listings are. So something like this. All right, look, this is where you are, right? And so in order to find you, like I literally have to be sitting on top of you. This is the only reason why this person is ranking number 3 of where I am, is because it's like literally around the corner for me. So you're going to highlight that they're not on page 1, show the reviews compared to the competitors. If it's applicable, they're not claimed, their Google Business Profile is not claimed. Then you want to say, does it all make sense? Okay, no problem. What specifically did you have questions about? You basically want to ask them like, I can see things that we can help you with. Is it okay if I explain it to you? Okay, great. I think I could absolutely help you here. If it's okay, I'd like to share what I typically do. Pitch. Okay, so then we'll read through this pitch tomorrow and we go through all this. Okay, we're going to pitch the price. And then we go right into the post-trial close. So client interviews rolls into the trial close. So we stop here. This is the trial close. Okay, you onboard them. Here's your trial onboarding form. We didn't want to put everything in one sheet. That's our onboarding form if you close them. And then, still within this CQI, we're going to do retainer close. Schedule this 5 to 7 days after starting the trial. You're not going to schedule them like, hey, I'm going to give you a trial for, it should say try, okay? And so the reason why we want to do this is like, you're basically going to say to the client that, hey, listen, I'm going to do this. It's a free trial, no money out of pocket. And let's make sure that we get on the call in the next few days. Can we schedule a call for I try to do it within 2 to 3 days. If you want to do 5 to 7, that's fine. And then what we're going to do is on this, we want to share our results. And the next step would be on that call, when you're sharing the results, now we're trying to go for the retainer close. And that's it. And when they get you on a retainer, you onboard them and then get back on with them a few weeks later to upsell them. You can even try to upsell them in the retainer close as well. You're going to offer them packages. You're going to offer them anything else. Okay. And so that is the process within here. And the entire goal of this system and this process is for you to get very simple wins. So that's why we love reputation management so much, is because with reputation management, you have the ability to so easily get them a couple 5-star reviews very fast utilizing Go High Level and our snapshot that we use. Okay, you can use anything you want, but in the end, this is about prospect, interview, a day or two of rep management, get them a few 5-star reviews. You're going to onboard them, obviously, and then get them back on the phone to close them as a retainer, onboard them, and then upsell them in the near future, and then ask for a referral. That's it. If you just follow this and you just understand this, you will be so far ahead of every single person that has ever tried to start an agency. My name is James Bonnies, and I've been running a marketing agency since 2014. I've taught over 8,000 people and counting on how to build a very simple and powerful marketing agency without all the hoopla and garbage and 5-hour Zoom calls and just promising the world and delivering a bag of garbage. Okay. Keeping things simple is and always will be the biggest asset I can give out to the market. And in the words of one of the greatest Yankees of all time, Alex Rodriguez, the difference between the greats and the okays are the greats master the fundamentals. And this is why I'm always pushing down fundamentals, keeping things simple over and over again, because if you can master the fundamentals, sky is the limit. And so because we have so much to talk about today, let's jump right onto my computer. So this is what I was talking about. So this is the graphic I was talking about in the roadmap that you should be utilizing. You're prospecting, you get somebody on the hook, you do a qualification interview, not a sales call. Then during that interview, you're trying to close them on a trial, offering them a free service, or if you want to get some sort of money, you could try. Then you're going to onboard them. Then you're going to get back on the phone with them and try to close them on a retainer. And and then onboard them and then upsell them. So let's go through, because I said yesterday I was going to go through each one of these scripts, how it works. I'll spend probably 15 minutes on that. Then we're going to spend another 15 to 20 minutes on actually deploying the reputation management snapshot that you could only find in my future agency school group. And unfortunately, it is only given out to my Go High Level affiliates, or you could upgrade through my link, but that's just what we do. If you get a free trial under Go High Level, you get it. Okay, I have to have some sort of wall there because it actually, believe it or not, this snapshot requires my attention all the time because Go High Level is always changing the way they are doing scripts. And I always have to have a developer like literally on the side that has to always go in there and fix it every time Go High Level sends me an email and says, hey, check your third-party scripts because we made a change. Anyway. All right, so let's just jump into this and get deeper into the client qualification interview, okay? I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to kind of tell you the portions of it and what it means. I'll read some of it. So you are doing this strictly and only to gather information. I said yesterday about my Pronuvo exam, full body scan. I don't know what's wrong with me, but they're going to tell me, right? They're scanning my body to see what they see, and then they deliver a PDF. Well, you're kind of doing the same thing. In order for you to know what is wrong with their business, you ask them these leading questions that allows you to do that. So you'd start off by saying, hey, John, I have a few quick questions about your business, and because I really need a complete picture. Does that sound good? They say yes. So you always start with, why did you want to talk to me today? It's because that's kind of like a revealing question. Maybe they say like, oh, I've always thought about doing digital marketing. I don't really know how it works. Or maybe they may say, I don't know, somebody told me to talk to you, right? So you're just trying to find out what their motivation is. How long have you been in business? If they say brand new, that could be a red factor on you not wanting to work with them. If you get 3 or more red answers, they're probably not a good fit. What services do you offer? How much does your typical customer spend? How much does your average customer spend with you over time? They may not know all this, by the way. And so you have to kind of dig a little bit. Well, how much does somebody spend when they come with you? Or if like an HVAC person, what's the average job? $3,000, $5,000? What would you say it is? Just take a guess. So you're just trying to get them to start actually thinking. How are your customers currently finding your business? I think that I don't need to explain the reasons for these questions. I think as I read through them, it should probably pop in your head that each question is going to lead me to a conclusion of what I can help them with, okay? Do you actively collect reviews from your customers? If they say, no, not really, well, reputation management, service. If so, how are you getting them? Do you have a procedure in place to handle negative reviews? Do you have a list of current customers? If so, how many do you have? So the list of customers is so we can go, we can start thinking about maybe database reactivation for past customers, as well as getting them fast 5-star reviews from their current customer list. Do you have a list of name, email, and phone number? And then, we're going to end with kind of like, well, I should probably ask this. Are you even able to take on any new customers? Because if they say no, well, that's a little bit of a problem. You could still do services like rep management and message marketing, because that's not new customers. But we want to know if they want more customers, well, upsell time in the future, lead gen. And out of curiosity, what has kept you from setting up these types of systems yourself? And most of the time people say, I don't know how to do it. And that's really what you want them to do. And so now we've already ended the CQI. Now we're going to go into the simple trial close. So you say, look, I got a complete understanding of your business. Let me do a recap. And you're just kind of recapping the answers they gave you, okay? So this is kind of a script. And as you do this more and more, you kind of going to remember, like, all I really have to do is you can kind of go back to questions. All right, so if I understand this correctly, you've been running a business for 18 months. You offer roof repair. Typically, your customer spends $5,000 with you on average. You're not really currently finding customers, just more word of mouth. You're not advertising online. You don't really have a way of getting reviews. So you kind of like just going back to what they said, right? And so when you do the summary, okay, you go through all the answers basically that they told you. You basically ask them, like, does all of this sound correct? If they say yes, you say, okay, great. I want to show you where your business's online reputation currently sits. So if you look here, it says brand reputation audit. And so you could run it in Go High Level. We talked about that yesterday. So then you have a better understanding. And so you can kind of highlight their rep score, their overview, the listing strengths. You could show them where they show up in Google Business Profile, highlighting that maybe they're not on page 1 of search. They don't, comparing their reviews with their competitors, and then highlight that if they are not claimed status, right? And then as you explain these things, you say, does this all make sense to you? And if they say no, you say, okay, no problem. What specifically do you have a question about? If they say yes, here's going to be your permission to pitch the trial. All right, great. So it would be, again, we give this to you guys as a framework, but you're more than welcome to just naturally go through the flow. And you would say, all right, great. And based on everything that you've told me, I believe I can absolutely help you with the deficiencies in your online marketing or your online visibility. Okay. Is it okay if I share with you typically what we do for people, for businesses like you, right? And they say, most of the time they say, sure. And so this is the pitch. I mean, you can read it, you could memorize it, or you could find a different way to say it. I'm going to go ahead and read this. All right. So I specialize in helping small businesses like yours get more brand visibility on Google by combining 2 crucial components. Actually, I don't need to read this. Okay. You guys could read this. You can go get it for free by future agencies. The whole point of this is you're basically just telling them what you're doing. Okay. what you can do. And so if you read it, it's simple, it's more reviews, it's brand visibility. You kind of throw in like people are searching for HVAC or roof repair, they're going to go online, right? Yes. And you kind of go through this, and then when you're done, toward the end, you say, now, if you remember, you currently only have a 3.8 star review rating. Now, the highest you can have is 5, but you have below a 4. So just getting you a few 5-star reviews could easily bump you up to over 4 and brings you closer to your competitors. That's kind of what you're saying, right? You ask them, does this make sense? They say yes. Great. Where would you like to go from here? You're asking them, you're basically saying, like, you're putting it on them to say, well, I don't know, what do I have to do to get started? Or, well, how much is it going to cost me? That's what you're doing. And you have to be quiet. In selling, you never give the price until they give you the permission to give the price. And that comes with, oh, okay, everything sounds great. How much is it going to cost me? Or how much is this going to set me back? Things like that, right? You don't just say, like, let me share with you the difference. Here, look. If you remember, you currently have, no reviews. And so just bringing up 1 star can mean a big jump in annual revenue for your business. This makes sense, right? Yeah. Great. It's going to cost you $497 a month. Like, you can't go into it like that. Ask that you want them to ask you. And what happens is that if you ask the question of, okay, great, where would you like to go from here? Then you be quiet, no matter how long it takes for them to get over what they're thinking, they're going to come up with either questions, then you answer them, or eventually they come up with how much is it going to cost. So you're going to pitch the price only when they ask. So it's a good script here. Well, because I want to earn your trust and show you this works, I want to help you get some positive reviews for your business over the next few days. Okay. All I need to do to get started is a simple list of your recent customers over the last 2 to 4 weeks. It doesn't need to be big. And after the week, we'll sit down and look at the results and decide, does that sound fair? And so all this is doing here is like, if they don't have a verified claim GMB, you can add this. And so those are kind of the 2 services. Let me jump over here. And so remember, we go from the CQI into the close. And so naturally, when you tell them, look, it's not going to cost you anything, we're just going to do a trial, whatever. And the person says, great. All you have to do is, all right, awesome. So what I need to do is just do a quick onboard. Let's take a look at this. CQI, close, onboard. So now we just jump over to the onboarding form. And all you're going to do is, and I would, by the way, do this now. Get it now. So here's a few things I need to get started. How do you want your business name listed online? Now, again, this is going to depend on what service you're going to offer. So for rep management, if you read this is for rep management and claiming their GMB. You're going to collect this information immediately after closing the deal. All right. So these are just some of the questions. What's your business email, business address, a logo? Are you able to provide the list? And after they answer a few items above, I'll begin and let you know when we're live. So we usually start 48 hours after completing the above steps. If you can do it faster, do it faster. Now, down here is for you. Okay. These are the items that you need to complete the setup for rep management. Get the list, set up the account for Go HighLevel, notify the client it's live, and get a meeting in 3 to 5 days. And here's the Google verification checklist, and you can go through that. Okay, so these are the 2 services on this one. You could add or take away whatever you want. You could edit this however you need. And so CQI, close them, onboarding. Right. So now what happens is once you collect it and you deploy rep management and you get them 3, 4, or 5 more stars, you get them right back on. Matter of fact, I would even try to get them on a schedule within 5 to 7 days. Say, hey, listen, then it gives you 2 days to set up and stuff like that if you hit any snags. So try to schedule them 5, 7 days out. All right. And so now we're done. We got good results. Get them back on the phone, and that's where we go into the retainer close. Okay. And so when you get them on here, when you get on the phone, then we're just going to say, all right, so the last couple of days have been great. We have been able to get you X, Y, and Z. Here's the results. Now that you can see your rating has gone up, here's the next step to increasing it even more. And you just go through the script. You're going to have to read through this over and over again to kind of understand it. It doesn't matter if I read it. You're going to have to read it, okay? And so through this script, you're going to basically ask them, are you interested in getting more customers and sales and continuing to grow your online positive reviews? If they say no, okay, why not? If they say yes, great. As I mentioned, we have a brand visibility system. We focus on exactly two things. And so the brand visibility system, you can look down here. You could change this. We named this, so you could change this however you want. Reputation booster, doesn't matter. So if you just wanted to do rep management, $197 a month. You could do more. Depends on the niche. Okay, don't forget, go look at my niche prospecting list to see what you can charge. Although people break barriers all the time. Okay, Google Visibility Service is the ranking their Google business profile, and you could add that for $397. You can downsell. You can package it. Or we could do, the best thing I love about packaging is you could say package 1, rep management, $197. Package 2, rep management and ranking your Google business profile, $597. And when you start to learn more about the services, you could add a third package to it, depending on how, if you're brand new, just stick with this, two options, or don't give them any options. Just say $197 for rep management. If you're nervous, if you don't want to do it, and eventually when you add more services, you get more results. You can have 3 packages if you so choose. Not everybody likes to do packages, okay? Then what happens if you close them on the retainer, which is $197, $297, or $397, depending on the niche. You can charge, I've charged $697 just for rep management, so a month. Then if they say yes and you close them on the retainer close, you go right into the retainer onboarding form right here, and you guys could read through this. It has everything you need, all the checklists, everything. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. You understand this. So what's left in this video is setting up reputation management, and we'll go into Go High Level and do that. And then setting up the referral automation that I'm actually going to be doing tomorrow. So tomorrow, when we talk about accountability, tracking, things that you need to do, one of the things is the referral automation, so we could go over that tomorrow. All right, let's go into Go High Level. So if you have Go High Level, if you don't, you should be using my 30-day free trial link, to be honest with you. And then you get all that Go High Level training. In the Future Agencies group, I'll just show it to you so you know exactly where this is. Under Classroom, Go High Level Mastery, you'll notice down here, Rep Management Setup. And again, if you have the option, if you're an affiliate of mine and you get all these trainings, great. I have a complete walkthrough of this. And here's the snapshot. And so when you click that snapshot, it's just going to ask you to import the snapshot, because this is not, I don't want this to be a complete Go High Level training. Let's say you have a trial client, you set up the sub account, you're ready to go. You would go into this and just go to Actions, Load Snapshot, and you would choose that snapshot that you just imported, okay? And it's going to look like this. Now, when you go over to Sites, you're going to have to go over to Forms, and you'll see Reputation Review Form. Now, what I also have for you guys is the checklist. So let me open up this checklist. So here is my reputation management checklist. Create sub account, import it. It's called Reputation Management Snapshot July 2024. You want to make sure all the automations are off, turn off So anyway, build the list, import the list, connect Google. I'm not going to go through all of this. The only thing I want to go through is these things right here. The actual assets of it, so you understand what it is. So we have our form. Okay, so this is the form that we send out. If I go to integrate, proceed, and open form link, it just looks like that. If they click 3 stars, it asks for feedback. If they click 4 stars, it asks to review on Google. Now, that's what the form does. Now let's go on how to set that up, or where everything is coming from. Again, the snapshot gives you everything, and then, even if you don't know how to do it, it's fine, because you'll be able to do it. Custom values. So let me explain each one of these. These custom values are all values that are going to be pulled onto the form. So for this is an example. Client company, Elite Fitness, full name, Joseph Agnello. You fill these things in. Custom prize, $50 gift card, location, Elite Fitness, review, Facebook URL. You just put the Facebook where people leave reviews on Facebook for that business. Fallback location is going to be Google, because Google is like, what's the number one choice that you want to give people to leave a review? Review fallback URL. Again, you get that over here. You would connect their Gmail account and their Google Business profile to here, and hopefully their Facebook account as well. And yes, you need to be able to connect it, right? If somebody says, yes, I want you to do this for me, I'm sure they won't let you. You could also send it to them and they can connect it themselves. Now, if you go to the reputation management tab under settings, here is the link, right? So you can set up your custom link. So you click this, and that'll create a custom link. You could also use this if you want. See, it says I could drop down and change. This is the Google Business Profile they're connected to. So you can grab it there, or you could create a custom one. I've always just created custom ones. So that's the link that is in the custom values. Okay, so if you look at Google URL, that's the link right there. Then the reactivation form link and request form link, that is the link of your form. And so if you go to sites, and you look at form, and you go to integrate, proceed, copy form link, it's this link right here. That's where you're putting in the custom values, okay? And so if I jump over here, you'll see I say add the information for these custom values. Check the form to make sure that it opens the way I showed you. And then we're going to go check the trigger link. Connect the Google Business to Facebook, edit the content within the automations. We'll show you that. Import the list, so on and so forth. So let's go over to marketing and look at these trigger links, and I'll show you why we need to use them. These 3 trigger links are pulling the values from the custom values. Google review link is pulling the Google review link. It's right here. So it's pulling the value that's sitting in the custom values here. Reactivation review and review request is pulling those custom values. This is why we do that. When you go to automations and you look under here, here's the past customer automation. So let me show you this. And this is why on this form it says edit all the content within the automations, because you need to look at the SMS. Hey, this is first name with company. We're doing a client thank you gift draw of. You may not want to do that, so you would have to change that. Okay, so we're sending a text and then an email. Oh, James, but I can't send text with A2P. Okay, so then go into the automation and delete it. Delete the text messages out of here. Not a big deal. Okay, it's not a big deal. So you can go through here and just check this. This here, if I go to links, is a trigger link. See, it's a trigger link. We do that because the trigger link tells the system that I should stop sending emails and text messages if somebody clicks a link. Now, they may not leave a review. We can't test that, okay? But if somebody clicks a link, most likely they're going to at least leave the review. And we have to assume it, because imagine you get a text from a company. Like, I'll give you an example. This just happened. I think I deleted it. Yeah, I deleted it. I just recently got my car fixed, and they kept sending me text messages to leave a review. And it was like 4 days after every day. I'm like, all right, let me just leave a damn review. And it stopped. And so you don't want to keep getting text messages from somebody asking you to leave a review when you already did that. That's what the trigger link will do. Now, what starts this automation is they get a tag of reactivation review. Okay, you can add the tag manually. I'll share with you how to do that. I really don't want to make this like a walkthrough of it, because in my future agencies group, I already have like a whole. I mean, you could even go on my YouTube channel and go look for that review management or reputation management video I did. I walk you through the whole thing. Matter of fact, I'll put it up there as well. This one is off. Okay, this is ongoing rep management. We're doing past. Okay, so if you look at campaign 3, automation number 3, What triggers this automation to happen is the review request link was clicked or the reactivation review link was clicked, trigger link. And then it says, add this tag, review link was clicked, and then remove them from the automation so they don't keep getting them. And that's really it, except for the negative feedback received. If somebody clicks the link, they get removed, and they leave a negative feedback, 1, 2, or 3 stars, you could see here, that's the trigger, 3, 2, 1. We're going to remove them from campaign 1 and campaign 2. We're going to add a negative feedback tag, and then we're going to notify your client and say, hey, this person just left you a bad star, a bad review. You better go and fix it. And then we're going to email the client or the person leaving the review and just apologizing and what can we do to fix it. Okay? So you're killing many birds with one stone. And that is really the automation. Like, there's not a lot to it. There's not even a lot of, you have this thing set up in 15 minutes. First time, maybe it would take you 20 minutes. So I want to summarize this. Your prospect, you do an interview, you find out their needs without them even really realizing that that's what you're doing. Then you offer them something, you close them and onboard them right then and there. So this is all, these 3 things are all part of the same exact process, same day. Then you wait you try to schedule an appointment for 3 to 5 days later, gives you a little bit of time. You get them back on to try to close them on ongoing rep management or doing more of their past customers, or ranking their Google business profile, or you could add message marketing, whatever you want to pitch them on the retainer, it's up to you. Then you onboard them, right? The upsell portion is down the road, 2, 3, 4 weeks. Get a lot of results for them, and then you could always get them back on. But basically, this referral automation will also be doing kind of selling your upsells, okay? And you'll find that out tomorrow. And now, in order to fulfill the service you're promising them on, you could do it all in Go HighLevel. You create the sub account. You import the snapshot for my future agencies group. If you are an affiliate of mine, I don't know what else to tell you. This reputation management is for my students and my affiliates, okay? Like I said, I have to have a developer that's constantly having to fix it, and I have to pay them, and so on and so forth. Once you import it and you get it into your client's account, you turn off all the automations, you turn off the missed call text back, you get the list from them, name, email, and phone number, you import the list. Let me go ahead and just show you how to do that. You go to contacts, and you literally just click this import. I have it in my my Go HighLevel training. I also have it somewhere on this YouTube channel, and you just upload that list. Again, make sure all the automations are off. You don't want to deploy anything on accident. You connect the Google business profile to that Go HighLevel sub account, then their Facebook review page to that Go HighLevel account. Edit all the content in the automations, the SMSs and the emails to match what you want to say. Check those trigger links that there's really nothing to check. They should come in the snapshot. Check the form. Again, I put here, you don't have to understand the scripts. Just make sure that the form opens like this. Test it. Click 2-star, 3-star. Make sure that it does what it's supposed to do. It should. Then you're going to add all the information you need for these custom values. If you're using a phone number, then you can, and you have a phone number. If you're in the U.S., you need it to be A2P compliant. If you're outside the U.S., you can go ahead and do it. If you don't have A2P for the new phone number, just do email and delete the SMSs out of the automations. As you can see here, I tell you that. Email, did you set up the email? Set up a custom domain. Turn on all the automations and test. The way you test it is add yourself as a contact in here. Okay, you're going to add yourself as a contact in here. YouTube, if you're watching this, these are all dummy names and emails, so I'm not sharing any personal information from anybody. You add yourself, your name, your last name, and your email. And you can do 1 or 2 things to get you into that. You see here it says add to automation, and you select the workflow right here, C1, and it'll add them, or add a tag. And what triggers that? Reactivation review will trigger that campaign to go off, okay? And then if you test it and you get the right emails and the right text messages and you get a text on your phone and the form is good on the phone, you're ready to deploy. Again, if they give you a list of 20 names, I would start off by just doing it to like 5. And then you can go in the conversations tab and check to make sure that it's working. So actually, let's do that. Let me just add myself here. Okay, so I added myself to the contacts. Okay, right there. This is my spam email. And I'm just going to add a tag to start that. So let's add a tag. Reactivation review tag, test. So I added myself to that automation. If I go over to the automations and I go into review management, you can see there's one active role enrolled. Okay. If I go to conversations, I didn't put my phone number in because then they're going to have to see it, whatever. So you could see here under the conversations, under all, you can see here how it sent the email. If I click this link and I leave a 4-star review and I click review us on Google, it's going to make me sign in to Gmail, and I'm not going to do that. So this is what it basically looks like. It skipped the text message because I don't have a phone number in this account. So it'll just skip it. So if you don't have a phone number in the account, you don't even have to worry about deleting the SMSs. Okay. So again, that goes under the test with your own contact, test it again with somebody else, family or friend, add reactivation review tag to all the contacts that you now have uploaded for your client and want to send into the automation to start getting them results. Then when you start getting them results, right, we are now here, and this referral automation will also try to get them back on the phone. We'll talk about that tomorrow. So again, I always come back to this, okay, because we keep things simple. Prospect, find a prospect that might be interested. Interview them. Offer them a free trial. Now, if you have other results because you've been doing this business for a while, go ahead and don't offer a free trial. Maybe you're beyond that. So now you can go into offering them, maybe a trial for one thing and then charge them for another thing, or add reputation management as a free service for new clients for the next 60 days if they hire you to do lead generation. You get what I'm saying? Then you onboard them all on the same phone call or knee-to-knee or however you're doing it, or Zoom. Then you have them now for the retainer. You onboard them, and at some point we upsell them and then ask for a referral. Guys, this is it. This is the thing that's not so magical. It's actually like fundamentals, foundations. Do this right and just do it enough times, and you'll find how fast your agency can grow. Now, you can see down here, I don't know if anybody's noticed this, the high ticket agency roadmap, because the money comes in the upsells, guys. This is where the money comes, right? If you're a beginner, to make a couple $100 a month from one client might be great for you. I mean, I remember my only goal in life was to find a way to make money online, and $1,000 a month was it. But the big money comes from higher ticket. You're offering them maybe 3 different services and you're packaging it up for $1,500. And again, let's just jump over into my future agencies group and go into this trial affiliate bonuses and go ahead and click the niche pricing traffic sheet. And, tier 1, these are some of the tier 1s that we have, tier 2, tier 3. The higher the tier, the more money. So you can get away with a divorce lawyer, message marketing, or rep management for $597 a month, right? So it depends on what you're working in, what you feel comfortable doing. But these are the retainers that you should be pitching, right? Give or take, whatever a couple $100. It is what it is. Like, everybody has their own comfortability. In this video, we talk about accountability, and then we talk about how to automatically ask for referrals and upsells. That is the last piece of the puzzle. If you can get all the other pieces together, then it just becomes a well-oiled machine, and I'll remind you of that graphic because it's that important. What gurus won't tell you? This takes work, guys. It takes more mental work than any other type of work. You're not going to be digging ditches, graveyard shifts through the night. You're not going to break a sweat doing this. But you're going to be challenged in a way that you've never been challenged before, because most of us get up, turn the alarm clock off, brush your teeth, shower if you choose to shower in the morning and not at night, go to work, the boss tells you what to do, you punch out, you come home, you wait every 2 weeks for your paycheck, and then you hope things will be different. And most gurus out there want to sell you something and make it feel easy so they can sell you something. This business is easy. But what we can't predict is what goes on in between your ears, because everybody is different. Everybody. And so if you don't have a community you can plug into, you don't have accountability partners, you have nobody to talk to, and it's just you in the basement in your computer, there's going to be a struggle there. There just is. You need to plug into that world. Hence why we've had over 8,000 people and continue to add people to our coaching program, because the community is so important to this. Can you take these 5 days and get results? 1,000%. And that is why I'm going to bring you over onto my screen and share with you a few things. Number one, yesterday or the day before, this person had a successful arm's reach post. He made $240. He gave them a family friends discount, because that's what the Facebook post does. It automatically reaches out to family and friends. And if you're not scared of that, you could throw $250. And he even says on here that more business will probably come. That is the results that you can get if you stay consistent. Okay, this is just one post. We have compiled actual student results from actual posts that people posted. Let me throw the disclaimer out there. The disclaimer is that we don't promise results for anybody, because we're not allowed to promise results. We can't guarantee results. But what I can tell you is that the screenshots we took were from our students, but we didn't vet them from a third party. I think by law, I'm supposed to tell you that. So I'm telling you. People posted a screenshot that a client paid them $1,500. They landed that client through an arm's reach method, and that's all we know. A third party didn't, look under their bed to make sure they're not lying. We went with our students' word. We trust our students. And we used to do monthly-ish contests. That's what gets people to post. Monthly contests ran 1 week or 2 weeks a month. And during that time frame, people posted, hey, I landed this, and then they would win prizes and stuff. Okay, we still do this now. I have not had the time to go through 2023 and 2024 results, but now we only do it every quarter for 2 weeks. And take a look at the amount of clients landed in our student community using Computers Reach. So Computers Reach is like Freelancer or Upwork. Arms Reach, second most. What's Arms Reach? I hope you guys know what it is. Warm market. Cars Reach is like BNIs, partnerships, cold calling, cold emailing, cold prospecting. Well, that's a repetitive thing. Anyway, so a total of $2.2 million in recurring retainers that were landed that we actually have proof of. And the amount of contests we ran, as you can see, we only ran 4 contests in 22 and 4 in 23 and 4 in 24. Not 4, 2 so far quarterly. And so the whole point of me keeping this in here for you guys to see is because I hope it motivates you that, holy shit, actually people, everyday people, real people are making this work. Why can't I? In addition to showing you how important arm's reach is. That is a lot of clients landed. A lot. James, this all sounds great, but I don't trust myself. I know. I get it. I understand life takes over. So we call this a prospecting tracker. You can download it. Now, you can create what you want here. Okay, so arm's reach post once a month. and asking for one referral from a friend or family, right? You don't have to do it every day. And as you mark off these X's, we have basically came down to a science of like how much actual prospecting you have to do to see results. And if you turn this sucker green through the course of the month, like really green, I mean, go watch Terry's, go watch this case study video after this video, and she will explain to you the reason why she succeeded is because she turned this prospecting accountability sheet and tracker green every month. That's it. And you know what? Maybe gurus want you to think that you all you have to do is work 15 minutes a day. But I'm going to tell you the truth. An hour to two a day, 5 days a week, you will get far as long as you're not pushing buttons and trying to figure things out and go high level. That's not working in this business. Working in this business is prospecting. So if I posted the arm's reach post once a month, and I, every so often ask a family or a friend, whatever like that, and then I use that double tap method, which we talked about. Every day I send 5 messages, and then maybe every day I also run 5 Go High Level prospecting tool reports and send them to 5 people. And then on Upwork or Freelancer, I learned how to do that. I do that every day, okay? And so basically this has to be green. Now, obviously it's Saturday, Sunday, so you take a few off here. I'm just showing you, it gets all calculated. Because even though, some days may be red or whatever, I don't want to freak you guys out. So that's why I'm removing some. Whatever, you have this is what it looks like. And maybe we even, I'm trying to take into account. So maybe this is what you've done for the month. As long as you have done this, and this is green every month, you will succeed in this business. You do it every month. This is called prospecting. This is how you feed yourself. And that is how you keep yourself accountable. That's it. Very simple. The business is simple. What goes on between your ears is the hardest thing. The prospecting tracker will help keep you honest with yourself. When we get people like, oh, I've been in here for 30 days and I haven't landed a client yet. We say, send me your link to your prospecting tracker. Is it green or is it red? It's like reddish, yellowish. They're embarrassed. Like they never respond, because you can't expect to get results when you don't do diddly shit. So don't cry me a river when you don't have what I have or my students have, or forget this business. In general, successful people have. Because I turn my prospecting tracker green every day. And so that's the harsh reality of business. And you know what the beautiful thing is? I want to be rewarded for my hard work and my sacrifice. Because it's 10:30 p.m. on a Thursday night. My entire family is at our summer home. And I'm here working. I'm here working for the life that I can give them. And I deserve to be rewarded. And that's how I want you to think about all the work that you need to put in this business. Because this is the business that you have chosen. I want you to think and believe that the work you put in today will pay off in the future. It is a combination of day in and day out, consistent work. You don't have to work 12, 15, 18 hours a day. You can change your life working a full-time job and putting 1 to 2 hours a day during the week, even if you don't want to work weekends, as long as you put in the correct work. And the entire process has been laid out for you. I've showed you how to be accountable to yourself. And the only thing that you need to do is be consistent, day in and day out. Consistency could be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, every week for the next whatever. As long as it is repetitive and consistent and the work is going into the things that move the needle, which is prospecting. That's it. The only thing that you learned and watched was the last 10 minutes of this video. You're going to have a mindset shift where you're either going to say, I don't want to put in the work, so I'll just continue to live my life the way it is now. And that is perfectly fine. No, not everybody wants a lot of money and wants to be free and wants not a lot of people. When I first started this business, that's not what I was looking for. I was just looking for a little bit of leeway in money. That's it. I never thought it would turn into this. But nobody saw the 2007, 2008, 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13 of years of trying to do things online. And I don't want to say nothing worked. I probably didn't work. I wasn't consistent. I started to get a little bit of consistency in what I was doing. But I just want you to look yourself in the mirror and say, do I really want this? Because don't waste your time if you don't. Because this business could change your life. I've seen it every single day. I put case studies on here. And you have to decide for yourself. We talked about niching, what our service is, what our offer is, how to prospect, what that process looks like. And now let's talk about referrals, because one happy client could be 3 future clients. All right. A study done by Social Media Today is 78% of B2B marketers say that referral programs generate good or excellent leads. 60% of marketers say that referral programs generate high volume leads. I'm not going to read through this. Basically, there is no better lead than a referral, and there's no better person to ask than a happy client. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get across here. But like anything, people are afraid to ask, or it's too late to ask them, right? You want to get them when they're hot, when they're so happy with what you're doing for them. And most people take the first no as like the response, like the live or die. Like, oh, they said no, I should never ask them again. You got to ask them. And so it's not part of most people's process, meaning they just don't even know. I can't tell you how many Wednesday night calls that we do where I ask, how many people have clients? Everybody raises their hands. How many of you have asked your clients for referrals? And now nobody, 1 or 2. Okay. So they don't have a process in place. And so most businesses rely on reciprocity, but this just isn't enough. Okay. And so here's the solution. Asking for referrals right away while they're hot and excited increases the chance of getting one. Help happy clients brainstorm through who do they know, right? Family, friends, things like that. Build an automation in the background that will actually do it for you, and literally offer them, if you have the money, because you have a few clients, you have an agency, offer $500 referral bonus if the business they refer becomes a client of yours. They will do it. Okay, so let's understand the law of large numbers. We call them KPIs, key performance indicators. Cost per acquisition is how much does it cost to land a client. Lifetime value is what is the average value of a client. Profit equals the cost per acquisition being less than the lifetime value. Okay? So, I'll give you an example. If it costs you $1,000 to find a client, and the lifetime value of a client is $500 per month, let's say they say an average of 8 months, that's $4,000. So the profit would equate to $3,000. You spent $1,000 for a $4,000 client over 8 months. And so you're actually in profit $3,000 over the course of the 8 months for that one client. Okay, so this game changes when you know how much it costs you to acquire, and then you also know what the average lifetime value of your client is, because now you can predict, you can actually spend money to acquire. You could find ways to increase their lifetime value so you could spend more money to acquire. And when you could increase your client's LTV, you could spend more money, like I said. And so Dan Kennedy once said, if you don't know him, just a famous guy that you should listen to. If you don't, look him up. The person who can spend the most to acquire will always win. And this is critical in the scaling. I know a lot of you are not at a point of scaling, but I just want to share with you the things that this is the things that we think about. This changes the way you think about landing clients, and this allows you to finally run your business like a business, not just a side hustle. But everybody starts as a side hustle. So if you're not here yet, don't worry about it. Okay?
So to drive, and by the way, I'm saying this because I want to drive home why you should be willing to pay for referrals. And so how do you ask for one? Well, we're going to keep it simple. When your client is excited, happy, relieved, you give them or gives you a compliment, you hit them with a straight up ask. So happy you're having a great experience with my company. Do you know anyone else who could benefit from our services the same way you are? Okay. And so if they say no, you can just simply say, okay, I understand. Typically, there are 3 ways clients help me out when they're happy with me. One way is by clients giving me referrals, which is how I stay in business, like every business, right? If it wasn't for word of mouth, how would your business be? Second, they give me a positive review online. Or number 3, a testimonial video with me, or all of the above. Which one do you feel most comfortable with? So you're saying, they say no, I don't know anybody. So let's get something out of them. Get a testimonial out of them. Get a review on Google out of them, right? It's funny how the shoemaker has no shoes. We go out and say we could do all of this for clients, but you don't do it for yourself. So if you're shy, I'm kind of a shy guy internally, right? That's why it's easy for me to do videos, but speaking live, I get a little nervous. If you're afraid to ask in the beginning, well, we could set up an automation, and it looks like this. Client pays the invoice. They get a customer tag. When they get a customer tag, we trigger the customer workflow. In the customer workflow, 12 hours, they get a voicemail drop. Thank you so much for being a client of mine, blah, blah, blah. We could actually send a postcard too. Email number 1 in 7 days. We're sending an email that says, basically, expect this from us. I have this whole thing as a snapshot. Again, wait till the end. I'll tell you how to get it. Typical results our client sees. These are subject lines, by the way. 7 days in, expect this from us. Email number 10 days in, typical results our clients see. And then we send them a text, a link to our calendar, try to get them on the calendar. This is James from Visibility Cloud. I just sent you an important email. Please read it. All right, 14 days in, email 4. It's been 2 weeks. Let's talk. And then we put a split, if then split. If they did book, we can remove them from that workflow. If they didn't, we're going to send them an email, 18 days. How's it going? Got a second? Email 6. I've been trying to reach you. 22 days in, I would love to chat. And then I like to use this website hacked subject line to get them to open. By the way, that open rate is ridiculous. You don't have to use it if you feel uncomfortable using it. And then 24 days in, email 9, big news. Email 10, I'm going to say, hey, did you know that we pay $500 to our clients? So things will move people. They may be seeing your emails, but they don't want. So now they're like, oh, how can I make $500? This is the last part of our system. And you can get that snapshot in the classroom under the Go High Level Mastery. Under the trial affiliate bonuses, it is called Referral Automation Snapshot link. And this is what it looks like. If I go over here to automations, it's very, very simple. We have our referral automation 30 days and for them to book their call. These emails and text messages, they're not 30 of them, there's 10 of them. They go out every few days. Okay. Once somebody becomes a client, the trigger is customer tag. So in your own Go High Level account, you have your agency account, and you're going to put your new client in there and tag them customer, because on day 7, they're going to get an email. And the email, I'll let you guys read through this, but the email says, it's been 10 days since coming on board with our agency or with me. And I want to make sure you know how accessible we are whenever you need anything. Typically, we like to check in at 14 days just to make sure you are happy with what we set out to do. As you know, depending on our services we're providing for you, results can be seen rather quickly or they could take some time. For example, SEO is a long play, 6 to 12 months. Paid traffic, you can expect faster results after we get campaigns optimized. Reputation management, rather quick. Premier package, expect quick results down the road and in the future, right? In any event, I'm just so happy to have you as my client and wanted to touch base since it's been a week since you jumped on board. That's it. What does this do, James? I just told them in this email that I offer more services. I do SEO, paid traffic, reputation management, premier packaging of those, right? That's what that means, premier packaging.
So then 10 days out, again, I'm not going to go through all of them. And you could change this to fit your own needs. I typically like to share results from our other clients. It's more of a way to solidify our future. For a few months ago, we signed a wellness center who was struggling to run their business. I'm sure you get that. I'm sure you get that completely. In any event, I'm happy to report 90 days ago, they had 0 online leads and all their customers came from referrals. This week, we had our monthly meeting and over a dozen new clients came in. So I'm sharing a case study. If this doesn't fit you, find a way to just say something, okay? Whatever it might be. If you have a result, even if something from 10 years ago, tell them about it. Then it's been 2 weeks. Let's talk. This is how we are now trying to get them back on the phone to upsell them. Hey, I want to know how everything is going. Is there anything else we can do? I know that we're getting you a lot of 5-star reviews. You're ranking better. Did you know we also do lead gen? I think it would work great for you. These are just conversations that you're having, okay? Now, you can revert back to their CQI and find out what they still need help with because maybe you haven't told them. You're now going to go back to their CQI. You're going to get them on the phone. Or referral automation is in the background running because maybe you're busy and you kind of forget and you didn't do it. Now, you could simply text them. You could go outside of this. But why not have this run for the next 30 days? And you can add on to it and keep adding it. That's why I have wait 1,000 days because as you get results from other clients, boom, pop those results in there. Add another email. Add another text message. Happy 30 days with our agency birthday. If we haven't connected yet, it's probably time I will just call you directly because before I'm still trying to get them on, right? I can explain more on a call, but here's how it works. Any business owner that you refer to us, we will pay you $500 if they come on board. Change it to $100 if you're not comfortable with that. So basically, you could read through these, but these emails are strictly let them know what we're doing. Here's a few results from other clients. Can you come and book a call with me? That's what they're saying. Would love to chat. Right? Choose the time. I have the calendar all connected. I'm trying to reach you. This is my favorite one. Oh, this one. I know. People are going to feel uncomfortable with this. Oh my God, your website just got hacked. And then in the email, it says, don't worry. That is what we call a great subject line. And it worked. You opened it. Did we discuss how important email marketing is? It's kind of a science. We have got pretty good at it. That is one of the discussion points. If I can get you to use the link below to book a call, we have a lot to discuss. Book a call, okay? And so I'm just trying to get them to book a call on my calendar. That's it. Simple as that. And because we're not dealing with thousands of people, if they book a call, go ahead and remove them from this automation. Or if you know how to set up the trigger link, you can go ahead and add the calendar link to a trigger link, and then it'll remove them. You can set up an automation for that, okay? Just haven't had time to do it. I just remove them from it because, it's not like I have a million clients. Here is the booked their call link. So if they book and get a confirmation, we just say thank you for booking with us. And that is it. And so to just keep beating the horse, you land a client, you get some results. Referral automation starts 7 days after. You just add a tag to them. It'll add them to that automation. And now they're letting them know what they do and other services that we provide and other results that we get. And then trying to get them on the phone. Let's do a 30-day checkup, a 3-week checkup, a 2-week checkup. But the entire point of the checkup is to try and sell them more services. This works like a charm. I'm going to tell you a quick story because I think it's important for a lot of people to know why I keep mentioning Go High Level, why my channel is so about Go High Level. And it all started in March of 2020 where everybody knows what happened, okay? I was supposed to have 280, I don't remember the exact numbers, 280 people show up for a live event in March of 2020. And thankfully, we were able to get this event off. Hey, that's me right here. And that's Jason. Get this off without a hitch, but we did have a lot of cancellations, but we still ended up with over 200 people at this event. It was a great event. It was one of our last largest events that we've had.
And so March 6th to the 8th, 230 people showed up in San Diego. And I come home to this. And I want you to look at this. This is me being transparent and kind of being a little uncomfortable right now. But if you look at February of 2020, this is what our business was doing: 731,000. COVID hit the next month, or March, 609,000, 496,000, down to 421, down to 259, down to $187,000 a month. And the worst part about the massive decline that our business took, it wasn't just our business. There was a lot of businesses, tons of businesses, right? A lot of people then didn't ever recover. Thankfully, we did. I bought a shore house and I bought a 78-unit apartment building in February of 2020. I literally drained my bank accounts, okay, to buy all this. And so I'm panicking and setting in. When you go from 730, obviously it's not net income, right? Gross 731,000 to gross 100 and whatever it was, 176,000. We have overhead, we have employees, and all these things. Panic starts to set in. So do we burn our ships and just give up and throw our hands in the air, or find a solution? And believe it or not, Go High Level was a solution that carried us through the big, using the big idea. And the big idea was, let's not spend all of this money on tools and lower our overhead and take home more of that declined money, right? So we were able to get rid of all of these tools that we were spending $4,342 a month in overhead. That's $52,000 a year for a measly $297 a month. Go High Level was part of the reason that we were able to withstand the decline of our business during the rough years. Eventually it came back and the world got back to normal, but we remember those times, okay? And so the best part about it is that using Go High Level, we were able to increase agency client profits. We were able to increase the speed of implementation, not trying to figure out all these different tools, or things break because we're using Zapier. We were able to reduce human capital by a lot. So I showed you the tool cost, but I haven't even showed you what we were able to reduce in human capital. And the agency clients got results faster. One-stop shop, set it up a lot faster, get it going, get the trials going, and bam, we're off and running, getting results for our clients. And the proudest moment that I had is leading by example. We were able to save hundreds of our students' agencies, students' agencies by getting them out of all of the tools that we used to teach them to use to run their agency and into one simple tool for a low cost price. And then it reduces their overhead. It withstands the slow months and this chaos that was ensuing, and they were able to get through it. Okay. And so that was probably our biggest, my proudest moment, because I dove deep and learned Go High Level very, very deep. Spent 8 months doing it, by the way. All right. And actually Go High Level is a lot easier to learn now with my training.
What's going on, guys? James Bonnie's here, and in this video I'm going to teach you guys how to sell, even if you've never sold anything in your life. Now, I'm going to come right out and be transparent. I'm an introvert. You may not think that, but it's a lot easier shooting videos when there's nobody around me than it is to, let's say, make a cold call or walk into a business and try to sell them something or whatever it might be, or even talk to a stranger, even on the phone, even if they chose the call. It's uncomfortable for me. My hands get sweaty every single time. However, I have stuck to this script since 2014, and the only thing that changes in this script when I use it, although it's kind of memorized now, but when I use it, is the niche of whom I'm talking to. So in this video, get ready to learn how to sell to anyone. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is share my screen. And in front of you is a script. You can get this script. The link is going to be pinned in the comments down below. And while you're there, make sure you like and you subscribe and you turn all the notifications on, because I have so many videos up and coming, like dozens and dozens and dozens of them about business, about SMMA, agencies, local businesses. I have snapshots, Go High Level, like tons of them coming out. So make sure that you do that. All right, now back on topic. You want to sell, right? Now, Let me go out on a limb here and tell you guys that you do not have to be good at selling to sell. You have to have a proven process. In addition, if you always keep it in your mind that you are going to lead with value, it is a lot easier to sell. Okay, it's very difficult to sell to somebody who doesn't even know who you are. You've shown no value in the marketplace. Maybe you don't even have a case study, because that makes it even easier. And so this script you can use whether you're a beginner, you're an intermediate, or you're a professional, because this script has been not only used in the SMMA business, this has been used in the coaching business, this has been used in almost every single business that sells something to someone. Okay, it works. I got my hands on it in 2014. We teach this to our students. Whatever, I'm going to teach it to you now. Okay, make it nice and big for you guys. So I'm not going to go line by line. I'm going to share the sections and why they are important. And I probably should make a 2-part video on this, but let's see how this goes. So the first thing you want to do is you want to make sure that you are, if you're going to be making phone calls, whatever it might be, you want to be in it, right? You got to be warmed up a little bit. You can't just come into an office or go in your basement and just like think that you're going to like sell something, okay? Get everybody out of the room. Cell phone is gone. Well, unless you're using it. Just make sure that you prep yourself up for it, because it's kind of like going to the gym. Like, you need a 5-minute warm up, right? Do some jumping jacks. You don't want to be out of breath when you're on the phone, but just again, you can read through this, and in the free resource sections, I'm going to put a copy of this. Okay. So all that is preparation for the phone call. Step 2 is the warm up. Right? You're going to take them to dinner first. All right. So for example, if I'm making let's say I'm making a phone call, and I don't know which one this is, but we can change it to a niche. It's going to go like, hi, hi, Nancy. This is James from Visibility Cloud. How's it going? Right. And so ultimately, this is going to be used, let's say, for somebody who may have booked a call on your calendar for your services. All right. Let's do this first. And you want to have a quick conversation with them. You know, where are you from? How's your week going? Cool. And then you want to be able to find some sort of connection between you and that person. Maybe you're in the military. Oh, I was in the military too. Maybe you like to golf. Oh, I love golfing. You get it, right? So once you do that little connection, personality connection, you'll find it with everybody. Okay, you will find a connection with everybody. You want to like dive right in. You don't want to. You want to ask for permission to dive in, right? So cool. So Nancy, I know how busy you are, so we're going to dive right into this call and get started. Does this sound okay? You are going to control this conversation with questions. This is what a lot of people mess up. They think that as somebody selling something, they think that that they should just keep talking and spitting things at them. The reality is the only time you should talk is in agreement and a question. In agreement and a question. Like, that is all it is, okay? And you'll see what I mean when I go through this. So you want to be in control by stating exactly how the call is going to go. You are in control of the call. Do not allow anybody to ever control the call that you are on. You are in control, okay? All right, so Nancy, the way this is going to go is I'm first going to ask you a few questions about your job, business, and then your application, so I can get a better understanding of how we can help you, right? Then if we both feel good about if this is going to be a good fit, and we're both confident that I can help you, I'm going to explain what I'm offering and how it works. Then once we make that decision together, we can move forward or not. Does that sound fair? Done, right? So this is how you are going to control it. And then you're not going to say anything until she says something. Does that sound fair? If there's no, don't say anything. Let them agree, okay? That's giving you permission to continue. Now, you're going to find out why they're interested in your services in the first place, right? So Nancy, what was the motivating factor? You booked a call, filled a form out on the site, called me from my ad, etc., right? And if they come right out and say their problem, then that's what you want to do and move to the next part. If not, you're going to keep asking probing questions. Essentially, you want them to admit that they have a problem, okay? So let me give you an example. Motivating factor. I was curious. Well, what were you curious about? Well, I was curious about how you can get me more leads. What makes you curious about that? Have you tried this before, right? Yeah, I've tried it before. I just can't seem to get good leads online. Great. So you've been able to get leads online? I have been, but they've just been bad quality. Great, we'll dive into that in just a second, right? So what is their problem? We've identified that they've gotten leads online, that the only problem that they're having right now is the leads that they get are garbage, okay? You can see there's some questions here. Now, you need to understand their current situation. Okay, what exactly are you selling? So let's say, I don't know, mortgages, right? And so how do you price that? How much do you make? If you close a loan that's $300,000, how much do you make? I make about $7,000 off that. Great. Now you have a client value for them, all right? You're going to be writing this stuff down. It's important because it all comes back into full circle. Who's your best customer? Right? Oh, it's usually somebody in their 20s or 30s that are looking to find their first home. Oh, now we know, first home, right? So 300,000, they make 7,000 off 300,000, and they usually 20s or 30s, right? And all you're doing is you're finding ways to possibly target their customers with your services, okay? Without them even knowing you're doing that, all right? What issues do people have that buy what you sell? Again, you can change this to your niche. And so now it's going to be time to buckle down and to get them into the pain. How do you currently get customers? I have billboards. Great. How much does it cost you to acquire that customer? They're not going to know. Do you have a sales process in place? Probably not. I'd call or text them. Do you like this style process for your business? Let them admit that they hate what they're doing because it's unpredictable. They don't know where their leads are coming from, or they have no leads. Maybe they have no leads at all, right? These are things we want to find out. And here they're going to stumble a little bit and realize they need help. They're slowly going to start realizing how ridiculous they sound as they start telling you their problems, because you're asking them questions that says, all right, well, you have a problem, but you kind of haven't really done anything about it, right? And that's what we want them to feel. So let me ask, exactly on average, how much do you make per month? And this is important, and it's uncomfortable, and I get it. And then down here, I'm going to tell you to shut up and let them answer. Don't let them get away with an arbitrary number. You want an actual number, okay? Well, on average, right, I make $6,000 a month. Great. So that's $72,000 a year, would you say, about on average? Yes. Great. Now you have a number in your head, or not in your head, on a piece of paper that you wrote down. Again, all information we're going to be using. So now the pain is out in the open, and now we're going to find out exactly what do they want. Now you know what they are currently making. Now find out exactly what they want to be making. Then you will find out exactly why. Watch how this moves. All right, Nancy, so you're currently making $6,000 per month in your business. How much do you want to make, let's say, in the next 12 months? Now, you need to get the answer and wait even if there is a long pause. Like that. Like long. Like I've waited minutes sometimes. Okay? The pain is in the open, and you're going to find out what they want. So, over here. Okay, Nancy, you're currently making whatever. Let's go through this again, 12 months. And let's say they say, well, I'm making $6,000 a month now. I want to make 20. I want to make $20,000 a month in my business. That's what I want to make. Great. And what's the reason or motivation behind wanting to achieve that monthly income? See, making money is not good enough to get people to move. It's not about the money. It never is. It never will be from now until eternity. It's never about the money. Okay, so we're going to dive deeper into why money matters to them, all right? Even do this into your own self. Answer these questions yourself. Why do you want to make money? You'll find out, well, it's not about the money, right? If in a year you achieve $20,000 a month, how would that affect other areas of your life like family or friends? Tell me a little bit about that. Now, I say here, dig deep into their soul, and I'm not kidding. Don't let them tell you they want to go from making $10,000 to $15,000 a month. It's bull, okay? They should want to double or triple their income. And if they don't, let them know they need to think bigger. So here's a big problem that people have is like, hey, I'm making 10, but I would love to make 15. Like, really? Like, we're going to go through all of this for an extra $5,000 a month? You're going to book a call with me. I'm going to charge you $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month for perpetuity, right? Hopefully you don't want them to churn. And so you want them to reach bigger. Now, the example I gave before, they're making 6, now they want to make 20. It's a great example. That's perfect, right? We don't need to dig any deeper into that. So let's keep numbers the same. All right, Nancy, you're making, all right, it's just a PDF, 5,000, 6,000 a month, and now you told me you wanted to make 15 or 20, right? So why haven't you achieved that yet? See, what we're doing in this section is you need to bring them into the state of realization where they don't have a plan, which then makes them realize they need you, okay? And so they're going to get some answers. And what you're looking for is they can't, they don't have time, they need a better system in place. I can, but want to do it faster. So these are the 3 buckets that you want people to fall into, okay? Oh, I said down here. You want them to say one of these 3 things. Here, let's go back to this again so I could explain it more. If they say they can't or they don't have time, that's what they need you for. If they need a better system in place, that's what they need you for. If they can, but they just like they understand everything to do, but they're just struggling with like finding time to implement it, that's where you come in. You understand where this is? You want to move them into that, and a lot of times they will say that, right? They will say one of these 3 things. It's the most common thing. I've done hundreds and hundreds of these phone calls. They all fall into the same one of these buckets. So this is where the commitment will come in with the emotional pre-close, okay? So Nancy, you're going to be making you're making 6,000 a month, so why not just stay there and be happy with that? And it's an honest question, right? You booked a call with me, and I'm going to put you in a position where you kind of can't say no to me in the end, and you'll see how. Not having 15,000 per month, how has that affected? So not having the goal you want. So this is what you're making, not having the goal you want. How has that affected other areas of your life? Okay. For example, well, I'd love I'd love my wife to be able to retire. She's trying to take care of the kids. She's working full time. I'm working in this business, and I'm, just time is of the essence. And then by the time the year is over, we've realized we've taken no vacations. We have no savings, and it's just been another year gone, and I got nothing to show for it. Emotional, right? Emotional pre-close. They just told you the massive amount of pain that they are in because they do not have the money to help with that pain, okay? And again, it's not money. It's time. It's resources. It's vacations, which is time. It's family. Again, you can go. You understand where that all is built up, right? I see. So when do you want to fix this? So what you're doing is you're asking them a question on and wanting them to say now, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to fix this now. Okay. And again, all this is going to be relayed back to them. I understand everyone says now, but how committed are you to fixing this now? Right. Again, another commitment. And this is powerful because emotion will play a huge part in this. So let them get down and dirty with their emotion. All right. So now you're going to ask for permission to share your offer. Nancy, these are really powerful reasons, okay, that you want to make more money. And I feel how committed you are. So I would love the opportunity to spend the next 5 to 10 minutes to share what I do and how I can help. Is that okay with you? Right. And again, you're going to pause, not speak, and say, great, once they say something. Now you're going to give them your goods. My area of expertise is referral lead generation using large advertising platforms that people use every day by placing small, simple ads. I normally work with dentists, surgeons, whatever niche that you're talking to, and I help them generate more business online. This will be weird, but after you say these things, I want you to just be quiet, okay? So it'll go something like this. Listen, Nancy, my area of expertise is people like you, dentists. Let's throw a niche out there. Dentists, okay? And what we do is we advertise on large platforms that people use every single day. Google, Facebook, TikTok, whatever it might be, okay? And all we do is we put simple ads up, and those simple ads help bring those businesses, dentists, more leads and customers, okay? So this goes back into I normally work with and help them generate more business online, right? So these 2 things, okay? And it's going to be weird because after I say that, generate more business online, We want an answer from them. We don't want an answer. We want something from them, okay? And so ultimately what we want to do in this situation is we want them to kind of feel like, oof, this sounds good. Like, this is what I need. Like, I really need, this is exactly what I want, okay? I've heard of other dentists using Google and Facebook and stuff like that. This is what I want. Now, you also don't have to say Google, Facebook. You could keep it large advertising platforms and make it kind of sound like, a little different than what everybody else says. And you could change these words up. But after you say these things, again, be quiet. You want them to think, hey, that's me. If you must, after 10 to 15 seconds of silence, ask, this sounds right up your alley, doesn't it? Right? If it starts to feel a little uncomfortable, ask them a qualifying question. This sounds like you, isn't it? All right, so this is where you're going to give them what they want, your services, and how it works. If done properly, this is where they will ask you how much or what's the next step. This is where you present it clearly without solving their problem. If you solve their problem on the phone, they don't need you. An example, I run pay-per-click advertising for taxi campaigns, or I run pay-per-click advertising for dentists. They can now go and do it themselves. Now, again, right, this is simplifying it, not necessarily. Ultimately, what you kind of want to do is you want to be broad in what you do with the outcome. Broad meaning how I do it. The outcome is more money in your pocket. Right? More leads, more customers, which is more money in your pocket. All right. So here's an example of not solving the problem on the phone and being vague. Normally, when we work with dentists, we always start off on a trial. I understand the struggles we just talked about. So the reason we do this is so we can prove ourselves and our promises to people like you. I've noticed in this industry, a lot of you dentists have gotten ripped off in the past with people promising the world or forcing 12-month contracts down your throat. I'm different. I will help, or my company is different. I will help generate you referrals for a set price, which we will discuss in a few minutes. And then at the end of the trial, I'll call you up and we can discuss the future. How does that sound? Now, obviously they're going to ask questions. You want them to. Questions are good. They didn't hang up the phone on you. They didn't tell you to go stick your foot up, you know what? And here's where they're going to get comfortable with your offer and ask about how you generate leads. What platforms? This is okay, and it's okay here to be specific. So broad in kind of the pitch in a way, right? Broad that way, specific in the answers when they ask you. If they say, what platform? We generate some leads using Facebook and some using Google and sometimes YouTube. It varies, but in the end, all you care about is the leads and referrals, correct? And so here's where they're going to ask price. And here's where you're going to build in something we call incentive pricing. And why do we do incentive pricing? Incentive pricing is because people will not move. And by the way, this is extremely important. This is not false incentive pricing. This is straight up gangster incentive pricing. This is where, like, let me go through it and I'll explain. This one piece will help you close more people immediately. So if you're already making phone calls, this is going to help. Normally, my fee is $1,000 to set up the back end, and then $850 for the trial, which for me is the most work since I have to learn about your area, bid amounts, and all sorts of stuff you probably aren't so concerned with. But I have found individuals who make decisions on the phone turn out to be my best clients, and amazingly enough, has the best success. That is why I have something I call incentive-based pricing, where if you make a decision on the call with me today, I will rid the setup fee and only charge you the trial price, right? Now, you could do trials for a price. You could do them for free. You could do them for whatever you want, okay? It's up to you. In this scenario, this was me and loan officers, and this is what we did for the loan officer niche when we were running Facebook ads and having them book calls on my calendar, okay? And so, decision on the call. And so anyway, you get to the end here and you shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Do not speak if it's a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Don't give in and be strong. We want to hear these things. Great, let's do it. What's next? How do I pay? Right? Obviously, these are the things we want to hear. Be ready to take the card now. Do not let them force you to send an invoice. And if they want a PayPal link or whatever, just don't hang up, right? And so here's where the objections are going to come in. And we can do an entire YouTube video on objections, okay? Let me run through some now. And again, objections are not objections. They are questions that you need to answer. That's all. Always remember this, okay? But on the phone call, you do not want to hear anything other than, a yes or a no. Okay. Now, let me share the caveat. This incentive-based pricing, if they are question after question after question, and they're like, look, I'm really interested. I do not want to make a decision on the phone. I'm not going to say, well, sorry, and hang up the phone. This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to be like, look, I understand this is a big decision for your company. I understand what you've done in the past, but I also understand that you told me in the beginning you were making 6, you want to make 20,000 a month, but you have no plan in place. You have no way to do it. So if it's not me and my plan, who is it? Right? But I do also respect that, you don't want to be forced into this. So I'll tell you what, I can offer you the incentive pricing as long as you schedule a call with me in the next 24 hours where you can give me a yes or no. Does that sound fair? Again, we do not want to be car salesmen here, but we want to stay true to our word. You can't tell somebody that you offer incentive-based pricing, you're going to get rid of all this stuff, and in 3 weeks they come back to you and say, hey, I'm ready. I'm sorry, you're going to have to pay the setup fee. I told you, I'm a business. I have my rules. I have my incentives. It wouldn't be fair for the people who decided on the phone with me to move today because of that incentive-based pricing, and you need to be transparent and true to your word, okay? So don't allow them to say, send me something in the email. I need to talk to my wife. Great. Is she around? Can I talk to her? Let's get her on the phone right now. Business partner. Great. Let's talk to them right now. I need to think about it. That I understand that. So that means that I'm not answering some of the questions. Let's just get all the questions out of the way. Do you agree with that? Right? Then there will be nothing to think about. So allow objections to come to the surface and then answer them. That's all they are. They're just questions. If the objection is time, answer with this. I understand. However, is there something we could talk about now to eliminate the worry in your mind? If you can't overcome it, the only thing you could do is set up another time to speak within 24 hours, okay? First, friend them on Facebook. Tell them that you did. You'll send them a reminder, so on and forth. Again, connect with them. I'm broke. I can't afford it. I understand that. I remember feeling the same way when I invested in my last coaching program, let's say, or it wouldn't be coaching program in this, but this is an example. I was nervous and scared. However, I understood I couldn't afford not to. You told me you need to go from 6,000 to 20,000. How could you afford not to move forward? Is price the issue? How do we move forward today? Let's make this work, right? Is it price? Well, great. So again, if you're offering a free trial, like this should not even come up. But if you're offering a paid trial at $1,000, if money's short and you can't move forward, what do you have today that you could put down that would be a deposit? And then in a few weeks, when you have the remainder, we can get this moving, right? Again, there's always ways that you could do it. You just want the commitment on the phone. You want to commit. You've spent 20 minutes, 30 minutes with them, 45 minutes with them. Get a commitment. Whether it be a no or a yes, it's a commitment, right? I need to get back to you when I have more money. Again, this is kind of the same thing. You can read these through these. Oh, I like this one actually. All right, I understand, but let's look at that for a second. We spoke about how you were struggling to make enough money. What makes you think if you continue to do the same thing without my help, you'll magically have that extra money to move forward? It's kind of ironic, right? Or silly, right? So how do we move forward today to get that extra income you desire? I need to think about it. Great. I encourage you to think, which I believe you probably did a lot of thinking already on the phone. So what haven't we discussed over the phone that you need to think about? Go over some of the questions. Worst case, again, 24 hours. Let's just go through a few other ones. Timing sucks right now, but sounds great. That's interesting. Well, I felt that you believe timing is perfect. You just went through all the reasons why you wanted to move forward, and now timing is not right. And if that's true, when will timing be right to put your goals and dreams first and not after everything else? Guys, if you have the script in front of you, you can say these things. It's when you're trying to think of it with nothing in front of you, because people need to understand their own bull that they tell themselves in their mind. I want this, but I'm not willing to do it. Well, then you don't want it. I want to make 20 grand a month. But I'm not willing to invest in something that will help me make 20,000 a month, right? And it's fine. Most people will stay where they are for the rest of their lives on 50 grand a year. Always remember this. People prefer the certainty of misery than the misery of uncertainty. Listen to that. People prefer the certainty of misery than the misery of uncertainty. It's extremely powerful, and that's just the way it is. So don't be afraid to call people on their bull, okay? Let's go. Need to talk to your partner. Great. Let's get them on the phone. If not, book within 24 hours. I need to talk to my partner, so on and so forth. And that is a very, very simple script that you can follow to close more business. And guys, listen to me. Listen very clearly. I have closed dozens of loan officers with this exact script. I don't even know how many other niches with this exact script. I've run ads to my calendar and sat with this script. I've not only done that, even in my coaching program, this is one of the scripts that we use, of course, right? Anytime you're asking somebody for money, you need to help them make the decision. And the reason why is because if my son said to me, and I'm going to end with this. If my son said to me, Dad, let's say he's I don't know, I'm a little older and he's 22. And he said, Dad, I want to make $100,000 a year. Or why do you want to make $100,000 a year? I would love to be able to, save and buy properties and collect rent and buy all these things, right? That's great. You don't have a job. Yeah. I know I don't have a job. Well, how do you expect to make money if you don't have a job? Well, it's going to fall off the tree. And it's a stupid example, but the whole point of that is no different than somebody who's making a business owner that's working his butt off and making $100,000 a year, but wants 300, but is not willing to do anything about it. The farthest most people get is getting on phone calls, is trying a few companies here and there. It is what it is, but at least trying is showing, and booking a call is showing even more. And so it is our duty, and I've mentioned this before in other videos, it's our duty and our job as our own business owners that is in the game of changing lives, right? Remember that synergy, help somebody else get to where they want to go, and you will automatically get to where you want to go, and scale that out, right? Help more people, and it'll compound. It is a actual fact. It's just the way the universe works, however you want to look at it. And the reality is, though, is that most people need to kind of be called out on their own lies they tell themselves. I am this, I want this, not willing to do it. Sorry. So then you don't want it. That's all this whole script is where you are, where do you want to go, what have you done in the past, right? Why can't you get there on your own? And here's my solution. You either want it or you don't. All right? Rewind that and rewatch it for how that kind of goes. This is it. Click the button down below. Such a marketer. Click in the description, free resources. Go grab this script. I'm going to throw it in there a little bit. And like, subscribe, comment, turn the notifications on because I got dozens and dozens of more videos coming. Appreciate your time. Hope you liked it. Again, share the video. Please share it on Facebook. Share it wherever you can because I think a lot of people would love to watch this. Thanks a lot. Talk soon. What's going on? James Bond is here. In this video, I'm going to share with you a live sales call. And along that journey, throughout this entire call, I will show on the screen notes of exactly why I was asking the question, what I was hoping the answer would be, what notes I was taking, and everything in between. It's actually really, really good. For those of you who want to kind of see the qualification interview process, I put a video on the only 4 questions you need to ask, and then sub-questions, and I refer to those throughout the entire conversation in here. I want you to notice a few things. Number one, I don't show his face because I just don't want to. I don't think it's fair, right? Just because I'm training people how to do this, I don't think that, he needs to be on YouTube. So I blocked out his face, but within that block, you're going to see all the notes I was taking, why I asked those questions. So it actually worked out well. In addition, you're going to notice that out of the 28 minutes of this call that I did, and believe me, I cut out some stuff that just, laughing and stuff like that didn't matter. I spoke for 8 minutes out of the 28 minutes. I let him talk. I let him kind of guide the conversation, and then I use the information to help sell my services. And you're going to watch that transition and how I kind of went about it. Okay. This was a warm call. So this was a qualification interview. This is not a hard sell call. And I want you to follow along, and I want you to watch and pause it and read the notes. You don't even need to pause it. They're up there long enough that you can listen and read at the same time, or pause it and read it and then continue to listen. It's really, really good, I believe. Do me a favor and comment, like, subscribe, because at the end of this video, and by the way, the best part is the end, because you're going to see how he basically went from kind of answering questions to convincing himself that he needs to do this, that he needs this service. And, you know, it just was very easy. Okay. They don't all go like this, but I think it's good for a motivational perspective to understand that, yeah, not every call goes good, but the ones that do are fun to have, and they're worth going through the bad calls to get to the good calls, is basically my point. So enjoy it. If you found it useful, so again, subscribe, comment, like, it gets out to more people. And toward the end of this video, you're going to see basically exactly how this guy is going to become a client. Enjoy it. I'm just going to kind of ask some questions to kind of get to know the business a little bit, what you've done in the past, what you plan on doing, and what kind of goals you have, what you have in place, and kind of just see where you want to go with there. So we'll just keep it nonchalant and can move forward after to see what we want to do.
Yeah, man.
Sound good? So tell me, you got two parts of the business, right?
Kind of more than two, but yeah. So we've kind of got the GC side, where it's just what it sounds like, with GC projects, either for ourselves or for other people. We've got the hardscaping side, which is like pool pavers, outdoor kitchens, shit like that.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the, really, if you ask me what we are, we're property developers, real estate developers. And then as part of that, there's sort of the property management side of it. But yeah, I mean, I would say in terms of like the sort of like forward facing side of things, it's the GC and the hardscaping. And then, when we develop a building, I mean, listen, you'll tell me where I'm wrong, which will probably be more than one place, but like, in my mind, you guys could be super helpful on the hardscaping side.
Yeah.
And when we develop a building, we try to at least get them leased up without brokers, which means that like what I've done effectively is we've been running Google ads for like 300 and something, $350 a month, let's call it, for the property that I'm sitting in right now. Mm-hmm. And honestly, that's been really like very effective. Like we've gotten, I don't know, maybe 200 leads over the last 2 years. Obviously, some of which are not good and some of which are pretty good. But like at the end of the day, we've been able to do that all with brokers. Now, as we continue to develop properties and have more of them over time, our ability to get good at that. I mean, listen, I hacked this together myself going on Google AdWords, and it worked okay. You guys will do better. I know that. Mm-hmm. But the point is, our ability to do well on that will be a real benefit for me and for us. So for me, at least in my mind right now, it's like figuring something out for the hardscaping stuff and then getting good. Although I would say the hardscaping thing is kind of priority one for me, right? Because like it's January. I'd like for us to kind of get this to a place where we've got where I've got a project manager that works specifically on that, and I want to keep them rolling. The building stuff, we at our scale, we're doing 1, maybe 2 buildings a year. So although I want to figure that out at a high level, I don't think we have to focus on that like today, this week, that kind of thing.
Yeah. All right. So hardscaping is number one. So the buildings you're developing, the ads that you're running is basically to fill up like commercial, right?
Yeah, it's commercial, and it is a little bit, the types of tenants that we get are a little bit more unique than like your average office building, right? So as a result, I think they're a little easier to advertise for, honestly. Like it's like, makerspace, creative office, artist loft, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
And particularly where we now, maybe in Brooklyn, that would be a dime a dozen, but where we are, it's not. So
gotcha.
Yeah.
And so typically people that are looking for that, they'll just Google like, office space near me or,
and like normally like a bigger client, bigger tenant would probably hire a broker or something like that. We're talking about smaller businesses, 1 to 4 or 5 person businesses typically. They're not sophisticated real estate people. They're just going to go on Google, look for space. And if we can come up and look cool, and honestly, our buildings are cooler than the other options they're going to have. So like if we can just get them to be aware of us, like it'll go fine. Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's stick on hardscaping. So hardscaping, who typically is using the services? Is it like, residential? Is it, commercial?
So to date, at least, they've 95% have been residential
Okay.
ultimately. And 95% have been referred to us by a commercial entities.
Hmm.
So I was telling Eric, I don't have to go through the whole thing, but long story short, like I lucked into this. Like I had, through the nature of doing the development and GC work that we do, I had a crew of guys that are very good at hardscaping, and we did it for a friend. And the pool company called me up and was like, "Hey, this is good. Would you want to do more?" And I kind of like slow played it for a while, because I honestly, I didn't want it to grow too quickly because we weren't ready for it.
Yep.
And now I'm kind of like, all right, let's go. Like I hired a guy, like I'm ready to kind of do it. But I mean, like, we have no marketing. Like literally it has been gets a customer and they refer, I don't think they refer all of their people to me, but they refer enough
Hmm.
that I've been able to kind of, it's been like a side business, but now I'm ready for it to be like a real business line.
Right. So basically you want to scale it where you don't,
Yeah.
if pools doesn't do enough pools, then you have no work type thing.
Correct. I mean, literally it would go away. Now, so no, obviously we're not that dumb. I mean, like we're doing outreach right now with some other pool companies, with some contractors, like other commercial entities in particular that can like funnel us business.
Hmm.
And then obviously obviously that's great. I mean, a pool company is like really ideal for this
Yeah.
because if someone's already agreed to put a pool in, like they don't really have but a choice but to do the hardscaping. Like it's not either or, like you're doing both, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
um, so they're perfect for us. They really are. And then of course, we need to do a better job of like some CRM stuff and the referrals from existing clients or past clients. That could be beneficial. And then the retail side that I think you guys can help us with, like getting more people, getting more potential clients. Now, the one thing, and you'll have to educate me or we'll learn together. Like, I think that we'll probably get. I'm totally on board with like working with you guys. Don't get me wrong, but I suspect that we'll get more like when I get a lead from the Jersey Pools, it's 100% qualified lead. Like they're doing
Sure.
something.
Hmm.
Like, and we get 9 out of 10 of them.
Yeah.
Like, every once in a while, someone's price conscious to go with someone else. I'm sure that some of what we bring in, like through like online, some of it will be BS. It is what it is, but we'll just have to get better at like getting real ones, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, of course, that's the struggle with every single business running any sort of ads is the filtering process. And we can put something in place for that to at least deter the majority of let's call it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then ultimately, really probably, and Eric has mentioned this to me, the biggest piece of the filtering process outside of a survey that we can put in there by asking, high quality questions of like, first of all, where do you live? So then we know, is it a decent place that you're living in, or you just want like a patio that, not even a patio, a walkway from the front to the back, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, there's things that we can put in place for that. But yeah, there'll always be, that's just part of business,
I
that.
totally agree, of course.
Yeah. So what's the average? What would you say? How many jobs have you done, like in the last couple of years? Let's say.
It's not that many. We call it 15 or so. 15,
Okay.
maybe,
Yeah.
maybe 15, maybe 20.
Well, actually, since you said that, let me just ask this because I'll ask it eventually. What service areas?
So we've been focused on Long Beach Island, like just because pools are selling their pools. That's where, we go a lot vacation wise. And that's the guy that Michael that I hired as a PM. He lives down that way. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I would say location wise, I would be focused on either LBI and or sort of like the Princeton, Bucks County area, Princeton, New Jersey, or Bucks County, PA, in large part because our crews, the guys who actually do the physical work, all live in Trenton. They're all basically all Guatemalan guys.
Yeah.
And so Princeton it's easier for them, honestly. It's 20 minutes away instead of an hour and a half.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how far north would you go from Long Beach Island, or you wouldn't? Like Ortley Beach or Seaside or like any of that area? Just curious.
I don't know. I don't have a great. I mean, if we can get enough
or big enough job, or
exactly. I mean, if it were a big enough job, I might. If we could get, I would. I think that honestly, I think that there's probably enough. My first priority is to kind of have steady work year round. And once we get to that, then if that means expanding north or whatever, I'd be open to it.
Mhm.
Probably would mean adding more crews. It might mean adding management. Like for now, my mentality, and you guys could talk me out of this if you think differently about it. But right now, my mentality is like I think that there's probably enough between those two areas to have a pretty full slate. And if we fill that slate, then let's go further. you know,
Yep.
but they're both
Yep.
affluent, high-end areas where I have connections and relationships, which helps too. And where they're in, you know, almost by definition, a lot of these folks, like if they're doing something like they're also going to want an outdoor kitchen or whatever. They're going to need plumbers. They're going to need like other parts of the puzzle that we can provide. If I go to Ortley Beach, I don't know anybody there. So,
Yeah.
you know, it gets a little harder to actually do these things.
Of the 15 to 20 jobs, they were all referrals. Do you ever get repeat jobs?
No,
Probably not, right?
I doubt we ever will, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
now there are things we could lean into in terms of the landscaping and stuff, but like, to be honest, at least right now, I don't want to. You know, we could. I have no interest in having them set up to do, you know, maintenance, like landscaping maintenance or any of that. It's a whole different thing. Like right now, I want to get in, like we'll plant, you know, as part of this process, like if we need to put in beds and plant things, we'll do that. But I have no interest in like sending guys to weed every 2 weeks or something. Like that's not us.
All right, cool. What would you say that your average job is?
Around, I would say the average is around 60,000.
All right. So if your average is around 60, and I'm only asking this so I can understand kind of the cost, you know, cost per acquisition versus profit. What do you think the profit is on a $60,000 job?
So we're aiming, and it's funny because like I'm working with like a financial guy, like we're trying to like
figure that out
in 2 weeks, like what our revised goals should be. But like I've been shooting for 40 to 45% operating margins.
Okay.
You know, now we don't, you know, sometimes we get there, sometimes we don't. Like we've had a couple. We had one that I mispriced last year, honestly, that like we probably actually lost $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, generally speaking, we're making about 40% on that.
Okay.
We're trying to anyway.
Trying. Yeah. All right, cool. So let's get into goals. What are your do you have like revenue goals, job goals?
Yes, all the above. So, and again, these might change a little bit over the next 2 weeks, I'd say, but like, you know, I would like for us to get to around 1.5 million in just in this business line this year.
Okay.
Obviously, more would be better, but I think 1.5. The guy I hired, like, he's good. I like him, but you know, he's new to this. He doesn't have sales experience. Like, you know, we're trying to ramp this up from just more referrals to some more. You know, so 1.5. You know, what does that mean? That means 25
jobs.
Yeah, right. You know, and by the way, one of the projects that we're doing right now is 225,000.
Yeah.
Probably the cheapest one that we'll ever do, at least down there, is 40. You know, but you're probably you're kind of like your median number is probably like 60, 65. Anyway, yeah, you know, but 20 projects if you think about it, depending upon the seasonality, the weather. You know, some projects, like a small project, a $40,000 project, you're in and out of in a week, basically.
Mm-hmm.
A longer one, like this $200,000, you know, it's been 6 weeks. So, you know, you start to think about it, we could theoretically do more than 20 projects in a year. But if, you know, if the average becomes 2 weeks a project and then you've got some bad weather in there, yada, 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 that feels like about the right number, you know?
Yeah, that seems right. You only got about, 6 to 8 months, depending on the weather.
Yeah, I mean, this year we're still doing it in January, but next year we could lose 3 months easily. So,
and if would you have to grow your staff to do that? Like, would you have to hire anybody else, or 20 to 25 jobs is good?
To do 20 to 25 projects, no. I mean, I think the guy who does it would be busy, but I don't think we need to grow. I think to go beyond that, we would need to grow.
Okay.
Not necessarily management, but specifically crews. We would need more crews.
How many hardscaping jobs in that price range do you think is done in that area, your service areas, in a given year? If you had to guess.
I don't know. That's a good question that I probably should have a better answer to. I mean, I know, I mean, I don't know. You've seen Klein down there, right? Like who else is down there? I mean, there's got to be thousands, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if we're talking about 2,000 or 5,000, but I mean, given the number of houses that down, it's got to be thousands between pools and then just new construction. Most new construction houses are getting something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly. A lot of building going on and all that stuff.
Yeah, so. I don't have a great answer to that, but it's a hell of a lot more than the 6 or 7 I'm doing now.
Yeah. And the only reason why I asked that is because, you know, what kind of revenue share do you not revenue? What kind of job share do you actually need in order to get to that goal? At least the first year goal. Not much, right?
Not much. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I mean, so candidly, again, not like you guys will, you know, hopefully you'll get us however many a year, but like if we get another pool company or two, we'll probably get to 20, you know? Yeah. So then like if you guys get us another whatever, 20. I don't even know. Like, we'll figure that out as we go, right? But like, and it's not much. It's really not.
Okay, sweet. So you said hardscape, you're not doing any advertising. Do you do any advertising for your other business?
No.
Okay.
Really don't. I mean, we have a website, and then like our individual, like our properties have their own, will have their own website. So like those are more targeted. But no, we don't.
All right. So I would say the best, I was going to ask what has worked best up to this point for getting new customers. That would be referrals. Development deals, though, that's just more about buying the land. Yeah. So when you're meeting with, I know when you're getting a referral from a pool company, typically, how does it work? Are you giving the price? Are you giving it to the pool company to give, for them to give the price? How does that work?
They don't have anything to do with it other than to say, like, hey,
use them.
James, they can't mandate it, obviously, but they'll make the introduction. They'll be like, hey, James is putting in a new pool at such and such an address. Here's his number, give him a call, basically. Now, they, for some reason, and I don't really understand why they do it, they typically, and not just today, other pool companies will do it too, will include, say, the coping, which is the stuff like right around the edge of the pool, and like 200 or 300 square feet of paver around that. They'll include that in their price.
Gotcha.
But then but like, we haven't had anyone do just that yet. I mean, because that's not enough, right? So, but anyway, they'll include, I think it's like a way for them to kind of like fudge their numbers a little bit, to be honest with you. But whatever. Point is, anything that goes above and beyond that, like, we negotiate whatever we negotiate. I don't pay them a referral fee. Like, it's whatever we can work out.
Gotcha. I was going to ask that. So they don't get anything for referring you?
They don't get anything. Okay. When I see them, I buy them a beer. But other than that, not much more.
All right, cool. And when you're giving the price to somebody, like, is it just, here's what I can do, here's the price? Like, you don't have any special, like, I'll throw this in, or like?
We haven't done any of that yet. I mean, like, we, like all businesses, right? Like, I play with the pricing a little bit, candidly, part art, part science, depends upon how price sensitive I think the client is. I'm just kind of like doing a budget, an estimate of like how much I think it's actually going to cost us, throwing some contingency on there, it's profit margin, and, kind of going from there. There's no special deals or like, hey, fall specials or any of that,
Yeah. Sometimes, like, in GCing and any home improvement and stuff like that, typically, outside of a price would be fast, right? So, you could always, the offer could always be, getting it done, and depending on the job, we can get it done as little as 7 to 14 days, whatever it might be. But in the end, it's just to get you to get the quote and try to close a deal. I mean, it's just trying to get them to the.
I mean, the one advantage that we legitimately do have is that we typically, as long as we don't have any delays getting the material, which sometimes we do. Yeah. We typically can service clients down there faster than like a client or someone like that, who I don't know for a fact, but I mean, I've heard sort of secondhand, they'll tell people, oh, well, we can get you on the schedule in September, like if they call now. Yeah. And I'll be like, hey, we can probably get pavers in 3 weeks. We'll schedule you for 4 weeks from now if the weather's okay.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, we're putting a pool down in Ortley, and it was like a year and a half just for the pool, and it was like, all right, cool. I mean, most of these questions I answered. So I guess basically, really what it comes down to is, typically in a situation like this, right? Like, you need a website, obviously, right? Really only for, if you're going to run ads, people are going to Google the company, and they should have somewhere to go, right? Rather than just, what's that?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I actually was like working on one last week on just like something simple on Wix. I mean, we can eventually replace that in the future, or right away for that matter. I mean, it's really just my time. But yes, and that one would be specific just to hardscaping, just have pictures of hardscaping, have some language on that. You guys can put the AdWords and all that kind of stuff in there. But yes, of course.
Okay, so let me just pull this up really quick. Obviously you understand how this works, but if somebody's searching or we're running pay-per-click, typically you would want your Google business profile, which you would need a website for anyway. Yep. We would create a landing page that is geared toward lead capture. Okay. Websites typically is branding, more about branding. And so, you want to be able to run ads with a landing page, And essentially, anybody searching, they can find you these 3 ways, whether it's an ad, whether it's your Google business profile, or your website.
Yep.
And then anybody who comes through, we're filtering the leads and following up for a quote. Essentially, that's the 3rd grade way to explain it, which you've done it before, so you understand. And so typically, like this is one of a client here. He's in Washington, D.C. Ugliest website in the world. But it doesn't matter sometimes, because ultimately, he's ranking. We're running ads. It's not, the ads aren't going to show here because it's in Washington. But you could see, like, he's ranking 3rd in the organic listings. So there's a lot of ways to skin the cat, right? Fastest way: run pay-per-click advertising, get a landing page, get a survey in, measure the traffic, see if the leads are really, add more filters to it, and create an automatic way to follow up with them through a CRM, right? Could provide that as well. Very simple. We have our own CRM that we would run all the ads through. All the contacts would go into it. It would be your own account. You could choose to go in it or not. We can create automation for the leads that come in to auto text, auto email. If they're a qualified lead, we could have it ring to your phone. I mean, there's a million ways we could do this.
So just not to cut you off, but I'm somewhat familiar. So like for the building that I'm in now that we developed, like I've got the Google ads run to the site. If someone puts in a inquiry or whatever, like myself and a woman that I work with both get an email, then the person who put it in automatically gets an email offering, like I've got like a Calendly link, for them to set up a call with me. They can schedule it in times that I've pre-selected, right? So something like that is more or less what I have in mind, because what I really don't want is, well, you guys tell me, but I don't want, constant interruption where at like 2:00 I'm in a meeting and I'm getting a phone call from someone I never met, like about a landscaping job. Like I want to put some parameters around it where like we can schedule time anytime you want between 2 and 4 on these days or whatever, and you'll have better practices for that than I do, but that's the way I want to think about it personally.
Yeah. And so the lead would come in, and then the automation. When I say automations, basically it's an email is going to go out to the person, which it can include the survey, and if they qualify, they'll go to your calendar. If they don't qualify, they'll never, we'll get in contact with you, or sorry, we're busy in the area. We can create whatever it is. So that's the filtering that I'm talking about. And so, so you're not wasting time, getting on a call with some guy who only has a $2,000 budget, right?
Right.
And so that's where the kind of plugging them into our CRM, and then just having lead flow go through that. And that's typically the way it works. I mean, it's really it's just a matter of what you're interested in doing, and which is fine. We can build it in the future.
Do you guys do that stuff in-house? Like you build sites and all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do anything web, digital.
Okay. I mean, listen, I mean, we should talk more about that in general. Cause like, I mean, even for this building, Parachute Studios, like it's good enough, but like, obviously somebody who actually does it for a living would do a better job,
Yeah. I mean, we take the approach of, especially in an area that you're in, you want to attract the higher end clients. You should probably have a higher end, brand is the best way to say it.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, and it doesn't take long to do. And it's really not like back in the day, you'd have to spend 10, 15, 20,000 a website. That's not what it is anymore.
Yeah.
You could do
and candidly, I think back in the day is when I probably, business wise, figure out how to do this in WordPress or whatever, because I'm not going to spend 15 grand because I didn't have 15 grand. Yeah. And now I do, but I'm still have the mentality of like, I just go on Wix and I'll like just make this because I can.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't rather have you guys do it. And especially as we buy new buildings, like, if you guys can be that one-stop shop, like that's helpful for me, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, time is worth money. So
of course it is. Yeah.
I agree. You just have to feel the value first.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's just kind of recap. More leads, try to get more customers, making sure that they're not leads. Fastest way for this business really is pay-per-click advertising. Got to get a website. I would create a landing page geared toward lead capture, survey, CRM. And what I could do is, to sum it all up, I could just put it in a full proposal. Eric and I will work on it, and then
that's fine. Yeah,
and then you just
include the website if you want. Like include like kind of your full like bag of groceries. And then if it turns out that I'm like, you know what, I already spent X amount of hours on this, like let's just feel like doing it up and use it. We'll just pull it out if that's right. What's that?
I said, you just don't feel like doing it anymore.
Yeah,
The
which I
website.
don't. I
Yeah.
assure you. Yeah.
Cool. So let me ask you last question. What
Yeah.
do you think, I get, funny enough, I get this question a lot. Like, how much would you spend, if you could acquire a $60,000 client? And, what would your budget be for pay-per-click, do you think?
It's funny, and I don't say this to not answer the question, because as I think through this, as you ask me, I'll try and get to a real answer. But I mean, because I've been so lucky as to have like literally gotten them all for free.
I know it's hard to now put the other hat on.
It's hard to be like, well, I mean, of course, logically speaking, if I got call it 40% margin on 60, what's that,
25 grand or something.
25 grand, like I'd be an idiot not to spend 2,000 or something for that lead. I mean, or maybe more, right? Yeah. Like by the same token, like candidly, my whole thinking is like, especially if I can build relationships with other companies that can refer me business, like that literally doesn't cost me a thing. Like obviously that's like pretty high in the pecking order for me. But yeah, that said, listen, I mean, if you got us would it be worth it for $2,000 for a client? Yeah, I mean, sure.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean that I think that should be budget, because like honestly, my experience, my experience so far has been like, and even with the building, which I know is apples to oranges, like for $350 a month, I've got 20 tenants paying the equivalent of, a couple $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's where you'll have to educate me. And obviously I realize that's the business side for you too, but what should my expectation be? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much competition, and I know how Google AdWords works a little. Like, I don't know how much competition there is for those words and all that kind of thing too,
Yeah, that'll be included in what I send you.
Okay.
We'll do that market research.
I said 2,000 just because that's like, say, roughly 10% of, or 8 or 9% of the value, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's right, is the truth.
Well, there is no right or wrong.
Yeah, right.
It's more about expectations. Because there's a lot less of your ideal client out there, rather than somebody who who's going to go and do 20 jobs a month to do small jobs.
Right.
There's always like that low hanging fruit. You're going to get more of those, less money, and so you do have to filter through those. And so obviously the cost to acquire will be more. Now that doesn't say that we can't include on that the landing pages or including the keywords, pool companies looking for partnering up with hardscape landscape.
And I don't know how that works. Like I don't know what your experience is with that, like with like being able to generate business to business real leads. Like our very basic way right now has been like to call up a couple guys, ask them who they're using, and ask them if they're happy, and see if we can take them to lunch. The old school way.
Yeah, I mean, there's a service in there, just in the marketing world, where we would like literally scrape every pool company in the area. Yeah. Create an automation in the back of of an email like that, or a text message to say, hey, with an introduction, if you're interested, just reply back. So of course there's
everything. And that would be interesting to me, because obviously they can give you repeat business too. And candidly, that lead would be worth more to me. I mean, if you're just asking me apples to apples, like I'd rather pay you guys more for that lead than for the retail customer that even if they sign with us, it's one and done, right? Maybe they'll tell their friend, but that's about it. Yeah, of course. The partnership will always be worth it, but that's kind of like the thing that you're kind of running in the background and developing those relationships. But the initial contact could be set on a mass scale rather than just like trying to call one by one type thing. No, that would be great. I mean, we're a small team. I mean, I got a team of 4 people. Like, we don't have time to be calling everybody who could be referring us business. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to pick, how it is. You got to pick the right fights to fight.
100%. Sweet. Well, I think I got all the information I need. Eric, you got anything? Cool. What's going on? James Bondi's here. In this video, I'm going to share with you exactly how to create a very, very easy, irresistible offer for any niche in your local marketing agency. And you're going to do it by the time we're done with this video. So if you take a look at my screen here, I'm going to show you the lazy way, but effective way to create offers in like 10 minutes. There's going to be a cheat code to creating them. I'm going to show you how to create an offer in any niche. I don't care if it's plumbing, med spa, roofing, new windows, home improvement. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Okay. It's so easy once you follow this framework that you're going to be able to do it. You're going to be able to create one in any niche that you want, like right after this video. And then how to take that and create an ad, specifically a Facebook ad, or you could do it on a landing page, whatever it might be. Specifically one of those, right? If you're running pay-per-click advertising, you can create the offer on a landing page. But either way, it's effective, okay? With pay-per-click, you can literally send them to like a 2-page site with an offer, a guarantee if you want, and a form to fill out, and you're going to get leads after leads. I don't care what niche it is, and I'm going to prove that right here, right now. All right, so you're going to be able to do these 3 things by the time I'm done. So let's just like literally jump right into it. So if I go over, I just sent these to my, so if you can see here, right? So this is a home improvement magazine. I have it right in front of me here. YouTube, if you're looking at this video, this is publication, so that shouldn't be a problem. I grab these like anytime I'm in a grocery store, hence why I actually choose to go grocery shopping instead of ordering it online, because I'll go there and grab the new one that comes out every single month. I actually subscribe to some. I don't know if I have it here, but you guys know what it is. You get these home improvement ones. You get like this one here. Like this comes in my mail. I always keep all my junk mail because it is the easiest way to create offers, because the offers are already created for you, okay? So if I take a look at, let's specifically do this one. So Magnolia Home Remodeling Group. All right, let's say I have a client, home remodeling, okay? And their offer, or they don't know what their offer is, we call it a CQI, right? We're just qualifying them. If I'm speaking with them, you can watch this video here that talks about that. And once I get all their information, I can create their offer very easily. Matter of fact, I can create an offer for them before I even talk to them as a client. What better way to build value, right? It's because you're going to be able to do it in like 10 minutes. And I'm looking here at what other people are doing in the niche that I'm in or the clients that I'm going after. All right. We're not here to reinvent the wheel. We're not here to be like the best copywriter on the world. We're marketers, but specifically local business marketers. And so I don't need to go and buy courses on copywriting and all that stuff. Like I know how to get leads for businesses. I know how to run pay-per-click advertising. I know how to run Facebook ads. Therefore, the only thing that I would be missing would be the offer creation, right? And so if businesses are paying to be in these home improvement magazines, and I see them every single month, their offers are working. So I'm not going to go and try to create it. With that being said, okay, on this one, you can see interior and exterior remodeling, family owned, blah, 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 100% financing, 30 years experience. And then here's the payment plans, right? So I'm going to build my offer around this, all right? And so what I do is, all right, so this is like my cheat way to do it. And even if you go here, like roofing problems, we've got you covered, siding, doors, windows, roofing. Okay, so here it is, no interest up to 24 months. So financing. So financing is a very simple and easy way to use for creating your offers. Always ask that if you're doing a qualification interview. Always make sure that you know if they can offer financing, all right? So let's go back over here. So essentially, I use these magazines for cheat codes, all right? And they have tons and tons of offers in here, like tons. Like this one here, which I absolutely love this one, because people don't think that for HVAC that you can create an offer for HVAC, and it's simply not true. Matter of fact, one of the big things that a lot of these HVAC guys are doing is this one right here, Furnace Tune-Up Special. I don't know if you could see that. And this is great too, because it gets them on a recurring basis, $79.99 per system, right? And every year they renew, okay? And so I'm going to go down here, and this is the template that I use. You're essentially going to call out the audience with urgency and scarcity. I'm going to do this right now. You're going to repeat the scarcity while explaining the offer. You're going to repeat the urgency while giving a broad benefit, and then reveal what the benefit actually is and stack the value within that benefit, and then tell the audience what to do, okay? And so if I'm going to call out the audience with urgency and scarcity, let's do it with that Magnolia group, all right? I'm going to simply use the simplest possible way in the local area to call out an audience with scarcity without like being obvious about it, right? So where are they located? Let's do it like that. So looking for 25 scarcity homeowners, right, in Passaic County. The urgency and scarcity are one in another, okay? The 25. All right, so you're saying, all right, I'm a homeowner, but they're only taking 25. Repeat scarcity while explaining the offer. Okay, I'm going to change this from Passaic County to North Jersey. You can edit, you can do it however you want. You could do North Jersey, you could do like Wayne, New Jersey, you could do just New Jersey, right? It doesn't matter as long as the person, the client can cover those areas, right? If they're a specific area, you're going to do like, you know, Passaic County will cover these different areas, right? Maybe 8, 9 towns. But let's do North Jersey because it says North Jersey on here. Looking for 25 homeowners in North Jersey. Install a brand new kitchen, because I'm just pick one of the offers that they have. Now they'll tell you like, hey, I want to sell more of this, so you could do that. Brand new kitchen that may, I would say, install a brand new kitchen through our brand new home. We could just call it this brand new kitchen evaluation program, right? So essentially, the cool thing here is like you can kind of call it anything you want, right? And you're gonna see what I'm actually talking about as I move lower. So let me just go through it and then I'll go back up. Repeat urgency while giving broad benefit. If you qualify for the program, I added it to this. If you qualify for the program, you can save thousands off the total cost, right? Now, we're going to reveal here what the actual benefit is, all right? And we're going to stack the value. But before we do that, I'm going to throw in here, I'm going to throw in here, just to make sure that they understand, must apply, let's see, program only open for the next 90 days. Let's throw that in there. All right, reveal what the benefit actually is and stack the value. I'm going to say here is all kitchens offer 100% financing for as little as $389 per month. Okay, and then down here we're going to tell you what are we going to tell them to do? We're going to do this. We're going to say smash the learn more below to see if you qualify. Okay, so basically what we're doing here, let me see this is a little bit better. All right, so think about this from the perspective of this. Here is what the ad looks like, okay? Meaning like from this. Now, how much better would it be if I went to Magnolia Home Remodeling and I said, look, let me run an ad in the same area that you're running this ad in, and I'm saying looking for 25 homeowners in North Jersey, looking for 25 homeowners in North Jersey to install a brand new kitchen through our brand new kitchen evaluation program, or we could put our new kitchen evaluation program, right? If you qualify for the program, you can save thousands off the total cost. Program will only open for the next 90 days. All kitchens offer 100% financing for as little as $389 per month if approved. Smash the learn more below to see if you qualify. And so essentially, this is a great start to run an ad, right? You could do this for anything. And let me pick another one real quick, and I'll probably speed this one up. So here's one now, complete home remodeling, okay? Again, low monthly payments, 100% financing, 0% for up to 18 months. So maybe on this one, since I already know what they're offering, like when it comes to that, I would say, looking for 25 homeowners in North Jersey, roof. North Jersey, to install a brand new roof through our new roof evaluation program. Okay, if you qualify for the program, you can save thousands off the total cost. Program only open all roofs. Offer 100% financing. for as little as, it says it on here, $109 a month. If approved, plus 18 months, 0% financing. Okay? And then you tell them what to do. All right? And so I could flip through this and I can create an offer for anything that I want to here. Right? I'm just going to look for one more before I end this. And here, nope. And by the way, not all of these offer good offers. And that's why you see them like going all the way back. So here's one. Windows and patio doors. Okay. 0 money down, 0% interest, 0 monthly payments for 12 months. Buy one, get one 40% off. Windows and patio doors. Ready? Looking for 25 homeowners in North Jersey. Looking for 25 homeowners in North Jersey to install and we've been running these survey funnels since 2016. They are gangbusters. They work like crazy, right? Apply, fill it out, and then you know they're serious. And you have to be able to give this offer. Can't just make up an offer you can't do. But I get all of my ideas for new clients right from these magazines. I never didn't, right? I don't go anywhere else but those. I keep all of these flyers, and so basically, you can build any offer you want in any industry you want using the cheat code of creating offers, which is those magazines. And you can just use the framework to create any offer in any niche, which you can then create any ad in any niche. It goes like this, 1, 2, 3. So that's the 1, 2, 3 punch for creating offers in any niche. If you guys have any questions, comment down below, smash the like button, and help this push out to other agency owners that might want to, that might need help with creating offers. See you on the next one. What's going on? James Bondi's here. In this video, I'm going to walk you through the steps to creating your own LLC. Typically, because of the industry that I'm in, a lot of new people who come into starting their own business get stuck here. Not sure exactly why, because a simple Google search can solve that entire problem for you. So instead of giving you kind of an overview, right, like most YouTube videos do, they give you kind of like step 1, do this, step 2, do this. I'm going to actually eventually get to my screen and walk you through step by step on exactly how to get your LLC registered with the state that you're in, as well as getting your EIN number from the Fed. The reason why I want to do this is because a lot of people will go to other services and pay $200, $300, $500 just to get an LLC when none of that is needed. You literally can do it yourself no matter what state you're in and only pay the state filing fee. And then the EIN number is free. A lot of people don't know that. So that's what I hope to do in this video, is to give you at least a starting point and an understanding that this can be done yourself. Now, why start an LLC? But before I get into that, let me give a disclaimer here. I'm not an accountant. I don't have any financial certificates, or I'm not registered to be a financial analyst or a financial planner. What I am is a regular guy that has created dozens of LLCs, and I've done it many times. I just did it for my best friend here in New Jersey. It took us, I don't know, 10 minutes to do, maybe 15 minutes, because I was showing him what to do. And so I want to make sure that anybody who's watching this video can actually go and do it and follow the steps and actually do it. Again, most YouTube videos are overviews of everything and don't give detailed instructions on how to do something. So let's change that right here, right now. If you Google create LLC in New Jersey, because I'm in New Jersey, so you would say, I don't know, Colorado, okay? You're always gonna get like the LegalZoom, right? So if you go over to LegalZoom, basic filing plus state files it won't charge you anything, but you're gonna be waiting, okay? Pro is you kind of get everything that you need, and here's what you get: an operating agreement, an EIN number, but EIN is free anyway. And so you're gonna pay $250 for no reason. And premium, you don't need, right? Premium is just getting it faster, all right? So let's assume that you want to save $250 to $350, okay? And so if you go over to Google and do create LLC, you're going to skip all of the sponsored ads, and I'm going to try this, government services. Okay, you're going to come to this page, State of New Jersey Department of Treasury, could be State of Colorado Department of Treasury, whatever it might be, business formation. Okay, and then you're using this application, right? Here's our get started guide. Hit get started. Okay, what type of business would you like to form? Well, I'm going to form a New Jersey domestic limited liability company, and I'm going to choose a name. Okay, so what I did was I went over and did the business name search in the state of New Jersey. Again, you can find that in your own, and I did a search for what I want to call my company, which is Real Asset Holdings. So I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to go back, LLC, continue. I don't have an EIN number yet. This is optional. This is optional, and here's the effective date. So I'm going to hit continue. You may enter purpose of up to, you need more information. So I'm just going to put real estate. Okay, we don't need to upload anything. Address. All right, so let me do that really quick. Okay, I put my address in the past fields, and I hit continue. And now I'm going to enter a registered agent office, which is going to be me. I'm just going to click here, and then I'm going to enter my own information into here, okay, because you need to have an agent on the LLC. And again, for personal reasons, I'm not going to share all my personal information, so I'll be back. Okay, once I did that, I'm going to hit now continue. If applicable, set forth a date upon which the LLC will be dissolved. That's not going to, we're not dissolving anything. Hit continue. Okay, signatures. Your filing is now ready for approval and signature. Please sign the filing by checking the signature box below. Let me add a signer. Okay, so I'm going to hit continue. All right. You've chosen to file NJ, so let's review the information. Here's our business information. Business name is valid. Digital Holdings, LLC. We're going to be buying real estate. Okay, here's the effective date. Here's the address. Doesn't matter. It's my P.O. box. I don't really care what you send there. Registered agent, again, me. And signatures, I'm signing as the authorized representative. Hit continue. Okay. Select documents you need. Official authenticated formation document. I don't need a certificate of standing, and I don't need a certified copy. Okay. Then I'm going to put name, first name, last name, phone number, and then I'm going to pay. And so for me, it's $125. It's going to be about $128 to file my LLC. Let me go ahead and do this. Personal information. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I fill this in, again, tracking number, so this only goes to a voicemail. Don't care about that showing here. I'm going to do it with an e-check. I'm going to hit pay now. All right, payment type. Select if this payment is being funded, but it's not. Okay, hit next. Then I'm going to fill out all my information here and just pay for it. I'll be back. And by the way, as you can see, here's our formation. Now, if I went with here, I'd be paying $250 plus that. Okay, so I want to avoid that. I don't want to pay that. Okay, once I paid, I'm now going to click the formation document. I'm going to save it to my desktop. I'm going to hit save. Okay, now you will need to register for tax and employer purposes. Register now online or within 60 days. We're going to do it right now. Okay, entity number, EIN is a 9-digit long employee ID number. All right, here we go. And now I'm on a whole different website. I'm on the irs.gov website. This is where I'm going to get my EIN. This is what allows me to file taxes for this LLC. What else does it allow you to do? Well, it allows you to be able to receive basically a tax document that says, here's the profits or losses of this current business. So typically, right, if I go out with a client, we have dinner, I pay for the dinner, I can now use it as a write-off, okay? I go on to events. Let's say I pay $1,000 for that ticket. Now I can use, and I fly there and I stay there in a hotel. All that is a write-off. I purchase, let's say, a coaching program that will help aid in the growth of my business, or even a mastermind. That is a tax write-off. Now, disclaimer, I'm not an accountant, okay? So please seek any accountant advice because don't take my word for it. It is currently what I do under the legality of the state that I'm in, and the legality of the federal government, I assume, because my accountant handles it all. So let's finish this part right here. So here I am. What am I going to do here? Determine your eligibility, responsible party, submit your application. After all the validations are done, you will get your EIN immediately upon completion. Apply online. Okay. Begin application. So here is where I'm going to choose the legal structure. Okay. Remember, an LLC is just a pass-through entity, but it's also going to protect you against any liability that could come your way. All right. Can it protect it against every single piece of it? One can argue. There's a lot of argument around that. Oh, you know, some people will say, you know, they say that an LLC will protect you, but if you get sued, like, they're going to come after your house anyway. Okay. I have never seen that. I've been in business for many, many years. I've gotten sued from my real estate. Somebody have fallen, but that's why you have insurance, right? You have insurance. And then I have umbrella policies that, like, for an umbrella, I have a $3 million umbrella policy, which basically says if I get sued in any other business and they win and it exceeds the amount of, let's say they win, let's say I'm covered for $500,000 liability. They sue me for $1 million. I lose, right? The insurance company's fighting for me. They lose. They pay the $5 million, and then my umbrella policy kicks in and will pay the other $500,000. Okay, that's why I have it. But the umbrella policy is like $400 a year. It's like nothing. 95% of people don't need anything like that. Okay, but I own a lot of real estate. I own multiple LLCs, and so for $400 a year, I might as well protect my family, right? All right. So, am I gonna do this as a sole proprietor, a partner, corporation, or an LLC? Let's just choose LLC. A limited liability is a structure allowed by state statute and is formed by filing articles of organization with the state. So we'll hit continue. You have chosen this. And then this kind of just explains what it is. LLC is not incorporated and do not file. LLCs are not incorporated and do not file articles of incorporation. So it's kind of like a, but don't worry about it. If you're on here and you're doing this, you could do a sole proprietor, but I do all of my LLCs as LLCs. Exactly what they're meant to be. Continue. Tell us more about the members. How many members are there? 1. Please select the state, New Jersey. Due to the number of members in your limited liability company, you're considered a single member LLC as a type of structure applying for EIN. Since you're a single member, you initially be classified as a disregarded entity for the purpose of filing. Disregarded entity meaning like pass through. The LLC income and expenses to report on a Form 1040 on your individual tax return, Schedule C, E, or F. If the only member of the LLC is not an individual, the LLC income and expenses report on the owner's member's tax return. So basically what they're saying is you're not going to get like a separate K1 as if it was a partnership, right? Partnerships will trigger a, they call it a K1. And so, for example, in my digital business, I have a partner. And so at the end of the year, filing all our taxes, I get a K1, he gets a K1, okay? Again, not an accountant. So the whole purpose of this video is a walkthrough of how to do this. Okay. These are the steps that I take, and these are the steps I suggest that you take as well. Again, go talk to an accountant. Choose one reason that best describes. Well, I'm starting a new business. Please tell us about the responsible party. It's going to be me. Okay. Okay. Just asking, is there a third party? Like if you hired this company, they would be the third party doing this. Okay. But you're doing it yourself. Oh, I got to enter my social. Hold on. Then it's going to ask you to fill this in. Just street, state, city, so on and so forth. Okay. So now we're in the details. So legal name of the LLC must match articles of organization. If filed, they're not going to be filed. I don't need to file them. And so let's do, what did I call it? Digital Holdings. No trade name. County is Passaic, New Jersey. It wants me to just choose this. Everything is New Jersey. Yours is going to be in the state that you do. Start date is today. So that would be February of 2000. Okay, so that's all right. Digital Holdings. Okay, now you're going to start answering all the questions. Does your business own a highway? No. Does any gambling? No. Do you? No. No. Do you have or do you expect to have any employees? I'm just going to say no. What does your business organization do? Real estate. You could always choose other if you can't find it. Please choose one. I rent or lease property that I own. I use capital to build property. I sell properties. I manage real estate for others. Other. I rent or lease property that I own. I rent residential real estate. Let's just call it residential. 95% of my stuff is residential. How would you like to receive it? Online. Continue. Okay. Here's all my information. All right. Once you submit, you're going to get it. Boom. EIN number. Done. Ladies and gentlemen, just like that, no matter how you slice it and dice it, it is not complicated. Because I was recording and kept having to stop and go, it probably took me 15 minutes to do. But I registered my LLC. I picked the name, found the name that was available, and registered with the state of New Jersey, then went right over to the government website and got my EIN number. Now I have an official business and I'm ready to rock and roll. Do not allow the weeds, right? They say the devil's in the weeds. Do not allow the weeds to stop you from achieving what your goals and dreams are. This can be done. Get your LLC to start your business. It's for your protection. I advise you to do it. It's going to cost you, at least for the state of New Jersey, $125, and that's it. That's it. That's what it's going to cost you. You want to start a new business. You can't hum and haw about the little amounts of money that you're going to have to spend to be official and to move from a side hustle mentality to building a real business, yes, on the side while you're working a full-time job. And so for any of the students that I have, I hope this helped. And for everybody else, I hope this helps as well. Appreciate your time. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment down below. The lifeblood of a marketing agency or any business in the world is clients. And how do you get clients fast and predictably without losing all your money or without having to shut the business down? If you are wondering why you struggle so much to get clients, it's because the amount of prospecting you have to do has to be consistent and has to be a lot of it. But what if there was a way to simply understand that you can use your words to persuade businesses to come to you? Simply using a small ad that we put up on Facebook that works extremely well in almost every single niche. And I know this because that was the spark of my agency back in 2014, but primarily the growth of it happened in 2016 when I flipped a switch on a small, simple Facebook ad in my local area. And today, I will reveal exactly how we did that and why you should be doing it yourself for your own agency, even if you have no results at all. When you learn how to turn $1 into $5, well, you can kind of write your own paycheck, but it's going to require an understanding and knowledge of how to persuade people to do something that you want them to do. And in this video, I'm going to teach you. And then at the end of the video, I'm going to show you how you should write your ad for yourself in a specific niche and why it works. One thing that I will tell you is this stuff can get confusing. And so I have taken my knowledge, what I've read. I didn't make any of this up. This is all stuff that's been around since the early 20s and 50s and just marketing knowledge of the greats out there that I've read books and pamphlets and things like that. And I've digested it and put it into real world examples as well as renaming things so you can understand them better. And so before I make this video way too long, let's just jump right into exactly what this is going to be about. So how to book agency appointments for $5, okay? Even if you have never ran an ad in your life. And let me add a little prerequisite. If you want to cold call and cold email and that's your cup of tea, you probably don't need this. Although it could help you with your cold email copy. But if you aren't willing to spend $5 a day to try to get agency appointments or business appointments for your agency on your calendar, I don't know what else to tell you, because if you want to scale or if you want to just get a freaking result, then pay attention, okay? By the end of this, you're going to be able to persuade ethically anyone in need of your services. But how are you going to do it? Through using a few of these 8 principles of persuasion. Then I want you to watch me write an ad live using what you learned today. Now, I already wrote the ad because I don't want to spend all this time, and it takes a little bit of time to sit there. It took me like 30 minutes to just kind of get my words together. And so for you to watch me sit there would be kind of stupid, right? So I want to begin with persuasion. How do we ethically persuade people to take action and reach into their pockets to pay us for our solutions? How do we do that? Because it's actually a lot simpler than you think. You just need to have that foundation of understanding, a little bit of knowledge to be able to be better than 99% of people. You have to understand what makes people do what they do, okay? And by understanding what makes people do what they do, you have to understand there is one thing that they must be, a human. Because for as long as humans have been around, we have learned we are all oddly similar. We all tick the same way. Okay, but I must warn you, marketing principles never change. So be assured, what you learn today, you can apply forever. Nothing will change. These principles were founded in the 20s, 30s, 40s, based on studies that people have done, doctors and educators, and it doesn't change because humans don't change. We tick the same way. And so I've broken this down into a way you can easily implement it and digest it in almost current language, right? Hopefully that makes sense. And so really quickly, what I'm going to go through here, I also put into a 40-page PDF in case you want to get it, print it, and just have it around if you're going to write an ad or whatever. And just go to school.com/future agencies, and then you'll see here, just go to my YouTube free resources, and then under persuasion marketing, you could find that PDF there as well. Okay. Do that after this video. All right. So principle 1, and again, some of these you may have heard of before if you've been into marketing at all, but I hope that by bringing in real world examples on how corporations are utilizing each of these principles in their own marketing and then sharing with you how you could use it in your marketing, these things will click, okay? Because it actually clicks more when I see real world examples in the 21st century, not things that were like in the 1800s, okay? So the herd mentality, all right? Probably have heard this before. And so let me give you some examples. Product launches, the release of the latest iPhone, limited edition sneakers. They could lead to long lines and people just, like, oh my God, I heard this is coming out. There's going to be a huge line. Let me get there first, right? They're not even really thinking about what they want or what they get. They just know a lot of people are going and they want to go. That's the herd mentality. Panic buying, like if you go back to COVID-19, I heard there's not enough toilet paper. Let me go grab that toilet paper. People follow people. We walk in herds, all right? The best of the best do it. Very rarely do you have this leader that never follows anybody. He's probably following other leaders, right? So everybody is always following other people. And this will tie into marketing in just a second. Look at the crypto craze, right? I mean, we may have it again, who knows? But this rapid adoption and volatility of cryptocurrencies, it's influenced by social media. Matter of fact, believe me, I'm always the last one to buy something, and I always buy it at the top. And then when everybody's selling it, I always sell it at the bottom. Like, it's just who I am. Matter of fact, I've gotten completely out of crypto because that emotional roller coaster of knowing that everybody's going to this thing, like I FOMO into everything, okay? And I already know for a fact I'm going to do it, and I still do it. It's like, I don't know if you guys have ever done this before. I'm sure you have. And I would love your comments down below as well to kind of just give me like examples of maybe some of these things that you've actually done based on human principles, okay? And so what's one way that we can put it into our own marketing examples? Well, the best, and by the way, this brings me as well into, you're going to find a very common thread on each of these principles, and I'll tie it in at the end on how you can make everything you do so easy and so fast, okay? Case studies and success stories. Share detailed case studies and success stories from existing customers that builds trust and it demonstrates the value of your services. Not difficult to do, right? Review campaigns, Google reviews, Facebook reviews, Trustpilot reviews. If they see other people succeeding, they believe they can succeed, right? And rightfully so. Principle number 2 would be the authority. What kind of authority do you have so somebody else would actually listen to you? And a lot of people struggle with this when they're new. But you have to remember, everybody in this game has always been new at one point. So how did they overcome their authority? And I'll tell you that in just a second. So I want to give you a couple of examples of how powerful authority is on people. In 2015, engineers and executives at Volkswagen installed software to cheat emission tests. All they were doing was following directives from the higher ups. They knew it was wrong. They knew they shouldn't do it, but they were just following authority. Same thing with the Enron scandal, right? Employees fudge numbers because the higher ups told them to do so. Nobody said, this isn't right. And we can, by the way, I share a few examples of each one of these things, and there's hundreds of examples. One of the things that I read in a book a long time ago, I believe it was from Mark Joyner, he gave an example that there was and I want to drive how important authority is, and once you can claim it, how big of an impact it could have on your business, is there was there was a professor that was doing a study, and he was trying to prove that authority has an effect on most people, no matter what. And these 10 students walked into a room, and professor explained to them that he was doing some sort of like shock therapy treatment. If the person, if he asked a question and they got it wrong, the student was to shock this person, right? So they walked in, the guy's sitting there, he's got, all these things on him to get the shock. They didn't know it was an actor, and there was no real shock. So every time they were shocking him, he was just pretending. And out of the 10 people, as this person was answering questions wrong, at some point, it was like down the line, the professor said, basically, listen, this guy is in bad shape. If he gets shocked again, he's going to die. But the professor insisted that they follow directions because that was the whole point of the study. And something like 6 or 7 out of the 10 knowingly shocked the person, and they thought they were killing him. And they did it just because the professor told them to. And that's the power, the power of authority. So that, if we know that humans do that, how hard would it be for somebody to want to hire you to help them get more leads and customers for their business? By just having that authority. Okay, we'll talk about how you get that. Examples of authority in our space would be case studies and success stories. That gains immediate authority. Reviews, good reviews, gains immediate authority. Maybe you could attach a guarantee on it. I don't like guarantees, but in some cases it could work. Media covers like podcasts. Maybe you have a YouTube channel all about getting more leads for dentists, let's say, right? That gains authority. It helps, people who are searching on Google that might be a dentist looking how they can get, more leads or more patients for them. And they find your YouTube channel and it has a couple thousand subscribers and they like what you have to say. We see it all the time in like realtors, mortgage. We actually see it in every niche, how people utilize social media to gain authority. Principle number 3 is the foot in the door phenomenon. Okay. And I'm going to give you examples of these, like the freemium model, like Spotify and Dropbox. You can get Spotify, you're just going to have to listen to ads. But once you love Spotify, you're willing to pay them. Dropbox, you get a little bit of storage for free. But then eventually what's going to happen is you're like, I kind of like this and I'm running out of storage, but I need to move this file over here. I better go pay for it. Just a straight trial model, Netflix, Amazon, need I say more? Low cost purchases, gaming. Most of the time, all games you can download free app, you're going to get hit up with ads, gets annoying, and I'm willing to pay it if I love the game. That is the foot in the door phenomenon. And there's many other foot in the doors that you could add to your marketing, but the easiest way is free trials. I mean, we've been talking about that since I've been blue in the face since 2017 to people. So if you're brand new, you do free work. And then once you get results for that person, now you've gained the authority, the case study, and then we're going to tie this all in at the end. Here's examples of in our own marketing would be free audit, free case study, free call, free trial, free anything. Right? And if you've watched any of my challenges, which by the way, I'll plug this, I'm going to be having one, I believe, second week of July. I will be announcing it. So make sure that you like, subscribe, and I will let you know when that happens, and join my free resources group because I'll be announcing it there as well. But almost free anything works. And it sure as hell works more on businesses than it does to marketers like us because we know the game, right? Businesses don't know the game. Principle number 4 is something called the loop effect, although there's another term for it in the PDF. I talk about what that term is, it's the meaning where people remember unfinished tasks more than completed one. AKA, don't close the loop in your marketing. I'll show you examples of those. Like Netflix uses continue watching, right? When you first go back into Netflix and you're like, oh, I was looking for something else to watch. And instead of me finding it, I better go watch that, right? Also, episodes, it's like, oh, I'm on season 6, episode 5. I'm thinking about it. I can't wait to get home tonight to go watch it, right? Because the loop hasn't closed. We pay attention to things that we haven't solidified yet. It's just what humans do. Amazon uses the cart to remind consumers they were going to buy something, and they also send emails, notifications, abandoned cart sequences and stuff like that, okay, to complete their purchase. People are more willing to go back to the cart, not to empty it, but to purchase it. And then in our own marketing, book a call, so reminders that they have a call coming up. And I also set up a drip campaign that goes out prior to their call with each email building on each other, aka a few case studies, FAQs that people have, kind of things that are always pointing to that call to get people to show up to that call. Again, because the loop has never closed. The loop won't close until the call is over and a decision has been made. That's why follow-ups are so important, because a lot of times at the end of a call, maybe a decision hasn't been made, and it's always in the back of the mind of that person. And at some point, they will come back and close a loop with a no or a yes. Principle 5, cognitive dissonance. It's the psychological discomfort experienced when a person holds 2 conflicting beliefs or behaviors. A lot of people don't understand this, so examples will help you understand it. Luxury brands emphasize quality and social status. How in the hell do people pay $12,000 for a purse? Because they know, I'm discomforted because I know that my belief system is telling me I should not be paying 12 grand or I should not be paying $30,000 for this Rolex watch. Believe me, I dealt with that dissonance, but I want it. and I'm uncomfortable with the fact that it's this much money, but I want it. And so I have to justify it somehow. And so the way we justify it or the way companies justify it is the quality of it. Like the watch, this watch I paid $26,000 for. Believe me, when I say that out loud, it kind of makes me sick. But back then, I think I bought it in 19 or 18 or 19 or maybe 20. I don't remember. No, it was definitely before 20. And, I just kept telling myself, like, you know what? It's going to keep its value. If anything, I could always sell it back. Everybody always wants it. I've worked hard. I deserve it. And this watch is worth $55,000 now. So maybe it works out, but I'm just telling you what I went through in my own matching the wants with the behavior, and how do I justify it, right? Organic and natural products, Whole Foods, and Lululemon sell products at a premium by marketing them as organic, natural, better for health. Customers reduce distance, the distance between their spending and health goals by believing they are investing in their own well-being. We all do it to ourselves. And once it's up to us to close that distance with our prospects. And here's how we can use it in our own marketing. So we can show the gap, emphasizing the gap between clients' current marketing efforts and their business goals. And you demonstrate how their current strategies may be insufficient or outdated, creating a dissonance that can be resolved by adopting your agency's innovative solutions. You could use case studies, of course. Case studies works with almost everything. Competitor analysis. Provide a comparative analysis showing how competitors are outperforming them in areas like social media management, SEO, or digital advertising. This creates a sense of urgency and dissonance, pushing them to seek your expertise. So that's how we can use it in our own marketing, is we want them to close the gap of, if you want to sell high ticket, close the gap of, wow, this is expensive, but you know what? I see that I need it, right? And that closes the gap and helps you close them. Principle 6, conformity to emotions. If people are happy, everyone is happy. If people around you are happy, you'll be happy. It's easier to put it that way. If a group of people are happy, but there's that one pissed off person, eventually we all conform to the emotion of one of the people, right? And so it works both ways, but they've done studies where it's like one mad person in a group could really bring down the level of happiness of other people, okay? And so examples of corporations using this, Disney uses happiest place on earth, aka family, friends, good times. Nike, just do it. This brings inspirational stories of athletes overcoming challenges, okay? And there's so many other examples of corporations using emotional conformity. We can use it in case studies where we can compare where the client was to where they are now after working with you. Limited offers, fear of missing out, and client success stories, okay? Principle 7, hierarchy of needs. Again, in my PDF, I go real deep into this, but just understanding this, there's 8 needs of humans, right? And the idea is that we move down or up, up into the triangle of, basic needs would be the first thing that we pass through. Then safety, making sure we're safe. Then we want to belong to, marriage and girlfriends and boyfriends and friends. Then we want to be recognized. Then we want to be understood. Then we fall into the pattern of like, all right, well, I want to become more knowledgeable about myself and more knowledgeable of the world. Self-fulfillment now becomes like, I want to do things and fulfill myself. And then eventually you go into the 8th hierarchy of, I've gotten all these other things. Now let me give back. Let me help out, right? We see that with rich, especially people that have gone from nothing to being rich, right? They just want to survive in the beginning to eventually they want to help other people, right? Philanthropy and things like that. And so I've changed some of these to help better understand the typical way of saying it. Examples, basic needs. So like Coca-Cola satisfies hunger. Safety, insurance companies, obviously, right? Alarm companies, life insurance companies, very easy to put it in their marketing. Belongingness, Facebook, bringing the world together. Recognition status, I'll give you an example of Rolex. Growth, creativity, Apple or universities, right? I'm going to learn more. Apple is like, there's a saying, I think I have it on the next one, where it's like, innovation, right? Become a group of smart people. Cognitive needs, HubSpot Academy, right? HubSpot, CRM, we have Academy. Come learn it because you can't use it without learning it. Same thing with like Go HighLevel. That's why I have a full-blown training on Go HighLevel, because that software is useless if you don't know how to use it. Beauty, balance in the self. Tesla uses it with that sleek design, beauty, and innovation. Helping others, Tom's, I believe it's shoes, buy a pair and they'll donate a pair for you, right? So this is all this is all the hierarchy and needs and how each corporation you don't have to use all of them in your marketing. You use one. And sometimes you don't even need to use, I should have said this, the caveat here is you don't need to use all 8 of these principles, okay, in your marketing. You just need to sprinkle in 1 or 2. Principle 7, hierarchy of needs, marketing examples for yourself. Showcase transformations. Educational content, right? We always say that give value first, educate a little bit, show a transformation. and it helps make the sale. Principle 8 is framing, presenting information in a way that influences perception and decision making. There's 8 examples of this: positive versus negative framing, price framing, comparison framing, social proof and authority framing, scarcity and urgency framing, emotional framing, loss aversion framing, and anchoring. Again, like if you are running marketing for yourself or other people, and you try to utilize all these principles and then the subsets of these principles, you'd have a disaster on your hands. This is not what it's meant to do. It's meant to pick and choose what you want to do. Here's actual examples. Show the positive, not the negative. Like a toothpaste company, instead of them saying, use our toothpaste and prevent cavities and bad breath, they would say whiten teeth and freshen the breath, right? That would be showing the positive of the product, not the negative, okay? Price framing, again, price bundles, right? Buy 2, get 1 free type stuff. Comparison framing, simply, before and after. Social proof and authority framing, again, testimonials. Scarcity and urgency framing, limited time or availability. I only have 1 spot left. We see this all the time. These marketers all the time. I'm looking for 5 people for 5 agencies. Yeah, okay, you're only looking for 5, full of it. But that's part of his marketing. A lot of people don't know this. Emotional framing. So what was the client? What was the client's life before she started working with me? And what's the client's life after, right? Real powerful there. Loss aversion framing, FOMO, or protection with a guarantee or a trial. You have nothing to lose. It's free. Anchoring would be displaying a high price and then they come down if they move today. I used to do this a lot. I used to show 3 packages in my agency, and let's say it was 1,000, 2,000, and I'll go all the way up to 5,000. And then like they're like they want the 5,000, but they don't want to pay. And then as they're like hurting in that sales process, I go, you know what? I'll tell you what. If we can move today, okay? Because I want to work with fast action people. I want to work with somebody who is excited about their business as I am. I'll give you package 3 for package 2. I mean, it is like gangbusters when it comes to that. It'll close. You can close so many people so much faster. You price hike the top one, and then you just give them that for package 2 pricing. But I want to ask you a question. What is a common thread with persuasion in all of the things that I'm talking about, so you can have an easy life when it comes to creating campaigns, not just for yourself, but even for your clients? Case studies from happy clients. It can eliminate the need to be good at almost anything. People's stories of where they were to where they or where they were to where they are now because of you or because of your client will capture almost everything we talked about in this presentation. And you should be extremely happy about that. So I want to give you an example of and I wrote this as quickly as possible and I'll go through what this ad covers when it comes to the persuasion. Maybe you can actually see it. Dentists who are struggling to scale their practice without having to always be in the office, hear me out. Meet Belinda. She had a good practice, but the problem was the more patients she had, the more time she spent away from home, vacation, and her family. She couldn't figure out how to bring in enough patients fast enough to justify hiring another dental hygienist. So she did what most do, started turning the new trickly patients away, I would actually add, to free up her time. She started to fall into a dangerous trap. If you aren't growing, you are dying. What's the solution? Well, instead of me taking up your time on this ad, click the link below to let her explain it, or to let her tell her story. She will explain how she went from just getting by to how we added another $20,000 per month to her dentist practice in 90 days while she hangs out in Spain dancing the night away. but I'm only looking for one more dentist in this area to work with. Spots are limited. Click the link below, whatever. I could reword this better. But here, let me click this. But what did I do in the ad? I called out the avatar, introduced their pain, gave an example of someone who's achieved the solution to their pain, opened with a story of the example. Principle number 6. Okay? And then on the bottom, I just put, introducing a free case study, achieves almost every aspect of persuasion. The case study leaves a loop open, number 4, gives authority, number 2, frames, number 8, and gives a foot in the door to you, right? You remember, you're running this for yourself, and what you can help them achieve, number 3. Principle number 6, and this is why you should go get that PDF so you can print it out. Conformity to emotions. What are we doing there? We're utilizing a case study. We're utilizing limiting offers, client stories. All that is falling into the beginning. Calling out their pain. We're calling out the avatar so we know we're talking to them. Calling out the avatar isn't a persuasion, okay, but it's part of like 101 advertising. Then introducing their pain, telling a story about it, and that's what's following principle 6. Then what are we doing with our free case study? Let's go back to number 2. That gives us authority. We've gotten results for this person. Immediately gives us authority. You can even sprinkle in other authority that you might have, right? Reviews, Trustpilot, whatever it might be. 2, 3, 4, and 8. 3, foot in the door. That's your free case study. Okay, that's actually a foot in the door. They're taking a next step. 8, framing, right? What are we doing with framing? Before and after, we could say, right? Testimonials. And then we're doing limited time or limited availability. We're tackling really a lot of this. Emotional, what the client was like before you. I mean, we're almost tackling everything in such a small little thing. We're showing somebody who's done it, so that can create that kind of like herd mentality where dentists are reading about another dentist who took the leap in getting results, going to follow through. It creates authority. We have our principle 3 of foot in the door. Principle 4, we actually did leave an open loop. The open loop was slightly telling the story of the case study, then saying, well, instead of me telling you about it, go watch her. Let her tell you her whole story. Now the person's like, oh, I really want to know, I'm a dentist. I struggle with the same thing. I want to know exactly what that person did. What was her story like? It's so similar to mine. We won't really hit cognitive dissonance really until you're kind of presenting an offer to them. So it's more of like a sales call. Emotional conformity we hit again with case studies where, they're feeling sad. They want to get happy. They want to like transform themselves and get happy. Hierarchy of needs. What are we doing here, right? We are touching upon maybe fear that they're going to lose their business, right? If I'm not, maybe some dentists is like, man, I only want to work 3 days a week. I don't have enough cash flow to hire somebody else to work the other 2 days a week, but I could make a lot of money. I'm scared to do it, but maybe this will help me do it, right? So fear. Again, we touched upon that. 8, proof, social proof, scarcity, urgency, framing. And that's what this ad does. Now, I could probably write it a little bit better than that, but I can almost guarantee this ad with the right targeting on Facebook at $5 a day in your area, depending on where you live and how many people, it would book calls on your calendar. The image would have to be good because it has to be like, I would get an image of maybe a dentist, or it could be a happy one or sad one, some sort of emotional to it, right? Preferably happy usually gets a lot more conversions because people want to feel happy. That goes back to that one principle. And so this, I would love to hear if anybody actually does this and what your results are. You can come back and comment down below. If you have any questions about this, feel free to ask it in the comments down below. I have no problem helping because I kind of love this stuff. So if you like this content, make sure you subscribe to my channel and feel free to also share this video. It helps out, and like it. All right. And I will see you on the next video. I think it was like 2 years ago. you created a Upwork training for our audience, right? I think at that time, maybe we had like 5,500 members. It was one of the most popular trainings that we brought into LMV. And I would say it is probably one of the number one client getting actions that people take is creating their freelancer or Upwork. This specifically Upwork. We've always had the freelancer one in there. And so just that way of landing clients, right? So the biggest problem in the SMA world is people I don't want to say don't know how. I just think that they just aren't willing to do what it takes to land clients. And I think the cool thing about Upwork is that you remove the uncomfortableness out of landing clients. What made you get into Upwork in the first place? I'm just curious. Because of that.
Yeah. What's that?
I feel like it's because of that.
And you and I have talked about this, right? I am terrible at sales. And there's that whole, I think it's from Glenn Ross or something, the whole sell me this pen thing.
Yeah.
And the way to do it is by talking about the outcome, by talking about all the benefits, right? How the prospect's life will change as a result of it. And I was always very, very bad at doing that. So the great thing about Upwork is the conversation isn't about the outcome, isn't about the benefits. The conversation is very much about the features, right?
Yes.
Because when I'm talking to someone from Upwork, I don't need to convince them that SEO is going to be good for their business, that SEO is going to be something they want to do. They already decided they want SEO, and they've gone onto Upwork to post a job saying, hey, I need someone to help me with SEO. So then all we do is talk about SEO, and I can talk about SEO until, my wife asks me to stop.
She doesn't care.
she really doesn't, and that's okay. So I mean, that conversation, the sales conversation, and inside the program, I don't even use that language because it's so different. If you think about like a sales call, it's so different from that because we spend the whole time talking about here's our SEO process, here's what we do for SEO, here's how we identify keywords, here's how we rank things higher. There's no conversation that we have to have that is focused on the wonderful outcome they're going to have.
Yep.
So that's what drew me to Upwork, honestly, was that realization that, hey, this is a type of sales that's really answering strangers' questions about SEO.
I mean, SEO or whatever other services, you're bidding on.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I do SEO, but like Upwork is huge for all forms of digital marketing. Like so, they run $4 or $5 billion a year of jobs through their platform, and digital marketing is by far the largest category.
Right, and rightfully so. And so, I think the immediate question is, number one, I know you've done over $2 million just on Upwork, bidding on jobs. And when did you start that? 4 or 5 years ago?
I'd have to look. Probably 2017, 2018. So yeah, 5-6 years.
5-6 years. And I know you run about $2 million through it. So, and by the way, the interesting thing is that, people throw out numbers, right? They throw out, you've done 2 million. They start calculating like, oh, that's what, like 400,000 a year. And then what, he's got expenses. And the reality is that outside of your links and your whatever it is that you're doing for SEO, right? Everything else is profit, because I know that really, I think your father is really your father, and maybe like you have a place to get links from and maybe citations for local, but like expense wise, you really don't have many expenses.
No, and even links, we don't do too many paid links anymore.
Yeah.
I've been able to use my LinkedIn profile, and I always joke that it doesn't really matter what school you went to because no one cares. Like right. 5 years out of college, no one cares what school you went to. The one exception to that apparently is LinkedIn, because people on LinkedIn still do care for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So I went to some fancy schools, which is good because that allows me to use my LinkedIn profile to connect to blog owners, blog contributors. The challenge with Upwork, and if anyone's tried this, they probably experienced it, is it's hard to get clients to open your proposal. Upwork is a different platform than most other platforms of its style.
Yeah.
Imagine an Uber, except you had 10 times as many riders as you had drivers, or you had 10 times as many drivers as you did riders. So you as a rider, you'd put in that you wanted to go Uber somewhere, and 10 drivers will all show up. Obviously, Uber is the opposite of that, where there's more riders than drivers. But the way the Upwork platform is, there are more freelancers than there are clients. So the result of that, and look, not a single person that I've ever spoken to is excited about posting a job on Upwork so they can sift through 50 proposals, do 25 interviews, slowly and methodically review each and every applicant. That's not what happens. People go to Upwork because they have something that needs to get done and they want it to get done fairly quickly. So they post the job. Okay. Upwork is a very, very fast moving platform. Something like 80 or 90% of the jobs that are filled on Upwork are filled within 2 business days of being posted. It's very, very fast. So I'll post a job on Upwork. I hire on Upwork quite a bit. I'll go post a job on Upwork. If it's something simple like graphic design, like, hey, I need some graphic design work, I'm probably going to get 70 proposals in the first 2 hours. I'm going to maybe open 3 of them.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm going to have a conversation with 2 people. And if one of those 2 people feels like they can do the job at a price I'm happy with, I'm going to click the hire button. I'm not interested in scouring 70 different resumes. That would take way, way too long. So the biggest challenge with Upwork, and it's good news, because if you're sending proposals on Upwork and you're not seeing a response, it's not that people are looking at your proposal and thinking, oh man, this proposal sucks. Almost guaranteed you're not getting a response because they're not opening your proposal. So that first step, right? You have no reviews, you have no earnings, you have no anything on the platform. It's going to be hard the first job is going to be the hardest. And then the next one's a little bit easier, but still pretty hard. And by the time you get to 5 or 6 jobs, you're going to get a job success score and a badge. And then it's going to get a heck of a lot easier. But that first 5, 6 jobs, your response rate, if your response rate is in the 5 to 10% range, so you send 100 proposals and you get 5 replies, okay? That's good. But once you get those first 5 or 6 jobs, man, your response rate, like my response rate right now, I don't apply to jobs as often as I do on Upwork, because if I spent a few days applying to jobs on Upwork consistently, my whole week is going to be full of calls with clients.
Yeah.
Like my response rate is, close to 50%. Like it's insane how quickly I can book myself with sales calls if I just go and send a few proposals on Upwork.
Yep.
It's like a never-ending tap of money. If I ever am twiddling my thumbs and feel like making some money, I can go send some quick copy-paste proposals on Upwork and then land some new clients. I got there because I ate that crow. And if you don't have any jobs on Upwork, you're going to have to do it too. Now, that being said, there are some tricks, some methods we can use to try to get those responses as quickly as possible with fewer proposals. A lot of freelancers on Upwork, man, if they hear that you got 5 responses from 100 proposals, they're like salivating, right? They can't believe you got that many responses. They're sending 500 proposals and getting 1 reply.
Yep.
Because they're not focused on it correctly. You've got to, I always recommend, if you're getting started in Upwork as a freelancer, create a client account. You can have one account that does both freelancing and clients. Create a client account and post a job and just see what it looks like from the client's perspective. And remember, your goal isn't to get them to hire you. We got to start small. Your first goal when you set up your profile, when you send your proposals, is to get the client to stop scrolling and click on your proposal. Just like if you're running a Facebook ad, you've got to stop the scroll.
So obviously profile, you have a checklist, don't you? Of like setting up your Upwork profile and stuff like that?
I do. So the first step for someone who's brand new and says, hey, I want to get jobs on Upwork, we call it internally, we call it get the click, which basically means get your client get the client to click on your profile. What so many people who get started in Upwork do is they spend, hours and hours writing this profile and proofreading the profile and making sure the profile is perfect. And that's all a waste of time. Your profile is a waste of time. Any client who's looking at your profile, man, they've clicked on you already. Then they've done a few more clicks before they even get to the point of seeing your profile. Like, the only people who are reading your profile on Upwork is probably your mom, and that's about it. And she's already impressed with you, right? A really good profile is not going to make her more impressed. So a profile is such a waste of time on Upwork, okay? Do not spend a huge amount of time on your profile, okay? If you're spending too much time on your profile, you're doing it wrong. So there are 4 things. And if you create a job on Upwork and you scroll through the people who have proposed, you'll notice this. There are exactly 4 things that a client will see from you that you have to try to get them to stop clicking. Number 1 is your profile title. The profile is not important. The title is hugely important because they'll see the title of your profile when you apply to a job, okay? Number 2 is your profile image. And in fact, profile images are the only images that are on this page. Everything is like a really soft green color, some grays, and then there's the profile images. So a really fun way that you can get more response is by making your profile image to like go into a graphic design. First, it should be teeth and face, look straight at the camera, big smile, teeth and eyes. If you wear glasses, take them off because it's not as effective if you have glasses on. You got to let them see your eyes. Make sure it's well lit. You don't got to go crazy. You can go outside on a cloudy day and snap a quick shot. A plain background, nothing distracting. But then go into a graphic design tool, something like Canva. Canva's free, and just put a little red circle around the profile image. And that right there, because there's no red on the page, on the client-facing page. So put that little red circle. That'll get them to scroll down. They'll notice your image, and then they'll look at the rest of it. Just something simple like that. Okay, number 3, we call it the intro hook. The intro hook is the first 240 characters of your cover letter. It is not your profile. It's the first 240 characters of your cover letter that's shown as a preview, similar to an email preview or text message preview that you see on your phone. Okay. So you have 240 characters to get this client to want to read the rest, okay? And the most common thing that people start is, hi, first name, as a SEO expert, I can blah, 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 blah. That's the most boring thing imaginable. That's not gonna pique their interest. That's not gonna get them to click. Instead, use those 240 characters to get them to click, to view the rest of your cover letter, to view the rest of what you sent over. Okay, and the last thing, the 4th thing, and so many people on Upwork screw this one up too. Upwork actually gives bad advice about this. Upwork has an article where they tell you what to do for your hourly rate. That's the 4th one, the hourly rate. Yeah. And if you follow their advice, it's going to be terrible. Don't follow their advice. The problem is, if you say, I'm based in the United States, or and I'm an expert, and I'm $5 an hour, no one is based in the United States who is an expert and is $5 an hour, okay? Like, I can't hire someone to paint my living room for under $30 an hour. So if you're claiming to be an expert, your hourly rate has got to confirm that you're an expert. So in the SEO space, your hourly rate's got to be 70, 80, 90 bucks at least. Otherwise, any client will just keep going. They're like, man, 30 bucks. I don't want to hire somebody who's only 30 bucks. That doesn't make any sense.
What did you say was 240 characters?
The preview from your cover letter that's shown to clients when they're looking at proposals. We call it the intro hook, but that's what we named it internally. I have an example here. Oh, yeah. Are you?
No, give me one second. How does this one sound? Experienced digital marketer, adept in driving online growth, proven expertise in SEO, social media, and content strategy. Ready to deliver measurable results for your business. Let's connect and discuss your goals.
I would say that's not awesome.
Cool. No, that's why I did this. It's me again pointing that AI can't always help.
Oh, ChatGPT wrote it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you want to do in that, so it's probably the prompt. I bet if you gave ChatGPT a good prompt, it would give you something good. So you want to talk about your client, your future prospective client who's reading this intro hook. They don't care about you. They don't care even a little bit about you. So talk about them. Don't talk about yourself. Don't waste character saying what your name is. Your name is obvious. Your name is visible. It's displayed. So you only have 240 characters. Don't tell them what your name is. And talk about what their end goal is. Okay. And not what the goal they say in the proposal is, but what their end goal is. And you should know what their end goal is, because if you're, experienced in providing that service, you have some idea. So one of the better ones I've seen, I posted a job because I needed someone to do something with the Google Search Console API. And he wrote back, and his intro hook was, you need to be able to quickly and accurately get the data you're after to make data-driven decisions and drive more organic traffic to your site. Leveraging our custom coding and knowledge of Google Search Console API, we do this by.
Okay, that's 240 characters?
240 characters. And like the cutoff at the end of the word by, we do this by, cutoff. That's obviously
planned. You want to know how. Now you want to know.
Yeah, what the hell's coming up next? How do you do it? Click.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the first focus on Upwork, is focus on getting the click, okay? So those 4 elements, focus on making those 4 elements perfect, because if they don't click, nothing else matters. So my profile title, and again, my focus is on SEO, is SEO Guru. I will get you ranked on Google. So when I apply to a job, they see my face, they see SEO Guru, I will get you ranked on Google. And then they're going to see my hourly rate, which is $150 an hour. And they're going to see the first 240 characters of my cover letter. And then, now they'll also see like some badges that I have that I've earned through earnings, stuff like that. But you don't have control over those, right? Your goal is to get that first click, get the first client.
So after you teach somebody those 4 very important points, now it's just a volume game and playing the numbers?
So sort of, I would say, because there's a sequence that it goes through similar to, I know you talk about Go High Level a lot and automations and things like that. So when you're using like a Go High Level automation, you're not necessarily trying to get someone to buy something from you from an automation, right? You're trying to get them to the next step.
Yeah.
So here, the first step is to get them to try to click on your cover letter, to click on your proposal. And then you're going to write your cover letter with goal number 2 in mind. Okay. So we know, okay, if they're reading this cover letter, they've clicked on it. Okay. So goal number 1, check. Goal number 2 is to get them to reply. Goal number 2 is so that they reply to your cover letter, because now you've started a conversation. And if you look at the client view of Upwork, when you log in as a client to jobs you posted, once someone replies, or once you as the client reply to someone, that person gets moved into the interviewing bucket. That's what Upwork calls it. And much like how a casino is designed to make it impossible to leave the casino, once the interviewing process starts, it's actually quite challenging for a client to go back and view more candidates. So your cover letter, the rest of the cover letter, is based on getting the client to reply. And the best way to do that is to ask them simple questions. So we have the intro hook, and then right below the intro hook, we're going to have a couple of really simple questions for the client that they're going to be really tempted to reply and answer those questions. And it's not going to be like, what is your life's goal? That is not an easy question to answer. It's going to be something like, what domain are you focused on? Something, even if it was in the, okay, so if it was in the job posting, then you have to come up with a new question. You don't want to ask them questions that they've answered already. But that's it. So that goal, your goal there with the rest of your cover letter, is to get them to reply. Once they reply, okay, now you're sitting pretty good. Now you know that they're probably not going to go back and evaluate a bunch more people, but they might have replied to 4 or 5, so you're still in competition. But once they reply, your goal changes again. Step 3 is to get them on the phone. And only when they've been on the phone do you actually want them to click hire. Don't try to get them to hire you based on your cover letter. Your goal in your cover letter is to get them to reply. And then once they reply, you start a conversation with them again. Your goal in that conversation is not for them to click the green hire button. Your goal in that conversation is to schedule a call, ideally as soon as possible. Because if you schedule the call for 2 days from now,
it might be over.
They've hired someone else by the time that call rolls around. Literally, it's happened to me where I posted a job, I scheduled a time to talk with someone, was having a conversation with someone else, hopped on the phone, chatted with them, hired him, and then canceled my appointment. It was like, I already hired someone.
Yeah. And so I love, we always used to call it, the low hanging fruit in this business is literally there. I mean, they're raising their hands and by the way, outside of, I know you've done millions of dollars on Upwork. I mean, I've seen just in our coaching program, people have gone through the Upwork training. I mean, they have the amount, the case studies in money that I've seen people land with. What does Jason call it under our prospecting? I always forget. Computers reach.
Right.
And it was Freelancer before. I feel like Freelancer was bigger at some point, and then it was like Guru became or something. I don't remember. But either way, bottom line is that you want to start a business, go where they're raising their hands, eat crow for the first 30 days. I mean, listen, there's tips and tricks. Those 4 points are huge. I'll list them out and I'll post it in my free resources YouTube section. The steps of getting them to click, responding, getting them on a call as soon as humanly possible would be probably the next big thing that they need to do. And then it's got to be numbers, right? You can't, like, what do you suggest? How many proposals a day do you suggest?
Yeah. So I used to say that you want to target 5 a day, but I don't anymore. So what I say to do now, Upwork has an RSS feed. So get that feed set up. It will allow you to apply to relevant jobs moments after they were posted. Literally, you'll get an email with a link to the job posting. You tap the email, you copy paste your proposal. You can do it from the Upwork iOS app, copy paste your proposal, hit send, and then go back to whatever you're doing. My family and I, we were visiting Rome, and we're is it the Parthenon that's in Rome? And something like, so we're at the Parthenon, and the tour guide had to run off and use the restroom. So I pull up my phone. I had some emails from the RSS feed, applied to 3 jobs. One of them paid for the whole trip to Rome. So it doesn't.
This is a lovely business, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't take long to apply. Get the feed set up. Make sure it's not sending you like 100 jobs a day, because that's too many and you're going to start to ignore the emails. But get it to send like some reasonable, like 10, 20, 30 jobs a day. And when you get that email, don't ignore it. Just take the minute or so that it's going to take to tap the link, paste your proposal, hit send, and then go back to whatever you were doing.
What are some of the biggest clients you've ever had that you got from Upwork? Black & Decker was one, right?
Yeah, Stanley Black & Decker, which is hilarious, right? They needed help with SEO.
Yeah.
So that was one. Got them. We got Skillshare, got Adobe, and I was like, so for a lot of these big clients, for most of the big clients like this, you don't know who the client is until you hop on the phone. So I was doing some stuff on video, and I was watching a YouTube tutorial on using Adobe Premiere Pro. And then I got off of that, hop on a call about SEO, and the guys are like, hey, we're from Adobe. And I was like, oh, I was just watching a video tutorial on how to use Premiere Pro.
That is so funny. That's so crazy. And so what was their budget for SEO for Stanley?
So Stanley was in the low 5 figures. They needed to update a bunch of content and things like that. For a lot of these giant websites like this, you don't need a bunch of backlinks and whatnot, because the site is already crazy powerful.
Yeah.
You just need to, fix all the content stuff. We had Skillshare. They were paying us low 5 figures, but they were paying us that on a monthly basis. That was cool. So yeah, like a lot of these bigger ones are in the low-ish 5 figures. And one way that
now, is that total job? Is that like total job 5 figures, or you're talking about like monthly?
Monthly.
Monthly, yeah. I think I remember you telling me exactly what it was, but yeah.
Yeah.
How long did you have them for?
So it depends on the different amounts for different ones. Like, so for these bigger clients, they're almost always they have a set goal. Like they have a specific project that someone in the C-suite or lower has funded. So for Stanley, it was just like, hey, we need to update this content on these products. So it's a very fixed scope of work to do. Same for Skillshare. They said, hey, we have 9 months. Here are the goals. Here's our budget. It ended up being like over the 9 months, it was in the 6 figures, which was fun. So a lot of them have very, like, it's not like a local HVAC guy who is $2,000 a month forever. Like they very specific goals, very specific scope of work that they want done.
Yeah, and budget, and they're not going to go over it.
Yeah,
but always a good budget.
Yeah,
that's awesome. So, and one of the things that I have always loved when it came to this business was this, and this is, I'm going to end with this, is that when you have the skills, the clients will come, right? You'll never be short of clients. Like you will never run out of money because you could just go on Upwork and put bids in and make yourself $100,000 with a snap of a finger, right? I mean, it could be 5 clients or 10 clients, whatever it might be. You could write yourself $100,000 check if you really wanted to. Okay. It's like the digital.
One of my good friends, he was struggling to land clients. So I was just like, hey, come to Upwork. I'll help you one-on-one. I'll do everything with you and we'll make it happen. He founded a new business and the P&L for his first 12 months was like $130,000.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's amazing, actually. The opportunities are endless. I'm going to end it with this. I'll put some Upwork secrets in the free resources. We'll see what Caleb is willing to do and give me. And outside of that, anything you need or want or need to know, comment down below, subscribe, turn the notifications on. See you guys later on the next one. See how we have 47, 47, 97, 47, 1875, 2500, 1875, 1250, 7500. In the end, what we all are trying to do is make money by the agency route. And if you're brand new to the agency world or you're even a veteran, the number one thing that everybody will eventually struggle with is landing clients. And landing clients is and will always be the linchpin between the successful and the failures. Okay. Now, why? Why is this always a problem? Well, there's many reasons. Most of the time, people who are learning the agency route never actually really learn it and end up just continuing to work a job for the rest of their lives. Or they are too scared to open their mouth. I've talked about that in past videos. Or they just make excuses on why they can't do it. And so in this video, I'm going to share with you what has worked massively for my own agency. It works for my students' agencies, but it only works for those who actually put it into action. And in this video, again, I'm going to share with you a cold email outreach strategy that works. And as you can see right here, right now on this screen, we call this the agency appointment generation machine, where you can get a steady stream of appointments, but we say the old-fashioned way, but it works like crazy. Now you may say, James, what does the old-fashioned way mean? Well, obviously, right, we have all these new AI tools and all this, that, and that, and this, and this, and that. And the reality is sometimes agencies, new people who are starting the agencies, they make the biggest mistake, and this is they want every single new shiny way. And what I'm going to tell you is this is not shiny. This works. And let me unequivocally tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, all the work comes in the setup. And once this is set up, you can either run it yourself. That's why we call it the machine. Or you can actually pay like a VA $3 to $6 an hour. And so before I get into it, let's talk about what I will do toward the end of this video. Okay, I will log in to Stripe and show you my own results.
my agency results from utilizing this. Matter of fact, we originally started this about a year ago or maybe 2 years ago at this point, and it just runs in the background. Even to this day, runs in the background. I always even forget about it, right? We have a VA that runs it, and I'm going to go through the everything that you need to know, and this is going to be a 2-part video. This is something that could literally take you out of the business and just work in the background. All right, that's the best part about this. Prior to this video, this was only shared with our high-level, high-paying mastermind students, and I'm going to share with you today. Now, most of the time, the good old-fashioned simple marketing works better than anything else. Because if you take a look back, internet started, everybody started to use the internet. Everybody forgot about how good direct mailing works. Now, if I go back to 2014, 2015, I actually went back went into a strategy where I was sending pain management doctors letters of case study, print a list, package it in, had a wax stamp and stamp the back of it, okay? Why do you use a wax stamp? Because that's what gets the mail through the gatekeeper to the owner. A secretary is most likely not going to open up a letter mailed to the owner with a wax seal on it. And so while everybody was zigging, right, you hear this term all the time, I ended up zagging or vice versa. And I did the cold mail route, lumpy mail, I think Sam Ovens coined that. And it still works to this day because nobody does it. But this video is going to have a big warning on it. And in this warning, okay, we're going to talk about not forgetting that humans are still top of the food chain. What do I mean by humans are still top of the food chain? What that means is don't forget about human capital and how powerful it is to utilize people. Not everything needs to be AI generated. Can we sprinkle AI into what we're about to talk about today? Yes. But do we need to always look for everything that is completely automated? No, we do not. Humans are still top of the food chain. Now, the problem that we're seeing right now in the industry, if you take a look at this all the way over here, July 12th, Wednesday, I got an email from a new tool out there. And I didn't really pay any attention to it. It actually got me to open the email. And I didn't pay attention to it because it was somebody who, found my channel, see what I'm talking about, the agency world, and they're telling me, hey, this is this new tool, it works great, so on and so forth. Why don't you push it to your audience? I'm now starting to see other agency influencers pushing this tool. The problem is that do you really believe that people are utilizing the tool before they pitch it to you? Probably not. And so I may not get up 1 million videos a month, but I get up videos based on the stuff that I use, the stuff that my students are using and succeeding at, not based on somebody trying to give me 30% of a subscription, okay? I don't fling garbage. I'm not saying this is garbage, but I haven't used it, so I'm not going to share it with you guys. Now, I, in the future, might use this tool that this person is saying is so great, and if it works and I get open rates and I get clients from it, well, then I'll share it with you. But until that day comes, I won't, sling every shiny object. And down below over here, again, somebody's saying, oh, look, talk about this on your YouTube channel. So when influencers, not that I'm anywhere near one, but people do watch my channel, when influencers are slinging just anything to make money, okay, you got to be careful. Be careful who you listen to. That's all I'm saying. And so here's the breakdown of this cold email strategy. We're going to go through the concept, an asset list of everything you need, the setup, the execution, and how to automate the entire thing. Part 2 is going to be a complete push this button, go here to do this walkthrough of it. Okay, so I'm telling you, if this is something that interests you, make sure you subscribe and turn the notifications on. The breakdown. We're going to streamline the B2B client acquisition to a few simple, effective channels. What we do for B2C isn't always the best way for us to get clients. So obviously for people who don't know, Business B2B is business to business. B2C is business to customer or consumer. It's not always the best way for us to get clients. So what we want to do is we want to reach decision makers. We want to avoid the gatekeepers and staff as much as humanly possible. We want to inject consistency and predictability into this acquisition channel because your business isn't going to grow without a pipeline of fresh prospects and appointments. And this is the problem that everybody has. I see it every day where somebody will land $1,000 a month client and they stop. It's no different than a realtor who, their mother recommends their sister to buy a house from you. You made 10 grand that month, but once that sale is over and the money is collected, you have nothing left, right? There's an old saying in sales that you're only as good as your last sale, but that is only for people who don't have a pipeline, okay? And so we're gonna build our pipeline here, and we're gonna create a scalable, automated client acquisition machine, ultimately removing yourself from the process if you choose. Email. So why email? If you go to 2019, 91% of emails had a market penetration rate, okay? This report that we pulled, you can see it from Eleventi Marketing Group, basically says, look, 90% of Americans look at their email once a day, 28% check their emails up to 5 times a day, and 21% check their email more than 5 times a day. This is extremely high. Now, you may say, James, that's 4 years ago. The numbers haven't changed much. If not, it's even more with the more accessibility with smartphones, right? People have more smartphones today than they did in 2019. Checking email is what 58% of adults do first thing in the morning. I do. And so data on email opens on mobile devices reveals 58% checking in the morning, first thing in the morning, compared to 14% who check social media first. All right, and we can go in and out of it. It becomes a habit. These are all, this was from Opt-in Monster. Emails reach about 85% of people. Email open rates show that email remains the most useful channel for getting to people. The average open rate of email is approximately 23%. Some people may say, wow, 60% of your emails aren't getting open. Yeah, and that's why this strategy is going to work. I'll show you. $1 billion in sales came from emails on mobile, holding the first position with a 4.29% conversion rate. All right, powerful. Okay, so real quick, let me just give you a quick screenshot of some stats that we do in our campaigns. All right, we had a 20% open rate, 2% click-through rate, 10% click-to-open rate, low unsubscribe rate, very low spam rate, and a very low bounce rate, right? And then I'm going to get to how to get to these numbers. It's all about personalized email. Okay. Now, you may have seen other channels talk about cold emailing. This is going to be different. Okay. You may have seen this. Maybe some people have seen this before. Studies have shown emails with personalized subject lines are 26% more likely to be opened than without. And rich relevance found that revenue is 5.7 times higher in emails that employ personalization. But how do you personalize it if you're not writing them one by one? Okay. So we're going to get into that. Okay, so take a look at so we run these sequences, okay? And I'm going to go through these in just a little bit. Okay, step 1, 74% sent, 50% opened, okay? 25% replied. On day 2, 21% opened, 6 replied. 3, 2 days later, 29% opened, so on and so forth, okay? Now take a look at the interested column, right? And I'm trying to keep these numbers simple. I don't want to blow you away with thousands and thousands of emails. All right, and so if take a look at this, here's the percentage. 49% of this list, 65% opened, 0% clicked because we're not asking them to click anything, 44% replied, and 3% interested in this campaign, okay? And so here's some of the replies that we get. Okay, that sounds good. Tomorrow works for me at 10 a.m. And so, by the way, Jason is the one, my business partner is the one who has his name on these emails. So you're going to see Jason as the reply to. And as you can see here, all right, these are the replies that we get. Okay, Jason, you're at least entertaining enough to get me to read your message. That alone is something. Profanity aside, I'm an old goat set in my ways, although I've been known to be open enough to listen. Let me know what times you have available. FY best days, blah, 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 right? So the entire point of these campaigns is to get a reply. When you get the reply, you want to get them on a call. Let's go through it, okay? This was another reply. Feel free to send over a few times from a spa. Haley said on our cold email campaign, your emails and sense of humor keep me entertained. I want to move forward with your plan. I have a call scheduled with current SEM company tomorrow. I'm going to see if they will keep hosting my website, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And here's just a quick $5,000 payment from a client we landed from cold email. Okay. And so I'll, again, at the end, we'll log into my Stripe account. And take a look back here. 2021 is when we first introduced this strategy, because we started using it ourselves. We've been running it since then, day in and day out, all day. And so this $47 payment, keep this in mind, because this is going to play a role in some of the offers that we create, okay? Now, some of you may say, geez, James, do all this for $47. Keep it in your mind, okay? So here's the process. Personalized email sequence, targeted niche list, to booking appointment, to closing the deal. Let's keep this process simple because this is the process, all right? So let's take a look at the asset list. Targeted list, email address and software to use to send the emails out, a multi-email script, and booking calendar, okay? That's the assets that you need. Having an accurate targeted niche list is the key to this, okay? So when we say targeted niche list, we are saying like, give me all the med spas in the state of New Jersey who are doing over $500,000 of a year in annual revenue. Okay, but I'll go through that in a second, because your entire campaign hinges on the accurate information, which would be names, emails, profiles, and you can then go after very specific people. Example, like I just said, med spa owners that have been in business for over 2 years, have a BBB A+ rating with $5 million of annual sales, for example. That is extremely targeted. Now you may say, how the heck am I going to find all that? We'll get to it. And so what you need, okay, is a spreadsheet with a business name, their first and last name, their email, their website, and any sort of social profile, okay? We can get this, all right? This is going to be the secret sauce behind the success rate of this, all right? It looks like this. Blur some of this out because YouTube will take this down. But let me give you an example. You can see here, company name, website, first, last name, title, their email, and here's their profile. And so once you have this list, the second secret sauce, okay, this is the secret sauce to the success of this. Personalization is information that only applies to the business owner. Specific statements used in your email that shows specificity, and your email to all the recipients is the same with the exception of this personalization. I'll show you the setup in a second. So you're going to research the recipient, gather enough info to add a sentence or two to your email. Look for a connection between you and them. I'm going to give you an example in a little bit. Look for maybe some awards or recognition that you could say, congratulations. Look for causes. They donate to charity. Tell them how amazing it is that they go out of their way to do that. That's called personalization. Look for any hobbies. If they love golf, I love golf. Hey, I saw that you golfed last Wednesday. This is the key. This is what nobody is going to be willing to do, but maybe some of you will when you realize how we do it. Here's some examples. We're using Jason as kind of the avatar behind all these, and he was in the Air Force. So I seen that you did a 2-year Army stint back in 1968, 1970. Thank you for your service. I'm an Air Force vet and got out in 2007. I bet you have some interesting stories for your time in the service back. Much different time for sure. I was so excited to see you are a fellow Wolverine. We are diehard Michigan fans in my household, especially hockey. Do you ever get back to Minton State? So these are the personalized lines that you're using based on their profiles. Again, I'm going to show you how this gets done. Now, some of you may say, man, this seems like a lot of work. This seems like a lot of work that's going to get you a lot of results. And by the way, you don't need to do any of this. So let's get to it. Okay. So anyway, here's some examples. So now in that document, we have the same document, but now we have that personal line. Again, the secret. Where do you get it? You can go to Upwork. You can go to Fiverr. Okay. And the list should be manually built. The key to email deliverability, the key to campaign success, you need to avoid scrapers. This is why building lists manually is so important, because you can personalize it. It will get them to open. So you're going to get a cold email. For example, if agency is Visibility Cloud like mine, you're not going to use james@visibilitycloud.com. You're going to buy a domain similar to it, visibilitycloudmedia.com. And then you're going to use James at visibilitycloudmedia.com. Why? Because there is going to be a chance to ruin the domain. And you don't want to ruin a domain that you're probably using for your own agency, right? It doesn't make any sense. So just get another domain that it's okay if you get put on a blacklist, and you just simply get a new domain, warm it up for a little bit, and start the process over again. Now, if you do this right, you're not going to burn your domain. This is going to protect your primary website domain you use with clients. So professional email will stand out from Gmail emails. So obviously, if I send visibilitycloud@gmail.com as my sender, it doesn't look as professional if I have James at visibilitycloudmedia.com. What do you need? You need a domain to create the address, SMTP setup, email warming, cold email software. Now, things have changed a little bit since when we first taught this. So I'll go through what's kind of changed. Here's where you're going to choose a cold email software. It specializes in cold email versus normal transactional conversational emails. And it should allow you to multi-sequence emails go out on schedule, custom field insertion, should allow response logic. So if they respond, remove them from the campaign like this, reply, stop sending the email sequence. Cold email software. Now, Go HighLevel has gotten a lot better at our ability to use it as cold email. So now that's what we use. But we used to use Woodpecker, Yesware, and Lemlist. You could still use these. We are using Go HighLevel right now. They should contain personalized subject lines, opening personal line, clearly stating your offer, have a reply-driven call to action, a PS statement, and it should be multiple of them. Multiple touches to maximize conversions, and what you're going to need, 4 to 6 email sequence or more. So let me give you a couple examples of what they look like. So this is actually one of our students who is doing this. Okay, that's why I blocked out her name. This is her company and the company's name. Okay, so as you can see, this is a custom value. All right, high custom value, because we're uploading these lists into Go HighLevel, let's say. Here's that personal line that we talked about. Hey, I saw that you were in the Army, so on and so forth. My name is Nicole. I run a business development for blank, her company. We work with med spas, helping them bring in qualified, guaranteed book appointments every month, leaving shady marketing agencies and appointments that never show up in the past. For instance, one of our clients has doubled the volume per month so now we have a little bit of a case study. We love to do the same for you. Mind if I send over a few times for a quick call? Excited. So that would be like email 1. Now, you could take this email and throw it into ChatGPT. Basically, I told ChatGPT, I said, hey, can you add some personality to this? I mean, if you want to pause this video and read this, it's kind of hilarious. It's kind of good, a little over the top. But again, now we're able to take a script and add our personality to it. This is the best part. Fancy a chat? It's just funny if you read this. Okay, here's like email 2 days later. Hey, I'm sure you were busy. I just want to make sure my email from the other day didn't get buried. Looking forward to hearing back from you. Email 3. I'm not going to read all through these things, but you're giving them more, right? You're giving them more. Remember me? Here's typically what my results yield for med spas. And you can, again, pause and read it. Email 4. Now we're being a little more persistent. Seriously, our systems work very, very well. I want to prove it to you, and I'm persistent because I know this will change the game for you. We have a significant amount of experience. Email 5. Apologies for bombarding like this. It seems that you might not be the right person to discuss advertising. So this email is kind of agitation. So it's like, hey, sorry I'm emailing you. I must be emailing the wrong person. You're probably not the one to make decisions, right? And that could agitate them for a response. You could get a bad response, but the bottom line is we want to get a response. I don't really care what the response is. I want to get it, right? That opens us up to conversation. Email 6, what can I do to make this worth your while? Let me know how we can make this a win-win for. Look forward to hearing from you. And you can continue these, but what you need to be careful is you don't want to email, probably not the best way to say it, you don't want to email dead people because at some point, if you carry these emails out for 30 days and you're running this system with new lists every, let's say, 2 weeks, and nobody's opening them, or they are opening them, but everybody after 15 days, like you have a 0% open rate, all you're doing is hurting your reputation. And so I would say 6 or 7 emails, 15 to 16 days is more than enough, and you should stop. So the goal of all of this is to book in an appointment to pitch, okay? And so what you're going to need is you're going to need a booking calendar software. We use Go HighLevel. The execution is you need to get your targeted niche list put together. You need to decide the niche and the business requirements. And here's where you can really do this and put it into action without relying on yourself to do it and saying to yourself, I'm probably not going to end up doing this. You can hire a list builder to put this all together where you don't have to do anything, okay? Typically, they're going to charge 25 cents to 50 cents per name on a really good list builder. So let's say I'm looking for med spas in New Jersey, doing over $2 million a year and been in business for over 2 years and have an A+ rating, right? You can give the list builder those. Let's say I get 100. It's going to cost you $50 for 100 of the best list you've ever had in your entire life. It beats AI. It beats Go Leads. It beats with D7 Lead Finder. It beats anything out there that you could possibly do because we are being specifically targeted, right? They say riches are in the niches. Well, riches are also in the niches with the right people who are running those businesses, right? Based on the parameters. Get your domain and email set up, buy a domain, hook up your SMTP. Typically, we'll use G Suite. Connect a mail warming software, and you're going to let it warm for 14 days. Again, in the walkthrough video, we'll talk more about that. And so you're going to write your email sequence. What are you going to offer? What's the risk reversal, right? Like, can I say to them, hey, on the last email, hey, there's no risk for you because if we don't get your results, we won't, you don't have to pay, okay? What is your proof or results to leverage? And write your personal lines once the list is received. Research contacts and write them. Use cold email software. Send emails. Typically recommend no more than 20 at a time. So it's not like you're looking for lists of thousands and thousands of people. Like, just get a first list of 20 because they're so highly targeted and they have personal lines, and it'll cost you $10 to get that list. You're going to get responses. So now you're going to monitor responses. And again, the goal is for opens and book appointments, upload and launch the next list. So you're going to go 7 days with a list of 20, wait 7 days, launch another list, wait 7 days, launch another list. And what ends up happening is you have this snowball effect with so many people in the pipeline. And eventually these lists start to grow and grow and grow, and they start to stack on each other. And you'll be shocked and awed of how many responses that you get. And then you rinse and repeat over and over and over again. So now that we're at this point, now what do we do to optimize it? Well, understand that open rates should typically be over 40%, okay? So between 40 and 50%, and you know that you're doing a good job. And so you want to watch for failed deliveries and bounces and remove those people from your list, because this is going to affect open rates and it's going to hurt deliverability. And if there is a low bounce rate and you're still not getting decent open rates, then you need to test the subject lines. And if you're not getting any replies after a couple of weeks and open rates are good, you need to review your offer. Is the offer really good, or is it fake good? Some people think they give a great offer and they just never really learned how to build one. If you're brand new to this, typically you could even be transparent and say, hey, listen, I'm willing to do it for free. If, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I've done in the past. If you don't get these results, you don't pay. And that is kind of your quote unquote trial. Risk reversal. Can you reduce all or most of the risk off of that potential client? Exactly what I just said. Results or don't pay. Now, what everybody wants to hear is, how do you automate all this? You can hire someone to do all of this for you. Somebody to research and write your personal lines, somebody to upload to the cold email software like HighLevel, somebody to respond to all the emails and book appointments. And so out of all this, there's really only a few things that you should be doing yourself. Ordering the list yourself so that you know that you're ordering it from a good person, and write the email scripts. Because once they're done, they're done. You're just going to reuse them, use custom values, a list, upload it, and it's all going to be sent out on your behalf. Okay? So here's some places you can hire people: Upwork, Hire My Mom, Online Jobs. The key skill is the personal lines. You need to find someone with perfect, near perfect English skills, even if you have to pay 20 cents more. It is important not to have grammar or spelling mistakes in the personalization. Now, again, you can now take the person's list, send it over to ChatGPT and say, hey, can you grammar check this for me? So, there's more tools available now. The rest can be easily taught and understood by most anyone. And you can use Go High Level to do all of this. Now, this is my reminder to log in to Stripe. So let's do it. Just show you this is a real live login. Now, understand one thing. I have to block out most of the information here, okay? Because there's email addresses here. Credit card could be showing somewhere. I'm not going to risk that this entire video gets pulled. So what I'm going to show you here is some payments. In these payments, what you see is small payments, subscription payments, some bigger payments. And so what the small payments are, and I'm going to talk more about this in part 2 of the video, which will be uploaded in the next few days or maybe next week, is how we go from a simple offer on the phone to landing high ticket. Okay, so if you take a look at, like, see how we have 47, 47, 97, 47, 1875, 2500, 1875, 1250, 7500. And so what you have to understand is a few things. We have an offer, a low ticket offer, depending on how the conversation goes. The low ticket offer could be something as easy as, I will build you a site for $47 a month. And when they're happy with that, it's easier to upsell them, right? It's a whole value ladder. And you may say, well, how the heck can you build a site for $47 a month? Well, there are a ton of templates and there are a ton of local businesses out there that have a shady, disgusting, or no site at all. Now, that offer may not work for everybody because you might be talking to a personal injury lawyer and then you just charge them $7,500 for a site. And so the offer is going to come down to your ability on what you could do. It could be lead gen. It could be a new website. It could be hosting. There is no ceiling on what your offer is, but understand that we've done all of it. We've done, through this cold emailing, we've done one-off websites. That's what this $7,500 is. We've done $2,500 SEO campaigns a month, $1,875 SEO campaigns, $1,250 lead gen campaigns. And some of these are packaged. So again, the money's there, the process is there. And if I were you, I would like, subscribe, comment, share. If landing clients is a very big struggle for your marketing agency, SMMA, LGA, AIAA, whatever it might be, then I want you to watch this video in full because I'm going to have a hands-off solution for you. This is a part 2 video, so if you haven't watched part 1 up there, I suggest that you go do that because I give you the overview of why this works so well. This is our cold email strategy that has worked for the last 2 years to help us land clients, book appointments on our calendar, and land high-ticket clients. Now, the setup for this is going to be the walkthrough in this video. The part 1 that I put up there is the overview of why it works, what's different about it, and why most people don't even really talk about this cold email strategy. There is setup. There's a little bit of cost, right? Nothing crazy, but a little bit of cost. And so if you're brand new or you've been doing this business for a while, then this may be not for you. But for me, this is a hands-off, and for a lot of our students, this is a hands-off way to get appointments on your calendar. And when you look at successful agencies, there's one thing that they all have in common. They have a system and structure around landing clients, which enables them to make more offers than anybody else. And that is the secret sauce. How do I set up systems and processes to make more offers? And you could do it by cold calling. You could do it by cold emailing, which I'm going to show you in this video. You could do it by friends and family and referrals, right? There's all these different ways. You could do it by leads and advanced methods. You could do it with Upwork. You could do it with Freelancer. Tons and tons of ways to make sure you're making enough offers to bring in money for yourself. So without further ado, let's jump into it. What you see on my screen is a checklist to set up a system, an automated way to get people to raise their hand that say, hey, maybe I'm interested in this, okay? We call it the agency appointment booking machine, and this is the checklist. Yes, I will give you guys, whoever wants it, the checklist. How do you do it? Let me just share with you exactly how you do it to get my free resources. Anything you see, any lists you see, any checklists you see, you can get in my free resources section. I'm going to make a couple assumptions. Number one, that you know your way around Go High Level a little bit, okay? Number two, certain things like you know how to buy a domain and you know how to set up an SMTP in Go High Level. If you don't know those things, it's okay. I do have, I believe, a training in school to show you how to do that, but I don't want to spend, 25, 30 minutes on this video buying a domain and setting up the SMTP, all right? So also, I'm going to assume that you watched part 1 of this video so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, I'm going to jump into this. The first step in all of this is in your Go High Level account. This is my Go High Level account. You're going to go to sub accounts and you are going to create sub account, okay? I don't really care what information you put in this, okay? Because on this checklist, you'll see setting up Go High Level account. You're going to name it cold email in the niche that you're going to do the cold emailing for. This is going to all make sense to you and come full circle, because this account is only going to be used for emailing. You're not going to use this account for anything else. So you want a fresh account, name it so you know what it is, cold email. And the example I'm going to give is waterproofing, basement waterproofing, masonry stuff. Then you're going to purchase a domain that is similar to your agency name. You do not want to risk cold emailing with your james@visibilitycloud.com. Okay. So I'll give you an example because I've already done this. I'm going to give you an example of a domain name that's similar, right? Then once you do that, you're going to set up an SMTP G Suite email with the new domain. You can use Mailgun. You could use G Suite. In this case, I use G Suite. Then you're going to add the new email to the sub account. And then here's where the walkthrough is going to start. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into my cold email account. Okay, so as you can see here, I have cold email waterproofing. So this is the account that I'm going to start emailing out of. And the first step I'm going to do, well, let me take a step back here. We're going to go over to settings and we're going to go over to email services. You can see here that I've set up james@localvisibilitycloud.com. That is the domain I bought in GoDaddy. I did a few steps. I set up my G Suite email in here. It's going to have those assumptions that you can do that. All right. So that's already set up. The next thing to do on this checklist is you're going to configure custom fields for the lead list. If you didn't watch part 1, the custom fields are personal lines. That is what makes this so good. And you're going to see this when I walk you through the email templates. So we're going to stay on the settings and we're going to jump over to custom fields. I've already done this because I don't want to waste time stepping through it, but you could click up here that says add field and you're going to add a contact field of personal line. Okay. It's simple. You're just going to hit add field, put in personal line, and you're going to choose the contact. That's where you want it to pull from. You want it to pull from the contact. And then, because we're going to be uploading a list, once you do that, that's the code that you're going to be putting in the emails. Again, I will show you. Also to keep in mind, this business name, company name, that is also a custom field, but that was already there. It comes with the account. So now what you're going to do is you want to add 2 custom fields. One is going to be contact company name. That may already be there. This business name may already be there. If not, you want to add that business name, and that will be the unique key. And then personal line, you're going to add, and that one is right here. It's really simple. You just hit add field. You do single line text input, hit next, put in business name or company name, contact. You could put it in the group contact and hit save. That's it. That's all you need to do. You have those 2. You want to make sure you have business name. You want to make sure you have personal line. That's what we're going to be doing in the email setup. The next thing that we're going to do is create workflows for cold emailing. And I have a number 1 here because there's going to be 3 workflows we're setting up. Very, very simple. Once we do that, we're going to send window set up. We're going to stop on response, add a trigger, and build out the workflow. So let's go jump and do that. Okay, so I have campaign number 1, waterproofing. Okay, so if I click that, all right, obviously I've already had this. I already did this because I don't want to waste time copying and pasting, and I'll show you that in a second. I'll show you an example of the email. By the way, the emails are all right here. You can find them in the free resources section. The first thing we want to do is go into settings. You don't need to allow re-entry. We want to toggle this on, stop on response. We want to use the contact time zone, and we want to send these emails only Monday through Friday between, you could do 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. So now email, we want to now take a look at the checklist. The send windows, stop on response. We're going to add the trigger, which is right here. And this trigger is, we're going to name it contact is campaign 1. And then the date that we're doing this, tag added campaign -1. That's going to be my trigger tag. And then the email, again, all I did was copy from here, email 1. And as you can see here, it says schedule 7 to 9. And this is going to, the subject is going to be about, it's going to be your business name and then company name. So I'm going to go over here and you can see here about Visibility Cloud LLC and contact company name. It's going to pull, when I upload the list, it's going to pull this data. Then down in here in the email, you're going to have to edit a few things, obviously, but mine, hi contact first name. And then here is contact.personal line. All right, that is going to pull the personal line from the data that I import. My name is James and I run Visibility Cloud LLC. We work with concrete and masonry companies who specialize in foundation repair and waterproofing, helping them bring in qualified leads. And you can read the rest. And then I'm going to give a case study example. Don't worry if you don't have one. We'll talk about that. For instance, one of our clients located on the East Coast has generated 2,165 new contacts looking for their services. 700 phone calls just in the last 8 months. I can show you live proof if you're up to it. We'd love to do the same for you. Mind if I send over a few times for a quick call? The whole point of the cold emailing is the personal line grabs their attention. We're calling out our company name and their company name. We're keeping it simple. People open up subject lines that have that, and they'll also see the personal line in their, in the preview of the email. And then we're going to say excited, your name. We bring in new appointments based on the type of offer you want to advertise, and this can be scaled up or down to suit your requirements and goals, just like the client example above. Now, this is going to work really, really well. It's going to get responses. Okay, I already know that. However, if you do not have an example in that niche, you can use any example. For example, one of our clients have, just landed 3 new jobs last week, right? Any example you have, new leads, a lead is an example. I don't care if it's 2. You could say I got a couple leads just in the last 24 hours. It doesn't matter. If you're brand new, brand spanking new, this is where trials and free trials is so important. My name is James Barnes. I run this. We work with companies that specialize in this, helping them bring in. Our offer to new clients is we will work with you for free to show you the results that we can get. We'd love to do the same for you. We're just keeping things simple, very simple. In this business, there are so many bad companies out there that do a horrible job. And if you're brand new, your only job is to do stuff for free, to prove to yourself and anybody else that you can get the results. That's it. All you need is one result under your belt, and your life can change if you utilize that result. So that is where we're at with this. Okay, and then email 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just want to make sure that we edit it, make sure that that's correct, and then we're going to save this action. Once we have workflow 1 set up, we're going to set up a pipeline. Now, the reason why we set up pipelines is because we don't want to just track, as you can see over here, statistics, individual email results. We want to look at the campaign as a whole, because what if somebody doesn't open up 1, but they open up 2 and they respond to 2? And then, so we're not going to be able to see the campaign as a whole rates, right? The response rates and how good they're doing. And so we're going to jump over to the pipelines, and you can see on the checklist, all we want is prospect, open, reply, and booked. That's what we're going to be tracking. All you do for this is you're going to go to pipelines, You're going to hit create new pipeline, and then all you're going to do is name it and then put prospect, open, reply, booked, and that will create your pipeline. The question is, how do you get these people in to that prospecting tab automatically, or that pipeline area automatically? We're going to come back over here and take a look. We're going to set up another workflow, number 2, add to pipeline workflow. That is right here, add prospect to pipeline waterproofing. So we'll click that, add prospect to pipeline. And now we're going to have the same trigger tag as the first campaign. So we hit contact tag. As you can see here, we're going to add tag added campaign 1. And then all we're doing is creating and updating the opportunity in this pipeline. And we're going to put them into the prospecting tab. Hit save action, save, and go back. So now we've had that set up, and now we're going to do one more workflow to track the opens. The third workflow is called open email. We're going to click that. And right here is we're going to do email events. Okay, that is going to be the trigger. And then we're going to name it email open in campaign 1 waterproofing. We're going to filter it with an event, and we're going to call the event is opened in the campaign 1 waterproofing, because it needs to know what emails are you tracking. So all the emails in campaign 1. We're going to save. Then we're going to create and update an opportunity like we did last time. And now we're going to say update the opportunity in the contact and put them into the open pipeline. I'm going to hit save and save. Now make sure you publish these, of course. You never publish a workflow without a trigger, because you do not want to upload contacts and have it go through a workflow they're not supposed to go through. Upload list example. And then we're going to map fields and add tags. I was going to do in this video with a live campaign, a brand new one. I want to show you guys all the way from ordering the list, getting the personal lines, and then seeing the results from it. And so I'm going to do a part 3 video that will show how did I find the leads, where did I go to get the leads for waterproofing that are going to deliver the leads like this, because the list will take 5 to 7 days to be built. And I want you to just show you here. I requested a list of 500 leads, New Jersey, New York, Philadelphia, or any of the East Coast, foundation repair and waterproofing. I want the owners, directors, or managers, and I want 10 employees with a minimum of 1 million in annual revenue. So who I ordered the list from sent me the sample. I just got the sample back, so I didn't want to wait to do this video. So the next part 3 video will be the results of this campaign. Here are the company names. I had to cover personal data, obviously. So they sent me a sample list to approve so they can continue to build out the rest 495. So like A1 Basements, the website gives me the website here. I guess I didn't need to cover that. Their address, how many employees they have, their annual revenue, first, last name, the title, email, and actually their LinkedIn profiles, which is fantastic. And then once I get this list, I'm then going to take this list and have somebody find all the personal lines. That's what's going to make this amazing. For purposes of this video, I'm just going to use a quick list over here that I put together. So this is what it's going to look like. The upload is going to look like of contacts: company name, first name, last name, email, and my personal line. To do this, you need to take this list, export it as a CSV. Once you export it as a CSV, you're going to click this button. You're going to click import contacts, upload file. And this is my cold emailing sheet. I'm going to click that. I've already uploaded this, so I'm not going to upload it again, but hit next. This is the mapping of the fields. So it's pulling company name, matching it with company name, first name, last name, email, personal line. And so this will get uploaded. Okay, so this is what it looks like. What you want to do next is you want to highlight all those contacts, and we're going to add a tag, that campaign-1 tag. So you're just going to click add tag, click it, add it. Once I do that, what happens? It starts to add to the workflows. And now, if I set up a list of 100 names, it's going to start sending out 100 emails between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. Now, this is going to be the big part of this. You do not, here's the warning, you do not do hundreds of names at a time. So typically what I'll do is after I've already warmed up the email, and so let me show that really quick actually. So we've been using instantly.ai. In the next video, I will walk through this, but I've already done it. So James at localvisibilitycloud.com, and I'm using their warm up service. So that's being done now. All this does is warms the domain up, make sure the IP is okay, and that the email gods are saying, okay, this is a trusted source. We'll land them in the inbox. Okay, we want to land in the inbox. If you're going to send hundreds of cold emails at a time, you're going to run a very big risk if you haven't been doing it for a while. So you want to do maybe 10 to 15 a day. And so what I would do is in the beginning, I would set that up manually by just choosing 10, add the tag. Tomorrow, I'll choose another 10, add the tag. The next day, I'll choose another 10. And then you can, as you do that through the next week, now you have 70 emails going out and going through the workflows. And it could become overwhelming with people responding and being able to measure all that. Again, this is a way to automate the system, but in the beginning, you need to be careful. But once you're a week or two into this and emails are landing, you can do now 20 a day, and then you can get up to 50 a day, and you can get up to 100 a day. And as you could imagine, you could have hundreds of emails going out prospecting for you. And now your job is to, well, your job or a VA is to sit in the conversations tab and make sure you are responding and trying to get people to book on your calendar. That's all you want to do. We want responses, a little conversation back and forth. What time works best for you? Here's my link, please book. And that's the process. And so you'll see that process in the next video when I get my list and start uploading all of it. If you see on this list, we've already done it. So now let me show you the example workings of this. What we want to do is we always want to test. Okay, so I'm going to use 2 of my emails that I know that are kind of my spam email type things. Before, uploading a list, it's fine. You want to make sure your automations always have triggers. And then we want to test with our own emails to make sure it's working the way it should. And so I'm going to select the 2 examples. Because I've already tested this and already added the tags and they've already gone into the workflow, now I want to just add them to a specific workflow, which is going to be the email workflow. And now I'm going to add to campaign, and then we're going to see if it works properly. So I'm going to go ahead and click in one of these contacts. Now you can see here it has first name, last name, email, personal line, business name, and then here's the contact time zone. So as you can see right here, down here below, here's the email went out about NJ Masonry and Visibility Cloud LLC. If you look at the email, hi James, I saw you enjoy eating at Varka and Ridgewood. I think I'm addicted to their oysters. So that's the personal line that is like, oh, wait, what? Oh, I've eaten there. Now, how do I know that? Because I did the research and he posted a picture on LinkedIn about him eating, right? Or on Facebook about him eating somewhere. And so again, you can do this yourself. You could do the research, but we use services to do this, right? I think it's 20 cents a contact, something like that. And so in the grand scheme of things, it's a very minuscule investment into something that could land you thousands and thousands of dollars. That is, when you're an entrepreneur and you're a business owner, there's always some sort of slight risk. Got to pay to play sometimes. And then I have my email here. So that went out perfect. I can go over to my automations. It says total enrolled 8 because I keep testing with 2. So I've done it 4 times now, but 2 are actively enrolled. And now I'm going to go over to my pipelines because remember, add to pipeline. And then I did open those emails. So it's showing me that I have 2. And if I go to sales pipeline, I have my 2 prospects. Now let me jump over to my email and open one of them. So this is another one about Alpine Masonry and Visibility Cloud. This was sent to the NJUMA Gmail. Hi, John. I noticed you were a huge New York Giants fan. I never miss a home game, hoping for a great season. My name is James, and I run yada, yada, yada. Again, the purpose of showing you this is to now take a look at if we got tracked. And we did. That number went from 2 to 3. We're going to now go to sales pipeline. And now John Abraham went into the open. This is where now you're going to, in your conversations, or if people start to reply back to you, Well, you say John replied, and you'll drop him into replied, and James booked an appointment. The automation stops at the open. The replies, we're going to be sliding, and the booked appointments, we're going to be sliding because we're going to be booking our own appointments. So this is our own pipeline. It's no different than like a sales guy. And then once we do that, if you go to dashboard, you're going to see that whole cold email pipeline funnel. That's why we do the pipeline. Now we're going to be able to see we had 2 prospects, 2 opens, 2 replies, and 1 booked appointment. So this is what we're really going to be looking for. Put a comment down below if you have any questions. Free resources section is in the description and the pinned comment down below. Like this video, share it if others would want to see it. Thanks for watching. Hope this was helped. And I'd love to hear the results once you get this going. See you on the next one. Bye-bye. One of the simplest ways to get results in your SMMA business is to learn and perfect Google advertising, pay-per-click advertising. It's very simple to set up and it gets immediate results for your clients. This is what I talk about in most of my videos, is getting clients results fast, whether it be in the initial trial period or if you're just landing them straight as a client. You have to get them results fast. They have to be very clear on what it is you're doing for them, the services that you're providing, and clear on the expectations of the results. And the easiest, most effective way to do this is to launch, run, optimize Google search ads. It could be call only ads. It could be search ads, anything that has to do with Google. Because of the immense size that Google is, everybody's on it. Okay. I thought it was best that he come on and do a complete walkthrough of launching a campaign from start to finish. So if you're new, you're going to get a lot out of this. And even if you're not new and you just maybe haven't dived into this service, then you're going to probably get a lot out of it as well. I started my agency in 2014. I was running my own ads since about 2016 when Jason and I merged our agencies together. He took over all the ads, so I thought it was prudent that he jump on and run them. He's ran over $10 million in Google ads over the years since about 2012. So yeah, he probably should be the one to do it. And he does all the training on the Google ads portion in our coaching program. So if you're new to this channel, my name is James Bonnies, and I've been running an agency since 2014. Started a coaching program in 2017, have done well over $30 million online. But in the end, this channel is to help you, whether you're an agency, a business owner, a coach, it doesn't matter, because marketing is marketing and money is money. So I hope you guys enjoy this, and I'll see you on the outro. All right. We're going to do a A to Z launch, setup, launch campaign, start to finish for towing. Is that correct?
Yep. Set her up. A to Z.
A to Z. Sweet. Now I already talked you up in the beginning of this video, but remind me again. I think it was what, 7 or 9 million you've run on Google in ad spend.
Yeah. Managed over, closer to, actually I think it's over 10 million at this point in time, but between for own business and client businesses for sure.
Since 2012.
Since 2012, and most of that has been pay-per-click and a few other things mixed in there as well.
Yeah, and that took the burden off my shoulders when when we joined forces.
Yeah, magic. Lead gen is magical.
Yes. All right, so let's do it. Let's just jump right into it. We're probably going to use this for not only my YouTube channel, maybe yours as well, and also our coaching students. So we're killing 3 birds with 1 stone on this session, which is perfect.
Yeah, always good. You want to go ahead and share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So let's get into basically the Google MCC account, the master account, where you can control all your client accounts. And from within there, we're just going to set up a create new account. I'm going to set
now a question, because I'll probably interrupt you with questions.
Yep.
Maybe not too many. So they're signing up for what are they doing prior to this? So let's say you're a brand new agency, right? Unless that's what you're doing right now.
So I'm at the point, they've already created their Google MCC account,
Okay.
which is, again, a master account. So as an agency, you want one place, you want one dashboard where you can manage all your client accounts at one time. So you don't want to create an account for client one, an account for client two, and you're constantly logging in and out, trying to control their accounts. As an agency, you can have one dashboard that all of your clients can be in. Basically, any account you create goes under that one dashboard. And it's called it used to be called a MCC account. I'm going to Google MCC account. I think Google, as usual, changed the names to some other random thing. Oh, okay. Now they call it a manager account. So honestly, if you just go to Google and Google MCC account, this right here from Google, this link, it'll say manage clients and campaigns with manager accounts. When you click it, now it'll say go to a manager accounts and have you create one. And it's literally as simple. Let me click it. Because I'm logged in, it may take me to a different screen, but let's just see. Okay, no. So this is exactly what you would go through. So basically what I name this, you can name this anything. It doesn't matter. This is just for you to know the name of what your dashboard is. I could call this Jason's clients. The more common way to name this is your agency name, right?
Yep.
And then it's really this simple here. I'm going to pick manage other people's accounts. Okay. Billing country is the US. Your time zone is obviously your time zone. And then whatever currency you're in, click I'm not a robot. And so this is for you. This has nothing to do with any specific client. This is just your information of your dashboard. I'm going to click that. And then you would hit submit. I'm not going to create it because whenever you do that, it's going to have me create a whole separate manager account on the top of the one I already got. What does it look like? It looks exactly where we just started from in the last screen. Okay. So the screen before this, let's go back. It's going to look just like this, except for you won't have all the accounts in there.
Yep.
Okay. And so then all you're doing is coming up to the blue plus and hitting create new account. Okay. And so here we are. This is where we picked up. So yeah, so this is now officially from A to Z. So at this point I have a client and we're just going to use a towing example. We're going to say this is City Towing Services. You're just going to put the name of the client's name, whatever the client's business name is. Okay. What kind of account do I want? I will always want a Google Ads account. Okay. That's going to give me the most flexibility and to be able to use all of Google's different campaigns that are available to me. If I pick the other option, it's going to limit me and it's going to look totally different and I may not get the best results. So whatever country I want this account to be in, obviously this is all pretty standard. The time zone, this is going to be, I like to specifically put this for the client. So wherever the client is located. So in this case, they just happen to be Chicago. So Chicago time, but Central time for my client. What currency, obviously very, very simple. If I had someone else that I wanted to invite to this account, I would just put their email here. Typically, I'm not doing that at this stage. I can do that later if I want to. You can do this from within the account. Okay, click I'm not a robot.
You would do the client email if that's
if I wanted to bring the client in, I could put their email and I don't have to make them an admin. It could just be, admin's going to be someone that can control financial kind of adding credit cards and making financial decisions inside the account. Standard would be they can set up ads, they can do things. They just can't play with the admin control stuff. And then read only, which is what I would typically give a client if I am ever going to have a client inside my account. They're just going to be read only. I don't want them in there jacking around with my stuff, touching things. I want to have communication with the client if we do need to make changes. I don't want them flipping things off, touching things, because that's exactly what happens whenever you do bring clients in. Again, typically the standard is I'm not inviting any clients in there, but this is the option if I wanted to have a client in there, or maybe I have another team member, someone who's managing the ads, optimizing the ads, or just someone else to help double check. I can just bring them in this way. Okay. And then save and continue. Oops. Thought I was a robot. All right. So as soon as it decides I'm not a robot, all right, save and continue. Okay. And you see the next step here is it's going to want you to hook up the billing information, like who's going to pay for these ads. So in this instance, this payments profile, you probably would not have one here. This is just my agency name. And so I'm just going to leave this data in here and it's going to show you what's there. You would be starting from scratch and creating one. And all it's going to ask for is basically who's paying the bill. Now, this is typically going to be the client, right? We're typically going to hook up their business credit card to these ads. So the payments profile would be their information, their business name, their business address, all the stuff it asks for. And then the payment method, which credit card essentially are we hooking up to the account so that when ads run, they can be charged as needed. And that's all that's happening here.
And the number one reason why accounts get shut down is?
Yeah, the number one reason why Google will suspend an ad account is billing information not matching. Basically, a credit card that doesn't match the payments profile, like maybe the billing information is wrong, the wrong billing zip code. Literally the only time that I have ever seen Google cause issues, it is during this setup right here. Someone maybe as an agency owner, you're like, well, I'll put my card in, and then we put all the client's information up here. Well, then the information is a match, and rightfully so. Google's going to say, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. Like, I want to make sure that when money's being spent, that I'm on the hook for, that the information is kosher. So Google will put it basically what they'll call a suspicious payment activity that basically forces you to kind of appeal and say, hey, here's what's going on. And then they can make a manual decision and say, oh, okay, everything's good. You just kind of threw us for a loop there initially. So the way to avoid all that is just make sure that the payments profile matches the payment method information. Like whoever's name I put in payments profile, that should be the name on the card, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and you can keep going, but what are the we get that sometimes in our coaching program where people are like, oh, I just set up a new account and it just got suspended. What did I do wrong? And most of the time is because they have a client, they're putting in their profile information, their agency profile, and then they're attaching their client card on file, and then it's like boom. Or vice versa.
Yep.
And so that's what ends up happening.
And so you can see down here, obviously you would just have one account, but it created my new account. I'm just going to click it and go into it so that I could set up a campaign. Okay. And so this is what I should see when I come in here. Very, very simple. Okay. So all I'm going to do is set up a new campaign. Okay. Now it's going to say choose your objective. What I always like to do is, because now you may say, hey, I'm trying to get more leads, so let me click leads. All this is doing, it doesn't mean like if I click website traffic, I can't get leads. It's just going to give you different campaign suggestions based on what you click. So if I click sales, it's going to say, hey, here's some campaign suggestions you can run. What I like to do, because Google likes to move things around so much, is I like to just come down here and create a campaign without goals guidance. And it's going to list all the different campaigns that I can run that Google has. Again, if I clicked one of these other ones, it may limit what I see here. So I just want to see what is all the options I have, because Google sometimes renames things, they move things around. Okay. And so what I want to do when I'm trying to generate leads, calls for a client, local business client specifically, I'm going to use search. Okay. Search is literally going to be what you see in the Google search results anytime you search anything, okay? And they're going to be the standard ads that you're going to set up that are focused just on Google search, okay? Now, because I'm working with the tow truck, and again, mainly service clients that I work with on Google, I'm typically going to want to set up phone calls. This is typically what I'm after. I'm trying to get the phone ring to these clients. If for whatever reason I was working with a client that I'm really just trying to send people to essentially a landing page to fill out a form or something, then I would potentially use the website visits. But in this case, again, a towing company, I want to get the phone ringing. Okay. Let me actually grab.
Yeah, and I'll talk while you grab that. So that question comes up a lot as well. Not necessarily in that process, but is the fact that, are we trying to get people to call, or are we trying to get people to go to a landing page, right? And, the easiest way to think about that is depending on the niche. And so like something like towing is more of an emergency. My heater broke, my air conditioning broke. Like you're not going to necessarily go to a landing page and sit there and hope somebody calls you back. You're going to find somebody as quickly as humanly possible to get that solution as fast as possible. So that's why it would be phone calls. And then the other website visits would be more of like you want an estimate, or you want somebody to come out to your house for, let's say, like some construction. I mean, there's dozens and dozens, if not thousands of different examples. So,
yep. And so basically all I'm doing is, if this is my landing page, all I'm doing is grabbing the kind of the tracking number that I set up on this page, and I'm just plugging that phone number in here. Now, one thing to note is anytime Google gives you an example, says, hey, put it in just like this, put it in just like that. Don't be like, oh, well, I mean, dashes are probably fine. Just put it in exactly how Google was telling you to do. Okay. This will help avoid mistakes, avoid errors, and cause, and not miss out on the different types of different tracking of conversions and whatnot. So once I put the phone number there in the phone number spot, it asks me for the campaign name. Now, what I like to name this is based on what am I targeting? So in this case, I'm just going to be targeting, say, general towing keywords. I could call this maybe emergency towing keywords if I wanted to have a campaign focused on different keywords involving, hey, 24-hour emergency towing. In this case, this lets me know at a quick glance, because I might set up different campaigns to target different services the business offers, different aspects of this business. And so that's what I want to name it. So I can at a quick glance know what it is. And then also I just kind of put a dash and then what type of campaign is. Okay. So this one's focused on phone calls. Now they may all end up being phone calls, but in any case, if I ever want to run one that's like a website visit form focused, I can put that there and know just at a quick glance what I'm looking at. So once I have my campaign name, I'm just going to hit continue. Okay. Now, when I'm setting up a call campaign, it's only going to give me a couple things here that I'm going to worry about. Clicks are, I'm just going to focus on clicks. That's all I want. When a call campaign runs, what we're trying to do is get them to click the ad, which pulls up the phone number to generate the call. Okay, so that's what I want to focus on. I'm not going to set any kind of cost per click limit here. I'm not going to set up a customer acquisition. These are all kind of optional things that will supposedly will help Google optimize the campaign and squeeze out the best budgets for the conversions. But when I'm just initially running something, I want to go ahead and just open it, let it run without a bunch of like restrictions or things. Because I want to get impressions, get clicks, and then start make decisions based on the data. All right, so click next. Okay. Now, big key thing here is on running a call campaign, I do not want display. I do not want any ads running on display. That's those, if I go to a website on the internet, sometimes there's all these banners on the side that have different like pictures and visuals and little videos. That's what the display network essentially is. Again, I'm typically working with a service-based client, specifically someone that I need right now. No one breaks down on the side of the road, decides to start browsing ESPN and looking for banners in the side and say, oh, I hope a tow truck pops up. No, they're going to search for one, right? So I just want search network to be the only way, to be the only focus. And I do want to exclude the Google search partners. Google, all I want is Google, okay? So if I click this box, include Google search partners, that's going to pop up on any like other random search engines and other random places that Google wants to throw my ad. Again, I'm going after, it's the 80-20 rule, the 80-20 principle, right? Where's the majority of the action going to happen? It's going to happen in the Google search. Okay. So that's where I want to stay focused. That's where I want all my money to be spent. Okay. So I'm going to uncheck the Google search partners, and I'm going to make sure that I uncheck the Google display network. Okay. Locations, very simple. What service area does my client serve? In this case, let's just say they're serving Chicago. So I'm just going to type in the word Chicago. Really, really simple. You can see you have different options. I can target, I can exclude, I can do nearby. Basically, all I want to do is focus on the target. You'll notice on a couple of cities, there's this Nielsen DMA regions. And you can see that's a little bit bigger than the regular city. what that'll typically do is expand into like suburbs and whatnot. Okay. So you can be as specific, or if you're just looking to cover a general area, you can pick one or the other. Not every city has that. The most important thing when it comes to targeting is, where does your client serve? Just target that. Okay. So in this case, I'm just going to say Chicago. A couple things really quick, or one thing really quick, this location option. Okay. You can see presence or interest or presence. Okay. What I want to select is just presence. So as you can see here, you can just read it, but a real quick summary: presence or interest means they're either present in that area or they've shown interest in it. Okay. Presence means that they are in or regularly in the target location. I don't care if someone shows interest. You know, someone from Miami might be potentially interested in visiting Chicago, so they've shown interest in Chicago. I don't want my tow truck ad showing to the person in Miami when my tow truck is in Chicago, right? So I'm just going to select presence. Okay. Language, I'm typically not going to touch. It automatically knows based on what you've already input. And then right here, I feel this is a new thing. I don't think this is rolled out yet. In all instances, even when this rolls out, I'm going to make sure that this is off and be able to use keyword match types. Again, you can kind of read a little bit of what that's about, but ultimately, if I just make it broad keywords, there's a lot of extra fluff, if you will, that can come into the campaign. I'll talk about that when I set up the keywords, but I don't want extra fluff. Anytime I'm setting up a Google campaign where it's going to cost me money when people click on my ad, I don't want fluff. I want very, very, very specific. Okay. So I'm going to make sure that that stays off. And then I'm going to do a quick check under more settings. Again, just because constantly they're adding new things in here or taking things away. There's really only one thing that I would play around with down here. It's going to be a personal preference, but I'll tell you why I do what I do. Ad rotation right here. What I typically want is I want it. So there's two options: optimize to prefer the best ads, meaning if I have two ads and Google thinks ad 2 is going to do better, it's going to show ad 2 more. Now that sounds good in theory, but what I've noticed on these platforms just over the years is sometimes the platforms just make these split rash decisions on, you know what, ad 2 is going to be the best. So it never really gives ad 1 a chance. And so what I prefer to do is click do not optimize, rotate ads indefinitely. So I can create multiple versions of my ad and they rotate through. Google does not favor one or the other. And then that way I can actually collect the data myself and see which ad is performing better, or maybe they both perform, right? And just rotating the different ads is perfect for the campaign and what people see. So I always want to do not optimize, rotate ads indefinitely until I get some good tests in with multiple variations of ads to see which kind of ads perform better. And then I may create a new campaign later that has all the best performers in there, and I make that prefer the best performing ad, because at that point, I don't care. It's the best performers, and we already have tested that with data. So beyond that, there's really nothing else I'm going to play with down here. I'm just going to go ahead and hit next and get over to the keywords. Now, a couple things to look at. I can put in my landing page up here. I can grab my URL and put the landing page right here for it to scan the page and say, all right, I can see your page is based on towing. So here's keywords that I think are good for towing. Or I could just type in towing, and I'll just show you that one. It works the same way, whether I use the URL or the keyword. So I'm just going to put towing. Okay. Again, it just says, hey, add the service you're trying to advertise. I just want a nice general word that describes what it is I'm doing. And then I can hit get keyword suggestions right here. Now, what it's going to do is going to say, hey, based on that, what I know of when people search that, here's various keywords that work really well with towing that we've seen data on. Now, why I don't necessarily like doing this is using either one of those is because it's just going to give me a bunch of things. Now, it's good for helping me decide a few initial keywords to target, but I don't necessarily want to target all these. Some of these might not even apply. So what I may do is quickly look at these and say, all right, well, this looks good. This looks good. roadside assistance, they're not big on, so I don't want to do that, or, so on and so forth. I can, they don't want cheap towing because they're not cheap, whatever. I can pull out and keep what I want. Now, remember when I talked about the keyword match types? All right. So right now, when I just have, matter of fact, you can see it down here, match types, help control what triggers my ad. Okay. This is an important concept. And this is where a lot of people lose a lot of money. What I want to do is I'm typically wanting specific words to trigger the ads. Okay. Towing, for example. Actually, let's do it. Towing service, right? That's a great example. If someone types in towing service, that's potentially related to my client. So I want my ad to show. Well, when we bring in keyword match types, which Google is talking about here, okay, if the keyword is just the keyword there, towing service. So let me delete all this other stuff. So we don't have to keep looking around all that. So just the words here, towing service, is what's considered broad match. Okay. So basically the word towing or the word service, and in any combination of those and any variations and any similar words to those will trigger my ad. Some keywords that may work well on, but some may throw me out the left field. So, towing service, maybe for whatever reason, I'm trying to give an extreme example. What could happen? They associate the word towing service with car maintenance. I don't know. Let's just say car maintenance, whatever. It's because it's a related of a related word. Okay.
Yeah.
And so that would not work for my client. They don't do auto maintenance. They're not a car garage or anything like that. They're a towing service. Okay. With broad match, I potentially could have my ad triggering for words that aren't related, but they're just several variations of the word. Okay. So the way I fix that to say, look, if someone types in towing service, I know for a fact that that's probably a good potential customer for my client. Okay. So in that case, what I want to do is I want to put quotations around the keyword to make it a phrase match, meaning if anyone types in the words towing service, regardless if there's words after or words in front, my ad will show. Okay. So that's what phrase match is. Now, if I'm like, you know what? I don't want that kind of variation. I only want my ad to show if someone literally only types towing service. Okay. If they put something after it or something before it, then I don't want my ad to show. Okay. So in this case, I'm looking for an exact match. And you can see it down here. It's the brackets. Oops, I used the wrong one. Okay. So I would put towing service that says, look, they have to type in towing service. Okay. No variations of that. It has to be towing service. If so, and only that, then my ad will show. Okay. And so what I'm typically entering the keywords is I'm going to enter them both as a phrase match and an exact match. Okay. And the reason why is because I can catch the variations, I can catch the exact, and then in my data, as the campaign's running, I can see which ones are performing better. But that way I'm kind of locked in on the things that are going to be the most specific to my business. One quick little ninja tip here, a ninja tip, but a helpful tip. If I did have a big list, because you're like, man, Jason, I gotta put these brackets and all this other stuff over all these. So let me just say I had this big old list. And you're like, oh man, Jason, how do I do this? So go ahead, you would just copy the keywords you want to use. And you can come to there's keywordwrap.com. You can just Google keyword wrapper. This is one of the ones that popped up. I've used this for years. Let me reset the form. It's going to look like this. All you got to do is paste your keywords into where it says enter keywords and then hit wrap. Okay. And you see there's several different options. Okay. There's a broad phrase and exact match. There's a phrase, there's negative, there's exact, and then there's this one here, phrase and exact match. So there they are. They're already there. All I have to do is select the copy, I can come back, I can delete all these and then paste, and there they are. Now they're already in there. They're already in there as exact and with the phrase match, okay? And then that's it. Once I got my keywords in there, whether it's a couple, whether it's a big list, I want them in this way. Once I got them in there, the only thing left to do now is create my ad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my landing page. Okay. There's my final URL. What that means is like, hey, if someone clicked the ad, where they're going to land. Some people have little redirects and stuff like that. So what I always suggest is open up your page, let it load in the browser. Don't touch it. Once it's finally loaded, grab the URL, and that's what you put in for final. Okay. The display path is basically what is going to show when the ad shows. You can see here a preview of the ad is going to constantly kind of show as I update things. So the display path is like, look, it's going to take the domain and force me, but I can put whatever keyword I want here. So in this case, I might put emergency towing. It's just a chance for me to add a couple keywords into the domain. So that just kind of shows. So when someone sees that, they're like, oh yeah, just kind of reiterates the theme of the ad. Okay. Now, all I'm going to do here, this is going to give me, it's going to create an ad. It's going to have me input some information and create multiple variations of the various words I put in. So it's going to ask me for a couple headlines. So all I want to do for headlines is I would just want to have a couple, heavy hitting things. So if someone reads that, they're like, yep, that's exactly what I need. So in this case, I'm going to do 24-hour emergency towing. And actually, I'm going to put Chicago. So I like to have the city in there. And then, the specific service. You want to make sure you follow within the required character limit. Yep. And so just for brevity's sake, I'm just going to put a couple in here. Again, you just want a little bit of variety. Tow truck services and fast, reliable tow truck. Now, whatever. All right. So you do not have to fill out all of these. Okay. What'll end up happening. Now, here's what I'll tell you though. The more of these you fill out, the more good variations that you're potentially going to get. And also, well, let me get down here. You don't have to create all these, but the more of these you create, the more variations you're going to get. And then same thing with the description. I'm only going to want a couple descriptions for it to rotate between. And ultimately what's going to happen is, again, as Google shows the ad, it's going to keep bouncing around and then eventually it's going to do the testing for you. Okay. Now, in the end, I'm still ultimately going to create another ad and another ad just like this where they're kind of bouncing around. Okay. So again, just for brevity, I'm just going to put, fast, reliable, auto towing. You just want to reiterate bullet points. Like, what are some of the key bullet points that someone, if they read that, they're like, yep, that's exactly what I need. And that's helpful. That's everything I need to make a decision, right? So fast, reliable tow, bill right now. Let's see. SEPs, all major credit cards. So anything that you can put in that reflects trust. Hey, we're, AAA rated, or, Better Business Bureau, A+ rating on BBB, over 1,000 satisfied customers, any kind of trust factor and any kind of financial thing that's going to help someone make the purchase is things I kind of want to highlight. Like for the tow truck, like I want them to know, for in this example, hey, it's fast. People want towing, they want something fast. Hey, fast, reliable. I could put 1,000 satisfied customers on Yelp or whatever, stuff like that. And then this other one, accepts all major credit cards, right? If I'm broken down, I'm like, crap, how am I going to get out of this situation? I have some credit cards. Hopefully they accept. Hey, if I put that, they're like, yeah, perfect. Because I have a credit card and I need help right now. They accept all major credit cards. I want to get those things for trust and finance payment kind of front and center so that it help them make that decision as quick as possible. Okay. And so again, once I have a couple descriptions, a couple headlines, come down. I don't worry about all this stuff. Business name, logo. You don't need to, I'm not going to worry about that. Again, I want more of a standard ad, just like you see here in the preview. The more stuff I end up putting in here, if I like putting logos and stuff, Google's going to potentially start trying to put me in other places around the internet. I just want to be in the Google search. Okay. Now site links, I could create other pages on my landing page and link to them. I'm typically not going to mess with that initially. You may see site links be a bigger factor for people that are sending traffic to their websites. When I'm trying to get phone calls, I don't want them clicking around the website. So I'm not gonna mess with site links. Okay. Call outs are the only other kind of thing that I might add. And essentially what that's going to look like is these extra little things at the ad, right? All major, that basically no matter what, those things will show, regardless of what headlines rotating around. And again, I want these to be the trust and the kind of financial things if I can. And then any other, I'm typically going to do 4 call outs because it will typically rotate between those. All major credit. And it's okay that I already put that in a headline. It's fine. Because again, Google's going to rotate things around. Sometimes it might show one headline, one description, and no call outs, right? So you never know what it's going to show based on the auction and when Google's showing the ad and where it's showing it. So it's better just to put all your information everywhere and let Google do its things. All major credit cards. 15 years serving Chicago. Fast, reliable. Towing. I might put auto, truck, commercial. There you go. Something like that. Okay, I hit save. And you can see here, it's, and again, I could add more and then rotate between test them, but I just typically do 4 heavy hitting, bullet points, and then I'm done. All this is doing also, it's making my ad a little bit bigger. So maybe it stands out a little bit more on stands out a little bit more. Okay. In the end, I don't really need to play around with more of this stuff here. Again, you can get overwhelmed and all this, adding all these other crazy things. In the end, now it's already going to add my phone number to it, but let me go ahead and grab that phone number and add it into that phone number call out. Again, I want it to be just like the example. Okay, hit save. Okay, there's the phone number. So it's going to be there either way. All right. And there we go. All right. So when I hit done, it's basically saving this ad down here. Okay. And again, it's going to have several variations. I'm just going to launch initially with this one. And then once I'm in there, once the campaign's launched, I can go ahead and add a second ad. That's just like this one that I can have it start rotating between. But just to get it launched, go ahead and just launch with one. Okay. Now, average daily budget, because I'm advertising tow trucks in Chicago, it jumped out. Basically, what I'm typically going to do is I'm going to use the recommended budget. Now, if it gives you something ridiculous like this, like say my client only gave me like $1,000 for the month or something like that. Ideally, I want to use recommended because that's Google saying, you know what, based on what you're trying to do. Now, again, a lot of this is because I targeted this giant, massive list of keywords. I'm in a giant city. I would potentially narrow that down a little bit to try to shrink this. In the end, it doesn't even matter what it says here. I can set my own custom budget and say, you know what? I want daily budget to be $50. Okay. Don't worry about what it says down here. But all I'm going to care about is getting something that fits in the budget, but still going to allow me to play in the auction. And then get data to see if I need to up it or not, right? It's really that simple. And so, again, ultimately, the recommended is what I normally would pick. in this instance, say that makes no sense based on the data I'm seeing here, go ahead and just set yourself a custom budget. Okay. Start with something like 20 to 50 bucks and go from there. You can adjust up or down as needed. As I get campaign data, I'm going to be turning off keywords that suck. I'm going to turn off, keywords that eat up a lot of money that aren't producing anything. And so there's a lot of things that you'll start doing to whittle away at the excess, as the fluff, as I like to call it, to make your ads continue to get more optimized, perform better, which will ultimately shrink the budget needed to get great results. Okay. So again, what you see initially isn't necessarily what's always going to be there. Okay. And then all it's doing here is just saying, hey, just take a quick peek. Does that all make sense? And then you're just going to publish the campaign. Okay. And basically it's going to say, hey, it's under, yes, leave the guide. It's just saying, hey, it's under review. And then, really, that's it. At this point, you're just kind of waiting for the campaign to get approved. And then it's pretty instant. Usually within an hour of it being approved, you're definitely in the auctions. But don't get one of the things people try to do, just as to throw this in as the last little kind of thing here, is
go find their ad.
Don't go try to find your ad. Like over the years, I can count on one hand the amount of times that I've been able to see my own ad, or the client has been able to see it. It just, don't play that game. Just look at the numbers in your campaign. If it says it's approved, you get the green dot and you're on the right day, right? Make sure you're always looking. I always like to keep it going for this month or today, whatever. Because again, sometimes it puts yesterday and people are like, my ad's not running. I can't see my, it's not doing anything. There's no impressions. And I'm like, well, what's your timeline? Like, oh, it's the last 7 days. I'm like, we'll put it on today. Like, oh, okay. So bottom line is, once you see impressions in your campaign here in Google, it's running. You don't need to search it and verify it with your own eye, right? It gave you a preview to show you what the ad looks like, but it for one knows it's you. It knows your IP. It knows everything. And it's not going to show, it's trying to make money. So it's not going to show you the ad, because you're the one that created it. So don't try to find your ad. Just let the dashboard be your guide on whether it's running or not. Okay? But that's it.
Yeah. And it's, one of the things that we've always said through the years was how fast you can get these up. And, I know our students have the luxury of having a lot of that beginning stuff given to them, like the keywords and all that stuff, and the headlines and stuff like that. But for somebody that's like new and they're maybe have a client, not in our coaching program, because that's not what this is about. But what would you recommend to help with like descriptions and finding the keywords, headlines and stuff like that? I always said just go to Google and type in the client in the
yeah. I mean, that's kind of the easiest thing is to so let me start with keywords really quick. Keywords, what I like to do, I definitely don't like to use a big list like this. Okay, this is a little bit against what I normally do. I was kind of showing this for example purposes, but what I typically do is I focus on a couple of more of the general keywords that cover the theme I'm trying to hit. So I might use just towing service, and auto towing, maybe something like that. Something that's a little bit broader, but it's going to cover, again, the themes that I'm trying to target. Because what's going to end up happening, and again, I'm going to set it up with phrase and exact. When you set it up, when you set up anything other than exact, but even exact, what'll end up happening is you'll get this little category over here called search terms. Okay. And what search terms are Google saying, hey, someone typed in someone typed in auto towing service. Okay. Well, because I have a phrase match, they put towing service together and the word auto was in front of it, my ad showed. Okay. And if someone clicked it, turned into a call and conversion, well, that would show with this word towing service. I would start to see this over here. But what search terms will show me, it will show me that, hey, someone actually typed in auto towing services and it triggered this keyword, towing services. Here's the data for it. So I actually see now that, oh, okay, people are actually searching auto towing service, and that's leading directly to, that led directly to a phone call. So now what I would maybe do is I would come up here, add to this same campaign, to the ad group, as a phrase, auto towing service, and exact. And now add that to my campaign. And so now I'm targeting the specific keyword that people actually searched in the search engine. And so ultimately, I end up building out my keyword list based purely on words that people are actually typing in to Google. It'd be the equivalent of going here to Google and typing, towing services. And if I type in towing services, you see ads of people running ads. I'll come back to that in a second. I can see little searches down here: towing near me, towing in cities and whatnot. It's kind of the equivalent of that. Google saying, hey, people typed in towing services, but here's other specific searches that they typed in related to that. So it's the same kind of thing, but more powerful, because I can see exactly what they typed into the search bar here. Now, back to your point also, for ad ideas, headline description ideas, I'm literally just going to Google and say, hey, what are other people, what are other competitors, what kind of themes am I seeing? What kind of things jump out to me and resonate with me? And those are kind of things that I can leverage and put into my own clients' ads as well. And again, test and kind of see just see what's what, get the data to see what performs and what doesn't.
Yeah. And you could do this for basically any niche in the world.
Any niche on the planet.
Yeah. And so that's the beauty of Google. And that's why we always say, leads now versus leads later. You have your SEO that you can do on the back end, and this brings in leads immediately, keeps the client happy, gets them off your back. And you take that budget, that retainer, a small amount of it, put it toward that. This is one way to do it, and put it toward very simple, targeted ads. Leads start to come in, they get phone calls. And now on the back end, you could possibly be doing SEO, or you could be doing, other services, rep management, and all different types of services. So that's the simple way to run an agency and still make a ton of money, other than this whole AI and the craziness that we hear about.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on as soon as when Google launched ads. This is the kind of thing that you've been able to do, and the only thing that has changed really is the way it looks.
Yeah,
Google ads have been performing for years, and they're going to keep performing no matter what other fancy things come out. And it's a high ROI, low overhead service for you to perform, high ROI for both you and your client, and it just works. People are gonna, for now, it's gonna work. But I can tell you, it's been, no matter what theme and trend has happened, these still work. They continue to work, and so we'll keep working them until the newest technology decides to replace it somehow. But until then, we're going to keep banking.
Yeah, definitely going to keep banking, and nothing's going to replace this. So That's all I'm going to say. Well, there you have it. Hope you guys liked this video. Hope it helped a little bit. And if you have any questions, just comment down below. Also, like the video, share it if you can, for other people to see it, and as well as subscribe to this channel if you are new, because I come out with 1 to 2 videos a week, all about business, SMMA agencies, local businesses, investing, real estate, and all that good stuff. So if that's something that you enjoy, make sure you subscribe. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. What's going on? James Bondi's here. In this video, I'm going to share with you one of the easiest services you can provide to a potential new client for your agency, or even past clients or current clients. It's a fast way to get your foot in the door if you're new at this business, and it's an easy way, very easy way to increase your customer value for your current clients, and it's an even easier way to land new clients with this simple message marketing campaign. So behind me, let me just show you really quick. Behind me, you're going to see I have 2 boxes. So let's say you have a potential client that has a client customer list already built out. And then they have a client lead list built out. So essentially, let's look at HVAC, right? And I'm going to share with you why I'm going to show you this example today in the HVAC niche. Okay, so let's say I have an HVAC client, okay, who already has a customer list, right? The bottom line is what we want to do as an agency, or maybe as a new marketing person for this business, is we want to blow them out of the water. And the way we do that is to show results immediately. The fastest way to get a new client results, or the fastest way to to give value to a potentially new client, is using their customer list to create repeat business with an offer. And I'm going to share with you how to find that offer in just a second. Now, if they also have a lead list, it's even better, because what if they have prospects that have opted into their website, or they have people who were just looking for a quote or looking for an estimate that didn't turn into a customer? Well, if they're running ads, or they even have a website, they have a whole list of people who were interested with an HVAC service at some point in their business career, okay? And so we want to drum up new business with their lead lists, and we want to get repeat business with their current customers. Now, the question is, well, James, it sounds great and all, but what offer should these people do? If it's an HVAC person, what are they going to do? Give 20% off a tune-up? Well, kind of, yeah. And so what I do when I'm prospecting, or if I have current clients that I just want to pull more money out of, I simply say, and I put a video up here, how to find and create offers, and I simply take a look at this. And I'm going to build my entire automation to get repeat business and to get new business for my client or future client. And I'm going to take the offers that are here and just get approval from them first that I can do it. All right. At least what that makes me sound like a professional, and I'm giving them an option to get repeat business and new business. Okay. And so I'm going to create in this video, start to finish, a message marketing campaign that when I'm done, you can click in the description and get this entire workflow, automations, and emails for free just by clicking down below that in the description. I'm going to create an offer for repeat business. First, I have two buckets. I have leads and I have past customers. I have leads and then past customers. Okay, everybody understand that? And so for past customers, right here in this bucket, I'm going to offer them a furnace tune-up special. $79 or let's call it $80 for every year, recurring. Okay, that's the offer that I want to throw out to them. All right, that's the offer I'm going to build. They may want to do 119, 129, whatever. Depends on the client, right? And what I'm going to do is on here, it's furnace tune-up special, $79.99, expires March 31st, 2023. Okay. You can even get a referral reward, $100 Visa gift card. All right. We'll build that into the automation. Now, client lead list, new business. What about all the people who opted in and never, maybe you gave an estimate and they didn't do business with you? Well, why don't we do this? Free estimates for any new install, furnaces, hot water tanks, central air, whole home humidifiers, which, by the way, the reason why I kept this is because I want to get a whole home humidifier, by the way. Home air purifiers, ductless units, and more. Okay. HVAC replacement, weekly specials. And they have some offers here. $250 off a furnace home unit replacement. Join our VIP club and save 15% off service repairs. I mean, this is great stuff. $10 off any HVAC service call, right? And so what this is going to do is it's going to get client lead lists who never did anything with them moving, and it's going to offer a tune-up special to repeat business, okay? These guys put these guys on a yearly recurring billing. So even if you can drum up, I don't know, maybe 100 of their past clients, because they have thousands. Any HVAC business who've been in business for a certain amount of time probably has thousands of customers, all right? And they put their customers on recurring who take this offer. So now let me jump into the logistics of it and build it in Go High Level, what we call Agency Toolbox. We're going to build it from scratch, from setting up the client account to getting a phone number to setting up their email to creating the automations, creating the emails within the automations, the text messages within the automations, and that whole thing will be done. And as I said, built into a snapshot and put down in the description below. All right, let's jump into it. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is if I'm in the dashboard, okay, of Go High Level, we call it Agency Toolbox. It's our white labeled version. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to account snapshots, right? So let's say we want to look to see if, let's jumpstart this as fast as humanly possible. Does Go High Level have any snapshots with HVAC? Okay, so I see that they don't. And so I'm going to check in here and see that I have an HVAC campaign. These are all of our own snapshots that all our students get. So I'm going to hit select and create new account. I'm just going to add, let's add 189 bird. Now, I will probably speed up some of this stuff because it's redundant and I don't, want to make this a 45-minute video. But here's the results I get. I'm going to click that. And let me add all this stuff. And yeah, let me add all this stuff and get that going. Okay, so I now added the information. And so what I'm going to go is I'm going to go into the new account, Efficient Air Services. All right, so now I'm in the brand new account, ready to go. We're going to start adding the phone number and the domain and starting from scratch, okay? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to settings. All right. Let's make the legal name that. Let's call this nj@info.com. Phone number. Now, if you already have a current client in this niche, then you're going to be putting all of your clients' information here. Physical address. You have to make sure that you have the country for when you purchase the phone number. Otherwise, it's going to give you a problem. You're not going to be able to do it. And I usually leave this blank. I always, let me see here. Where is it? Enable missed call text back. I turn that off in the beginning. Let me just save that. Okay. You could put a registration number in if you want. If you really want to just dive into this, then worry about all this stuff later, right? Okay. So once I finish that, I'm now going to go back to the dashboard and I'm going to pull up a checklist. Okay, this is a checklist that we give our students and stuff like that. Essentially, this is your agency setup. But what we could do is we can use this, and actually, it reminds me that I'll make another one of these. So we basically are at the point of, so instead of name your agency name, you're going to obviously it's going to be your client name. Okay, we don't need to create a logo. We already have the client's logo, but let's purchase a tracking number first. All right, so let's jump over into here. I just want to make sure my sites came over. There it is. All right, so this is a good foundation to start because I don't have to build anything from scratch. Let's go over to settings, phone numbers, add phone number, United States. We're going to give it 973 area code. We're going to do that. We're going to hit save. All right, so there is our phone number, easy peasy. Now we have a tracking phone number. All right, I'm going to not put my potential clients' info in here. All right. I hope you guys are understanding that. All right. I don't want to put their phone number in here and all that stuff. So once we do that, let me slide all this stuff over. Okay. We've now purchased a phone number. All right. Now, email setup. We're going to do this now. So let's delete this out of here. All right. And the fastest way to do that is you're going to go to email services. Okay. Our agency is built around Mailgun. So I'm going to go over and run over to GoDaddy and I'm going to purchase a similar domain to the business. Now, remember, guys, a lot of people get hung up on this. A lot of new people who are starting an agency, they get hung up on well, the domain I don't really understand because why can't I just use my client's domain? Well, you can't because it's connected to their website. All right. But you could create something similar to their name. All right, so let's go over here. Let me go to domain names. I'm not gonna record me purchasing a domain, but you'll see the domain once I'm done. All right. So I purchased efficientairnj.com, and I'm gonna now go into my agency toolbox, go high level, and I'm going to now add the domain efficientairnj.com. The company's name is Efficient Air Services. Okay, so that's the domain I'm going to add. But first, I'm going to go to the CNAME. All right, and then we're going to go to CNAME www. And we're going to edit this, and we're going to throw in this one. All right, and then we're going to hit save. Okay, so we have the WW version, and then we have the at version. All right, so let's make sure I did this correct. Okay, so we added the www. Then we're going to now add. All right, I'm still waiting for this domain to be verified. There it goes. Okay, got it. All right. Then it's going to ask me, do I want to link it? As of right now, I don't. So I got my www version, the root domain version, and now my domains are added. Okay. So what's the next step? If I look on my checklist, emails, we're going to connect to Google Calendar. We don't necessarily have to do that as of now because he's not going to be connecting calendars to here. Okay. We already purchased a domain. We're now going to connect the domain to the website. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. Domain to the website. We're just going to go to funnels. Let's take a look at our HVAC campaign. What do we have here? So let's take a look. All right. We have this type of version, and we also have another version that I'm going to probably use this one. All right. I like this one better, so that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So let's go to edit page. And again, this is just funnel building, so I don't want to spend forever here. But with these, typically with these pages, a client, what I'll do is, because these are built for lead generation, okay? They're built to throw offers on. They're built for, for those types of offers. They're not a website. So I'll typically just grab the potential client or the client's logo, throw it on top, and get this thing up and running. All right, so let's go and do that. All right, so I edited some of this stuff, right? So, I'll get back to doing this, and I'll show you how it ends up being. But the reality is that with these two-page sites, as we like to call them, we're shouting out what their offer is. Customer loyalty program, special offer expires March 31st. Furnace tune-up special, only $79.99. Current customers, take advantage of our yearly maintenance program to make sure your furnace lasts a lifetime. We're going to connect the HVAC funnel form. I may add another question. Then I'm just building this fast for this demo. Most of the time, I'll just send this out to a designer to do this. It'll cost me $50 to do it. I'm, as a business owner, right, wanting to get these things done fast. If you're brand new, sure, build it out yourself because that's how you learn things. But if you don't have time to do that, you can easily, especially with Go High Level pages, have somebody else do it. All right, so I'm just throwing in what our current offers is. I threw in the 79 per system tune-up, 250 off furnace replacement. We'll just keep putting this expires in here. Expires, and then we'll throw in, I don't know, one more. $10 off any HVAC service call. All right, so we'll just throw those in there for demo reason. All right, and this is just kind of part of it. We'll change all this stuff. So if you take a look up here, obviously we want the tracking number here, okay? If you don't want to put actual address, I like to just do servicing all of New Jersey, okay? Here's their hours of operation. I'll get that tracking number in there in a few minutes. And down here, we're going to change. So this is kind of like a plug and play situation we got going on here. Services, get a quote. Leave that. We're going to put a tracking number there. We could throw in some free estimates. Okay. And then we could list all the information that's on this. Okay. Close that. Now, with a new build, we do want to make sure that all the attention is on the offer, right? So theoretically, we could get rid of a lot of this stuff. But let's just keep it here for now. All right. So this is kind of done. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. We're going to connect our sites. So what I like to do is go over to the domains area again. All right, so we're going to go to domains. We're going to go edit, select the root. We'll go HVAC home, save. Oh, I hope that's the right one. HVAC home, save. I always confuse myself. Let me edit this so I know which domain to connect this with. So we're going to go to settings. We're going to go demo HVAC. We're going to hit save. I'm going to go back to domains. I want to make sure that I connected the basically, if somebody types in the website, where are they going to land? So we'll go over to here. Okay, so it's connected to the right one. All right, cool. And let me just make sure that one is. Yes, it is. All right, and then we're going to go back to sites. And here we're going to go to publishing. Now we're going to select the domain. All right, I select www. Hit save. All right, and now we have our domain. And then if you type in that domain with no /home, you're going to come to this domain too. Now, there's still probably some propagation going on. Oh, there it is. All right, so here's basically our website. So like within 5 minutes, I have a website up and running, okay? There's a pop-up. I like to check this. You see this pop-up? So let's edit that pop-up really quick. Actually, let's turn the pop-up off. I'm not a big fan of pop-ups. Show pop-up on exit. There we go. All right, let's save that. Okay, so now let's go back to our checklist. All right, purchase domain, connect domain to website. That's done. Now, we don't really necessarily need a pipeline. It could be done depending on the actions people are taking, but for simplicity reasons, forget that. Let's go to setting up automations, triggers, and all that good stuff, right? Because this is ultimately the power in this is once you have the site, then we want to now create the automation behind it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to automations, all right? This is a review management automation. You can check that video out for that. Then we have a lead management, right? Confirmations, we don't need that. So let's create a workflow. What we're going to do is we're going to go create workflow, start from scratch, create campaign, all right? I am going to have the trigger be contact tag, add filter. If you don't add a filter, you're going to be in trouble. Tag added. Let's call this repeat offer. Let's go send an SMS first, okay? So let's go, hey, I'm going to go customer name. Set that there. Now, we do want to test this to make sure that we actually get text. Sometimes it doesn't go through on text messages, okay? So, all right. Then we're going to hit save action. Okay, that's our SMS. Then we're going to wait a few minutes. Wait 2 minutes. Send them an email. I'm going to grab stuff from here. So let's take that. And this is why I love using these things again. Now, there is a little trick here that you could use, but let's just go with this. All right. So I want to say prepare. Will your furnace last the winter? Okay. I don't want to put a question mark in here. It's too early with my brand new domain. You want to make sure that you're warming up domains, that you're not putting question marks and exclamation marks, just simple emails. Okay. So remember, contact is like, think of it as the prospect, the contacts, the opt-ins. That's the contact. The user is the business owner. Okay. So just make sure you have that custom value correct. All right. So you can grab some information from the first text. All right. So let's go back to this email and then let's go here. All right. So we have here, prepare, will your furnace last the winter? Now, I'm going to paste this here. And all I did was grab information that they said on here, which is the worst winter cold is fast approaching. Get your heating system inspected now. It will save you energy and the repair expense later on. That's exactly what they say on this flyer. Luckily for you, being a loyal customer of ours, we are offering this special deal on tune-ups. Click here to learn more, right? Username, Twilio number, okay? So let's save that. All right. Now, that's all I have here. So now what do I do? Well, if you want to find fear-based, we use fear-based emails to get people to take actions, go over to ChatGPT and type in the most common reasons furnaces fail, right? I did this before. Lack of maintenance, right? Dirty air filters, thermostat issues. So now I'm going to create an email around each one of these. All right, so let's go dirty air filter. I think I already pasted it in here, right here. And are you dirty, right? Is your air filter on your furnace dirty? A dirty air filter can restrict airflow, causing the furnace to overheat, potentially shut down. Don't let this happen to you. You can run to Home Depot and purchase an air filter, or you can simply click below to have us come out and not only check your filter, but complete a full tune-up on your furnace. My spelling is atrocious. All right. Click here. There we go. Save. There. Save action. And so on this video, I'm not going to do it, but in the snapshot down below, it'll have probably about 9 or 10 emails here, right? And a couple text messages. And then you can look through it if you pull it into your account. All right. So that's how I get my ideas. All right. Now, let's say you don't have Chat GPT, just type it into Google. I mean, ultimately, they're pulling data from, where do you think they're pulling data from? Okay. The most common reasons furnaces fail. And then here you go. You could grab that, right? Or you could go here. Top 5 reasons a furnace fails. Dirty flame sensors, igniters. So you could do this for any niche by using fear, right? What are they asking you to do? Why should you do it? And if you don't do it, here's the bad outcome that could happen, right? And so I will use these to build fear-based emails to get people to react and open my emails and ultimately click on the link and opt in, okay? So I'll build that out. It'll be down below, all right? So let's not waste too much time with that. So the next step would be, all right, if I'm going to email out from info@efficientairnj.com, well, I need to set up my emails. So I'm going to specifically use Gmail in this one. So let's go and do that. All right, so now I'm over here in my workspace for Google. So just type in G Suite if that's what you're going to use. If you're not going to use the domain directly, you can hit get started. I started doing this. So your name, your email. I chose the $6 a month one. Okay. Info efficient air. Oh, I think I put nj.com. One person. Use a domain I own. Enter the domain. Continue. Always be careful with copying and pasting. Continue. How you're going to sign in. You'll use this info to sign into Google Workspace. Let's do info. Let's do a password. Not a robot. I don't need that. Create account. Okay. So here's review your plan. Google no charge 14 days. Sweet to 11. All right. Just add your credit card. Okay. Continue to set up. Activate Gmail for efficient air. Activate. Okay. Sign into your domain host to activate before you can start using Google Workspace with efficientair.com. We'll do a quick check to make sure that you own the domain. After you sign and authorize, you'll automatically start being able to use emails in Gmail. It's GoDaddy, so it's already recognizing it. Click below to sign in with your GoDaddy. So we're going to sign in. Okay. I'm going to connect. All right. So if you were on that screen that was like spinning, make sure you refresh it because sometimes it'll spin for like hours. It won't tell you. So the first thing that we want to do is send a test email, which I did to save time on this video. And so I got the test email. Okay. So we're good to go on that. Then, obviously you're going to log in. Okay. So now I'm logged into my info at efficientairnj.com. Cool. And what we're going to do now is we need to connect this G Suite Gmail to Agency Toolbox. Okay. We're verified. It's active. We're good to go. We got the test email and let's go. Okay. So we're going to go first. We're going to start in our new email. We're going to go to settings, see all settings. We're going to go to accounts. We're going to go to Google account settings, security. We're going to make sure our two-step verification is on. Once you do that, it's easy. Just follow the prompt and put in your cell phone. It'll send you a text and put it in, and you're good to go. Then we need to create an app password. Okay, that's the big thing here. Now we're going to log in. All right, select the app. You're going to hit Other. Let's call this ATB or Go HighLevel and Efficient Air. I'm going to generate the password. Here's our password. We're now going to use this password over in Go HighLevel, and we're going to add a service. We're going to click Gmail. We're going to choose info at and then we're going to paste the app password. Okay, hit save. And now we have our domain email attached to G Suite, which now can be used to email out and receive emails for this business. All right. Make sure this check mark is checked. Now that we have all that, I'm going to go back to my automations and I'm going to just test them. Okay. I always do a lot of testing. So here's our tune-up special, $79.99. All right. Remember, our contact tag is repeat offer. SMS goes out. Wait, email is going to go out. Make sure I get it. Email sent. Let's go to my visibility cloud. And here's our test. Efficient air service. Will your furnace last this winter? Okay. So that's our email. Click to learn more. And it's going to bring me to my landing page. All right. As you can see, I made some edits over here. I made it red. All right. I could show you how to do that as well. But anyway, so that works. Let's test our, I tested our, the text. It went out. The link worked in the text. Everything worked well. All right. So as I said before, I'll build all this out. About 10 to 15 emails in our offering our tune-up special. So now we have the tune-up special, and let's go to funnels. Let's go to sites, funnels, demo HVAC. All right. What I did was before, again, not to waste too much time, I took my tracking number, I threw it up here, I threw it down here, and I put it here just in case somebody doesn't want to fill this out. And to make this clickable, you just highlight the regular text, put in a link, tell, colon, and then the number with no dashes. All right. That'll make it click to call. So we'll save that. That's good. Now, anytime you're working with forms, I clicked form here. It's called the HVAC funnel form. So I'm going to go back out just to show you what I did with the button. I'm going to go to forms, builder, HVAC funnel form. And I just changed the background. I changed the text. Yes, I want to take this offer. Background is red. Border the border doesn't matter because the actual border is black. So, and then I hit save form. So that's good. But now the question is, we can track them with click to calls. We could track them if somebody sees the offer and calls it. We know it's coming from our campaign. But if somebody submits this form, we need to make sure that they get the correct automation. And I created one here, tune up offer accepted. So if you go to here, all I did here was form submitted. Here's the trigger. Form is HVAC funnel form. Okay, so anybody who puts their information in there will go through this automation. We'll wait a minute, send an internal notification to a text message that's, the contact name and the phone number. Just accepted your tune-up offer. Please call them immediately to set up. Wait another minute, and then send an internal notification to let's say Janet, who's the secretary. All right, accepted the tune-up offer. Please call them immediately. Okay, and you can edit this and do whatever you want with that. All right. So that is basically front end, back end. All right. And this campaign is strictly for our repeat business customers. We could do it for any leads. But if we have a campaign running to collect leads, but they never did anything, then we would have a campaign for that bucket as well. All right. And so again, to just kind of summarize everything, all we did was grabbed a funnel that was 80% done for you, edited it to match the business, created some automations around an offer, message marketing offer for repeat customers or to create repeat customers or past customers, hooked up a call tracking number, hooked up a domain, and then finally hooked up our SMTP through Gmail G Suite. All right. And that's it. And so I know this video is probably going to be 30, 35 minutes because I'm explaining it. But if you're just actually doing it, this is a 20-minute setup that you could literally charge businesses $1,000 to $2,000 just to set up, right? You could charge them $297 a month to run all their campaigns in Go HighLevel or Agency Toolbox. You can charge them $500 a month to $1,000 a month to have this automation running. I always suggest that if it's a one-time setup, and then it's an ongoing thing, and it's all automated, just charge them $200, $300, $400 a month for the use of the CRM, for the use of the automation, for the use of the systems, and that is really all you need to do. And then you just repeat the offer you just repeat this offer to every business that you can. All right, guys, like, subscribe, turn on notifications for the next video that comes out. And don't forget, down below will be this whole campaign already done for you that you could pull it into your Go High Level account. If you don't have a Go High Level account, I highly suggest you click the 14-day free trial down below in the description. And because with that, as long as you message me, if you do, I'll give you a whole training worth of videos that look like this. You'll be in your own community, and here's our classroom. And, it'll be overviews and prerequisite trainings and running an agency and lead generation and message marketing and reputation management, core trainings and higher end trainings, right? And we're constantly adding to this. So that is the bonus that you get for signing up to Go High Level under our affiliate link. Appreciate your time. Hope this was enjoyable. And most important, hope this is going to help you make more money. Bye-bye. What's going on? James Bonnity's here. In this video, I'm going to be talking about how to use rep management to not only increase your revenue per client in your agency, but even if you don't have an agency and you've always wanted to start one, this might be the easiest foot in the door service you can provide to help kickstart your agency journey. With that being said, there's no fluff here. I'm going to get right down to business. So now, for anybody who doesn't know what rep management is, reputation management is basically getting businesses more reviews online, which does a few things. It helps them rank, right, in the maps area. It's just one factor, but it's a very big factor to ranking. And it definitely helps with ranking not only their Google business profile, formerly known as Google My Business profile, with ranking, but it also increases the chances of showing up in the maps. Now, if you ask ChatGPT how important it is, real quick, online reviews are important for businesses because they have a significant impact on a business's reputation. We're just going to jump down here. According to this survey, 84% of people trust online reviews as much as personal recommendations, and 7 out of 10 consumers will leave a review for a business if they are asked to do so. Now, before I go on with this, a lot of people will ask, well, what can I say to a business owner to help them understand the importance of it? And the first thing that I'll tell you is you could just say this. Like, this is everything that you need to sell this, okay? A study by Review Trackers found that a 1-star increase in a business's average rating on Yelp can lead to a 5 to 9% increase in revenue. Podium, 92% of consumers read online reviews before making a purchasing decision. And a positive review could increase the likelihood of a purchase by as much as 270%. I can go on, right? The biggest thing in this business is how fast can I get a client results? How fast? So imagine you go to a business owner and they're like, oh, I've used marketers before, nothing ever happens, yada, yada, yada. And you're able to say, look, I'll tell you what, I won't charge you anything. Right? Let me just show you the results that I can get on a small sample size, right? How many clients do you have? Oh God, over the years, I probably have a 1,000-person client list, right? Let's say it's a dentist, or let's say it's a restaurant, right? I want to get them results as quickly as possible. So you could say, give me a list of 50 of them out of 1,000, just give me 50. And let's see what I can get you and what results I can get you, because ultimately, the bottom line is that you need more reviews, correct? Yes. Great. How many reviews have you gotten? Because right now online, I see you only have 9. But your competitors have 200, 300, 400. You understand the impact of what that looks like when somebody is searching for you, what it looks like if somebody's looking for a dentist near me, type of thing, right? And you help them understand the importance of it. And once they understand the importance of it, and you're actually willing to do a small sample size for them, they're not going to say no. And the results, I'll show you of how easy this is. So how do you do this? How does a marketer or an agency get another business more reviews? I use, it's rebranded Go High Level, right? It's our own white labeled version of it. A lot of people are using it. But this is what we use. And we specifically have a snapshot that is built and ready to literally run, plug and play, run for businesses, okay? And so what I want to do is kind of show you the ease of this. Typically, and I can walk you step by step through it, but if you don't have a Go High Level account, it might not make sense. There may be a link in the description to get 14 free days, or you could just find me online and message me on how to get it. But with that being said, this is a service that you can charge anywhere between $397 a month to $997 a month for one client, depending if it's ongoing or if it's a one-time deal. You could charge setup fees. The importance of this service is what brings the value to business owners. And if you connect your Google, if you connect the business owner's Google account directly into this software, you have a lot more ease of kind of controlling it, right? Controlling the reviews, responding to reviews if that's part of the service that you're going to do, or they can actually log in and do it themselves, or they could have the office staff do it, whatever it might be. So as you can see, I'm starting here with a nice, fresh, clean slate. And I believe I already added a phone number, but obviously you're going to need an email. You're going to need an SMTP hooked up, domain, and a phone number, obviously, so you can have the automations work. Okay, if you don't have that, it's not going to work. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do is, by setting this up, we're going to go, let's go look at our automations first, okay? In our review management folder, okay, the first thing that you're going to notice, if you're grabbing the snapshot, I'm going to turn this off. If you're grabbing this snapshot, is that all of these are off, right? So we have a C1, C2, a C1-2, and a C1-2. All we're doing is campaign 1. So that's how you know which one's a campaign. So this is campaign 1, campaign 2. And then what other features are needed to have the automation run. So you can see here, campaign 1 also goes with this one and this one. Campaign 2 also goes with this one and this one, okay? So we go into the automations, okay? If you have Go High Level, I don't need to explain this to you, right? Customer appreciation giveaway. We have a text message and an email. We're going to wait a day, text message, email, wait 5 days, text message, email. And then if somebody does click the link to leave a review, we want to remove them from that, okay? So the reason why I'm going to do that is that's a review link clicked. We're going to establish that connection with a trigger link, okay? Don't worry, I'm going to go through a little bit deeper into each of these. All right, so now we have our review link clicked, and as you can see here, reactivation review link has been clicked, and that is what's going to start this automation. Okay, remember campaign 1 and 2, so we're using this for campaign 1. We're going to add a tag, review link clicked, and then we're going to remove from any automation that they're in. All right, and negative feedback received. If they submit on the form, which I'll go through, a 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, we're going to remove them from any automation. We're going to add a feedback, negative feedback tag, and then we're going to internally notify our client to let them know somebody just provided a feedback. All right, and then we're going to email the person who provided the bad feedback, just something that says sorry about your experience. We're working on it, type thing. Okay. All right, and that would be taking care of the automations. You don't need C2. You're going to just do campaign 1, and then these 2 automations go with that. That is to remove them from this one. All right, because we don't, if somebody leaves a review, we don't want to keep hitting them up. All right, that's the automation piece. Now we're going to go into the form first. Let's go sites. The only form you're going to be working with is something called reputation review form, stars and review with gate. All this is, and don't worry, people have asked me, like, how do you get the stars? If you get the snapshot, they'll be there. So what you can see here is it's going to show you 2-step situation, right, with some scripts in here. And so if they leave a 1, 2, or 3, it's going to show them the sorry to hear you're not satisfied. All right. First, then the person who's leaving the review is going to put their first name, their email, and their feedback. Okay. You can see down here, review us on Google. That's going to be pulling from the custom values. We'll talk about that in a second. Review us on Facebook and review us on the fallback location, right? And this is all dependent on whatever the user is logged into. Now, in order to get this integration, you click integrate form, proceed, and you can do an embed code or a link. But in this scenario, we're using the link. Okay. So that is the form. What does the form look like here? It looks like this. Now I'll leave that open for the walkthrough of that. Once we're done with the forms, you're going to go over to custom values. And this is where it's important to set this up properly. Okay. So this is kind of self-explanatory, right? Custom values, if you see values here in your snapshot, you can get rid of them and change them. The company name is Elite Fitness. That's who I'm running the rep management for. The owner's name is Joseph, and we're going to give away a $50 gift card, Amazon gift card. And make sure your customer is actually going to do that. And by the way, as the person doing this, you should do it. You should go and buy the $50 Amazon gift card and tell your client, don't worry, I got that. This is what we're doing, and this is how we're going to get you a boatload of reviews. Location name, because in case they have different locations, but this one doesn't, so we're just going to put Elite Fitness. Review Facebook URL, you're going to put where they leave the reviews, right? You can see /reviews. This is actually mine. Don't know why that's there, but it's fine. Any Facebook with reviews. Review fallback location. Essentially, it's like if they're logged in, if somebody is not logged into Facebook or Google, where do you want them to go, right? And we always want to send them to Google. The review fallback URL, right? So if Google is our location, that's just going to be the link. I mean, that's just going to be the word within the link that's holding this is the fallback URL, which is right here. Okay. Now there's a step here. I'll do it after of where to get this. Okay. Again, review Google URL right here. Review reactivation form link right here. It's just the form link. This is the form link. Putting that right here, and review request form. So there's two. Remember campaign 1 and campaign 2. You might as well set this up. Here's campaign 1 and here's campaign 2. All right, but just put them both in there. This form link right here, and then the user first name or the client's first name, Joseph. Okay. All right. So that is our custom values. Now to get this URL, you're going to go to integrations, connect your client's Google My Business profile or Google Business profile to this ATB sub account or Go High Level sub account, sign in with them, connect it. Once you do that, you're going to go to reputation management and hit generate link, right? Obviously it tells you need to integrate it first. And then that review URL, you're going to copy it and you're going to put it in the custom value right here. Okay. Very, 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 very simple. All right. And the last piece of this is trigger links, and we're going to go trigger links. Okay, here's our trigger links. Okay, so basically Google review link, right? Here's our link URL. It's going to pull from your custom value. This is a custom value. Reactivation review link, this is a custom value. Review request link, this is a custom value. So if you screenshot that and you go into your settings and you go to custom values, you're going to see them right here. Review Google URL, reactivation form link, and review request link. These are the custom values right here, right here, and right here. And the reason why we're doing that is because we need to create the trigger link to move around in the automations. It's the only reason why we do that, all right? And plus, when we're using custom values, then if I need to change this link, I don't have to go into each step of the process and change it, because in each step of the process where there is a request form link and I use this, then all I got to do is change it here, right? And then it'll change everywhere that it needs to be changed. That's the whole point of custom values. All right. So if we go back to automations, review management, okay, our trigger here, once it let it populate, is we are going to trigger the automation to get more reviews with a tag, reactivation review. You can upload the contacts, right? Add the tag after, add the tag before, and then it'll start, okay? Once you do that, everybody's going to start going through here. So you want to make sure you edit your, obviously you want to edit this stuff and make sure it makes sense and for the business that you're running. So you're going to go in here, okay? And hey, this is, it's going to pull custom value with custom value location. We're doing a appreciation giveaway of the custom value $50 Amazon gift card was what we have. It only takes 10 seconds. And here's our trigger link, right? This automation is saying if somebody clicks this, it's going to start another one, which is going to remove it from here and start that one, okay? Depending on what they do in the process. All right, so you're gonna wanna edit those. Obviously you're gonna wanna edit your emails. So from name, from email, right? Customer appreciation. So you just need to edit this stuff, all right? And then go on, so on and so forth. It's not a lot of stuff. You could do it in 5 minutes. All right. And then, so once we edit all this stuff and we turn it live, okay. So let me go ahead and turn these live. Okay. So these are now live. All right. And we're going to leave the campaign 2 off, and we're going to test it. So let's go to contacts. Okay. So I added, I want to test this with my phone. So I put my real phone number there. There is no tag yet, and so it hasn't started. So I'm going to go into here. I'm going to come down to tag, reactivation review. So the tag was added. I got my text right here, and I got my email. Voila, right? So let's take a look here. Let me scroll down so my phone number's not there. I think I can now show it. Yes. Okay, so now if they click this link, okay, here's my, how do you rate us? So let's say I rate you 5 stars. Now it'll say review us on Google. Okay, and then this is the Google I have tied to it. Okay, that's the URL that I put in there, which I generated in the system. Okay, let's say I leave a 2-step, and then let's say I do Jeremy is mad, not happy. All right, and now you can make this page anything you want from in the form. Okay, you could redirect them to like a funnel page that has maybe a video of your client that is apologizing for their bad service, and we'll do anything to make up for it. How can we make up for it, right? Click to schedule a call with us, or just call our office manager, yada, 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 right? That could be done here, or you could just have, make this as big as you want. Our management will get back to you, okay? If we go over to automations and take a look, total enrolled, but look, active enrolled is nothing because I clicked the trigger link, it removed me, and I, put me once in here and once in the negative received feedback. So if I go over to the conversations, okay, this was whatever, I clicked the link. They also got the email here, and then I left a bad review, and it says, Jeremy, thank you for sharing your experience with us. Our management team is reviewing your feedback, right? And then internally, I got this. As the client would get this. James has just provided some negative feedback on their experience. Here's what they gave you out of 5, 2 stars. Feedback, that was my quick one. Reach out to them as soon as possible. Here's their email. Okay. And I deleted the phone number. All right. So that is, that's it, guys. But one thing I want to make very, very clear is that always make sure that your automations, especially if you're taking a snapshot, that they are off, because you're going to be in a world of hurt if you somehow upload a list of 50 contacts and it wasn't supposed to trigger, right? Another thing to always keep in mind is always make sure there's a filter on your trigger, right? If this was not here, which has happened to me, it'll put anybody that you upload in the system through here, right? There needs to be a filter, okay? So in summary, these are the 6 things that you really need to do when you get a snapshot like this. Number 1, check your automations, edit them in the content. Number 2, just take a look in the forms. Where do you want them to go on submit? Number 3, fill out all your custom values. Number 4, integrate the Google Business Profile and get the review link. Number 5, just check out your trigger links. They should already be set. There shouldn't really be anything you need to do. Number 6 would be edit the content, look at everything, turn on your automations, and then test. How to set up in Go HighLevel ongoing reputation management. Now, before I jump into that, let's explain the problem and then the solution. The problem is that, of course, in our business, we want to automate everything, right? We want to charge based on our value versus based on the amount of time we work. That is business 101. The problem is the fact that you have to constantly go back and ask the client for their past customers, which is fine to begin with, but ongoing, that it's a pain, right? And it requires effort and time on your behalf, okay? And it requires effort and time on your client's behalf, which we do not want to do, all right? We want to try not to do that as much as possible. And so the problem is that you need some sort of trigger, right? You need something to trigger within the system of Go HighLevel to say, hey, first of all, add this person and then put them into a workflow. And right now, obviously, there's no way to do that unless you connect to their CRM, you connect to their POS system, you connect to something, okay? And that is the exact case. And I'm going to share with you how to do that, okay? I can't go through every connection. You can literally follow the steps that I'm going to go through the way I'm going to connect my system for what we do in-house. And you could do it with Square, Shopify. You have to look at what connections are available, okay? Their CRM, whatever it might be. And then we can create within Zapier to then add the customer with a review request tag that will add them to what we call the True Review campaign. So then it's all automated, okay? So let's jump on my screen right now. Let me share with you exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so as you can see here, basic True Review campaign, only because we've been teaching reputation management for years. And so we kind of coined it True Review within our own community coaching program. So we just kept it the same and go high level. And that's our campaign 2. That's the ongoing campaign to reputation management. Down here, review link clicked and negative feedback received. Again, at the end of this video, you can see the complete setup of all this, all right? Today, we're working with the campaign 2, all right? In the last video that I did on reputation management, we didn't talk about campaign 2, okay? So that's what we're gonna talk about now, okay? And so if you go into campaign 2, as you can see here, the triggers here is opportunity marked as 1 and request review tag. This is what the important part of how we're going to start all this, okay? So remember request review tag in your head, all right? And we're gonna go over to contacts here. There's no personal, this is all fake emails. As you can see here, there's a tag that's reactivation review, okay? But you don't see any tags here that is called review request because that's the ongoing campaign, all right? And so I'm gonna share with you exactly how to do it. All right, so we need 2 tabs open. We need our Go High Level or Agency Toolbox, whoever it is that's watching this, and we need Zapier, okay? All right, and so once we have our campaigns all set up, right, we're in this review management automation, we know that we need to get people into this one, which we're going to do with a request review, okay? And so if I go over here, I'm gonna do a walkthrough. We use Pay Kickstart to collect payments from clients, okay? And I wanna use a tangible purchase as an example because it'll just be easier to understand. Sometimes if you're talking services, you're talking other things, it gets a little confusing. So anything that connects to Zapier from a POS system or a CRM, you can do this, okay? And in this case, people place orders within an order form on a company called Pay Kickstart, okay? Square, Shopify, whatever you want to call it, all right? All right, so let me just recreate it. So if I type in the POS that we use for certain things, right? That's Pay Kickstart. If it was Square, point of sale, oh my God, or whatever, Square right here, or I think it's Square or Squarespace, one of them, or what, Shopify? I don't know what else is there. There's that really popular one. Whatever it is, if it's a popular or even somewhat popular POS system, I'm sure you can connect it. But let's start with Pay Kickstart, okay? And then I'm going to choose an event. And the new event is going to be new order, okay? And I'm going to hit continue. And here is like where the campaign within the POS system would be. And so for me, as an it's going to be swag. So it's like t-shirts and stuff. And then I'm going to choose, we'll choose both, the 2 products that are on that, the gray t-shirt, black t-shirt, okay? And one thing to keep in mind is if it's Square or something like that, I'm going to assume that there's an easier way to choose all the products, right? I think you just leave it blank and then it's going to be any new order that comes through. All right, so let me hit continue, testing trigger. I'm gonna hit test trigger, all right? And so what it'll do is it'll pull an order as an example, right? And so I put in a test order real quick right here. And so that would be order D. If you can't find an order you wanna use as a test, you can continue to hit load more until you find it, okay? Then you can hit continue. And now it's going to ask you, what's the action? And this is where we start to get into go high level, right? We're going to do a lead connector, choose the event. We're going to do add update contact. We're going to hit connect. And then it's going to ask you, these are all sub accounts, right? So if you want to, you hit connect a new account, all right? And then you're just going to grab the API key of that sub account, all right? Paste it there and hit yes. You can find that in the company info information. So this one's already here. So that's that, all right? And then in here is, now remember, the order happened outside of Go High Level. We want to add customer data into Go High Level. There's a connection in Zapier, and now all we're gonna do is choose new order. That's my test order. We're gonna choose Bonadis. We're gonna do phone number. Again, this is not a real phone number. We're gonna choose email. Okay, that's my spam email. We're going to choose address, hit show more options, billing address, postal code. Now you don't have to. You could just do name and email and phone number, right? Because you want to make sure you can text them. And here is the important thing. We're going to add a tag, all right? And if you remember, what's that tag going to be? Request review. Request review. It could be customer. It could be whatever you want it to be. This particular case with our snapshot, it's request review. Go back to Zapier. And so we're going to give it request review. Okay, it has to match perfectly. All right, then over here has a star mark as lead. Hit false because it's not a lead, it's a contact. And then that's it. And then we'll hit continue. All right. And we're going to hit test action. All right. A contact was added to lead connector, and we're going to go and check. And there I am. Okay. And so it threw me into the true review campaign. And so every time somebody places an order now within my system, I now have ongoing reputation management all through Zapier. Okay. All through Zapier. And that's how you do it. So if I want to test this and say, well, I don't want to wait an hour to see if this, is going to work. All you do is click this and hit this, move all contacts to the next step, move all, and then it'll push them, boom, boom, boom. Okay, it'll push them here, and then it'll push them here, and then it'll push them here. I won't get a text message because I put a fake phone number in. Funny enough, I put a fake phone number in, and as you can see, I had to blur a few things out because I put my real address in. Probably not the best thing to do. And then I'm going to go and check my email. Here we go. James Bonnies, please leave a review, 30 seconds only. Hey, James, we really appreciate the opportunity to serve people like yourself. Can you please leave a review for my business here? Takes less than 30 seconds. Click it. How would you rate us? 4 stars. Perfect. Leave a review on Google. And this was just an example that I did. I used Chris's, this guy I work with, GMB. And that's it. Like, it's done. It's all happening, all live, all as orders come in. So like, for example, and if you do the 2-star, sorry to hear that you're not satisfied. Please provide us with your feedback. Oh, I'm not happy. I'm Jeremy. Email feedback. Hit submit, and all these automations automatically happen. Down here is just checking to see if the review link was clicked because of the trigger links. If yes, they get removed. If no, they're going to get another reminder, right? We don't want to bombard people with this. And then so review link clicked, as you could see, and that's how it would work. Now, over here, review link clicked, right? Right now, I only have a C1 campaign. That's why my emails weren't in the last one. So if I added, which would be trigger link clicked, and then all we would do, this is a review link clicked. So we would add a filter, trigger link, and then we're going to tell it which trigger link was it. It was a review request link, and then we're going to hit save, and then we're going to hit save. So now one of those 2 things will happen. Okay, so this would be C2. Trigger link clicked. And then for the negative feedback received, if they gave a 3, 2, or 1, then it'll push them into this. Okay. And that is basically the training on how to connect And as you can see, I think I already talked about this. See how it added it to here. It pushed it into the automation. And now you have an ongoing reputation management service that you can now sell for whatever you want. So I'll probably get this question down below, which is how much should I sell it for? It depends on the niche. You know, as I've explained in many videos, I talk heavily about selling the service with the software. Okay. You're not going to get people to just stop their whole business to go work in the little software that you think is the greatest thing since sliced bread. I can promise you that business owners think that the software that they're using is the greatest thing since sliced bread because it's the software that is built for them. This software is built for you as an agency. It's not built for them. It's built as a tool for you to go and use as an add-on to increase your value and your price and to make your life a heck of a lot easier. For example, automations, right? And so I highly suggest that if you're in this business, that you sell the service with the software, okay? The software is like that bonus that you can always throw in. Increase your prices. Hey, listen, you're going to get a full CRM, whether you need it or not. It's extremely useful for tracking purposes for your business. We'll be able to tell you everything that is going on with all the money that you're paying me. When you ask me, am I getting an ROI on this? I can log into to this software and tell you the work that I'm doing is returning this many leads, this many customers, this much money type of thing. Okay. And so 500, 600, 1,000 a month, reputation management, reactivation. We'll also send out specials if you want. We can create a whole automation around that. And then any current and future clients that come along your way through your POS system or however they collect payments, we can create an automation to constantly go out and ask for reviews. How does that sound, Mr. Business Owner? Right? You don't have to do any work. We'll handle it all. And it's for some people, it could be, it could be worth thousands of dollars a month. All right, for some niches. The yoga niche it's a moneymaker. It also is very commonly run for wellness centers as well. If you have any wellness center clients, you could advise them to maybe get a yoga coach because it brings in a lot of women. And when women are there and they see the pamphlets, and even though they came there for yoga, there's a lot of upsells that could happen during those sessions. And this is going to be the offer of a free session. The foot in the door, the best way to get people in is to give them value first. I'm going to say that till I'm blue in the face. I'll say that 5 years from now while still doing these videos, okay? So again, as you guys know, we are going to go through the traffic, what the ad could look like, the landing page, 2 versions of it, and then we'll end the video with a reminder of everything else, okay? So let's jump right into it. All right, so the traffic overview, we're going to be running this on Facebook Facebook ads. It's going to be a free yoga session. You could also do 7 days unlimited classes. That also works really, really well. Matter of fact, this one works even better than the free one because you'll get a lot of tire kickers, no shows here. But if they know they only have 7 days of unlimited classes, a lot of people will use it. Form submits, we're going to collect forms, or we'll always have a tracking phone number as well. $10 to $15 per lead in a 10 to 30%. Like I said, there's a lot of no-shows to the actual class. We'll turn into monthly members, okay? That's just a campaign name. And then we're going to be running this on desktop, mobile, females 24 plus. You could do 23, 22, doesn't matter. Facebook feed only, $10 a day, 6 mile radius. Typical client demographic is females. It just is what it is. We're going to leave the detail targeting blank. We're going to leave default for the ad delivery and bidding automatically. Ad name, image 1. Client's business Facebook page. Image, I'll show you an example of one, but you can imagine what the image should be, right? Landing page URL, display URL, going to leave blank. And then text headline, I'll show you in a second. And then the call now is book now, okay? So as you can imagine, you could probably find a million great images, preferably woman, obviously, if that's your target market. And then you're just going to call up the city. Are you ready for some yoga? We're giving away 25 free yoga slots on the first come, first serve basis. Vanessa Martin, our yoga specialist, is eager to fill those spots up fast, and I'm sure they're going to go fast, right? So book so you don't run out of spots, basically, okay? And that's it. I mean, you're talking about a very, very, very simple Facebook ad that you can run to get very fast. I promise you, anybody who puts this up on Facebook and runs this, you're going to get a lot of leads and you're going to get them fast. All right. So that's what that looks like. So landing page 1, again, this could be adjusted, should be adjusted to your potential client or your client. There is pricing here. You would change this. All right. Obviously to match, you can remove it. We had a client that was actually just wanting people to buy off of it. And then, all the information, right? But at least you start with this, changing the logo, the phone number for a tracking number, the address, when they're open, and then you just want them to book their session. If you click this, there'll be a pop-up for them to book their session. And then believe it or not, I know this might sound crazy, and I say this on all of these done-for-you videos, this actually works, okay? You can remove this image or put a very small image of them. It looks good on mobile. And then it's just a very quick thing. Like here, just claim your free session. This is the owner of the studio that was our client. Not preferably. This image we just put here as a placeholder, but it would match the ad image, okay? Or the yoga teacher, maybe a picture of the class that they're currently doing right now. All right, this is a placeholder and we'll just book, done, right? Then we have our thank you page, which you could have the slots and have them book right now. Or if you don't, big phone number. All right, this thank you page is fine. Just reselling. We just took the main thing on what was on the regular page on the bottom and embedded a calendar from Go High Level. It all depends on what your client wants to do. I love the big phone number, and I love when people call. You could track it, you can listen to it, and then you can actually say, oh, well, out of the 50 leads we got you, 22 of them said that they were actually coming. How many showed up? Or you show up, if it's in your local area, you go and show up yourself and be like, oh, wow, what a great turnout, right? In this business, you kind of have to be the doctor of their business, meaning you may be able to generate them leads. They may suck getting them to come in. You may be able to generate them leads, but maybe they can't sell. And so you kind of have to piece together clients, if you want them to stay for a long time, a lot of times you have to fix little pieces of their business, but it always starts with lead generation, with more reviews, maybe implementing AI chatbots, the things that they just don't know how to do it. And that's what pays you the big bucks, okay? This is a very easy niche to generate leads. I don't advise it on pay-per-click. We only ran this on Facebook. And this would be the yoga follow-up, okay? So we just send them like a message, a text message, an email, a text message. We start hitting them with like text messages and emails to confirm that they're coming. Appointment, if they book an appointment, they will just confirm that they're coming. And so like this says, hey, this is James Bonnity's about our free yoga session. Do you have a couple of minutes to chat so we can get you scheduled to come in and claim it, okay? And so you would just go through this and edit them. Now, I know a lot of you are thinking like, this seems a little bit too easy, but it actually is easy, right? And the problem that a lot of people have is like, it's great, James, for the done-for-you funnels, but how do I land like clients? Like, what's my acquisition look like? Who do I talk to? What do I do? And that's why I encourage everybody that's watching this to get under my Go High Level affiliate link, because when you do, you get all of this stuff, okay? You get a whole Go High Level training, which is actually service-based training. And depending on what level you come in on, and especially the fact that they're going to be giving 50% off again, we'll teach you how to do all these things. We'll teach you how to prospect. We'll teach you how to scale, what services there are, how to get your first client. We have the arms reach method, the double tap method. And if you guys have been following me for a while, you should know what that is. And if not, grab Go High Level under our affiliate link, and I give you over $5,000 worth of bonuses. Truly over $5,000 worth of bonuses. Okay, I'm not going to go through all of them now. Simply comment down below. I'll shoot you a link to find out more on a whole list and what it looks like. You can look in the description or at the pinned comment. I have generated thousands of leads for realtors with this simple funnel, and I'm going to share it with you today, as well as all the targeting and how to find people who are interested in buying a home. And collectively, with all of the coaching students that I've had since 2017, I would say that we collectively have generated over 100,000, if not more leads, probably way more than that, definitely undercutting that, since 2017. These leads are so easy to generate with this simple funnel and simple targeting that you're going to kind of be blown away. And so I encourage you that if you've ever wanted a realtor client, or if you are a realtor, running this simple ad on Facebook to get leads of people who are either looking to buy or sell their home. And the biggest and most important thing with this whole process is the automation on the follow-up, because if you are not reaching out to these leads within 1 to 5 minutes, and you could do it through the automation, the leads are going to be dead. And most of them, yes, they are tire kickers, but what do you care if you're not the one that has to constantly call them? Now, let's just jump right into here, because I don't want to waste anybody's time, especially on December 23rd, when most of the people will probably be doing nothing or already started to do nothing. So let's just jump in here and take a look at the realtor traffic strategy. Okay, we're going to be running Facebook ads, and it's a free homes for sale list, okay, with added home market analysis for home sellers, right? Form submits is what we're measuring a conversion from. And cost per lead is going to be about $5. Average client conversion rate 1 to 5%. The faster you follow up, the higher this rate will go, but it's not going to go much more than 5, 6, 7%. Excuse me, I'm catching something, so I apologize if I sound stuffy. All right, now we're going to call this a home list because that's what we're giving away for free. Now, you don't have to give a homes list for free. You can give anything you want for free. Buyer tips. Buying a house 101, selling a house 101, things like that, right? Any type of free thing that you can give somebody will generate massive amounts of leads. Yes, there will be a lot of tire kickers in there that just want the free thing, but our automation will filter them out. Okay, and so we're going to call the ad set this. We're going to be looking for males 26 to plus. We've done male, female only. Male always wins. Desktop and mobile. Minimum $5 a day, locations within the area of where that realtor is. Age and gender, again, male plus female, or just male, or I wouldn't just do female. Male plus female, or just male, okay? Detail targeting, real estate, exclude real estate, B2B industry, realtor, like job titles. Leave default for post engagement, automatic. I mean, basically in this, we could do a little bit of targeting, but ultimately, in the end, let Facebook give them 3-4 days, and they'll start finding people who are interested. Ad name, image, realtor's page, or real estate themed Facebook page. Dark photo post, see ads. I'll show it to you in a second, and then select track all conversions for the pixel. So it looks like this. This one we were running in Oklahoma City. Attention, Oklahoma City, Edmond. Do you know anyone looking to purchase a home? Follow here. We have created a free list of homes for sale in the area priced under $199,000. The homes in these areas are still to this day are $220,000, $230,000. So you could say $499,000, $599,000. Like where I live, I would run this priced under $899,000. Right. So it all depends on where you live. Go check out and find out. Ask the realtor. The realtor's going to know. Okay. Some of these homes even qualify for special financing. So like, for example, a veteran, if you're a veteran, certain ages, again, your realtor will know any special deals that they can give out. Get the list here. Thanks. And then we'll have a tracking number here if people just want to call and don't want to click the ad. A lot of people, with all the political stuff out there, still, they're like, you know what? I don't want to click this, but I'm interested because if I click this, then it's going to keep showing me more stuff, and I don't want to see more stuff. So it's good to put a phone number here. And again, the biggest thing here is you're calling out who your market is. You're putting a little bit of a stringent thing on where it's like, all right, as a realtor, I know that most of my buyers are home price is $499,000. So that's the market I want. So let's put it in the ad. And then the homes, a beautiful picture of a home. You can find them anywhere. It doesn't have to be a home that you're selling or that they're selling. You could just throw up some homes for the eye catch. Okay. And this is what it looks like. Welcome to the Wayne homes list.
Enter your information to get a free list of homes for sale price under X, Y, and Z. Some of these homes even qualify for special financing. And then it's just going to be a survey, okay? You can have a better picture in the background. Typically, if you're running a homes list for homes under $199,000, you don't want to put a mansion there, okay? You don't want to give like false belief of people like, wow, I could get this house for $199,000. You want to make sure that you're matching it. There's beautiful homes for all prices. This is not the real estate investor funnel. This is somebody like me or you that just wants to buy a home. They want to move into X, whatever city it is, and they have a value that they're willing to spend. And it's, especially now, it's tough times when it comes to the interest rates, at least. So realtors really, really, really need help. So it's a great market to be in, get into, because people still need to have the roof over their head, right? What are the three necessities? You got food, water, and a roof over their head. Those are the three necessities of humankind, okay? So everybody needs a home, a rental, a roof over their head. That's one of the three, okay? And so that's what it would look like. Then in our automations, we're basically going home list follow-up campaign. All right, sending them an email with the home list attached. Okay, next step, and then we'll have a phone number. And then we're just going to keep following up with them until we get some sort of response. We can see all of our responses in the conversations tab. And then we also have a client notification automation here where we're just, if they submit the homes list free home report, they get an internal notification to their team. So then, you know, we're tracking everything in their conversations. And that is the very simple realtor campaign to generate leads for realtors. Okay, let's make that very clear. You're not running this to generate leads for yourself that are realtors. You're generating leads for the realtors using Go HighLevel. Imagine landing a med spa client and getting paid thousands of dollars per month to run marketing for them. We've had coaching students for the last 8 years using what I'm going to show you today and having a ton of success. I'm going to show you the funnel. I'm going to show you the traffic source. I'm going to show you everything in between. Remember, always check down in my description for any giveaways that I have, how to get access to everything I talk about in this video, trainings, things that I used to sell for thousands of dollars that I now give away for free. All that stuff is in the description below, so make sure you check that out. So let's jump on my screen really quick. All right, so what you could see here is you could see that we were generating tons of PRP. This was for pain management for people, okay? So we had two aspects of this med spa. It was a med spa and also a pain management doctor. So in this particular thing, I'm showing you, we use a survey funnel. In this video, I'm going to be doing that in the future videos. I'm going to be showing you pain management because we use a survey. A survey funnel is massively effective when it comes to doctors, pain management, and a lot of different niches. As you can see here, when you're generating a lead and you're sending this lead automatically to a client, I mean, can you get any more granular, right? Who have you seen? Chiropractor, pain neurologist, physical therapy. It's come on gradually. I've had steroid injections, MRIs, CAT scans, and this is worth a lot of money to a pain management doctor. Okay, so I'm just kind of like preemptive telling you that I will be doing in the next week or two a pain management funnel as well on my YouTube. Okay, so let's stick to med spas. All right, so let's jump into the traffic strategy. It's actually a very simple strategy to use for clients, which would be Facebook ads. But the cool thing about it is that you can use exactly what I tell you to do in this video to go and do it now for somebody. Now, I love the value up front first. I love going to a med spa in your area and saying, hey, this is what I do. I don't want your money. Let me go and generate leads for you. And if you're happy with it, we can then talk about it. Is that like, does it take somebody like Wolf of Wall Street to sell that to somebody? No, don't worry. Nothing out of your pocket. I'm going to do the work for free. And if you're happy,
Would you be open to continuing a conversation on how to continue to give you results that I've already showed you? I mean, that is how I built my multi-million-dollar agency, and it's how I teach my students how to do it, because it is the best thing. We call them trials, but I'll just give you everything right here, right now. So Facebook ads, it's a free facial incentive. You can be extremely flexible here. So you can 50% off a facial, $100 off a facial, because facials are like $150, $200, depending on how long you're there for. And it depends on the med spa, okay? Form submits is going to be our conversion. We're looking for form submits, right? We're going to be using Go High Level for this. As you can see here, if I just jump over to this, you can see here, we used to have to use Woofu, okay? Now we're using all of Go High Level, okay? Average cost per lead, about $6. Client conversion rate, 10 to 20%. Now we update these numbers based on our students running this, depending on where they are. We average it together, okay? So this is what you're going to do here, all right? And let me just jump over here to campaign name and then the settings. So you want to do it in your local area, or you want to do it within, I don't know, 5 miles of wherever that med spa is, okay? Females 30 plus. You want to go directly to females first, all right? Desktop and mobile, Facebook feed only. You're going to uncheck everything else. Ideally, $10 a day. Client's address, 5 mile radius around it. Typical client demographic, heavy female, okay? Targeting, you're going to leave blank. You're going to let it run. Let the algorithm pick it up based on form submits. Then it looks at who submitted it. Then it goes out and finds more people like that. Okay. Optimization, leave default and automatic bid amount. Okay. The destination, you want to run it on your client's business page. Images are going to be the most important thing here. All right. I'm going to show you one that worked really well. You can use the same type. You can go, you get free, I forgot what it's called. There's a lot of free copyright images that you can use. Destination is going to be your landing page, which is going to be your offer page. Text, headline, news feed, I'll show you in just a second. Book now is a call to action. And then tracking, you're going to select track all conversions from Facebook Pixel. This is it, right? A woman's face. You could have a woman's face. You could have 2 women's face. You could have a group of women. You could have the owner. You could have a picture of somebody doing something on them. And then you're just going to say, attention city, ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate. We're giving away 20 free facials on a first come, first served basis. This worked really, really well for our client. Our facial specialist, eager to fill these spots fast. I'm sure they will go soon. Don't wait. Okay. Free facial offer valid at our city location. Only 20 spots available, right? We're using only X amount of spots. So then people act. Otherwise people won't act. Okay. A free facial spot. You can be lenient with that. And if you're lenient with that, then, you can kind of talk to the med spa owner and say, hey, what's the best offer you can give to get people in? Then you could sell them your products. You could book another future facial where they're actually going to pay for it, and all the other things that you offer in your spa. You just got to get the traffic in the door. Everything is about getting traffic in the door. And what does it really cost them, right? They're paying the facial lady hourly, which they're doing anyway. Okay. And if they don't have anybody booked, they're there just in case somebody walks in. So it should be no skin off of their back. And this person's going to tip the facial lady. All right. So that's the traffic. That's the ad. And I'm sure, when we did this, there's probably better images you could use, but this is the best. A woman's face is a very pretty woman's face that has wonderful skin would be the best choice. Okay. Okay. This one's a lot better. Okay. So welcome to Facial Spa Facebook offer. You're going to change that to free 30-minute facials. They're going to click make an appointment. This is all done for you. If you want it, look in the description on how to get it. All right. You're going to put the company name, their phone number, because they could click to call, and then just change up what you want to change up. What is it that med spa does? Change it, add their team members. They're going to have them on their website anyway. Give some testimonials. They're probably on their Google business profile. Pull from that, copy and paste. Where are they located? This one was located in Brooklyn. And then your site is all done. And then we're going to jump over to what a thank you page looks like. All right, this is one of them. We're going to have a calendar. We were actually booking for them. Okay, they were using, it wasn't this one. It was, what's that famous calendar? Not Schedule Once, whatever. I can't remember it. And then we could book on their calendar. Okay. If you don't want to do that, you could say, to complete your free Facebook book, you must call this number now to claim your spot. Okay. You could keep it as simple as that. And so this is what so when people get my done for you funnels, they get two choices. They can use the revamped one or the OG one. Sometimes the OG is better than the revamped one. Sometimes the revamped one is better. But we've been running, probably hundreds of students have been running both, and we've never, they've all done great. And look, before I say they've all done great, when running ads for people, it's not push button success. Okay. You may have to change the image. You may, especially for Facebook ads, you may have to put like 3 ads, rotating 3 ads with 3 different images. Which one's doing the best? Okay, let me run this one now for a few days, and then let me try to split test it with another image. Maybe I could reduce my cost per lead. Maybe I could reduce my CPM, and so on and so forth. And as everybody knows, and you're only spending $5 to $10 a day, as everybody knows, the longer you run without stopping on Facebook, the better Facebook gets at finding the people who are converting and finding the lookalikes of them, okay? That's just, I'm sure all of you know that. So same thing here, right? Thanks, almost done. To complete your free facial booking, you must choose a date and time below, okay? Or you can change it to, you must call this number. Then you have a Go High Level tracking number. It tracks it. You can see if they called. And then you can actually know. I love the phone number. I love both. The phone number a lot of times is great because people are like, well, first of all, the client may not be able to connect their calendar if they're using some other system. And so the phone number is great because you can listen to all the conversations in your sub account, right? And so that is, that's the facial, okay? You can go back and rewatch this. It works great. And by the way, I'm just going to give a little tidbit here. You could create your own business Facebook page. Call it Med Spa in New Jersey. Put 3, 4, 5 posts on it. Run the ads yourself. Point the ads to a med spa that you haven't even talked to. In Go High Level, put a whisper that says, here's a free lead from John. Please hold to be connected. You send them 5, 10 leads, and then you call them. This is how I built my business, guys. Then you call them, and you say, hey, Ahmed from whatever, hey, business owner, I was just wondering if you have gotten the leads that I sent you. My name is James. Now, whoever's answering the phone is going to hear the whisper. Hi, this is James. I'm sending you a free lead for X, Y, and Z. Please hold, right? They're going to say, and I've had this happen to me 50% of the time through the, I don't know, hundreds of clients, 150 clients that I've had, where they said to me, yeah, what is this all about? Who are you and why are you doing this? And that's where you can get into the conversation is, look, I have an overflow of leads in this niche, but you wouldn't say niche, in this business, and I need somebody to fulfill them. Were you able to book anything with those leads? They may or may not know. And it doesn't matter what the answer is. You can say, look, the overflow is not going to stop. I need to send them to somebody. Find their competitor. Then you say to them, okay, and if you're not interested in me continuing to do this for an agreed amount of money, then I'll just go ahead and call up med spa competitor. That stops them in their track. Whoa, wait a minute. I've seen your leads. You've gotten me leads. Now their brain starts, and then you just pause. Now their brain starts going, okay, God, all right. So if I don't do this, then he's going to build that business, and I'm a competitor with them. Maybe I should listen, right? That's really all you want me to. That's really all you want to do is just have them listen. And so this works great if you have what's the way to say this without offending people? The guts. If you have the guts to do this, I'm telling you right now, it works for Facebook. Create a Facebook business page for whatever niche, and you could do that. And it works for pay-per-click. You create your like the 2-page site that I just showed you today. You create that. And then you forward the leads to an electrician, to a plumber, and you have the whisper, and the whisper says, hi, this is James. I'm sending you a med spa lead. Please hold. They get 5, 10 of them. They know your name, and when you call, they're in shock, and they want to know more. And then if you feel resistance, you say, it's okay. If you're not interested, don't worry. Don't worry. I'll just call Electric ABC down the street. Not a problem. Are you sure? And some of them will be like, yeah, do whatever you want. We got so much business. And guys, by the way, sometimes local businesses has too much business. They can't even handle it. So what? For the electricians and plumbers are a dime a dozen. Like, local businesses are a dime a dozen. You could do this in any niche you want. Okay? So that's how it works. As I've mentioned in all my videos, I have trainings that we used to sell for thousands of dollars. I give them away for free for everybody who joins Go HighLevel, which is the software that I use. And especially with their AI coming out, I'm creating AI trainings for all my affiliates. So if you're interested, go ahead and click the link down below, highlevelrewards.com. Go ahead and opt in, and you can watch a video that explains everything that you get. Guys, share this video if you like it and if you want more of this kind of stuff. What I love about the wedding photographer niche is that it's a two-prong approach, meaning we can run ads for the photographer as well as run ads for ourselves as an agency to get photographers. The targeting on Facebook is really good with this niche, and a lot of like new people in the agency world, there's a few niches that they tackle first, like towing, wedding photographers, electricians, and plumbers. Easy to generate lead flow for these niches are the ones that very brand new people get started with. Now, if you're just looking to get your beak wet and kind of learn the skills along the way, and it's only going to cost you $5 a day, this is a great niche to jump into. So I'm just going to jump in like I do on all my videos and not waste time and go through the two funnels, the funnel to get clients for wedding photographers and the funnel to get clients for yourself. Okay, I'm going to go through those two. The traffic and where to run them and all that good stuff. So let's get started. Okay, so in this one, we're going to be talking about getting leads for a wedding photographer client. All right, it's going to be on Facebook. Okay, this is a great Facebook campaign. So we're going to be running on Facebook. Key stats. It's going to be a free mini photo session with one digital image. Now, again, anytime you have these offers, you can change them up, right? It's going to depend on what that client wants, what they're willing to do. Half off, free session, things like that. The good thing about the free sessions is like, why are they doing it? Oh, well, we want to have like a pre-wedding photo shoot. That would be great. And then like, why wouldn't a photographer want to do that for free and then get them in their, get them as a free client and then upsell them into doing their wedding, right? This is the game. This is how it works. The conversion is going to be a form submit. Cost per lead is very, very inexpensive, $1 to $5. Again, depending on where you're running it. If you're running this in New York, it probably won't be $5. It'll probably be $10, $15. Okay. Again, we take the average. Average client conversion rate 10 to 30% with the upsell opportunity from the mini session into wedding packages. All right. Campaign name, we're going to call it free photo session. And so this client was in Chicago, and we were targeting females 21 to 54, desktop and mobile. You're going to see that the same. It's always desktop and mobile. Facebook feed only. It's always Facebook feed only. Ideally, $5 a day per ad set. So if you're going to run 1 or 2 or 3 ad sets, figure at 3, it's $15. You're going to target the city or the county. Again, here's the female targeting. I'll show you the next page. Optimization, leave default, and then automatic bid amount. All right. So our targeting is going to be life events. All right. So life events, it could be newly engaged, engaged, or engaged, right? Because what we want to do is we want to land, we want to help the photographer land a pre-wedding, right? So they got engaged, they want to have maybe an engagement photo shoot, and then they need somebody for the wedding. All right. I'll just show you here. So this is what people do. They create a life event in Facebook, okay? Like new relationship, engaged. Obviously, this is the one. So if Facebook allows people to do this, and a lot of people do, they're excited to announce it to the world, then what happens? Well, I can target that if I'm running ads, okay? All right, settings, we're going to do it on the client's business page. Images are the most important thing, as I've said it many times. You're going to send them to a 2-page site like the one I'm showing you today. Display the URL, free photo session, or leave blank. I'll show you the ads in a second. Our action is book now. Select all trackings for the pixel, okay? So this is it, right? Attention, engaged couples of Orange County. We're giving 50 engaged. It could be 20, it could be 10, it could be 5. Couples a free mini photo session before their wedding. The last thing that you want is your wedding photographer ruining your special day. Now, why would we say this? Well, what we're saying is that most of the people that are going to take this actually have not booked their wedding photographer yet, okay? And so try us first for free, and you'll get beautiful, high-quality photos and see why we have a perfect 5 stars on Yelp. Now, this client had 5 stars on Yelp, okay? So you could say you can put whatever your client has as authority. All right, and here's image number 2. So you could say almost the same thing in both ads, and you're testing the images, okay? I believe this one worked the best. It's brighter, it's scroll stopping. This is more of like faded. So this one actually beat the other one. All right, so that is the traffic. That's how to get leads for an actual client. Now, if we want to get leads to acquire clients for you, okay, it's going to look like this. Form submits again, cost per lead $4 to $7, booking rate 20 to 30%, average conversion 30%. This is the campaign name, and this is how we're going to target them. Okay, it was still in Chicago. This is how we landed that client, by the way. Male or female, 24 plus, desktop, mobile, Facebook feed, $5 a day. Target city, county, state, or country, because you could do this in the entire country. Male, female, 24 plus. Because obviously males and females could be a photographer. Leave default conversions, bid amount automatic, okay? And our ad targeting is going to be photographers, okay? Here's our interests, so people who match these interests. It's going to be your Facebook page, your agency page. Image is going to be the best thing. Landing page URL, leave blank. I'll show you the ad, no button. Click to action button. You're not going to have a button. And we're going to track conversions from the pixel only. And this is what it says. We're going to track the conversions from Facebook pixel. Attention wedding photographers, if you can handle an additional 30 to 50 new qualified engaged couples leads per month, we want to partner with you for a free market test. We sent our most recent partner 50 qualified leads in the first 2 weeks. We have 10 partner spots remaining. Click to apply. Okay? So we're looking to land wedding photographers or photographers, okay? So we did get not just wedding photographers applying for this, by the way. And so here's, again, we're just split testing the images. This is the one that did the best on this one. Although this one was pretty good. It was a good image. We had a few other ones that these two beat out. And then out of these two, this one won, but this one did pretty well too. Again, 10 spots remaining. Apply today to partner with us, okay? So our offer is essentially, can you handle 3 to 50 new qualified engaged couples, which are considered leads, per month? And then when we actually got on the phone with them, we basically said, hey, let us send you 5 to 10 leads for free. And then if you're happy with the conversion and you're happy with it, then we'll talk about what the price is. This is how we did it. Now, you guys can literally use this Facebook campaign, right? Like what I'm showing here. You can do this in any niche. We did this with wedding photographers, mortgage loan officers, the realtors. We did 1.3 million just in client acquisition by landing realtors, right, and selling them something called Digital Agent Mastery, where we taught them how to do this themselves. Okay, so there is a lot of money to be made if you can get good at running ads on Facebook. You can always acquire clients, okay, in a specific niche. And it's only going to cost you $5 to $10 a day. I don't know why more people don't do this. This should just be like a 20% of your client acquisition should be advertising. It should be, because that's how you leverage time. All right, so where are we running these ads to? So here is the landing page. I know it looks crazy, And I want you guys to understand something. I got a comment the other day, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. Oh, that website's ugly. Who the F gives a crap on whether something looks pretty or ugly? It's about conversions. And when somebody lands on this page, the first thing that they say is, my offer, how do I get in touch? Not like, oh, this is like a little dark and blurry. Oh, what's this purple thing here? Oh, this guy looks like a tool. Oh, I don't, these, oh, geez. Oh, I don't know. They're like, here's the offer. Let me just put my name and email and info below because I want the offer that they're giving. Okay. So this is it. This is what you get as a done for you. There's also another funnel for this. It's a redone funnel, but this, no matter what we test it with, always wins. So I can make this look much more prettier with a designer, but this one converts much better. It's just because people see it, right? You can change colors if you want. I would keep it exactly like this. Anyway, in order to know how to get these kind of things, the training behind everything, all the free stuff that I give away that I used to sell for thousands of dollars, in the description down below, go to HighLevelRewards.com and opt in and go check it out. Go check out all the stuff that I give away just by becoming an affiliate of mine using Go High Level. That is my grand offer. I don't have any other offers out there on my YouTube channel. The offer that I do every single video is very simple. There's no upsells. There's nothing. It is grab Go High Level because that's the tool that we use under my affiliate link and get X, Y, and Z in the description and in the pinned comment. That is where I show. That is where you can learn all about it. And if you like more videos like this, comment down below. Give me a thumbs up. Share this video. Ultimately, you can use what I just showed you here and even use this and just change it to the niche. Real estate investing. And no, I'm not talking about buying real estate. Although I truly believe that real estate is one of the most important assets that you could own in a lifetime. And that is why I'm always telling people your side hustle should fund either the ability to get out of your full-time job or start shoving that money into real estate. But in this video, we're going to talk about the real estate investor campaign that you can run for real estate investors. I mean, you can run for people looking to also sell their real estate, but this specific one will only be real estate investors. So if anybody knows a real estate investor, you can charge them thousands of dollars. You can charge them a percentage, although you need to have your license in order to get a commission kickback, but check the legality of your state. But this is going to be actually a short video because it's a very simple campaign that we run on Facebook. I'll go through the stats of it. Depending on where you live, those stats could be a little bit different. You don't really need to know about the industry. It's obvious. I mean, everybody knows whether realtors or real estate investors. The bottom line is the game is the game. You can only sell what's on the market. Well, that's not true. You can always sell people real estate, but the conversion rate drops if it's not on the market, obviously. So let's just jump right into it because I do not want to spend any more time than we need. All right. So the cool thing is there's one or two ways that you could do this. Okay. The first way is the typical 2-page site landing page. The second way that you could do this is through Facebook lead form ads. Okay, so it would just be an ad that goes to a lead form. You create the lead form, you attach it to Go High Level, and then the data comes in that way. You can choose which one you would want to do. This particular one is going to be a 2-page site, but it works really, really well with Facebook lead forms, like really, really well. Okay, this is a volume game. Let's just jump in. I'll just show you. We're going to be using a survey with this. Oh, that's the realtor funnel. That's for another day. So we're just going to look at one of the funnels. I don't like the other one. I like this one. So this is, again, very simple. 2-page site. We're going to be running a survey. What property type are you looking for? Let's say I'm looking for an apartment, a desired investment location, specific cities. Okay. And then I'm not going to go through this. I'm going to go through the actual survey, so we could see it all on one form here. So property type, desired location, do you have a minimum of $10,000 to invest? What are your investment goals? First name, email to send the list, right? So this is why
it produces so many leads is because we're providing a list. Now you can get that list from the MLS. You can get that list, I mean, pretty easily, okay? Verify the phone number. Last question, what is your investment time? This is giving, our realtors, or let's say even somebody who wants to sell their investment property, enough data. So if I own a 78 unit, soon to be 79 unit, in Cincinnati, Ohio, and if I wanted to sell it, let's say off market, I would run this campaign in that local area. Matter of fact, I could run it across the country, but I would probably start in the area, and I'll show you the targeting, and then target people who are looking to invest in real estate and possibly try to sell my own property. And then that means that I would just send them, I could send them a list of properties in the area, or I could just send them my own property, okay? So that would be the survey. The funnel, don't know if I opened this yet. The funnel would look like this, okay? Just looks like this, all right? Once you get to the thank you page, it basically just says, I'm going to reach out with you with your property list shortly. And then we list their phone number and email address, okay? Our phone number and email address, or the person you're running this campaign for, phone number and email address, okay? So maybe they'll end up calling. Leads come in. They get sent to a follow-up. Okay, a lead format. And then we would just send them an email. Hey, you submitted for more information, or blah, 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 blah. You could do that here. If you have any questions about criteria, and then link them there. Here, call us directly, talk soon. We would deliver, and then also a text message. We would deliver the list within here, okay? So you can send an attachment, or you could put it on the thank you page. It says, hey, click here to download the list. Or, which is how this one is set up, we don't send the list until they answer the phone. And then we say, okay, great. We just want to confirm your email. Oh, by the way, right? So we're selling along the way, but we're running this, again, not your job. We're running this for somebody who's selling their properties. It could be a realtor, a commercial realtor, okay? So it could be a realtor that wants to sell investment properties because they have a whole list of them. Or it could be like somebody that works for like Kislak that has just a whole list of huge commercial properties and they want to sell, $1 million plus properties. Okay. So those are the two avatars here. All right. So we could deliver the list on the thank you page. We could deliver the list only after confirming their information is correct and we talked to the investor, the one that wants to invest, or we could deliver it via text or via email. All right. In the automation. Okay. We're running this only on Facebook ads. We're offering them a free investment property list. That is our foot in the door. That is our tripwire, as you would say. Form submits would be the conversion. Lead form ads it could be as well. Average cost per lead about $9. And then the client conversion is going to be low. This is going to be a mass play, okay? 1 to 10%. Higher being 10% integrated follow-ups. Campaign settings, you're going to run this as a conversion campaign dark post, view content, lead event, and then an investor property list, we can name it. Example, Chicago, male, 40 plus, could do male, female. This is just what we were running it. This is our data. Desktop and mobile, Facebook feed only, uncheck everything else, $10 a day, target area with the properties, age and gender, male, female, 30, male plus. We'll go over the targeting, optimization for ad delivery, leave default, and bid amount is automatic. And then detailed targeting, demographics, financial income, household income, top 5% of the zip codes that you're including in there, okay? Top 10%, top 10 to 25%, okay? Also include creative real estate investing, interest, entrepreneur, investing, realtytrack.com. Again, ad name, image one, real estate investment, themed business page. You need to run this dark photo post, upload image, see ads. If the Facebook pixel is the tracking, and this is what it looked like. Do you know anyone looking to invest in real estate? Follow here. We will provide a free list of investment properties for sale in the location that match your preferred property type, location, timeline, and budget. Some properties may even qualify for special financing programs. Get your list here. Click it. Landing page, if it's not a lead form, landing page, thank you page. Deliver the lead list however you like, however you choose. Now, what we could do is based on what property type they have, we can essentially create logic. Okay, we could skip around, we can go disqualify them if they don't have 10,000 and so on and so forth, right? So there's logic that you could build in here, but this is going to be, if they're looking for single family, we'll have a list for single family. If they're looking for multi-unit or apartment or portfolios, we'll have the 4
different lists. All right. We don't want to send somebody just, again, you can just send them an arbitrary list, but I like to separate these 4 and then have an automation in here. Not everybody likes to do this. It's why it's not in here. That you could do if, and then you could just add contact details, tag, operator includes single family. And then let's just give another example. We'll add another branch that says contact details, tag is multi-unit, includes multi-unit. Okay, so let's just create those 2. So if tags include single family, and then we're just going to copy like this. Copy all actions from here. This one you'll just leave here. Okay, so this is an example: single family tag, multi-unit tag, and then after or within this email, we can have an attachment, Google Doc or whatever you want, or a link to it that will go to only single family investment properties. This, if they have a multi-unit tag, that'll go to this email. Will have multi-unit list with properties and so on and so forth for the 4 choices. Okay, then I don't want to save that. Then we can create a new workflow, and our new workflow is basically going to be about tagging. Okay, so, and then we're going to put a new trigger, which would be, actually it's going to be survey submitted, add the filter, survey is investor survey. And then we'll put property type. Are you looking for a single family? We'll hit that trigger, and then we're just going to add a tag. Okay, add tag, single family. Save action. We'll hit save. That'll add the tag. And once it adds the tag, we want it to go into the follow-up. Okay, this is assuming that we're not using the lead form. But even if you're using the lead form, it's fine. Okay, you would just set it up. But let's say for this one, we're just going to hit add a trigger, tag added, single family. And you're going to do this for all 4 choices. Hit save. And then that's when we're going to go into the if then. Right? And then we're going to have 4 branches. Okay, I'm trying not to get too confusing here. All right, so contact details, tag includes single family. Add another branch. Contact details, tag includes, let's say, multi-unit. Okay, and save. And so we'll have to have those 2 tags, right? I didn't want to confuse you guys with this, but I hope everybody understands this. I think I chose single family, multi-unit. So once they get tagged from that other automation, they come down this automation, and then we're going to branch it out and say, oh, if they're single family, send them this list. If they're multi-unit, send them this list. If they're houses, send them this list, whatever the other 2 choices are, okay? And that's how you would do it if you really wanted to get sophisticated and send different lists to different people. If not, you just send one big list and you keep it really, really simple. Again, probably best to start with ease and then work your way up to more sophisticated as you get more and more leads, because this will deliver a lot of leads. Now, you're probably wondering, like, how do you get all this stuff? It's simple. Just to make life easier, comment down below. I'll send you the link on how you can get access to these 14 done for you funnels that I've been going through for the last couple of weeks. I'm almost done with. You'll get them all for free depending on what plan you choose for Go High Level if you already don't have it, or you could upgrade using our affiliate link. It will give you a bunch of more bonuses. I'll send you the link down below. Just comment, like, share. There's no better niche to go after than the ones that can have emergency services. Why? Because when somebody is searching for an emergency service, they are more likely to phone call or form submit the first place they land. And what's the best way to get to the first place on Google
if you don't have SEO, you haven't been around a long time, the company's not paying all this money to rank, they don't have a Google business profile properly set up, is to run pay-per-click ads. And in this video, we're going to go through the plumbing niche, everything about the niche when it comes to the numbers, what keywords to bid on, the traffic strategy, which I kind of already mentioned, and then the 2-page site that is very well known to just produce mass amounts of leads. And if you've landed on this channel for the first time, my name is James Barnes. I built a $1 million agency. I've coached over 8,000 other individuals to build their agencies. Some succeeded. A lot of people don't. I mean, that's just the reality of entrepreneurship and somebody trying to go from being an employee to being an entrepreneur and just not having the grit, the willpower, the strength, the thick skin to persevere. But I'm glad to say that we have hundreds, if not thousands, of those 8,000 students who have seen some sort of success and some that saw a ton of success. It is no different than any other type of business when you run it. Okay. So with that being said, let's just jump right into this, because on this channel, I don't like to go through the fluff of this business nor life. So the industry as a whole is a very large industry. Okay. Market size as of 2024, $121 billion. Growth trends about from 2019 to 2024. Annual growth rate, it says a decline of 2.1, but that's probably because there's just not a lot of homes being built. Not a lot of homes, which means a lot less homeowners with the growing population. And so there seems to be a small decline. However, I've actually known 2 plumbers that got out of the plumbing business and went into actually teaching it in like a trade school. So there's still a ton of demand per plumber. Labor costs, the average owner of a plumbing business pays around $61,000. Okay, 20% of the revenue comes from material costs. Profit margins about 35%. So they have very high profit margins. Hourly rates, typical $105. I think I never have, by the way, had to call a plumber for an emergency service because I own properties and I know how to do 98% of plumbing stuff. Okay. But that's me. Leak repairs, about $340. Toilet unclogging, $285. See, I just have a thing that I stick into the toilet and snake it down. Go to Home Depot, it'll cost you, I don't know, $49 for like the heavy duty one. Drain unclogged, $275, and water heater installation about $1,320. I just installed my own 75-gallon water heater about a month ago, and it cost, I think that water heater was like, $1,300, and then they would have charged me probably about $1,300 to $1,500 for labor. They would have been done in 2 hours. I did it in 2 hours, saved some money. But the bottom line is, my whole point here is plumbers make a lot of money, especially for water heater installation. Okay, so plumbing on average, toilet repair, I gave you the averages above. These are actually outdated, so I should probably delete that. I pulled I'm pulling all new statistics for these research papers that we have. All right, cost per keywords, obviously plumbing, plumbers, plumber near me. This is my favorite one. Water heater repair, another great one. Look at the searches for in the U.S. for water heater repair. Obviously, it's going to depend on where you live, but again, if you can send water heater repairs to plumbers, they will pay you a lot of money. Emergency plumber near me, local plumbers, you get the gist of it. All right, plumbing problems, plumbing and heating, so on and so forth. I'll go through specific keywords once I talk about the traffic slides, which I'm about to do right now. So, plumber traffic strategy. All right. Pay-per-click. We're doing it on Google Ads. Cost per click, $10 to $30, depending on where you live. If I was in Manhattan, it would probably be $100. Where I am is probably about $8 to $9 a click. Primary conversion, we're looking at phone call. Average cost per lead, $40 to $60 per project phone call. Conversion rate of those leads, about 20 to 50%. Again, if they are answering their phone or they have a good follow-up. We do not search network only, Google search only, clients, target area, manual cost per click, ideally $75 a day, leave on default for the ad scheduling and rotate the ads if you put more than one ad. Okay.
This is what they would look like. Very, very simple. Best 24-hour local plumber. Fast, no hassle service, 24/7. And you can screenshot that if you want to do it. The credit cards accepted is great because some people are strapped on actual liquidity and cash. But if they can put it on a credit card, it makes them call this person more than somebody who didn't say that. Keywords minus the pluses, as I explained, Go HighLevel has gotten rid of those. But quotes, plumber in the area, plumbers near me, plumber near, things like that. Okay, that would include them plus the extensions of it. Add extensions, available 24 hours, 100% satisfaction, credit cards accepted, drains, pipes, toilets. You can add, take away as you see wish. Again, call only ads. So this works good if you're running an ad on Google for call only ads. Call, then the phone number, and then it's kind of the same thing. All right, guys, don't forget you're on YouTube. You can pause this and go back and rewind. All right. So I'm going fast because I like to keep these under 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes, these niche ones. Starting cost per bid, $10. Again, plumbers in the city. Forget the pluses, in quotes. Plumbers in the city. Plumbers near the city that you're in. Plumbers near me. Probably the best one is plumbers near me, okay? Because then you're only running traffic in that area. Let's take a look at the 2-page site. Okay, very clean, simple. Once you put in the address, this will update. You drop in the address, it'll update, or you could just take a screenshot. Phone number, you want them to phone number, click to call, so they can click and call it if they're on their phone. 24/7, put the client's logo there. If they do a form submit, we'll talk about the follow-ups on that. Although, again, we give people the option to do it just in case they, especially on the plumbing, right? If this was towing, you really almost don't even need this, but some people just are like, look, I have something wrong, and I'm not. Maybe I'm in a meeting or I can't take a phone call right now. Hopefully, somebody will call me soon. All right. Partners, again, if they get Kohler, right, Kohler or Wellington Plumbing Supply or partners, things like that, you could put them here. In this plumbing services, you'll discover flooding, frozen pipes. All right, so you could add that anywhere in here. They can call, claim a free plumbing consultation. Again, these are things that were set up for you to edit, right? There's at one point, one of our plumbers we were running ads that they would do a tune-up on their water heaters, right? They would go in, they would check, they make sure that, they would scrape out any of the dirt that went around. Sometimes like things fall off the pipes. And then it clogs the air filtration, which is bad for a hot water heater. So this person was doing that. You can just change this, right? You can make this a click to call button. Grab some of the clients that people have. Any frequency asked questions, you could just pull this from the client's website. Again, we do this we want this to look like a real site from your client. And I mean, it will be a real site, but it'll be your site that you own, that you're running traffic to. We are certified and experienced. Again, put in, take out what you need, what you don't need, but the framework is here. And if we take a look at the thank you page, help is on the way. We will contact you as quickly as possible. If you want to skip ahead to the front of the line, give us a call, right? So if a form comes in, we just tell people, hey, if you've submitted the form, just call us, for Christ's sake. And then you can just carry over the, you can grab the reviews from their Google Business Profile reviews. You can even put the you can even pull in the Google reviews from their Google Business Profile by connecting to Google's Business Profile to a sub account. Okay, if they're a client of yours at the time that you're running these ads for, which I would assume they would be. If you're doing the leads in advance method, then you would have to kind of be a lot more broad with this, not be specific on it. I wouldn't lie about this and just say, just put this here and put this here. Okay. And that is the 2-page site. Very, very simple. Again, your success is going to come down to the way you're running these ads. If you want to learn more about how to run pay-per-click ads, run Facebook ads, get a ton of free courses and materials, simply comment down below. And if you comment down below, I'll send you a link to find out how you can get involved in getting all of this stuff for free. For example, if you look in our classroom, we have, if you use our Go HighLevel affiliate link for 30 days, we give you a bunch of bonuses and then a whole Go HighLevel training, which a lot of people need
to understand how to run an agency using Go High Level, because just the regular Go High Level trainings, you're going to have to go through 6 months of learning everything about Go High Level. But if you're running an agency, you really only need to know a certain amount of things, and they are all right here, okay? In addition, depending on the plan you choose, we have a whole bonus material here, 14 done for you funnels. Here's your Facebook ads training, your pay-per-click ads training, how to land clients on Upwork, LinkedIn, cold email strategies, and then just learning about local marketing. You know, too many people are trying to start this business without even understanding why they're starting this business, which drives me crazy. You want to start this business because you can make yourself a lot of money, but you could also help local businesses. What is it? What are the services we offer? How do we sell these services? What do we say to these people? What are the categories? How do we get our first client? How do we land our first client? How do we close a deal? How do we provide the services? And how do we scale? Okay, that is what I'll provide you. If you comment down below, I'll send you the secret link to learn all about everything that you get and how to get under me with Go High Level. That's what I'm giving my affiliates. And then one day you'll probably join my coaching, because my coaching is top notch. Talk to you soon. See you on the next video. Bye-bye. The lawn care industry, again, a great industry to get involved in when it comes to adding clients to your client list, because personally, there's so many of them out there that they're easy to actually find, and they're easy to kind of market to as well. So in this video, we will talk about the traffic, where to run it, what to say on it, what the funnel looks like, and I'll even show you a Facebook ad that we've run in the past that worked really, really well. And then if you're confused on where you can get this snapshot, just look in the description down below or go to www.highlevelrewards.com for anybody that is looking to get, let's say, a Go High Level trial or want to upgrade with Go High Level. They can go there. And then I give you guys, one of the bonuses will be all of these done for you niches. So if we look on my screen right here, 2023 market size and growth, $176 billion, big industry. They grow about 8.2% a year, 221.9 billion by 2029. Again, more houses, more lawns. You get the picture of why that would happen. Okay, as of 2023, 1.3 million people are employed by in the landscaping industry. 641,000 landscaping and lawn maintenance businesses. On average, each household spends about $503 annually. I spend a hell of a lot more than that. Nearly 80% of landscaping companies offer general landscape maintenance, and 71% provide design and construction services. So again, it's not just cutting a lawn, okay? But that's what we'll talk about today. But then what comes after that? What other things? Like, for example, you know, your landscaper could also do hardscaping, right? I think I've showed you guys in the past, I'll put it up here, where I did something about hardscaping. I built the website, I ran traffic, I did their GMB, built their website actually in Go High Level. And so the top states for landscaping: Florida, California, New York, because it's the highest concentration of probably population. All right. Let's just jump down here. Average to install sprinklers, you have about 4,000. Sodding, about 1,000. That seems low to me, but I guess it depends on, I have a lot of land, so I guess it would depend on that. Seeding, maintenance, again, there's the average cost, okay? Let's go. If you're going to run this on pay-per-click, this video is not going to be about pay-per-click, but these would be the keywords, because you could also do this on Google. Obviously, somebody's looking for a landscaper near them, okay? But one of the plays that I would do with a landscaper would be ranking their Google business profile, and they're just going to get a boatload of calls with that. Matter of fact, actually, I just thought about this. I own a 6-unit property a couple towns over, and this was like 2 years ago. I was looking for a landscaper, and I went on their Google business profile, called, they didn't answer, and I got an automatic text back. And then when I went to their site and I saw their form, I knew they were using Go High Level, which I thought was pretty cool. It was like just a random guy. He's actually does it himself. His wife does it for him, which was cool. Otherwise, I would have landed him as a client. So that's kind of the industry and everything about that. Let's jump into traffic slides. Okay. No, not that one. Let's take a look at the traffic slides. We're going to do this one on Facebook ads. All right. 25% off first service and free lawn analysis. That is our offer. Again, when you're running it on Facebook, you need to have an offer. We want form submits, or if you don't want to do this with a website where they would go to a landing page like the one I'm about to show you, you can do Facebook lead form. Very easy, connects right into Go High Level. Leads come in and you set up the back end like that. Average cost per lead about $12. 20 to 30% conversion rate. Again, if you implement the follow-up system, which I'm assuming you would because you would be using Go High Level, you're going to get up to a much higher conversion rate. And when I say conversions, I don't mean conversions in the sense of they're going to become a client. The conversion on this, from what I remember when we originally set this up, the analysis of this, we considered a conversion when we spoke to them, okay? When we spoke to the phone on them, not all of them. So if you want to think about what the average conversion rate, 20 to 30% conversion into a paying client, okay? Or finding a paying client. All right. Ad set, again, you can name it. We have gone through kind of these things. You're just going to do desktop and mobile, Facebook feed only, $10 a day, local area, male, female, 25 plus. Again, you could go 30 if you want. Make sure they own a home. Detailed targeting, you can leave it blank. You could also run a test against homeowner. Optimization for ad delivery, default and automatic bid amount. You can just connect the client's business page or make them one. Get an image, landing page URL, this display, you can leave blank or put one in there. And then we'll take a look at the ads, okay? So here is one we ran for this client. Click the link to 25% off your first service and a free lawn analysis today. Company name, offer customized weed control, pest control, yada, yada, yada. Again, Oklahoma's #1 lawn care company. I would start this. Okay, I've learned more. I should say we've learned better ways to run this by just throwing in attention. Again, I like to use county because I don't want to pigeonhole myself. Attention, Passaic County homeowners. Click the link to get this, and this. Only giving away 10 of these. So act now, right? Put a little bit of, get them to move, get people to actually move, and then you click get a quote. All right, and then we can just jump over to the site. All right, we have the OG. We talk about this every single week. Here's the lawn care. All right. Again, you have to edit these. These are, we keep these as just the snapshot, right? We removed, like, you know, we put company name instead of that, and then when we move the things over, I just don't like the way they look. Again, I will edit it. All right. They can request an estimate and then show some pictures of the lawns or something. You know, again, from your client, you get all this stuff. You just throw it in here. You could do keep this stuff on here, so on and so forth. Get 25% off. You put your big, bold offer there. I would put it up here too. And then who are you serving? And then get that tracking number from Go High Level, okay? Thank you page would be this. All right. Thanks, almost done. Key benefits, claim it. And so how do they claim this? Okay. So what we want to do is we would want to have a big phone number on here. Okay. That says, thanks, almost done. Let's edit that one really quick. See, this is what I like about doing these things is I get to make things better. Unless I chose the wrong one. All right. Thanks. Contact name. To claim your 25% off, please call our phone number. Okay, and then it would be that Twilio phone number. Now, if I look at the OG, if I look at the OG, it's going to already be there because the OG, when we redesigned these, for some reason, they didn't like make it exactly the way this was. Okay, so our OG funnel, again, I like this better. And so this is what all of our students use. I redesigned all these just for the heck of it. But this, to me, you might think it's ugly. This works better. They're going to fill this form out or survey. I think it's actually a survey. They go to the next page, and it just says who we are. Here's a quick things. Claim your offer. 25%
off your first lawn service, only 11 remaining. And then they go to I would use the OG one. And then we just tell them, like, simple. You can put the grass in the background. Thanks, almost done. Call us now to activate your offer. Put your phone number there. Offer will no longer be available after all spots are gone, right? So we're getting them to act. Very simple, okay? Our OG funnels are very simple. And it's probably why we spend on all 32 of these niches over $7.5, $8 million across Facebook and pay-per-click advertising for all of these clients, right? Some of them we still have, some of them we don't. We started this business in 2014. So again, things change. Clients come and go sometimes. But I'm in love with our OG funnels. We sometimes get people like, oh, it's an ugly funnel. I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. Simple wins. Offer. Full service customized lawn care. 25% off your first lawn service. Free lawn analysis. Okay? The offer matters. They not only does the offer matter, but also what matters is they know exactly what to do. Fill this out. Next page. We'll call you. Done. Easy. Finished. Then you got your automations. All right. Simple automations, guys. Like, hey, you just filled out the form to claim your offer. Call me. Right? The next step to get you scheduled. Here's my booking link, right? Or here's my phone number. Here's my phone number. Text me. Then in the text, then what do we have in Go High Level? We have conversations. Then you can see, preferably if you're doing it for a client, you would want to make sure that you have an automation that notifies your client and you that you have a lead. All right. Very simple to set up. And so that would be the lawn care. And if you want to get the snapshot, which includes everything I just showed you with the automations and the two choices of websites, then simply comment down below and I'll send you the link, or go to highlevelrewards.com, opt in and learn how you can get not only the 14 done for you funnels with their automations and all of the other bonuses that I give away to people just for joining Go High Level for 30 days for free. Then that page will explain everything. And yes, I get this question all the time. James, can I upgrade under you and get all of these other bonuses will also be explained on that page? The answer is yes, of course you can. All right, guys, we'll see you on the next video. Bye-bye. The HVAC industry. We're going to do a little bit of deep diving into the industry as a whole. I'm going to give you some good keywords to bid on, the top 20 of them. I'll show you the funnel. I'm not going to go through the funnel editing because it's just mundane. You just really need to change a few things and then you're off and running. And of course, if you want to get this snapshot to use in Go High Level, simply use that 30-day free trial down below and you get access to at least one of those funnels. And then once you get into the unlimited plan, you get access to 14 of them. Link down below. Also, this is going to be geared toward the AC repair. Have a great campaign for Facebook with this, with a furnace AC tune-up campaign that you can run on Facebook using Facebook lead forms. If you guys want a training on that, and I can go through how great that works. If I get 100 comments down below, then I'll add that one to my list of the 14, which would make it 15 of these that I'm doing. The HVAC industry is extremely profitable. If you take a look at that video up there, I think I did post a live call that I did with a client that I landed for a couple $1,000s a month. I think I also did a deep dive into the HVAC industry, so you can watch that up there to get a lot more details than what I will provide here. So let's just take a look at this. Global systems, the market value, $233 billion. It's growing at 7.4% as we build more homes, and there's more homes on the planet. The more people are going to have ACs and heaters and all that stuff, okay? So we are looking at an enormous growth. Installation, you're figuring $2,500 to $7,500 in New Jersey. Probably 2 air handlers are going to cost you at least $12,000, $13,000, $14,000, okay, to get installed. Repair and maintenance, a $10 billion industry. Equipment costs, HVAC businesses, the average profit margin is 2.5% to 5%. That is off by this company, SBE Odyssey. I would say 10 to 25% profit margins is much closer to the truth. And then top 20 keywords. Obviously, if you're running a campaign on pay-per-click, you're not going to just put HVAC. It would be HVAC near me in quotes, HVAC near me in brackets, right? We talked about that in the last video. Don't forget, my affiliates also get a pay-per-click training and a Facebook ads training. So remember that before you pick your affiliate for Go High Level. And by the way, Go High Level is the tool that we use to run our whole business for measly starting at $97 a month, 30 days for free if you use my link, because not everybody has that. Anyway, heating and air conditioning, ductless heating, cooling, HVAC technician, so on and so forth. You can screenshot that and take a look at cost per clicks. Air conditioner repairs obviously going to be one of the most expensive ones, especially put them in brackets for the exact match, or the quotes for the exact match, because that is an extremely targeted keyword, right? If somebody is searching for that and they click on your site, well, you better have your site set up properly so you're not wasting all those clicks. So with that being said, let's jump in to take a look at this. So here's a redo of it. Okay, very simple. And of course, you could just swap out your client's logo, change the address and stuff. If you don't like the image, you simply change the image. We're gonna have a nice in-your-face opt-in form if you want. This number has to be a lot bigger. I would actually put a click to call number right here underneath or on top, right in their face. This should pop up to this, okay? Again, template, change it as you wish, change the colors, give them your services, make sure the numbers are correct. You don't want to lie. Here's some good images that you can use, some information about their company and who they are, and then again, just the company name, right? So all we're doing here is taking a template, changing it to exactly who your client is, and then running with it. Important, always have a click-to-call number, a big click-to-call number, okay? Always, always, always. So we're going to run that on pay-per-click, okay? $13 average cost per click. Again, if you're going to go into the really targeted keywords, you're going to get hit with a little bit more. Plus, this also depends on where you're running. We want a primary conversion type of phone call. So that is why I kept saying you want the phone number to be enormous, okay? All right, average cost per lead, $35, okay? I would say that's more like $50, depending on what the conversion is, depending on what you're bidding on in the cost per clicks. Client conversion rate, if your client answers the phone. If they answer the phone, when the phone rings, it's 50 to 70% client conversion, okay? So remember, there's a difference between a click, there's a difference between a lead, and then there's difference between conversion, all right? So if you looked at the click to conversion, it would be probably 2% to 5%, all right? Ad group name, AC repair, search network only. As you guys have noticed, the reason why I was able to run an agency where I did 30-something niches is because I treated everything exactly the same that I was running on pay-per-click. I treated everything exactly the same as I was running it on Facebook. And it was very easy to take a very wide range. Eventually we niched down, but a very wide range of niches because it was cookie cutter, right? At the time it was ClickFunnels, and now this is even easier with snapshots. You could be up and running in like an hour if it's not the first time that you've edited a funnel. All right, so did I finish going through this? Bid strategy, CPC, a manual CPC, $50 a day. Again, same stuff, guys. Rotate indefinitely with a couple ads like this. Fast, no hassle HVAC, local home HVAC, need emergency AC repair. And here are some extensions that you could do. Okay, we can also go through this now. Heating repair. So we have your AC repair. Now you have your heating repair. All right. $20 per click, $20 to $30 per call, 20 to 40% conversion rate. Normally when people in the winter have no heat, they are faster to move. So that's why the conversion percent is lower, because they are filling out 5 forms at once when they're searching. Whoever's the first person to answer is going to get the job. If you run out of air conditioning, it's a little bit more manageable than if you're freezing cold in your house. All right. City, home heating repair, local home heating repair. Again, screenshot this and you could just literally copy the way it is. Some keywords, Starting CPC bid, $25. Heating, forget the pluses. Again, just put quotes or brackets. The pluses no longer, I think 2021 is when Google got rid of that, okay? And then here's some extensions for that. So that's for AC and that's for heating. If I get 100 comments down below, I'll go through the Facebook aspect of the furnace special. It's called Furnace AC Tune-Up, okay? And it's a tune-up, meaning every year you should have your AC and your heater tuned up, right? For the upcoming winter, for the upcoming summer. And we saw a lot of success in just Facebook lead forms with a great offer. $29, $39, $49. It works great. So if you have an HVAC client, I would like this video, share this video with a friend, comment down below, and subscribe, and turn the notifications on. Yeah, I forgot to show you the OG funnel. So let's take a look at that. Our OG funnel, which still works great. And I like this one too. I actually like we run this very simple template for a lot of our niches. And because it works, call 24/7, immediate service, big phone numbers, city, county, but some people like the new versions. I like this. It's simple and easy and looks great. Once you edit it and get the colors you want of your client, it looks great. And go check out all the bonuses that I give away to all my affiliates who join under my 30-day free trial link with Go High Level, as well as you'll see all the bonuses explained there. Just opt in and share this with a friend that might want to run this kind of stuff. Running ads for a hair salon or a spa client. Now, this niche is very profitable. And it's very easy to get leads in the door with an irresistible offer. So I'll show you what the offer that we were running with, actually my wife was working in a hair salon and I was running ads for that salon at the time. And it brought in a ton of leads. So I'm going to show you the funnel. I'm going to show you the landing page, the thank you page, and then I'm going to go through the traffic stats with you because this is based on real life stats. And then I'm going to explain to you how you can get all of this packaged up and delivered to you for free. Stay until the end. So if you take a look at my screen right here, again, what the whole point of this landing page is to get an offer, okay? And the offer would be basically based on what your client would be willing to do, all right? So if you take a look at the thank you page, this offer was a free facial booking. And the whole point of that was to get them in the door. In addition, beside the facial booking, that was the first one we ran. And then we ran another one. I'll show you down here. This here is get your color in for a limited time. Skin Deep Salon in Toto is offering a free haircut when you book a balayage coloring. Balayage coloring, it's a couple $100 service. So they'll do a free haircut for that. This one worked 1,000 times better than just a free facial. And so if you can tie in a haircut into some other type of service, it just increases the value of that offer. But the whole point of this, again, is for you to be able to take this structure and just fit it to your client. So you don't have to build the colors and all that stuff, right? It's wasted time when you can get it for free, all right? The client's logo would go up here. You could have services down here. You could explain the services if they have a spa, like makeup, whatever it is that they offer. Obviously up here, we want to have a big call to action. Get your free offer now. Whatever the offer is would go here. Then you want them to be able to put in their name, email, phone, and then it'll bring them to how do they now book it. Now, not every salon is going to be able to tie into a Go High Level calendar. So my recommendation would be call us to claim your free haircut. Call us to claim your free facial booking, okay? I also want to point out, because I don't have a picture of it here, you want to call out the area. Attention to all women in Passaic County, right? And so your offer is going to be contingent upon who you're calling out, right? So a balayage, a man is not going to get a balayage. So it would be a woman that would. So you would call out women if the offer is tied to women. If you're doing a barbershop and you want to do a free haircut or whatever, or a free shave, then you're going to call out men of Passaic County, men of the area, women of the area, okay? And then you're going to run it. I'll show you right now. Let's just get into the traffic. This is going to be on Facebook ads. We're doing $125 treatment with free haircut incentive. Okay, that's the balayage. Primary conversion type is form submits. However, I'm going to also put their phone number, a tracking number of Go High Level here so they can call, as well as over here. Average cost per lead, $19. Average client conversion rate, 10 to 20%. Facebook campaign conversions, campaign type treatment, and then insert name of the treatment, and then that offer. You want to name it so you know what the heck it is. Ad set, address plus 5 miles, the gender, and the age. An example would be address plus 5 miles, female, 24 plus. All right. Setup, placements is going to be desktop plus mobile, Facebook feed only. Uncheck everything else. Conversion is lead. You're going to put the code on the thank you page. Ideally, $10 per day. Client salon address plus 5 mile radius. You're going to notice that everything that we do is plug and play because it works. You don't have to get all crazy and try to reinvent the wheel. It's just certain things work. So just do the things that work based on what other people have done that works. Hence what I'm showing you today. Detailed targeting, we're going to leave that blank. Optimization for ad delivery, leave it for default conversions. 1 day click ad set name, you're going to just leave it like this. Okay, an example would be the same example as above. This is all almost the exact same thing with a conversion window of 1 click. Again, if you don't know Facebook ads, you should grab a 30-day free trial with our Go High Level and get all the bonuses that come along with it, because some of those bonuses is pay-per-click advertising, training, Facebook ads, training, so on and so forth. High-level rewards down there, or comment down below, like this video, and I'll send you a secret link to that offer. Setup would be client's business Facebook page, ad type, a great ad. Preferably, where's that image? Preferably here, which would be, this is an actual real client of that hair salon. Destination is landing page. You're going to leave blank the display URL if you want. You could put it there. Text, headline, newsfeed, link description, see ads down here. Call to action, book now, or you can leave that blank and let them call. Select track all conversions from Facebook ads pixel. And this is what it looks like. Now, if you notice in this one, we are running this to women 25 and older. Time to get your summer color on. What I would do different about this is I would be calling them out. This ad worked, but it would have worked better if I would have called them out on this. Women in Passaic County, so I can get all the area. Time to get your summer color on, okay? So you could screenshot this and replicate it, all right? And so that would be the hair salon. Again, what is your offer? What is the phone number? You can edit this, hair salon. Give a little bit about the company, get their logo, put it up there. Make sure you edit this. And now let's log in. And so now let's take a look at the automations. We're going to go hair salon funnel follow-up. And again, this is going to be email. So the trigger is form submission, hair salon funnel. Email is now we're just calling them out. You clean our balayage and free haircut special. The next step is to get you scheduled to come in. You could do that here. Feel free to call or text Twilio phone number if you have any questions. You're going to wait 5 minutes, send them a text message. If you're running a trial and you don't have A2P set up for, I think, just the US for now, then just remove the SMSs and just email, okay? Then you're going to wait till next day at 8 a.m. You're going to email number 2. Did they get this? Did they claim it yet? If they claim it, you want to make sure that you understand that you want them to remove. So one of the things you could put in here is stop on response. So this is going to end the workflow for a contact if the contact responds to a message. So if they respond, you probably should remove them so you don't keep sending it to them, okay? So we'll leave that as stop. You're going to send it between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. So if they fill out the form at midnight, you're not going to send it until the next day, all right? And that is as easy as it gets. I mean, you may say to yourself, God, James, there must be more to this. There really is not. The hardest part is getting the leads. How do you get the easiest leads? You give the best offer you possibly can. Whatever your client is willing to do, and you test it for $10 a day. It's not going to break anybody's bank. You're going to get leads, and you're going to be happy about it. Okay? So if you want to get this whole free setup, simply go to highlevelrewards.com. Opt in here to get a free course and bonuses. Watch this video, grab your 30-day free trial of this software to be able to do all this. And when you do that, you can take a look down here at all the bonuses that you get, and you can continue to scroll down to take a look at everything you get, plus a couple case studies. All right? So that's what I have for you today. I'll see you on the next niche training. Bye-bye. Running a campaign in the gym niche or personal trainer niche. And I'm going to go through that. I'm going to go through the costs that you should understand when running them on Facebook. This is a Facebook campaign. It's a offer campaign, and it was one of the better ones that we've run when we were running it. I mean, listen, Alex Hormozy's got nothing on us, the gym guy. No, just kidding. But matter of fact, back in 2016, the first time I met Alex Hormozy, I met him backstage at the ClickFunnels event. And I don't think he knew this, but we were always in competition with him. Obviously, he's completely blown us out of the water. But this is a very similar campaign to the ones that he runs. Very simple offer campaigns. And we were running them back in 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm trying to think of when we no longer had a gym client. But all of our students run this campaign for the last 10 years. So, or 7 years of students. And so I do want to share this one with you. Again, I want to emphasize that simplicity wins. Okay. And I know, and I want to actually show you in this one, we call it our OG funnel that worked like ridiculously well. And let's take a look on my screen. So if I click the OG funnel, by the way, this is in a snapshot. You can go to highlevelrewards.com, opt in over there, watch that video to learn how you can get all of this stuff for free. But take a look at our OG funnel. People still run this. Okay. This is it. Like, this is our OG funnel. But I did recently in the last year, changed it to this. Okay. Yes, it looks better, but essentially what we're doing is we are creating an irresistible offer, right? 21-day pass. Now, I want to emphasize this. You're not running this for like a Planet Fitness that charges $5 a month. That business model, believe it or not, is like falling apart by the wayside. I don't know if it was COVID or whatever. And so we want to run this to personal trainers, anything specialized in the fitness industry, because that's where you're going to get the $150 to $250 a month, and they have the money to run the ads. The Planet Fitness, other than the franchise money, right? They don't. The actual franchise owner doesn't even have any money. Most gyms go out of business. But personal trainers and specialized gyms like OHM, Orange Theory, like these things are higher price, so they know what their customer value is worth and is willing to put in the money to get them, and they can offer them a $21 7-day pass, a $21 21-day pass, which this one is, and so it's $1 a day, and they'll probably get like 3, 4, 5 workouts. And they can choose to stay or not. Okay. I don't have to explain this landing page. It's pretty simple to understand. This is why this is plug and play. But I do want to go through the philosophy, kind of behind this. We have a very big in your face opt-in form. They claim their pass. They go to a thank you page that looks like this. Call us to claim it. Okay. You can do click to call. What you get for 21 days, and again, this should all be changed. 21 days of unlimited small group cross training. This was a cross trainer. You could change this to whatever you want. Okay, you get that. And so as I go through here, you want to put some client testimonials there, and so you could run with the regular gym funnel that we have here, or you could choose the OG one. It's up to you. Edit it as you want. Then if I go over to automations, we have our gym follow-up sequence. Okay, you could beautify this one as well. Okay, this one's not in the templates. I should put them in the templates, but I'll probably update that snapshot and get them in the templates. But anyway, triggers the form, 21-day free pass, or 21, not free, $21 21-day pass. And so that's ready for you as well. But let's take a look at the numbers. So what we want to do is run this only on Facebook. This is an offer campaign. So it's $21 for 21 days, unlimited fitness classes. You could do $7 for 7 days. You could do $0 for 7 days. We just found that $0 will get a lot more leads, but they will be a lower quality lead than if you charge them, okay? And our conversion is going to be form submits right off the landing page. Average cost per lead, $15 to $25 per lead. And the conversion rate is around 20 to 30%. 50% convert to full members after the 20 to 30%, okay? Facebook campaign type is going to be a conversion campaign. If you are really good at Facebook ads, you may want to do another type of campaign, but conversion is what we do. And also, if you don't know how to run Facebook ads, that's even more of a reason to go HighLevel, the software we use, on that 30-day trial, link down below, or comment down below, and I'll send you the private link to go get access to watch the video where I explain how to get access to all these bonuses that we get, or you could upgrade to your current Go HighLevel under us, and you get access to this stuff as well. And our ad set name, we can name it just so we know what it is. Here's our gender, address, plus 5 miles. An example would be address, 5 miles in brackets, female, 35 plus. If it's a male, right, then you could choose whatever your client knows what his best market is. We're going to do desktop and mobile placements, Facebook feed only, uncheck everything else. Conversion lead, which would be on the thank you page. Budget, $10 a day, nothing crazy. Location would be the client's gym address plus that 5 mile radius. Now, if you're very spread out, you can go 10 miles. Age and gender, it's your client's demographic. Detailed targeting, leave blank. Optimization for ad delivery, leave as a default for conversions. And the window is 1 day click, okay? We're going to do a video or an image, all right? That's what we're going to do. Destination, client's business Facebook page. Ad type, video, you got to upload it, or an image. Display URL, leave it blank. Text, headline, newsfeed, link in the description, see ads. Call to click button, sign up, tracking, select all conversions from Facebook Pixel, okay? And this is what the ad would look like. You call out the city. Hey, Wayne, New Jersey, we're giving just a few more first-time visitors 21 days of unlimited cross-training classes for $21. People looking to get fit, increase strength, and boost energy and getting hooked on this fun and amazing full-body workout. Grab a pass here while you still can. Link to landing page. Okay, that would be the link that you're going to create to the snapshot if you get Go HighLevel under us. And then down here, want 21 days of unlimited cross-training classes for $21. Whatever, you can see down below, it says the new year is coming. You can't get results if you don't take action. So this is perfect to run now as we're going into the new year. And now we're going to have Black Friday. You're going to have all these opportunities for your clients to run specials, okay? So this would be a perfect time to do this. Now, as I've mentioned in previous videos, I'm not going to go through a funnel training because you don't need a funnel training. If you don't know how to use the Go HighLevel software, get the 30 days under us, our affiliate link down below, or comment, and I'll send it over to you. Grab it. You got 30 days to get things up and running, and you'll get access to this private community where it's all agency owners. And I'm still moving people over to another community because I have coaching students in here and my affiliates in here. You get support every Friday at 3 p.m. You can head over to the classroom, right? You get access to a Go HighLevel Agency Mastery course when you first get the trial and you're in the trial. And I go through all this stuff, agency setup, how to run lead generation campaigns, and then setting it up A to Z, so on and so forth. So if this is something that you feel you need, support a community and to actually learn the software without having to learn everything that you don't need to learn in the software, now is the time. Jump in for 30 days for free. Not every affiliate has that. Plus, I'm trying to give you everything you can to get your first win. Why? Because then you'll stick with the software. I'll continue to get paid. You'll stay through the trial. I'll continue to get paid. And then maybe, just maybe, one day you'll join our coaching program and take your agency from start to scale. We'll see you on the next video. Bye-bye. The home care industry, all the stats, how big of an opportunity the home care industry is, where to run the traffic, what keywords to bid on, what the funnel should look like, and then how to get access to a done-for-you funnel, which you get for free by joining Go HighLevel, which is the tool we use to run our business, under our affiliate link for a 30-day trial. Those links are down below. So let's go ahead and jump into the statistics of this industry, and then I'll get into the traffic, and then I'm going to get into the funnel. So let's jump in. All right. So what makes this industry a very profitable industry for people like us in the marketing agency world is the size of the market. As you can see here, it is in 2023 was $150 billion market. And by the way, this is going to be growing at 7 to 8%, but it also, I believe, is going to grow faster than that because we do have an aging population, baby boomers. My father's 77 years old. That huge generation is getting into their 70s. And in the next 3, 5, 10 years, I believe this industry is going to be doubled. And so if home care is something that you might be able to land as a client, and by the way, there are home care companies growing everywhere, okay? I actually have a close friend of mine. He owns a home care industry, a home care business in Florida. It's not directed at elderly people. It's directed more about like kids that are bedridden and in sad situations like this. And unfortunately, even that industry is growing like crazy. So this doesn't have to only be for elderly, but you can start in the elderly part of this niche and you could always work your way into other parts of the niche, because ultimately by helping these businesses get more clients or patients, you're helping fulfill a need that is needed more now than ever and will continue to be needed. So be that superhero to these home care industry businesses and you'll fulfill a need in the marketplace. And that's what I love about this business. Average revenue per client. This is going to be dependent on services providing, how long a nurse may have to stay there, how old are they, what do they actually need. But let's just take a light crack at $2,000 to $4,000 per month. It could be a lot more than that. It could be like triple that. It could be quadruple that. Okay. So my point is that one client or one patient for this industry is worth a lot of money, which means they're willing to pay a lot of money to acquire a patient. Okay. And so if you're thinking about it as a $4,000 per month income, you're looking at $48,000 to $50,000 a year for one patient. Okay. As you can see here, medical services like nursing is about $4,000 to $10,000. Most of the Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance, out of pocket will kick in. Cost structures, the labor cost is the most amount of money. Administrative, insurance, liability, transportation, equipment, and supplies, and you don't even have marketing in here. One thing to keep in mind when it comes to the labor costs, that's a big range, right? So 60% based on what services are provided, up to 80%, all right? But insurance companies, especially Medicare, will pay for this kind of stuff, or Medicaid, all right? Profit margins, you're looking at about 8 to 15%, all right? Probably high, on the higher end based on knowledge that I have from a very, very close friend of mine. If you're looking at like, what do you bid when running these ads? So these are just, and I'm going to show you like a breakdown of how they should be set up in Google Ads, but the whole, home health care near me, private health care, home care, like these are all, hospice care, home care medical. These are the top 20 keywords and the cost per click, depending on where you are. This is going to be average, okay? It could be less than that. It could be more than that, all right? But I'm giving you the average so you can have an understanding of, okay, cool. If I'm going to charge this home care company, $5,000 a month, how much should they expect to spend in ad spend? And you could base that off of the cost per clicks. So now you understand the industry. Let's talk all about the traffic source. All right, so the strategy on this is going to be Google AdWords, okay? You don't want to run Facebook ads in hopes of finding somebody who is in need of this service. It doesn't make sense, Okay. You can't create an offer for this kind of business. There is no offer. The offer is just giving the services and hopefully their insurance pays for it or somebody has enough money. Okay. So figure average cost of click about $8, 50% phone call and 50% form or survey submits. Average cost per lead about $40, and the client conversion rate is about 10 to 20%. I would say 10 to 15%, to be honest with you. I'm going to change this, at least based on the last one that we've run. Ad group name, we want to set it up under home care. Type search network only, all features, Google search only, client's target area. Obviously, you're going to want to be only in the area that the home care company is. Manual CPC, the budget about $50 a day. You may have to increase that if Google is not spending your money. Typically, when Google is not spending your money, what that means is that you are not willing to spend enough. It doesn't, even if you put $100 or $200 a day, it doesn't mean that Google is going to spend it, but it's going to look at basically who are you competing with and how much are they willing to spend, because the person who is willing to spend the most, they're going to show your ads, but it doesn't mean they're going to spend all of it. Okay. Ad scheduling, 24 hours are set for business hours of the client. You know, sometimes we like to do that. Rotate indefinitely. And then this is kind of, I don't know if you could see this. I just took a screenshot of what it would look like. So you would insert keyword senior in home care, Sacramento. Then you would have the URL, fill in our quick 60-second home care eval to see home care options and pricings. Okay. Simple, very simple, keeping it simple, especially in this industry. You don't need to be a great marketer for this. If somebody's looking for it for their elderly parent, they just want to click, get into it, fill out the form, and get somebody to contact them. Very, very simple. All right. Keywords. This is how you would want to set this up. As you know, when it comes to Google, you want to include the words. You want to include all of the words as one search, right? Like if you just leave this open, it could be showing your ad to anybody who types in-home pet services, okay? We want to include everything within the quotes. And so anything in the brackets would be an exact match. Anything in the quotes would be a broad match. So it would say in-home care services near me, as long as it includes the in-home care services. Google got rid of the plus signs, okay? So you don't need, just ignore that. You would just put either quotes around it or you would put brackets around it. This is just an old slide that I'm using to go through this. Okay, so you just keep in mind that you want to use quotes or brackets when it comes to what keywords that you want to hit directly. Again, I think I said this already. If you just put in-home care services, it could be showing your ad for anything that says care services. It could say in-home pet services, and your ad will show up. Don't want to do that. All right. Any ad extensions, we want to use a call tracking number within Go HighLevel. And we could put like 5-star professional, over 20 years experience, just whatever it is about that client. And so that's basically an overview of how to very easily run this just on pay-per-click. I think pay-per-click ads is very simple to set up, more now than ever. And if you need a simple training, again, grab your 30-day trial by commenting down below, and I'll shoot you a link, because one of the bonuses is a pay-per-click ads training for anybody who stays through their trial and makes their first payment on the unlimited plan. So let's jump right into the funnel. Okay, so obviously we're using Go HighLevel. Ignore the agency toolbox. That's my white labeled version. What we want to do here is let's look at first the funnel, then the survey, then the follow-up. So we have two funnels. We have the home care funnel that was designed a little bit differently than our OG funnel. I actually like our OG funnel a little bit better. We can go through both, so let's just do that. So this is what it would look like. Okay, very, very simple. Are you looking for senior care in whatever city? Here's our 60-second evaluation quiz. You know, marketers don't talk a lot about quizzes anymore, and it is one of the biggest reasons we've seen success in our agency since 2000. Me, 2014, Jason, 2012. Quizzes are the best. Every time somebody puts in an answer, they're almost saying yes over and over. They've invested 60 seconds, which means they're probably going to answer the phone on that follow-up, okay? And again, you're going to edit this stuff, any reviews. And we want to edit this survey so we can go ahead and look at it because it's too much squeezed within this. When I'm doing these, the cool thing is that I get to edit these and then update the snapshot so you'll get the latest version. What type of care are you interested in? Assisted living, and then you just click the button. Retired income savings. Some of them have an auto switch, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not going to go through the survey because I'm going to show you. And we keep it simple. Now, if we look at the, again, thank you pages, we're going to give them just kind of a thank you for filling this out. You can call us to speak to one of our advisors, or we'll call you. Very, very, very simple. Again, as I've mentioned many times, this is our tried and true 2-page sites. So that's the OG. We have a little bit of a redesign on this. It's nothing completely different except some stuff like here. There's some overlap that I'll fix. I'm just going to go in here and change and edit this stuff for the snapshot. We want this cleaned up a little bit. Logo, who they are. They can click here to take the survey as a pop-up. Or they could take it within the embed, okay? This is like a multiple. They can have in-course assistant living. They have Alzheimer's. What's the issue? What's the issue here? So on and so forth. And then it gives them kind of a scrolling bar, all right? And so when people do that, they come to the thank you page. Let's go into the survey, all right? So here's the survey, home care questionnaire, and it's set up like this. I would, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually change this into slides. Out of the box, because this is a survey that's already done, it doesn't give me the option to add slides, okay? So I'm gonna go back and I just wanna show you guys how to do it if you want to. I'm gonna actually do this, so in the snapshot, it'll already be done, but I can add slide, and then what I'll do is, in slide 1, I'm gonna do first name on one slide, last name on the other. I'm gonna get them to put that in. Then on slide 2, I'm gonna say, who is the care for? What type of care? Add slide. How do you plan on paying? How many hours do you need? How many days a week? How long do you anticipate needing the care? And then we're going to go into now finding out who the heck they are. So we're going to go to quick add. We're going to do a zip code. Okay, what we're doing here is just, we want to make sure that we get them deep into the process before we start asking them personal, like home address, name, phone number. Because what happens is if you start too early in the process, a lot of people will click off. We already have all the data on this. Putting the name in the front is fine, but asking for email and phone number and like where they are and where do they live, we want to make sure that we put that toward the end, because a lot of it's a psychological thing, like, I've already done all this, let me just finish it. So the postal code, we're gonna go email. We already asked their name. And one of the very last questions we're gonna get to is phone number, okay? And the best way to do this is just say, verify current mobile number for discussing the care options, okay? We want that required, because we could hit them with an email, which we will, but we wanna change our consent to, I consent to receive SMS alerts of company, message and data rates may apply. Text help to blah, blah, blah. I'm going to remove that. You can reply stop to unsubscribe at any time. Okay. Then put a real privacy policy in terms of service. You can get them from your client. And then I think we're going to hit the last question on a custom field. Last question. When do you need care to start? Okay. And then they can submit it. All right. And I'll get this all working right. And so I don't want to waste time too much on setting up the surveys. If you choose to get this already done for you, again, 30-day free trial, comment down below, like this video, subscribe, because I have a bunch more done for you funnels coming out. And so I'm actually going to probably do another one for either later tonight or tomorrow morning, and so I can catch up on all these, 2 a day maybe. Okay, so I want to make sure that you know that a lot of these they're all should be required, every single one of them. And so again, I'll have that all buttoned up and updated in the snapshot. Now let's quickly go through the automations. Now you can build these automations out as you wish, but this is what's worked with us in the past. So again, survey submitted. You make sure that if you're using the other survey that I created, you just choose the survey slides. I'll probably rename that to home care survey. And then they're going to get an email. And the email is, you've submitted for more information about in-home senior care services. The next step is to have a quick discussion about what we can offer. You can schedule a time to talk that is convenient for you here. And then it'll be the link to the calendar, or you can just call the Twilio number, or it would be the Go High Level tracking number. You could put it in there as you wish. If you have any questions, name, last name. Okay, so you can make this as sophisticated, is the word I was looking for, as you want. Now, if you do not have A2P registration, because maybe you want to do a trial with them, or you just, you haven't gotten them approved yet, then simply skip over the SMSs and just send them an email. Very simple, okay? And then it's going to wait till the next day at 8 a.m., so on and so forth. And this is a 11-touch, I think it's more than 11. This is a 15-touch follow-up. But probably what would work the best is actually having your client call them the minute they submit it. The fastest to the phone wins the game every single time. All right, so that's the funnel. That's the follow-up. I don't want to go through all the follow-ups. You can just grab that free snapshot and see everything for yourself. So to conclude this video, all these 14 snapshots, as we call them, if you're using Go High Level, you can get by joining my affiliate link for 30 days, and it is part of the unlimited plan bonus once you actually pay for the trial. Prior to paying for the trial, you get all the other bonuses that I offer. And again, I have a link that explains everything in detail with a video and screenshots and everything that you could imagine. If you've been trying to build your own agency and struggled either to get clients or struggled to get results for clients, the secret might be that you're choosing the wrong niche. And in this video, I want to show you one of the easiest niches to not only get results in, but also get clients in. And so I'm going to walk you through a simple 2-page site, and then I'm going to share with you why this works so well for certain industries. And so if you just want to prove to yourself where you can basically copy a simple landing page and thank you page, put it up running Google Ads and get lead after lead after lead, then emergency services is one of the fastest and easiest ways to prove to yourself as well as a potential client that you know what you're doing. So in this video, we're going to walk you through the towing campaign. If you're new to this channel, my name is James Bonadis, and I've been teaching people since 2017 on how to build an agency. I've been running it since 2014. I've done millions of dollars online, and I've taught over 8,000 people this exact business model. And the beautiful thing about this business model is that it has not changed since I started this in 2014. And it's comforting to know that once you learn something, you can carry it with you forever, and you don't have to constantly go and figure out anything new. You learn it, you do it, and it doesn't change. Let's jump on my computer and I'll share with you how. So on my screen, you see my Go High Level account. And if you don't know what Go High Level is, it is a software that we use to run this business. Everybody should be using this software. And as I've mentioned, I also sell this software as an affiliate for Go High Level directly. I give a lot of bonuses away to buy it under my affiliate link. Plus I have a 30-day free trial. Descriptions has everything that you need. However, at the end of this video, I'm going to share with you how you can get this done for you for free and how you can get a lot more for free that I'm going to give you if you join Go High Level under my affiliate link. Because in order for this to work, you need this software. So I'm in my sub account called Tier 1 Towing Campaign, okay? I only have this sub account because it's a snapshot. It's a snapshot that I can give people and they could pull all the information right into their own Go High Level account. So I'm going to jump over to sites, and I'm going to have two options here, a towing funnel and a towing funnel. We call it the OG towing funnel, okay? And so if I click one of these, this is what one of our newer done for you towing sites looks like, okay? As you can see here, it's very simple. And the reason why it's very simple is because if I go over to Google and I type in towing near me, okay, and I see this sponsored on the spot towing, right? And if I click that, it's going to basically bring up the Google Business Profile, and then they can call from here directly, or they can visit their website. Now, this is a paid version, okay? If I scroll down, you're going to have your Yelp, and then you have a couple organic towing results, okay? And if I keep scrolling, you're going to start to see sponsored. So here's Wayne's #1 tow truck. So if I click that, I'm going to be brought to a website. Now, it's not the best looking website, but what I notice here is that this probably click to call. Okay, I can click to call this number, or I could click here to call this number. But if I'm on my phone, right, it would allow me to call them directly. That's what we want. That's what we want here, is we want basically somebody to be able to click to call, and we're going to make this bigger. I'm going to walk you through it. And then we have a form here. Now, this form essentially usually is not the most needed on a towing funnel. Now, if you've been watching me for a while, you know my last video I shared with you that I'm going to go through 14 different niches over the next 14 days, okay? And so what this allows me to do is share with you different niches and why the landing pages could look different. In this case, we want this to be the most prominent thing people see, as well as calling 24/7 for immediate service. Okay, we're going to have a number here, and then we can have just a little bit thing so people understand that this is an actual real company, right? And so if I go back into this site, I can simply just go in here, okay, and edit it and change everything on here to match what my client would be, okay? Now, what we want to do is make this as big as possible. So we're going to go, let's say 50, all right? We want to make this 50. What we're going to do actually is we're going to take this away, make that a headline, put the number there, and make that 50. Then make this 30. And then we would say, where are you? I mean, where is this going to be? Serving Passaic County and surrounding areas. Okay, we have tow trucks standing by. We're going to put the same phone number over here and change that there. Get a driver now. Okay, now here, again, I have this here on our 2-page sites. Nobody ever fills it out. They immediately just call. What are the towing services? Well, our clients have heavy towing, vehicle disposal, street cleanup, roadside. This is for you to edit. You could delete it. You can obviously change this, right? There's not much that you need to do. You can change this to fit whatever is on your client's website. You could grab one of their reviews, put it there, get started, and then edit here. Now, you may say, James, I thought you were going to give a full-blown training on how to do this. The beautiful part about having the website, the 2-page site already done for you, is that there's only like 7 to 10 things that you actually need to do here. Now, what we would want to do here is make sure that if somebody does fill out a form, that you would also edit the thank you page here. Okay, so we want to edit the thank you page here once that loads. And what that thank you page would be, which just says, hey, thank you for submitting your information. Somebody's going to contact you immediately. Again, most people just call the towing company. And so our thank you page is very, very simple. We just want to edit this, change the phone number, help is on the way. Again, we want to change this, edit this to match your client, edit this to match your client, put a case study or a result here, and then edit this to match the phone number, okay? And then the address. So we're literally editing a few things on this, and you're already done. It's already done for you. Now, you may be asking, well, James, I could build this myself, or how do I get this done for me? And you're simply going to go to HighLevel Rewards, opt in here, okay, and go ahead and land on this video. Watch this video and grab your 30-day free trial of this software, and I will give you everything that you need when you're just starting out. So, for example, I have a Go High Level Agency Mastery course. It includes all the bonus material for trials and 97 level plans. Okay, I'll teach you how to add the snapshot, the overview. I'm not going to go through this, but anything that you need to learn with this software, you can absolutely get from just starting a trial. Everything is explained on this page, on this video, okay? Now, if you take a look at here as part of the bonuses just by getting on a trial, I'm going to give you a snapshot. Remember, this is a copy of something for your own agency's site so you can actually make this a real business. I'm going to give you a bunch of stuff that I'm not going to go through exactly because I go through it on that page. But one thing that you'll see here is I'll give you one free niche while you're on the trial. And the minute you start paying, after 30 days, you can get up to 14 done for you niches. But once you click this, you can fill this out and you can choose electrician, garage door repair, gym, hair salon, home care, HVAC, lawn care, plumbing, towing, wedding photography, real estate investment, or yoga. Okay, you could pick anything you want just by getting on a trial. And so if you pick towing, for example, you're going to be emailed this entire snapshot. Now, if I go into automations, over the next 14 business days, when I'm releasing these done for you trainings, you'll see some of these will have follow-up campaigns where it's like if somebody opts in, for example, here, they opt in here. Well, now we want to start following up with them. For towing, you don't need that because ultimately 99% of people who land on this actually call the phone number. So all you need is to save yourself time and grab that 30-day free trial, and you will get sent an email explaining how to get into this free community. What's awesome about this community as well is as Jennifer will go live every single Friday at 3 p.m., so she's going to support and answer all of your questions. I actually have support leaders in here as well. And there's 503 active members currently right now in this group. This is all agency owners that are all helping each other out. So if you remember the beginning of this video, what did I say? I said, what's the fastest and easiest way that you can get results? Well, you can get a 2-page site up in 10 minutes for your current client or potential client. You can get 30 days free on the software. You can get all the training that you need in order to get that campaign up. In addition, we would want to run this on Google. Well, if you take a look in the classroom, I have a full pay-per-click training that you can use to get this 2-page site up on Google. You can run ads for a towing client and you can get results for them immediately. I promise you right now, this simple 20-minute training is all you need to get Google ads up for a towing trunk company, actually almost any niche company. And so you're going to be able to do all of that without even having to pay for the software. And so within a few days, you could have your full agency up and running with this software that you don't have to pay for, with done for you sites that you don't have to pay for, and a training that you don't have to pay for. And to learn exactly how you can get all of this for free, snapshots, follow-ups, done for you campaigns, pay-per-click training, Facebook ads training, a course, give a thumbs up on this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below. Give me, and I will send you the secret link to sign up for this 30-day free trial and get everything that I mentioned and showed you on this video. What's going on? James Bondi's here. In this video, I'm going to go through installing the garage door campaign, from why it's a great niche to the numbers when it comes to running it on Google, the numbers on based on the actual industry averages, and everything that you need to know about the garage door niche. Now, remember, we use HighLevel as our software to do everything: building funnels, running our agency, sending text messages, setting up email, emailing customers and clients, even doing cold email, doing everything that you can. There is no other software that you need to do this. And so that's why we are living in amazing times. So I'm going to just jump right into this. So if you look at my screen right now, this is just some insight on the industry. And I'll probably attach this to like near the snapshot in my affiliate group, but just kind of like an FYI of if you're selling to this niche, you might as well know a little bit about it. So it's very easy to start. You can do it for as little as 50 grand. I know, amazing. When we want to start an online business, it costs us like a couple thousand, if that, right? But starting an actual brick and mortar-ish business costs a lot of money. So you need the licenses and the tools and insurance and all that other related costs, okay? The estimated garage door installation revenue in the US in 2021 was give or take 422 million. So it's a decent sized industry. And an average yearly growth since 2012, 1.4%. Minimal investment to start. They consider 50,000 minimal, but that's cool. And so here's some keys to success in this industry: operating franchises, economies of scale, licensed and bonded workers, okay? And the average cost to replace a garage door ranges between $600 and $2,500 depending on the size, material, and features of the door. And here's a detailed breakdown. Basic garage doors, single, non-insulated, they're 600 to 1,500. Actually, these are probably these numbers are probably 2 years old, so it's probably double that, as we all know what inflation has done in building materials and all that stuff. Mid-range, 8 to 2,000 and 2 to 4,000. So I would add I would double the low number at minimum, okay? And labor accounts for $200 to $600 of the total cost, so figure about 10 to 20% of the total cost, okay? As I mentioned, some growth over the last amount of years. It employs about 500,000 people. And here's some training schools. Most of these people, they're doing garage door installation, openers. Actually, people have struggle getting their opener to work, so they'll come out for $150 to $300. Steel entry doors, custom wood doors. The average cost of the door installation is $400 to $3,500. So here's some considerations when talking to somebody who does this business. The service needs are on the upswing, so it's a good sign. The next 5 years is projected to increase in terms of revenue and earnings. Low overhead costs and the need for marketing make this a prime candidate for service. Most of them don't know how to do it. Limited barrier of entry leaves more cash flow, and after startups and commercial options present potential for high-cost services on a repeat basis. Now, let's jump into the funnel really quick, and then I'll get into the Google Ads numbers, okay? So this is what our current snapshot looks like, okay? Again, you can make this however you want, but at least you can start with some sort of template, all right? That we use the orange colors because the client that we had, their colors were this, okay? And I actually think it looks pretty good. All right. Simple. Now, I'm not going to go through editing a funnel. All right. Now, I did yesterday or 2 days ago, and it's going to be repetitive. Like, I'm just going to say, change what you want to change on here, right? Put in, in the custom values or location name, change whatever you want to change. But you have the form here, you have everything set up, including, and what I'll go through is the follow-ups, okay? And so this would be your typical funnel. Landing page, thank you page. Now, what I wanted to do was edit this a little bit so you guys can see that when you edit these funnels, you better make sure that you're editing both the desktop version and the mobile version, okay? Because when I edited this, I did it on purpose. I didn't have the mobile version checked off, and this is what happened. I didn't get all my edits in the mobile version, okay? And actually, you can see even this is wrong, credit repair. So double check the funnels if you're going to use a snapshot, and just be smart about making sure you edit everything that you need. So let's jump into the automations, right? It's nothing groundbreaking. Again, this is perfect. It's a 10-touch follow-up. It's SMS and email. And it just, when they opt in, or not opt in, when they fill the form out, and by the way, you can change this form and ask whatever you want to ask. Okay? At the time we were doing this with this guy, he just wanted name, email, and phone number. He didn't want to know what they wanted because he said, I'm going to be biased, and I just rather talk to the garage door, to the customer, because he's like, I'm really good at upselling. So we left it plain. So here's the email, right? The first thing that goes out is when they put in the information in is, hey, thank you for reaching out about your garage door repair. Based on the details you provided, we'd be happy to assist you. To get started, we'd recommend scheduling a quick blah, 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 blah. You can reply to this email or give us a call, okay? Very, very simple. And I'm not going to go, and the first SMS goes out about 5 minutes. This is location owner first name with the location name. You were interested in getting your garage door repaired. Would you prefer text or call? We're just trying to get somebody to answer, okay? And then we'll call them. Now, with all that being said, I'm not going to go through each one of these, but you can see it goes on for, 7 days or something like that. And this is set up for you to use as a template, okay? It comes with the snapshot. And that's really all you need when it comes to running this particular niche. And to be honest with you, $1,000 a month in this niche, I would include in that $1,000 $200 to $300 of ads. Meaning, if you want to pitch $1,000, you're going to spend a couple $100 in your own out of that $1,000 and walk away with 60-70% profit. Now, if you want to pitch $750 and then connect their card, which is the recommendation is whatever you're going to pitch your fee is going to be, okay? If you want to collect it all and run it yourself, we're finding that people want to do that as well. It's not what we ever did, but then just don't pitch 1,000, pitch 750 and their card goes on file. Okay. And then you could spend up to whatever they allow you to spend up to. Now let's take a look at the Google Ads numbers. So we're going to be running this on Google. Okay. I wouldn't suggest doing Facebook. Again, we've only ran this on Google, so I'm not going to tell you to run it on Facebook. And this is what you can kind of take these numbers based on. It's going to obviously vary depending on your location. But in the location that we were running this in, we typically were seeing $4 clicks. The conversion was mostly phone calls. Remember 2 days ago when I went through that campaign, I said nobody ever submits in a towing campaign, submits that form. So their primary conversion is a phone call. It's similar here. Some people will submit because they're just, it's not an emergency. So they'll call, but primary conversion is a phone call, not necessarily a submission. And the average cost per lead is about $19, and the average client conversion is 70 to 80%. That was in the area that we were running it in New Jersey. This can vary, okay? I would be happy with a 50% conversion rate. 10 leads, 5 jobs, okay? Or at the very least, 10 leads. They get 3 to 4 jobs, but they give out 5 to 7 estimates, okay? That's what I would be looking for with this campaign. And it is really, when I say simple, I guess the best way to put this is it's very easy to get it up and running on pay-per-click. Very, very simple. And if you are don't really know how to run pay-per-click ads, I highly suggest you grab yourself a Go High Level trial down below and then opt in and then grab your 30-day free trial. You could also upgrade and still get access. Okay, it's all explained in the video on that page. And then you get access to this Agency and Go High Level Essentials, where in the classroom, depending on what level Go High Level account you have, you can get access to our Go High Level Agency Mastery course, which has a bunch of bonuses here to helping you land clients, to agency snapshots, reputation management, referral automation, contracts, onboarding, Go High Level, how to add snapshots. Then we just go through a prerequisite training so you can get and understand Go High Level. Then setting up your agency in Go High Level. Then how to run a lead generation like pay-per-click and how to set all that up. Then we have some message marketing, rep management training, some in-depth training, and then weekly Q&As. All the replays are always here. Okay, we do them every Friday at 3 p.m. In addition, you get support from within the group. We have 526 members. These are all people who either are my coaching students in using Go High Level, or they grabbed at minimum a 30-day free trial of Go High Level, and they're working through it, and we're helping them, and we have Q&As every Friday, like I said, and support within it. Like, subscribe, comment, but I appreciate this, and I'll see you on the next video. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. I interviewed a student of mine who is crushing it in the restaurant business, and he happens to be a ex-restaurant owner, so he knows how to get in the minds of restaurant owners. He will talk about how he's finding them, what he's doing for them, the best service to provide for them, what to say to them, the biggest hurdle that you will have to overcome if you want to get into the restaurant niche. Every niche has some sort of hurdle. He will share his experience, not only his restaurant experience, but his experience now being on the marketing side, and the best way to show value to them through trials first, and then how to find the restaurant owners based on revenue and what you should pitch them based on their revenue. It's a great interview. He was a brand new student in June of 2022. A month later, he came to our live event. He was there for 2 days. And since then, he's been on most of the leaderboards, especially for our restaurant challenges. And he's partnered with a ton of people in our group, and he's just crushing it overall. So I wanted to get him on, talk about high level, automating his services through Go High Level, and setting them up and everything that he's doing and in between. Enjoy.
Here's how I look at it, okay? The basic building, I'm Egyptian, so we'll talk in pyramids term, okay? So the basic building block for any successful restaurant is its brand identity.
Right.
Who you're trying to sell to and what are you trying to sell. Like, don't say I'm an Egyptian guy, so I have Egyptian food. What else? Like,
Right,
what
right.
makes you unique? You know what I mean? Second part would be like the second building block would be the operations part of it. How are you managing your staff, and how are you managing the process of getting food from, you know, the raw part all the way to the finished products, and
Mhm.
as fast as possible, as most efficient as possible, and as good as possible, right?
Right,
Because
of course.
your clients are going to judge you. So how do you manage this process? And then the third part would be your marketing, because if you don't have marketing, you're done.
Of course.
Like,
And that's where we come in.
exactly. And it's very important. And then the last part would be the reputation piece, which is like the top of the pyramid kind of thing. Bless you. So the marketing and the reputation, you have to make sure that you have both of them and they're intertwined. But I usually see the marketing as like the reputation part as like the top of the pyramid, because it's just the holy grail. Once you're known, like, imagine a restaurant with 1,000 positive reviews.
Sure.
These guys don't need marketing. Like, they're
Right.
done.
Yep.
That's it.
And so when you're talking to them, do are you like, what are you cold reach, outreach, or is it now become referrals? Like, what's the
So to me, it's more referrals, a mixture of all, to be honest. Referrals, cold outreach, and a little bit of Upwork. So
Mhm.
if somebody's like a restaurant on Upwork, they have to be mine.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'll bid as high as I can, but I'll get them.
Yeah, it's funny. One of the videos I'm going to do in the next couple of weeks is like an Upwork, free Upwork training,
Yeah.
because there's so much gold in there, but people don't want to get past that that initial, just constantly putting bids out and never winning them. But once you do, and you got a couple wins and a couple reviews, it becomes easier and easier.
Yeah,
So
100%. I found a little bit of a way to do it. So I kind of, you always have to tie whatever you have in your proposal to whatever, the client wants. And you have to make sure that they match, and you have to prove, like, if there's a restaurant on Upwork who's asking for marketing, I'll send them the case studies. I'll make sure that I understand what the brand is and how to build it and what the process is. I'm sorry. So, it's just a matter of showing value.
Yep. First, yeah. And so, do you have like a standard rate that you charge them?
For restaurant owners, lead gen is around $1,000. And so I package it in a different way. I usually look at it from, because I'm a coach and I'm a marketer, so it's almost always anywhere between $750 to $1,000 for the whole package. Especially if I'm working with a smaller, side restaurant. And if I'm doing the coaching part, it's $750 again. So if they're taking both, they have a better special rate. That's how I build it. But the beauty of restaurants is you can literally have one campaign on Facebook running for month on end
and never
still
change it,
generating results. You're not going to be changing it.
Now, when you say lead gen, you're basically running like local $5 a day brand ads, essentially, right? Or you're having like a free appetizer, or like you have some sort of offer on it, correct?
Yes. So the way I do it is very simple. I usually ask. So here's the thing, and this is one of the things that I tell all of my coaching students and everybody in this process is there are only 4 ways to make more money in any business, right? Number 1 is getting new customers through the door.
Yep.
Getting the same customers to buy more often. Getting the same customers, this is very important for restaurants, getting the same customers to buy more per visit. So every time they come in, you need to know how to upsell on them.
Yep.
Number 4 is just raising your prices, plain and simple.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, raising your prices has its place, but you have to provide extra value. Nobody's just like, it was 10, now it's 15. Nobody's going to be happy.
Right. They got to get feel like they're getting a little more out of it. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, when I'm doing Facebook, especially Facebook lead gen, my go-to is usually figure out how to get as much content or contact information as possible. So I'm giving out a free appetizer in return for, let's say the name, email, and phone number. That's my biggest 3.
Yep.
And then they go into a sequence of emails, texts, and just prompting them to pick up the phone or go online and put in an order, and we take it from there. It's just a matter of getting more people into the funnel.
Now, are you trying to get them to like place an order online, or you're just trying to get them into the sequence to then start pitching them or getting them in the door or whatever it might be?
The way I build it is, here's a free something, whatever it is.
Do you mind if I share my screen and jump into one of your accounts?
Yeah, sure, man. Go ahead.
Which is a good one to look at?
Let's do Grits and Waffles. She's a former owner, but she's a former client, but I love her. She's okay. She would be okay with me doing this.
So you run Facebook ad with these with them or no?
So, yes. So Facebook ads. I'm not running anything for her right now, but a very good example would be because the amount of people who are coming in and just converting into orders was just massive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this one. 1,400 people enrolled in this one.
Oh, dude. We ran the customer appreciation one. It bumped her reviews to 80 to 85 just in 1 week. And then from there, I ran an automated review management sequence where people order through her website. Mm-hmm. Boom, it goes into the funnel. Boom, they get the texts.
Right,
and
leave a review.
Dude, right now she's literally working her ass off just based off the reviews. No marketing necessary.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to see how this works. If you want to check out a live one, we can actually do what's their name? Pizza Baby. Let's do Pizza Baby for that. So this is actually Ghost Kitchen as well. So they have 423 people.
And that's for a free app?
No, a buy one, get one pizza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So basically on this side, so for Journey, for Grits and Waffles, she almost had her funnel set up and she had already a lot of contacts. Mm-hmm. For these guys, they're brand new, like they're only 3 months into the business. Nice. So I'm building their contact list one person at a time. And now we're at 423. By the end of the next month or so, it's probably going to be.
It's all people you can keep marketing to.
Exactly. Yep.
And this is a simple lead form.
Yeah.
Facebook lead form. All right. No. So this is a simple lead form with like just a branding ad or just kind of like a quick offer in it in an image.
Yep.
Local area. How far out you going?
4 to 5 miles, depending on where you're at. So
and how big of a population is that?
Oh, dude, LA, it's right 150.
Oh, so you're in LA, yeah.
Yeah. It's because that's why the bigger the city, the smaller the radius.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Like if you really think about it, like most people who are opening up a restaurant, they're just opening up a restaurant. Like there's no, and then they're spending probably what? Like they want to send flyers out. So you're talking about, with postage, you're going to have to send out what? 20, 30, 40, 50,000 flyers at, 28 cents a piece, depending on, I don't know if they give a little bit of a deal when you send so many out. And you have no idea. And then if they throw the flyer out, you've wasted money. Now with this, how much are you spending a day on it?
$20 a day.
So $20 a day, your reach is 1,000 people, 2,000 people?
2,000 people on average.
2,000 people, local area. And building it up, and it's a simple lead form, just a quick email. They get a code, right?
Yep.
And are they buying it online?
Yes. So I'm
delivery
online. So delivery, because it's a ghost kitchen, so everything has to go through their website, and I think that's beautiful because it's easier for me to track the results.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if it was a dine-in restaurant, it gets a little bit harder, but it's not that hard. It's just a little bit of a tweak that we need to do.
And I remember you telling me that you with maybe one or two of your clients that you were you tied into the POS system.
Yes. So it really depends on the API integration and if that company is willing to share that with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is where restaurants get hard, because not all point of sales are willing to, play with everybody
Yeah.
in a way that makes things easier.
Mm-hmm. And so a lot of people ask, well, then how do you get a contact list? How do you, so I may answer this as I'm talking, but as far as you could export out of a POS system, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
very
of course.
easily.
Of course.
Which would have name. You might not have the email unless they ask for it. Well, that's not. Well, yeah, because if it's in dining, they're just running the card.
Yep.
And then I don't know if you've had any clients where they've had to collect the info in the restaurant.
So it really depends on how the restaurant owner is playing this. So some of them, they have what I would call like loyalty programs, right?
Yeah.
And when you have a loyalty program, it's very easy to, hey, get a $10 off whatever, blah blah blah, and then you take this and you do this, and you just need to fill in your name, phone number, and email. And if they do that, you're golden. That's it. So some restaurant owners I will talk to, and they have a list of thousands, but they're not doing anything with it.
Yep.
And it's like, dude, you're sitting on a gold mine. You just don't know.
Yeah. And so a big question I get is, would a restaurant really be willing to spend $1,000 a month, even 200 a week, even more than that, right? Would they be willing to spend that? Now, I already know the answer to, but explain a little bit why they would.
So it depends on the type of restaurant owner.
Sure. Yeah.
It depends on who you're talking to. And I was actually thinking about putting a video together for the types of restaurant owners that you're probably going to meet. But in a very short sense, what you really need to do is, A, you need to show value, and B, you need to understand that not all restaurant owners are created alike. So if you're talking to a mom and pop shop that is still using handwritten checks, these guys are not going to be your best bet. Just run. The restaurant owner that you want to have a conversation with is someone who's willing to grow as fast as humanly possible and understands the value that you're providing, and last but not least, knows that they can't do it all. Because they can't do it all. Nobody can do it all. And with the restaurant industry, it's even harder because, you have so many moving pieces. Yeah. And marketing is very important for restaurants. So if they know that they can do it all and they understand that, yes, they will be willing, because $1,000 a month is less than a cook's, a full-time cook will probably be paid more than that.
Sure.
So, it's not much of an investment anyways.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that, restaurants don't have money when people make a lot of money in the restaurant business.
Dude, they make millions.
I know.
Yeah.
But I think people just don't they think of a restaurant as a deli or even a pizza shop. Although, I mean, talk about money. Pizza shops, our Vinny's down the street, Vinny's Pizzeria, it's been around since we moved here when I was 8. I mean, I can't even imagine the amount of money that guy brings in. There's 3 shops in our thing. They're all every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're packed, completely packed.
Yeah.
And so if if you wanted to open up a pizza shop in this area, you could get you could bring in a lot of the business if you know how to do the marketing, and that's the whole point of it.
Exactly. Build good offers
and a good offer. Yeah, exactly. Now, now this is where I take the conversation because I'm always thinking big. Where have you and people who've watched my videos on YouTube, I went through the evolution. I'll put the video up on top. The evolution of kind of this business where it's at some point you personally could pivot into just being the restaurant guy, right? Where you can now teach restaurant owners through a video course. And
dude, I have the brand name already. I'm working on it.
Oh, okay, good. So
you're
following the evolution of this.
Yes, sir. I'm probably gonna call it Restaurants Rise. So it's gonna be a mixture of online course, coaching program, and marketing services. And being a restaurant owner, one of the biggest challenges for me was I had a very, very good restaurant coach. The guy was one of the best, but he wasn't a marketing guy. He was a systems guy. And he would always tell me, I'm a systems guy. I know marketing people, but I'm a systems guy.
Yeah.
But now I'm a systems guy and a marketing guy and a coach. So I can literally package all of them at the same time and just push from there.
Yeah. What do you think is the easiest sell when it comes to restaurants? Like, what do they?
Reputation management, hands down. Don't even think.
And why is that?
Everybody will check your restaurant's reviews before they do. So it's when I'm saying new customers through the door, the only service that ties to all three is reputation management. New customers are going to check your reviews. Old customers are still going to check your reviews just to see what's up. And, you know, if you want to get someone in more often, you have to provide excellent service, which will eventually tie into your reputation as well. And so it keeps going.
Yeah. So you would say reputation management, and then like a branding offer on lead gen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or message marketing. It really all depends on what, if they do have a list, start with message marketing.
Do the message marketing.
Yeah, exactly. It's easier.
It's a very, I think restaurants is a very easy, in my opinion, it's an easy sell. And it's fat. And a lot of the restaurants, they're not getting hit up by marketing people a lot because they, you know, marketers think of SEO, they think of, you know, Facebook ads, but don't really think of local, like brand building. And so like, you know, restaurants are really not a very big, I don't want to use the word saturation, but like they're not getting hit up like some of the, you know, like the doctors or the PI lawyers or, you know, like those home run hitters.
So let me rephrase. So yes, not hit up. So they are hit up by a lot of people, but not the right people.
Right.
So when I was during my restaurant years, I got a lot of phone calls from people trying to do SEO, right? Mm-hmm. SEO is not a restaurant game. Restaurants are top of mind kind of deal, right? So the only SEO you really need is having 150 or 250 five-star reviews on Google. That's it.
And then you're going to rank.
Yeah, that's basically it. You don't need more than that. Mm-hmm. So when you, and this is where most marketers fail when they're discussing, you know, stuff with restaurant owners or discussing their services, is that they just fail in showing the value that they can provide and tying it to the restaurant owner's goal. So, hey, so-and-so, what are your goals? Well, I want to double my sales. So how do you plan to do that? Well, this is where they stop. Yeah. So they have lists. Yes. So let's tie it into bringing in new customer, your existing customers more often, message marketing. How do you collect reviews? Well, I don't. Well, let's create this so-and-so and then, you know, start collecting as many reviews as possible for you. Exactly. And once you do that, it becomes like a no-brainer.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Now, did you ever do our restaurant challenge in the group?
Oh, yeah. Here's the thing. I never did it myself, but I had a lot of people do it and then contact me, and we partnered up and we started, you know, having conversations with the restaurant owners all the time, but it works. Yeah. It works 100%.
That's awesome. So where do you envision yourself in the next 6 months?
Well, you know, I'm tied in between the restaurant, the whole restaurant growth thing, and I'm also crushing it at med spas. So, you know, I'm really in between those two. But I'm probably gonna lean into the restaurants because I just know the industry like the back of my hand. It's easy. So I'm probably gonna lean into restaurants, just evolution, just like you mentioned.
It's the evolution. Yeah. Now, when you were at our live event in July, were you working with restaurants or med spas, or was this kind of like
I had one restaurant and one med spa.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
You were just starting to
I was only 4 months into LMV.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did the live event help at all?
Dude, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The conversation that we had about sales, it just cleared up a lot of things. It made sales easier. Let's just put it this way.
Yeah, I always tell people, you know, the live events is just, it's kind of like it could be the pivotal point because you're in person and you're having discussions and you're not behind a computer alone in a bedroom.
Yes.
A lot of people are. So
Yes. Yes.
it sounds all good. What would you recommend for people who want to get into landing restaurants as clients? Would it be cold outreach? Would it be trials? And if you did a trial, would it be like for a few days, for a week? What's your suggestion?
So start with the trial. That's my go-to, because restaurant owners are skeptics.
Yeah.
And they have a tight budget. So one more fact about restaurants: there's a lot of cash flowing in, but there's also a ton of cash flowing out, and the profit margins are usually very slim. So their go-to is, I want to increase my sales without really increasing my spending. So if I give you any money, I need to make sure that it's going to work. So that's why I usually give the free trial out. With that, it's message marketing almost all of the time if they have a list. If they don't, I would pivot into reputation management as the trial. Hey, you got like 5, 6, 7, 8 reviews just this week, and you're not really doing anything. And all restaurant owners can relate to having positive reviews. Like, nobody's going to be upset about it, especially with the gates. Dude, it's genius.
Yeah.
Just put it this way.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah. 100%.
And then, like, if it's a medium-sized restaurant, what would you charge? Without coaching. No
if
coaching.
they're making anywhere between 100 to 150 grand a month, easily $2,000. Easily 1,500 to $2,000. If they were making anywhere between 100 grand to 150 grand a month, like selling for $3,000 a day, that's basically 3 to 4 grand. That easy, you can charge anywhere between $1,500 to $2,000 for the DJ, the whole package.
The whole package.
Yes. If they're making less, like let's say they're starting out, they're still making 30 grand to 30 to 50, they're still trying to figure stuff out, $1,000 for the whole package will just fine.
So everybody can hear from firsthand experience. Restaurants have money; they're willing to spend it. You just got to show the value first, and that's it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, 100%, 100%.
All right, man. What you got any last words for the audience?
People who want to market to restaurants, just stay the course. Make sure that when you're having a conversation with a restaurant owner, that you show them the value firsthand. Like, reviews can help your business. They already know it, but they don't know that you can do it for them. So be very, very clear. Like, don't go all the way. It's like, I can do this and I can do this, and just focus on one, get it done, and then move to the other one. Once they buy into you, they buy into you. They don't have time. They just want to get stuff done. So that's my go-to.
Sweet, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
That's my pleasure.
Go High Level is not going to make you money. The services that you provide for local businesses utilizing Go High Level can make you a ton. But what is the difference between them? And what we're going to do in this video is naturally talk about that progression with a full-blown Go High Level training of the dashboard, the sub-accounts, and all the bells and whistles. But the difference in this training is going to be, I'm not going to waste time on the things you don't need to know. I'm going to show you everything that you do need to know, and it's updated for 2024. And so if you are looking to master Go High Level and how to utilize it to make money with Go High Level, then keep watching this video. My name is James Bondies, and I've been in the agency space since 2014. As you can see behind me, I've won awards on many different levels, but this is about you. Just because I've done millions and millions in my agency doesn't mean you ever will, but everybody has to start where they stand, including myself. There was a time where I was making zero, working a full-time job and trying to figure out this internet game. And back then, all I wanted to do was make an extra $1,000 a month to help pay down my mortgage. $30 million plus more later in coaching and agency sales. Here I am trying to help everybody out there who is at least watching my channel to do something similar, even if it's on a minute scale. So that leads me into what the heck is Go High Level? Well, you can see they sent me a hat and a couple of awards behind me. However, Go High Level is a CRM. It's a funnel builder. It is a conversation connection between texting, phone calls, Facebook, Instagram, and so on. It is a central portal to your entire business. And if you go back a few years, I was teaching people how to run their agencies utilizing many different tools. And Go High Level has changed the landscape of how agencies are built. It is easier now than it ever has been. And I don't want to hear the jargon about how, oh, everybody wants to build an agency and, it's got to be saturated. Saturation is in your own mind. It doesn't exist. Just in the US, 30 million businesses with hundreds of thousands being born every single year. New blood in the water. New fish in the sea. But all you got to do is learn how to properly utilize a simple software and provide simple services to a market that is in need of it. Local businesses. It's a huge market and it's needed every day more now than ever. So let's jump right into this training and get to work. Okay, so as you can see on my screen, when you first get a Go High Level account, and I do offer a 30-day free trial if you use my affiliate link, which is down in the first comment of this video, as well as in the description. Not everybody could offer 30 days, plus a shameless plug of all the bonuses that I give away to everybody that is in my affiliate pool. To check those out, just look down in the description as well. So what we see here is something that doesn't make sense for most new Go High Level users. And even if you are a Go High Level user, maybe you're still kind of in the beginning of learning, this video will help you as well. But you're going to see on the left side, agency dashboard. That's what we see right here. There's a two-destination approach to this software. Okay, I want you to think about it as like this. Here is your hotel. Okay, this is the hotel. It's like you can walk into the lobby and kind of get a feel of everything. You got people working here. Maybe they got a little lunch bar over there. They got a bar, a regular bar on the right corner. They got a couple bathrooms. This is your dashboard. The rooms in that hotel are your sub-accounts. It's important to understand the difference because a lot of people actually do get confused. Your sub-accounts are utilized for you to make money, no different than in a hotel. The hotel is renting out the rooms. Well, your clients reside in here. Okay, this is my test account that I do all my training in. So this would be all your clients. Each business has their own account, which you run through your hotel. Okay, so the dashboard is your hotel. Within the dashboard, you have other tools. You have other access points. You have the elevators, right? You have all the things to get places, the hallway. And so let's go through each one of these because some of them don't really matter, okay? So for example, prospecting, and if you have ever watched my challenge, which you could go find in my playlists, you can find a whole challenge in there. You could follow it. It doesn't have to be live, although I will be launching one again very soon. In the prospecting, I talk about that you can actually utilize this prospecting tab to land clients. We call it the double tap method. And I'll give you an example of what it looks like, but you could go over to add a prospect and search for or dentist. And you can kind of see here where it says you're 62% more likely to land this person as a client because they only have 4 ratings and a 4-star review. So that could be somebody that you can go after. And the way we go after it, and this is not going to be a lesson on prospecting, but you can utilize this report that it gives you here and use that report and cold email them or cold DM them on Instagram or on Facebook, depending on where they are. And the cool thing is that if you do land them as a trial, you can literally convert them to a client account and have all of their information already in that sub account. Okay. While I wait for that to export, I'll keep going. Again, sub accounts are the rooms you're renting out. It's your clients. It's where you are making money. And so anytime you create a client account, it would be for that reason. Account snapshots is simply taking a snapshot of an account that you want to utilize in another account. So let's say I'm always going after dentists, or I end up landing two dentists as clients. Well, typically when you land one client and you do good with that client and you get them results, why change anything, right? Other than the content that resides in it and their address and phone number. You don't necessarily need to do that. And so I would create an account of that dentist that is my client and just put it in another sub account and then edit the information. We're all about time management here and utilizing time to the best of our ability. And that's what account snapshot is. In addition, for example, I have 32 done for you snapshots in 32 different niches with all the automations and follow-up campaigns and everything that goes with it that I give away to my coaching students. To learn more about that, you can look down in the description as well. There'll be a link for that. Reselling would be simply reselling AI to a client or Yext listings, right? We don't need to really go into that. Or if, let's say you want to build them a WordPress site or WhatsApp, they want to use WhatsApp. And then any IP, dedicated IPs. Okay, we don't need to go into that, but you have the ability, as you can see here, depending on what account you're on, to charge them $125 a month for making sure all their Yext listings are name, address, and phone number verified and correct. And it'll go out there and do it, and you can charge, and then Go High Level will charge you directly $30. So you can be the middleman in regards to that. Marketplace, I don't ever really pay attention to this. I don't think any of this is worth it really to some extent. I run a very large business and I don't utilize any of that. Affiliate portal would just basically be if you want to resell Go High Level as an affiliate, as like I do and many others do, you can go ahead and do that as well. Template library is only available on the $497 plan. I actually think the template library is a beautiful asset to this, and it's no wonder why it's only on that $490 level plan. I'm happy they made that change. Partners, this would be, if you're looking to partner up with somebody, or, if you need work done, white labeled services and stuff like that, you could use that. Here's your university. In the university, you can have all these courses, or you simply can join my free community called Future Agencies in School. Again, all of the links I talk about will be down in the description, because in that classroom, I have a bunch of free resources, PDFs, snapshots, ad examples, learn more about coaching, campaign trainings, and then I also have a full-blown Go High Level training over here that all of my affiliates who at the very least start a trial get access to a full-blown, all done, redone, simplified to only give you what you need. And it's actually service-based as well, training all over here. Okay, so you could see all these overview, prerequisite training, agency setup, how to run lead generation through Go High Level, how to run message marketing through Go High Level. That would be like reactivation campaigns and ongoing campaigns for message marketing, rep management, again, ongoing rep management. And I have a snapshot, artificial intelligence, I'm working on that. And then in-depth trainings. I'm always adding more as people request them. So you really wouldn't even need university. SaaS education, if you've been watching my channel for the last couple months to over a year ago, I am not for selling Go High Level as a SaaS product. There's many reasons. I'll even put a link up there of why you should not. Ideas is if you want to request something from Go High Level, you can go ahead and do that. Mobile app, you can have the lead connector app. Okay, you can customize it depending on what you plan level you are on. I just use the regular Go High Level lead connector app. I don't white label it or anything like that, so you don't need it. And then the app marketplace, if you want to install certain apps depending on what you want to do, they have the direct connection. Matter of fact, I'm coming out with a pay portal for agencies and coaches. It's about over a year I've been building this thing. It's going to be, hoping that Go High Level will allow me to put that app in here. We'll see. And then we go into our settings. This is our profile. And in here, again, you have your name. Again, hotel. Let's think about this again. We're still in the hotel. All right. So my name might be on a room in the hotel. but it wouldn't be on Hyatt Regency, right? I don't own Hyatt Regency. And so think about it like this. You own your dashboard, you personally, and then your clients own the sub account. When I say own, I should say rent and pay you monthly for that sub account. And even though you may clean the room, you may vacuum and clean it all up, the bottom line is they're still renting it. And once they're no longer your client, just like when somebody checks out, then their name comes off and you could delete the sub account or add somebody else to it. A company would be your company. Again, it is your company. It is your dashboard. It is your hotel. A team would be anybody located that helps you run it. That would be all your employees. Billing, again, this is whatever you're paying now. And then you could add certain things to it. There's certain charges. Phone integration. This is how do you want to connect your sub accounts to what phone? I use Lead Connector on everything that I do. It's easy, fast. You don't have to deal with Twilio. Just connect Lead Connector. Email services. Again, I'm running my email services through Lead Connector. Again, no reason to do anything else. Conversation AI. I'm not going to get into AI too much. It's not enabled on this test account, but you could do a lot of great things with AI. I'll be coming out with more AI training when it comes to Go High Level. Affiliates. This is where you would find your affiliate links and all that good stuff. You could put a pixel on the pages. I don't ever touch that. Custom menu links. You can create a new link to add to either the dashboard or a sub account. Maybe you want to have like a special onboarding video on a landing page that you could link to it and then put it in your client's account so they can have easy access to it. You could add anything you want there. Stripe would just be connecting Stripe so you can collect payments and Go High Level. API keys would be API keys if you want to do like connect Zapier to it. And compliance is if you have any medical stuff. Here's the thing about compliance and HIPAA. Again, the laws of HIPAA are basically if you're going to store medical records in Go High Level, you need HIPAA. But if you're just marketing for a medical place like a doctor, then you do not need HIPAA. It's just marketing, and you're not holding any medical records. A lot of people get confused with that, but to stay safe, always consult with somebody else other than me. I just want to avoid getting in trouble with that. But I have dentists and doctors and plastic surgeons that I do marketing with, and I'm not HIPAA compliant because all I'm doing is email, texting, and calling out of Go High Level. Labs is always in beta. Okay, depending on the account that you have, you can see a bunch of new things that are coming out in this test account. You're not going to see that. And then this is just audit logs. So in the audit logs, I could just see everything that I'm doing, okay? Or anything that anybody is doing in those audit logs, all right? So that is your hotel. That is your dashboard. Nothing crazy. It might looks more scarier than anything, but it's really self-explanatory if you watch this, okay? Now we're going to jump into a sub-account. Now, in order to create a client account or sub-account, we would simply just hit add sub-account and fill out all the information. You could add kind of some skeleton accounts, but I'll just go into one that I already have done. Okay, so we'll go to student test account 2024. These are my test accounts, but this would be a client. So I just want to go through the sub account. We already walked through the lobbies of the hotel. Now I'm going to go up into my room, okay? Room 101. And so in the Launchpad, which is actually something that I didn't utilize when I first started with Go High Level, I actually had the designer who built my own version of Go High Level get rid of the Launchpad, which was a mistake. There was no reason to get rid of it because this is what's going to get you started really easy, really fast. Number one, you can send a link to yourself or your client, right? This would be your client's information that is in here. So this would be your client's phone number so they can download the app. Why would they want to download the app? They need the app in order to respond to text messages and be able to look at them. They could do it on a desktop, but most business owners are running around. So if they are the ones that are fielding phone calls or they want to know what's going on in their account, they should download the app. The next thing would be to connect your Google Business Profile, which is really, really easy to do. You simply click the button and connect your client's Google business profile. Now, if you're setting up a sub account for your agency, whoa, James, what are you talking about? Well, you got to think about it like this. You can't run marketing through your dashboard. So if you want to run marketing for your own agency, whatever kind of marketing you want to run, whether it's having a tracking phone number, having a funnel, a website, a calendar, all those good things, then you would also need a sub account for your agency. And so you would connect, if you have your own Google My Business or Google Business Profile, well, you would need to go create one. And then I have that in my free training if you get under a trial under my affiliate link. Facebook, you would connect your Facebook business page or your client's Facebook business page. A website chat widget, you would connect what site you want the chat widget on. Stripe, are you going to utilize and collect payments through your agency? Well, you can connect your Stripe account and then adding team members, right? And so once you do that, it'll give you a check mark and it'll say, okay, you've done all those things. In the dashboard, this is just going to show you opportunities, values, conversion rates, as long as you set it up. In my agency, I don't even utilize this, okay? But it would look at a funnel that we build. So I have funnels here that we already built. We can talk about that in just a little bit. Conversations, this would be all the conversations that you have your connections through. Facebook DMs, Instagram DMs, text messages, all those things. If you go into the filter, you could see chats will come in here, inbound, outbound, email, SMS, Google Business Profiles, live chats, WhatsApp, Facebook, any phone calls, voicemails, or Instagram. These are the connections, all right? That will show all in your conversations. Calendars, do you want to have your own calendar? Well, we'll talk about calendar setup in just a second, but this is where you can kind of see your calendars. As you can see here, I can click whatever calendars that I've already created. Contacts, this is going to be all of your contacts that you have in your account. This is going to be your client account or your agency account. Opportunities or sales pipelines, this is what these are. You can have different ones depending on what it is. We'll talk about that. Payments, if I created a invoice and I sent it and they paid it, it would show here. Any documents or contracts, you can have actual documents now in Go HighLevel. If you're doing e-com, you can have orders, any subscriptions that are created, payment links, you can just create a quick payment link right in here and send it directly to the customer. Transactions will show all the transactions that has happened. If you want products in here, products could be services or actual physical products. If you want to use coupons, and then here's where all your settings would be and your integrations that you would integrate. You would need to connect Stripe, PayPal, Authorize.net, or NMI is their main connections to actually collect the payment. Marketing, this is where you can get real deep into it. So you could connect your Facebook and set up a social planner, and then you could charge it as a service, social media marketing for a client. Connect theirs and then set up automatic posts to go out. Emails, we can create campaigns or templates. I utilize templates a lot in mine, or you can actually create a campaign and go and send it. Template snippets, as you can see here, these just came over from my other account. And this would just be some, like, for example, Adam, if he was in here as a staff member, he could utilize these quick responses in the conversations. Trigger links, there's a lot to kind of understand, but it gets a little confusing. A trigger link is basically a link that is created so we can utilize an action within the automations. Actions would be, if they click this link, I want to remove them from the automation. Affiliate manager, I'm not going to even touch upon. Automations is kind of the secret sauce behind Go HighLevel, where, you know, I don't know if anybody's ever used Active Campaign. It's very similar to Active Campaign. And that would just be, here, let me just throw up one. Like, for example, this would be my opt-ins. When somebody opts in with this, this is for me, for this, I'm simply just want to add a contact and then add them to this workflow over here, to the email campaign workflow. And if I go back to to my automations. My email workflows are right here. And now anybody that comes through here will wait a minute, then they'll get an email, wait another day, get another email, wait another day, get another email, so on and so forth. Okay, so that is what the automations are. All in-depth training. Go join my free resources section. Any sites could be funnels. They could be websites. Then you could have analytics on this. If you want to attach any blogs to it. If you do want to use WordPress, there's a charge for it, but you could do that. Client portals, if you want to create a portal for your client. Forms and surveys, very similar, but just difference in the way they work. So an opt-in form would be forms, but in, like, for example, some of our funnels, our insurance funnel, we ask a series of questions, and that would be a survey. Okay, so a form typically is one or two things that you want to input into it. It could be name, email, phone. A survey would be like name, email, phone, and have you ever been hurt at work? Well, like, let's say personal injury lawyer. What's the name of the company? When did it happen? Did you contact the, asking all those questions and having a nice flow to connect all the information would be a survey. This is where you set up your chat widget, any media you want to upload, like logos and stuff, and then URL redirects you don't need to know about. Memberships, I stayed away from. I use Kajabi for my own personal memberships or school. I am looking to move a lot of stuff over into communities based on all of the enhancements that Go High Level's made that I believe will be better than school. It is just a very, very big task for me to move away from school and Kajabi into communities and courses. But I will definitely be utilizing communities in the near future. Certificates is just if you want to earn certificates or give certificates away for people who have finished, let's say, a training. Reputation, this would be more for local businesses. It could be for your agency as well. A great foot in the door service is reputation management. Go High Level has everything that you need for that, especially added to my snapshot. It's great. All my reporting, I can have my Google Ads reporting. I can have my Facebook Ads reporting. I can have my attribution report. Where are my leads coming from? Call reporting, how many people answered, how many people called. An appointment report, how many people have booked appointments, how did they book the appointment, all that good stuff. App marketplace, again, we talked about this on the dashboard. There's just more apps that you can connect to on the sub-account level. Mobile app, I can edit and make my mobile app look somewhat different, but again, that's going to depend on what account you're on, as you can see here. Settings, business profile, this is going to be client information, or if it's your agency sub-account, your information. Company billing, if you add a payment method, any text message, any phone calls, anything that Go High Level will charge you for would be on this payment method. Text messages, phone calls, AI stuff, WordPress, all that good stuff. All your staff that you utilize within that sub-account. So most of the time, if it's a client, it would be probably you in here as an admin, and then your client could be admin. It could be an account admin actually on this level, okay? And then maybe they have a VA or you have a VA that's working the account. You would have them there. Opportunities and pipelines. If you go over to pipelines, you can create a new pipeline, and on Chrome, it usually gets stuck over here, so I'll just edit. And so I can create different stages. So this would be like new lead. They open an email, they click the email, they open it 2 times, they replied, they engaged, and all my automations are moving them around into the pipelines, okay? In-depth is in my free. In-depth training on all this stuff would be if you get a trial under my account. And a lot of this stuff is very simple. Go High Level has made this very simple to kind of just follow along the directions. But yeah, a lot of people need more in-depth trainings on each one of these tabs. Calendars could get confusing, but I'm going to explain it like this. You can have, let me just go create calendar, all these different ways. Service calendar. So this is scheduling actual services for business. Let's forget that one in our case if we're running an agency. Simple calendar. It could be used for a physical meeting or event. I only use round robins. So I highly, even if you only have one person on that calendar, only use the round robin. It's easy to use and it's just a very simple setup. Class bookings I don't need to use, and collective bookings I don't need to use. Round robin works for 99% of the people. And so that's what you would want to do. And then if you can group together calendars, you can have service menus if you wanted to use that service calendar, like rooms and equipments. Too complicated, don't need it. Use the round robin calendar. Conversation AI, I will have trainings on YouTube and in my free community on this. Email services, this is where you're going to want to have create your own dedicated domain and not use the domain you set in the hotel or in the dashboard of Go High Level. Otherwise, it's just going to default to that. And actually, they've made it very simple, especially if you use like GoDaddy or Namecheap. You can connect right to it. It'll pull the domain, and you can follow the directions on how to do that, or go into my free resources section. Phone numbers, you simply add a phone number in your sub account. This is going to be your tracking number, and then just choose it. Then you're going to have to get A2P compliant. Again, on this channel as well, you can check that video out to find out how to get A2P compliant. Reputation management, you can create custom links for your clients to send to their clients. And so when they click it, it goes directly to their Google Business Profile. They leave a review. You can use if you are a paying client of Go High Level under my affiliate link, I give you that whole snapshot. But you could also look around this YouTube channel and follow the trainings on that. I'm actually thinking about doing another training on the setup of reputation management using the way that I'm doing it. Custom fields is just any fields that you add in a form or a survey or a contract or whatever. This is a lot of stuff that you wouldn't need. And so that would be like, it's not out of the box, meaning Go High Level didn't come with a name field, even though it does. That would be out of the box. A name field would be out of the box. But if I want to know, what's the contract address that the person is signing a contract with, I would create a contract IP address custom field. Those are all being done mostly in forms and surveys. Custom values is an actual value I want to assign. For example, I have a one-page agency website, and it's built with all custom values. So then you don't even need to really edit the site. You could see it here. You could just go in here and edit the custom value and agency name. The value would be my agency name, Visibility Cloud LLC. And if you wanted to use the one-page website for a client, let's say they don't have anything and you wanted to just get something up really fast, you would put your client's value here. And then it'll automatically go to everywhere you have this string. Managed scoring is a lead scoring. It actually could be really, really utilized, but you got to be like running a pretty large business for you to even care. It's basically saying like you could set up automations that says if this lead has a score of 4 points or more, send them the calendar link because they're a hot lead. So this is a way to kind of have engagement scoring. Are they really engaged? Are they on your website a lot? Are they opting in? Are they confirming? Are they replying to emails? And you could set all of this. Did they book a call? And now that person is different than somebody who just opted in. And I can market to them differently. So you can really get in the weeds with this stuff. Domains, if I wanted to build a funnel and have a dedicated domain, which you should on a funnel, especially if you're running ads, I would simply just add a domain. Any media that I need, any URL directs, you don't need to worry about that. Integrations, you would want to integrate your Google Business Profile, a Facebook account. If you have Clio, I don't know what that is. Stripe, this is what you would manage payments with. If your client wanted to collect payments in here, if they had a Stripe account, most likely. If you're running e-com, Shopify, if you want to connect your TikTok, if you're running ads for your client on TikTok or LinkedIn ads. Printful would be e-com. Tags. If somebody opts in, you tag them something. Somebody booked a call, you tag them book call. This is where all your tags would be. Labs, we talked about the beta program of these labs. And so they give you the opportunity to try out new things that are coming out. Audit logs is everything I will see only in this sub account. So this is where I could see everything that's happening. Now, It's a lot of stuff. And that is why in my training, let me just, so you guys understand where I'm coming from as an agency owner, as a coach, is there's a lot of stuff you do not need. A lot. And I've run my agency. I've coached over 8,000 people to utilize Go High Level with just the things that they need to know. And so what does that mean, James? Well, that means that there's certain things like prerequisite, right? How to log in, dashboard, kind of stuff I went through today, overview, and then deeper trainings on agency setup, configuring it properly, A2P registration for your own tracking number, and how to invoice. Now, lead generation. How do you, what is lead generation? Run Facebook ads, Google ads, whatever it might be, and then a whole training on how to set everything up properly just for lead generation. Same thing with message marketing. Same thing with rep management. It will be the same thing for artificial intelligence once I'm done with that, with AI. And then any trainings that people kind of get lost on, like adding staff, how leads get into Go High Level explanation, setting up the lead connector app, copying assets between sub-accounts, and anything else new that comes. Only caveat being two things. Keep an eye on my YouTube channel. A lot of times I will do trainings on even the things, the classroom trainings that I have, just in case you can't, you're already under somebody else's Go High Level, then you can't get access to the in-depth trainings that I offer. But I do a lot of this stuff also on my YouTube channel, so make sure you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and turn those notifications on, because when I do, for example, an AI training, you'll be notified that I did an AI training, and you could watch it when it comes out. In addition to this, I always have a lot of people ask me, well, James, is your Go High Level training kind of like what you do in your coaching? No, my coaching program is everything and more than you can imagine. My mentorship program, which a lot of people don't even really know about, which is 8 weeks one-on-one with a coach who's done over $10,000 a month in their own agency. We have about 10 of them. I don't ever really talk about that, right? It's kind of a natural progression. But in this business, like in any business, coaching is always, and again, I'm trying not to be biased here. It is very difficult to learn you could learn how to push buttons, but to learn how to properly run this business, it could become overwhelming and it could become difficult. And that's where coaching comes. In our coaching program, we have 9 Q&As a week. In our mentorship program, we hold people's hands one-on-one for 8 weeks. We have a group of almost 8,000 people all trying to do the same thing. The partnerships that happen in our coaching program are something that I've never seen before. We are blessed and lucky enough that our community that we runs itself and has its own lifeline. People are talking, partnering, asking questions, getting help, and everybody's on the same path to success. I'm going to end this video with this because I get this question all the time. James, how do I learn more about coaching? In the description. James, I want to join under your affiliate link in the description. James, I can't get access to, I'm already under somebody else. Can I change affiliates? No, you can't. You have to wait 90 days after canceling your account. That's Go High Level's rules. So those are your options. Like, subscribe, give me a comment if this was helpful in any way. And if you have any questions whatsoever, make sure you comment down below and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. What's going on, James Bonadis? And let's talk about the elephant in the room, A2P 10DLC. If you're in the United States, and I think it's going to come to Canada too, and who knows how far this will reach. This is where you need to register a sub-account in Go High Level or a phone number for you to actually start sending messages or continue to send text messages. Because I talk a lot about messaging and message marketing and reactivation campaigns for like reviews, let's say, a lot of my students have gone through the process early on, so a lot of them were approved rather quickly. Now it's taking a little bit longer, and it's okay because if you're either still waiting for approval, then you could always just run those campaigns through emails, right? Or if you're struggling to get approved, I'm going to probably touch on a lot of things you didn't think about, and probably one of these things is going to be the reason why you're not going to get approved. So in this in-depth training on properly registering a phone number in the United States to be able to send text messages. We'll walk through it, and we'll walk through it right now. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use an account. This one is called Cold Email Waterproofing. This is an account that I'm using to run cold email. And if you've been following my channel for a little bit, you've seen 2 other videos. I'll post them up here, one after another, where I'm running some cold email campaigns. There has been a delay in results from it because I missed an email on the list that I was ordering, and then I missed an email on the gig that I ordered for personal lines, but I finally got it a few days ago. And as you can see here, and I'll make sure that you like, subscribe, and comment to this video so then you turn the notifications on, because part 3 will be coming out probably next week once I have a full-blown results to show you. But in the quick results in my cold email campaign is, as you can see, I just started it. 36 of the emails have been delivered and 36% open. So I'm at 100% open rate, okay? So if you take a look here, I'm going to have to blur this out, but you can see all the people have 25 delivered, 25 emails have opened. And so I'll be delivering the results of that as the campaign continues to ramp up. That was a side note. So now, if you're using Go High Level, understand one thing and one thing only. When you register for your A2P 10DLC registration, you're registering the sub account, the business within that sub account. So once you get approved, you can then purchase phone numbers within that sub account, and you won't need to get approved again. They approved it, and this came from Go High Level. So they approved the sub account. When the sub account gets approved, you should have no problem getting additional numbers for staff or whatever it might be. Okay. Now, here's the thing, and I do have, like I said, a checklist here. The reason why people keep getting having this messed up is because most of the time I find this the case. They aren't a real business. And so if you're new and just starting in the SMA world or whatever business it is, you're trying to be approved, but you're not even a business yet. So the first step in all of this is you need to be a business. The barrier to entry in this business is so low, which is an amazing opportunity in the world, right? However, you can't bootstrap everything. Spend a couple $100 and get your LLC. I have a video right here about how to get your LLC. It is so simple, at least as for New Jersey, and for most states, it's that simple. Get an LLC. You don't need to be a corporation. You can get away with being a sole proprietor. However, I highly suggest you just become an LLC when starting a business. That's like saying I'm going to become an electrician and not get my electrician license. Do you know how, the lawsuits that you could be open up to? So let's when starting a business, treat it like a business and do the necessary things that is needed in order to be a real business. With that being said, once you are a business, pay very close attention, because it's not difficult to properly fill this stuff out. Now, unfortunately, what stinks about this is that I have to hide my own personal stuff on this screen. So I'm going to be blocking this out, but in the checklist will match what I'm talking about. So you know what? Let's bring up that checklist. So if you take a look over here, the initial setup is you need to have a website or a landing page with an opt-in form where they are agreeing to receive text messages from you. So now the question is, because if you've been on our site, if you've been watching my YouTube videos, you're going to say, well, James, how do I do message marketing? How do I do reactivation campaigns? And I'm going to be straight up and tell you, here's the best way to do reactivation campaigns. You could do one or two things. You could get approved, and then you could do a reactivation campaign, or simply keep the reactivation campaign or message marketing to emails. That's it. Or start the process with your clients of getting people to opt in for something with a checkbox within the sub account. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. All right. So you need an opt-in. You need an EIN number, your business name and the business address, or your client's business name or your client's business address, or your client's EIN number. Okay. If you're an agency and you're running a sub account for a client, this is their information. Then once you have an EIN, or you decide to become, or LLC, and decide to become a sole proprietor, Again, become a business. I'm just going to say it straight out. Just get your LLC set up. Because you know what? The sole proprietors are having a lot of problems with this. They're getting denied. Whatever the reason is, it's nothing we can control. It's nothing Go High Level control. This is from the messaging gods, okay? So the next thing is actual business or client information. You need their legal business name that is on their EIN letter. They have a letter, and you can simply go to the IRS website and call them and ask them for their EIN number if you don't know it, or EIN letter if you don't know it. A business email, a business site, the type of business that they are or you are, business registration, what industry are you in, and where are you located, right? Then when you know where you're located or your business is located, you need the address. The representative could be you, what kind of campaign it is. And now I'll jump on here because I could do it. Okay, so when you're in the business information, and again, I'm sorry that this is blurred out, but you're going to have, you know what I'll do? I'll throw up screenshots of a blank one. So you're going to have friendly business name. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. All right, you can call it whatever you want. That is the name of the sub-account. Your legal business name. So let me pull this up really quick. This is what it looks like. Okay, this is another LLC that I have. I don't want to share personal information about that. But you see how like Passaic NJ is capitalized? So like that makes a difference. If there is a comma LLC, or if it was just Passaic NJ LLC, or if it was Passaic NJ Condos LLC, whatever is on this letter has to match. And as you can see, the EIN number is right here, okay? And so that is important. You need to have this correct. Once you have that, then you need your business email, your business phone number. Make it your cell phone number if you're the agency. If it's your client, give this information the business number, okay? When I say match, what I'm saying is, like, for example, business email and business phone don't need to match any state documents or federal documents. However, this happens in some cases where the authentication will send a text message to the business phone number. So what I'm telling people to do is put in, if you're the agency running it for a client, give them all the client's information, but put your cell phone number in the business phone. So if you do get that text, you can confirm it, okay? Business website, business niche, marketing and advertising for me, physical business address. Whatever is on that EIN letter must match, okay? Another big mistake people make, really quick, because this is kind of like a little glitch if you're using Go High Level. Sometimes people type in like United States and then just click off of it, and they don't actually choose United States. And Go High Level, like this little glitch, when you're first filling this area out, some people just type in United States or type in Canada and then hit update, and it doesn't actually save. You need to actually choose the country, and then this stuff will populate down here, okay? Then as you scroll down, business type, limited liability company. I'm in the education industry. In EIN, I have my registration type is EIN, and my business is registered. I'm in USA and Canada, and I am the authorized representative, CEO of this company, right? Again, if it's your client, this is their information, all right? Then down here, make sure you have this checked and make sure you have this checked, okay? So reply stop to unsubscribe. Thanks, James Bonadis. You can also customize it and put something else in there, okay? But so I suggest down here you would put thanks, James Bonadis, or thanks, the company name, whatever it might be, okay? Once you do all this, okay, I would turn off, make sure missed call text back is not on. None of these things are checked off, and that all of this is completely filled out properly. If you go over to the profile, this is not going to have any bearing on approval. However, just fill it out, so make sure it's filled out, okay? This could be your information or your client's information, all right? Then you're gonna go over to phone numbers. Go ahead and purchase a phone number, normally, like you normally would, And then it's going to tell you your A2P 10 DLC is incomplete or failed. Please go to the Trust Center, and you're going to click the Trust Center. Now, this is assuming you're using Go HighLevel's phone services. I suggest using them. It's easier and faster. We used to go direct Twilio. We ended up moving everything over to Lead Connector, and that's fine. It works fine. Okay, so that's what I suggest that you do. Otherwise, you're going to have to register in Twilio, and that's how I originally registered, but it's the same thing. It's the same process. Except in Twilio, it's like you can't even find the darn thing. Well, at least back then you couldn't. All right. So as you can see here, as of August 31st, all this disaster happened. Okay. However, if you're a real business or your clients are a real business, this should not be an issue. So you're going to click Start Registering Now. And you're going to follow the prompts. Business details. Name and address. Is a business entity you're registering located? Yes or no? Yes. Does the business registering have a tax ID? Yes. If you're an LLC, you have an EIN number. Okay. Then you just hit continue. Business details. It's pulling from your business information. Double check that it's all correct over here and that everything is okay. Hit continue. Business information. Double check everything is okay. Hit continue. Contact information. When you get here, make sure this is correct. And over here, I want you to make sure that your cell phone is there because of what I talked about before. Hit continue. You're going to choose low volume standard. That is it. Do not choose this. Choose this. Okay? I acknowledge the one-time fee is charged. An additional fee up to $12. It's not going to be that much because nobody's sending out thousands and thousands and thousands of messages. So low volume. Continue. Campaign use case. Low volume mixed. This is recommended. So example, this campaign sends appointment information, confirmation, and reminder messages, right? You could see the example right here. You could copy the darn thing. So this is not really, the campaign will be used to reach out to customers who signed up for updates. This campaign will be used by our salespeople to reach out to their clients that have been opted in to receive text messages. So we're actually going to use this one. And then we're going to paste it. Okay. Sample message number 1. Must include lead name, your name, business name, and opt-out language. See example. Hi, John. This is Jane from company name. Our appointment for blah, blah, blah is confirmed. Please reach out in case you need it. Copy. I'm going to paste it. Okay. I'm going to say, hi, John. This is James from Visibility Cloud LLC. Our appointment for, I like to put future date so it doesn't seem like I just copied like this one. This copy is fine. I would say for November 14th, 11 a.m. is confirmed. Please reach out to phone number. What are you going to put there? I am going to put the phone number that I have, the phone number that I just bought. All right. So I'm going to put the phone number that I just bought. Message 2 must include lead name, your name, business name, and opt-out language. Okay. Here's your opt-out language. See example. Copy. Hey, I'm going to use the same language I did above. Hey, John, I see that you weren't able to make it for our appointment. Would you like to reschedule? Okay. So what I would want to do is here. This is fine actually if you want to just here. If you want to keep this kind of candid, right? This is going to be sending out any of this stuff that it's saying here. It's on our website. Hey, John, James from Visibility Cloud. I see that we're able to make it for an appointment. Would you like to reschedule? Now, I pasted a URL here that isn't in the sub account. On that checklist, basically step 1 says you have an opt-in form already done, an opt-in text. For purposes of this, I'll just resubmit when I fail at this because I haven't built that out yet. But that's your first step. And by the way, I'll show you what I mean with this. Okay. So would you like to schedule? And then you have the language there. This message will include an embedded link. This messages will include phone numbers. They include phone number and they include a link. Now, I hate putting links in those messages. I hate it because a lot of times they just won't, like it will not go through. Carriers will block it, but for this, let's just do it. How do lead contacts consent to receiving messages? Go to the example, copy this one, paste it. Okay? End users opt in by visiting and filling in their details. They check a box to receive notifications and messages. Let's not put promotional messages. Let's put notifications and reminder messages from us to provide their consent. Additionally, end users could also text start. I'm going to drop it in there. Here's my keywords. Opt in must contain business name and opt out keyword. So if I go over here to example, I'm going to copy, paste. You have successfully opted in to receive notification in promotional. We're not going to say promotional. We're going to put reminder messages, SMS, from. You have to match the company name that you have in the profile, Visibility Cloud, LLC. Reply stop if you need to opt out in the future. Okay? So we're basically using the examples they give us and just keeping it as close to that business as possible, your business or your client's business. So I've successfully submitted. Okay, so brand is done. Okay, so while we wait for the brand to be approved, we will then go, and let me just show you when they talk about campaign stuff. Okay, so essentially what you want to do here is if people are gonna opt, if they're gonna book a call, let's say, right? And you want to have them put your name, first name, last name, phone, email. You see how the phone automatically came with, I agree, terms and conditions provided by the company. By providing my phone number, I agree to receive text messages from this business. Okay, you can change it by that. And so here's where a big mistake happens. Terms and conditions. Because people don't even check this, if you go over here and go to the link, this is www.example. So if I'm going to put my terms and conditions here, let's just take a look at my TOS. Okay, so these are our terms and conditions. I am going to, you would want to put your client's terms and conditions, or if you don't have one for your agency, you need to get one. So I'm going to change the link there and confirm, and then hit save. Now I'm going to embed this on a site, or I'm going to do this. It's one or the other. If they're going to be opting in to receive text messages for a client, whatever it might be, or if they're going to be booking a call, I'm going to then go, let's say, calendar opt-ins. And when I set up a calendar for people to book on my calendar, let's say, I'm going to go to calendar settings. I'm going to create a new calendar. You have a simple calendar, a round robin, a class booking. I like to use round robin. We're going to call calendar test. My team members is me. Widget, let's just put testing calendar 16. Okay, it's not going to let you put what somebody else had. 30 minutes. This is not a calendar setup thing, but you could probably find a video about that on my channel. Let's go advanced settings. Availability, don't worry about that. You're only going to forms. So you can use a pre-populated one, okay? And they force you to have a consent box, which will include first name, last name, email, and phone, which I already built. But if you wanted to actually put a real form, you can put the form there, okay? Because it already has the opt-in text. So that's essentially what you want to do. If they're going to book a call with you, you need to make sure that there's a consent box on that form. Now, keep in mind, when you're filling out the registration, you need to have these assets already done. You need to have the URL that you're sending people to. You need to have the calendar or the form already having the opt-in box that they check it. This all needs to be done prior. I see too many people filling this all out, kind of just winging it. They don't have the URL. They don't have the proper form on there. They don't have the consent box, assuming that that's just going to work. Most of the time, it's agencies with clients because they're trying to get it, and they're like, you know what, let me just go and try to do it. So in the end, when it's all said and done, this is a good thing, because what this is going to do, it is going to remove people who shouldn't be in this business out of here, whether they give this business a bad name, whether they're flooding the market with bad information. The bottom line is, if you're a real business, you have no problem getting a registered phone number or a sub account. If you are a real business that have real clients, well, real clients have all the information you need. Maybe they just didn't have the consent checkbox on a form that they have. Well, it's your job to put it on there. And I'm going to get questions down in the comments. I know I am. What do you do if they won't change it? What do you do if a client says, I don't want to? Well, then they can't maybe be your client. Then forget text messages. Forget sending out reminders if you're running them through Go High Level. Just forget it, because messages aren't going to get delivered. It's the reality of business. Welcome to actually having to have a business to run a business. Amazing, right? All right, so let's go check our approval rating over here. So let's go phone numbers. And so it's still in progress. Let's just take a look over here. So brand got approved in, 25, 30 minutes. So brand got approved, and now we're still waiting for campaign in progress. So essentially what I'll do is I'll wait and see how long it takes. They say it could take 2 to 3 weeks to 4 weeks. I've seen it happen a lot faster, whether it's approved or failed. And if it fails, I'll resubmit. And most of the time, the failures could be this. For example, my terms and conditions was localmarketingvault.com/TOS, which doesn't match my name, like my visibilitycloud.com. Another thing, too, is the terms and conditions should really be your business website that you have in business information. So all in all, guys, when you fail, something is not matching. Your EIN, your business name, your address, a form, has a terms and conditions link, and you never put the actual link in there. The link is not from your website or your client's website. Things like that. So just make sure everything matches perfectly. If you have any problems, comment down below. I get it. This is annoying, but once it's approved for your client or for yourself, and you can go haywire, right? As long as you're following the rules and regulations of text messaging. I appreciate you watching. And if you like this kind of content, make sure you subscribe, turn the notifications on. What's going on? James Bondi's here. In this video, I'm going to talk to you about how to automate the contract process, which also includes onboarding. What does that mean? That means for your business, if you need to have contracts signed, you can now do it, even in Go High Level. In Go High Level, and you can go and search all in the group, this is one of the biggest problems that is now, at least for me, solved. And the reason why is because prior to this, we were using Go High Level to sign contracts, but you can't have a copy of it. You can't have a PDF of it. You don't have a copy sent to an email. You didn't really have anything, okay? And so you will find that most Go High Level users, if they have contracts for clients to sign, they're using an outside company like Adobe Signature or HelloSign, things like that. We've used HelloSign before, and it's like $1,000 plus a year, if not more. However, now with Go High Level in this process, you can finally get rid of that last software you've been hanging on to. You no longer need it if you do this process correctly. I'm going to go a little slow. Because it's a little confusing, okay? But it can be done, and you can do it. I've been trying to solve this problem for a long time, and somebody who helps me with a lot of Go High Level stuff asked me if I needed a snapshot for contracts, and I said, heck yeah, I had to pay for it. And it was a very big snapshot, and so I've dumbed it down to only what I need. What you see here, I'm going to give away in my free resources because it is like massively dumbed down, except for one process that I took from him. So I'll give you a snapshot to this. However, if you do want the full-blown snapshot, which I believe I showed in this video up here, could be wrong, but I'll post it up there anyway. Wait to the end to watch it. But in any event, I will give the link to purchase it if that's what you want, if you want the whole thing. And where can you get that? Let me jump on my computer. It's going to be in my community. So in the description, in the link, there'll be a link that says James's free resources. It'll give you access to the school community. And in the classroom, I'll have another module down here. It'll say, or it'll probably be in the snapshots here, and then purchase is something here. And so you can have it. Okay. I do want to point out that even if you're a business owner, you can utilize this. And for those agencies out there, if you utilize this in your business, you can sell it to your clients. If you have clients that need contracts signed, I can promise you they're going to want this process. It's an easy upsell. It's an easy package. You can put it in a package, or you could just give it to them so they love you even more, right? We are in a business of relationships. Just because you find a business who wants to work with you and they're willing to pay you doesn't mean they're going to pay you forever. But if you build the relationship with them, they potentially will want to only work with you and work with you for the remainder of their business career. Everything in life is relationships. I don't remember who it said. Somebody said, it's not who you know, it's whom you know. Meaning relationships is what decreases churn. Yeah, there's a lot of levers you could pull to stop people from churning out of your business. But the bottom line is relationships. It's all about relationships. And if you could find a core group of 5 to 10 businesses, mid-tier ticket, meaning you're running various services for them, it's a $200,000 a year side hustle business, right? You build relationships with them. You meet with them once a week, once every 2 weeks. Maybe you go out to dinner with them. Like literally, that's what I'm like. It's relationship based. Now, that doesn't mean to say that you can't build a huge business from people all around the world, because you could build relationships over Zoom. You can get on a flight. I'm talking down the road. If you're in the beginning of this, then at least hear my words. Land clients, build relationships with them. It'll make your life a lot easier. All right, so let me show you how this works in the first place, okay? So the example I'm going to give you is a coaching program, my coaching program's onboarding process, and I'm showing this because that's what I built it for. And then you can literally, which I'll be doing, you can literally edit this process for your agency, okay? And so this is the form. This is what creates the onboarding process, okay? And this is just a form. Now, you could also create the onboarding process in the paid version snapshot of this by using Go HighLevel's internal invoicing, right? So they pay from a form here, and it goes right into, here's your contract, sign your contract. Here's some of the questions that I need answered, fill this out, things like that, okay? So it could be triggered by a purchase. This is triggered by a form. This form right here, when they fill this form out, everything gets populated to the contract page, okay? Everything you filled out for them gets populated to the contract page. So because we have other people, right? We have coaches in our business that are the ones filling this out. They will come to basically a separate page, and the client will get a trigger link, okay? The trigger link will have this information in it. So as you can see here, there's no member name, phone number, and so on and so forth. But if you take a look at this one, this is where the contact name, contact phone number all populated from. Now, you can thank me later, but I'm going to teach you guys or explain to you a very confusing factor in Go HighLevel, and that is internal custom fields and values. What does that mean? Internal custom fields and values are basically things you don't change, okay? For example, if I go into my forms, all right, so I'm in this form now. So you see these here, full name, first name. These are internal custom fields, meaning these are already there. All of these are internal, okay? Oh, well, how are you supposed to know what that actual custom field is? Well, I have a list of them right here, okay? So if you take a look, full name, right? Full name. So it would be contact.name. First name. First name. Organization. Right? They call it organization here, but the custom field actually is company name. Okay? I don't know why they have it different, but it is what it is. Contact, right? All contact means is it's the contact that came into Go HighLevel. It's the contact that came into Go HighLevel. Okay? And so all these here are internal custom fields. You don't change them. They are what they are. Okay? Now, if you go into the custom fields, right, and we, let's say, add a custom field in a single nut line, and then or let's call it, I don't know, multi-line, and hit next, okay, and we name the field X, Y, and Z, right? That would be a custom field. And by the way, the object, let's say, is contact. That would be a custom field that you then would see in settings, custom fields, okay? And this will all make sense in a second. Internal custom values and fields are right here, all right? This is basically the form. And then anything you create as a custom field will then be in your settings, custom fields. All right. So I hope you got that. Now, even if you don't get it, don't worry about it, because you don't have to understand all of the nuances. You just have to understand enough to make it work. Okay. And so when this form is filled out through automations, we have this in our workflows. Okay. Agreement form submitted and contract sent. This is one of the automations. So what does this mean? That means that this form, this entire form was submitted. That's my trigger. Problem note, internal sales team. Okay. Create an opportunity. Again, you don't have to. You don't have to ever use pipelines, but this creates an opportunity. And then an email goes out that says, hey, contact first name, right? Custom fields. Contact first name. Thank you so much, blah, 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 blah. But here's the magic, the trigger link. See this link right here? If I clicked trigger links, right? I have calendars, emails, and then a member agreement link. That is my trigger link. Now, what populates that trigger link? And then, by the way, we also send them a text with that trigger link. They wait, and then the rest you don't need. Okay? So if I go over to marketing and I go to trigger links, you're going to see here member agreement link. This is the link URL. Remember, what a trigger link is, all it is, think of trigger links as like a bit.ly link, except the bigger bit.ly link, trigger link, is used in Go High Level to allow automations to take place. Okay? Meaning, or not only automations, data and tracking and stuff like that. Basically, it's saying, like, if I send this person a text and I want to know if they clicked the link in my text, well, if I use bit.ly, right, all I'm going to see is one click. I'm not going to know who clicked it. But if I use a trigger link, I'm going to know exactly who clicked it and then create an automation around that if I choose to. But at least I'll know who clicked that link. That's what a trigger link is. It's a tracking link, essentially. The cool thing is that within this trigger link, right, if I hit add link, I could put a name and put the link URL, and it could be www.anything, right? This one currently has lmvcontract.com/contract-step-1 (name equals). Oh, what is all this? All right. So what this is, they call them merge fields, okay? Custom fields, but this is creating a merged field. And what this is saying that name equals contact.name. Contact.name. And phone number equals contact.phone. Contact.phone. I'm not going to go through all these. Number payments equals contact.number of membership payments. Now watch. I'm not going to find that anywhere in here. Why? Because that is actually a custom field that I created. So if I go over to settings, and I go over to custom fields, and I type in, I don't know, number. I don't remember what I called it. You see right here, number of membership payments, contact.number _ you can see it right here, which equates to what is in my trigger link right here. Contact.number _ of membership payments, right? So on and so forth. This trigger link in the merge URL with all the merge custom values or fields, not custom values, custom fields. These are all merge fields and custom fields. Okay. So all we're doing is we're saying, hey, Go High Level, when somebody clicks that link, can you please take these fields and match them to my contract, right? So take the customer's name and put it there. Take the customer's phone number and put it there. Take the contract price and put it there. The number of payments and put there, yada, 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 right? Whatever I put on this form will now be merged into the contract. It will be merged into this contract. Okay. And it's, by the way, it could be LMV contract. It could be xyz.com/thing. So this URL, all it's doing is the trigger. When somebody clicks it, it's going to send them to the contract with all their information on it. That's all you really need to know. And if I go into sites and I go into my onboarding funnel, because that's really all it is, okay, my client contract is lmvcontract.com/contract step 1. You see this URL right here? And in my trigger link, I want them to send them to my contract page, right? So naturally, remember, trigger links, you have to put an actual link in there, right? Wherever you want to send them. All it's doing is tracking the click. But it's not only now tracking the click, it's now merging the fields, okay? However that's done in the back end, I don't know. But I can tell you it works. And that's all you need to know. So if I come back to sites in my onboarding, right, I have my client contract. Now, check this out. So you could scroll down, I'm going to put the date, and then I'm going to do online signature, right? And then I'm going to hit submit. The client is going to hit submit to confirm membership enrollment. Once I submit that, and by the way, there's another automation that happens, but it has nothing to do with where they're going down the funnel. And I'll touch on that in a second. Once I hit submit and confirm, this will populate a real person, okay? And then once I hit submit, we're going to step 2. And all that is in the funnel on that page, it says page submission, go to the next step. I'll show it. So I come down here, right? And by the way, all this is a form, okay? It's just a form. And so if I click the form, it's saying this is my form, prom note, membership, full signature, and then I redirect action, go to the next step. That's it. I'm telling the system to just bring them to step 2 of my funnel, which is right here. They're going to watch the video. They're going to click to open and do this. They're going to click to open and do this. They're going to click to open and do this. And then they're going to click and open. And then it tells them, click the red button down below. They click the red button down below, and voila, they come and they schedule their Zoom onboarding call with one of our team members. Very, very simple, right? Once they do that, go to the next step. Initial onboarding is complete, okay? What I'm teaching here is sophisticated, I understand, but this is going to make you stand out above the rest. Anybody can teach Go High Level, the ins and the outs. Beginner courses, I've done 20 beginner courses for my students. But the bottom line is that when you get past the beginning stages and you could do something like this, or you even have something like this, you are no longer the everyday marketer. You are now digging into people's businesses, creating a systemized, automatic way to make people happy. Remember I said building relationships? It's all about building relationships, but making them happy. Like if somebody's not happy, you're not going to build a relationship with them. They must start after payment to feel good about your business. In addition, everybody here probably knows who Alex Ramosi is, right? I've not personally known him, but I've known of him, and I've shared the same room with him many of times at ClickFunnels events when we were in the back waiting to receive awards. And I've overheard him speaking. I mean, I've had conversations with him, not directly, but in a group of people. And one of the things that always stood out for me, and this is going back when was my first award? 2019, when we got our agency award for doing over $1 million. He basically was talking to a group of people. I think Anthony Morrison was one of them, who's a big affiliate marketer. And he said, you know, one of the things that you could do like right now to just literally change the course of your business is after a sale is made, no matter what industry you're in, okay, you must always reassure they have made the right decision. How do you reassure it? You get them properly onboarded with a system. It could be automated, it could be personal, whatever it might be. But either way, they must feel reassurance after purchasing. If they don't feel that, they will immediately get into buyer's remorse. Matter of fact, a lot of people will go into buyer's remorse anyway, and that includes businesses included. And so we just want to make sure that we are reassuring our buyers or our customers or our clients. I feel like clients is a much more professional name. And so if we reassure them, we will build the relationships that we need for long-term growth, long-term money, and just long-term, just longevity in general. Okay? So let's jump back into this. And let's take a look at what we have going on that actually makes this work. Okay? There's still some things that need to be done or that are set up that I need to show you. Okay? So we're going to go over to forms. Okay? And we're going to go into the signature page. I have here initials. I don't need that anymore. Okay? So just a signature. Both of these are custom fields. Okay? You may say, well, James, where did you get the membership signature? It's very simple. If you just type in signature, you'll see, right? And you can add custom field. They have a signature thing down here. Okay? So that's why that's there. And that's why you could like write on it. Okay? So it's internal, but it's still a custom field. And so all we need to do is hit add custom field and choose the signature one. All right. For the date, right, all I used was today's date as a custom field. And then I just changed it. Like if you take a look here, I just changed the name of it to the placeholder name and the field title. And then the query I kept the same, which was today's _ date. Okay. This is still a custom field. So custom field. And now we have automations that are happening. Okay. Now somebody could sign this and they can still get to the next step, so on and so forth, because they're submitting the page, right? They're submitting it. However, come into the funnels. Okay. And we look at this page here, the contract page. What is going on that's allowing the population to happen? All right. And so then if we come into automations and we go back into my automation here, you can see here I had 3 automations that happened in my process. One of them was form submitted, right here. That stayed the same. We looked at that one already. Initials, I no longer need initials. Membership agreement signed and login sent, I need that, right? So let's take a look at that. My trigger is the member full signature, right? Remember, that's just a form. It's the form that they're signing. It's that little form that said today's date, signature. That's my trigger. When that gets submitted, right, we're going to tag them, agreement signed, right? This is all stuff we've already had. We're going to welcome them with an email. Even though they're going through the onboarding process, via email, we're doing these things. We're going to take the opportunity, mark it as a win. And then down here, you don't need to worry about that, okay? Now we jump back here and we go into here. This also has a trigger, the full signature membership trigger, because now I'm going to internally notify me with a copy of the contract and that they signed. And then I'm going to send an email to the client and give them a copy of the contract. All right. And if you take a look here, and I'm going to show you the templates in a second, there's a new student prom note template, email template, and an internal notification of new student prom note copy to us, right? That's the internal. And then here's where I actually ran into a problem. I made a mistake, and that now I'm adding them to the previous workflow after they signed. And that's fine, and I'm going to continue to do that. But that means that my signed and login sent trigger has to be not the same trigger. You can't have 2 triggers and send somebody down 2 workflows. At least I don't think you can. And so I'm going to change that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to having just a trigger that doesn't exist. So it'll be like, I'll create just like a form that nobody uses and make that form this trigger. And then what adds people to this workflow is the membership down here workflow. As you can see, I'll add it through automation. Okay. And so that's how the whole processes work. All right. So now that we understand kind of the funnel, we understand the form that creates the the contract. We understand the form that submits the contract and internally notifies with a copy and then with a copy, and then their onboarding process. You kind of are almost 80% there. So if we go to marketing let's take a look at email templates. This is prom note, and this is the copy. So this one comes to us, and this one goes to the client, okay? And so if I click this, just pay attention, very close. All we're doing is I just copied the contract information, I uploaded my signature, and I have basically this contract with all of the same contact dot. These are my fields, right? My internal fields and my custom fields, okay? And that's where this stuff is coming from. And if I scroll down and I come in here, take a look at this. My image URL is going to be the custom field from the form, okay? And that is where I'm putting payer signature right here, contact.member signature. Remember the custom field that I created in the membership signature form. All it's doing is adding it here. This is just an image URL that I uploaded online. This is just a copy of the agreement, and these are all the same custom fields that I already have in my signature. And now I'll show you live. Like, these are some of the people who came in. I'm gonna have to blur out some of the information, but for example, yesterday, this one came in, and here's the information, and it all got populated and brought in to my thing, to my email with our signatures, and everybody is happy-go-lucky, okay? Now, let me kind of go through a quick backtrack here, right? We have an onboarding funnel with a form that starts and triggers everything. The form is filled out. It could be by you. It could be by a salesperson. It could be by anything, right? That's what starts it. The information from the form are fields and custom fields, internal custom fields and external, and ones that we create. It is the information is pulled from the system via a trigger link that we set over here that looks like this with merge fields. Okay, these are merge fields with custom fields. I know it gets a little confusing here, but if you just set it up this way, it'll be fine, right? You can just replace these with whatever you want to call it. All right, if I click that, it's going to bring up basically nothing, right? And it's going to bring up nothing is because I didn't fill a form out, right? If I would have filled a form out, it would look like this. And let me do it. I'm just going to really quick go through this. Okay, so I just filled out some all fake information, okay? And I hit submit. Okay? This is for my coaches. See, what happens is that now my coach says, "Okay, cool. Coach salesperson, this form has been submitted. The student or client now will follow the initial onboarding process." So what's going to happen is, well, I can do it right now. Okay. Now, as a client, I'm getting signature needed. Last step. I click this. Here's my trigger link, right? That was all done in the automations. I click the trigger link, and here's my information that got populated. Now, take a look at the URL, right? Here's the funnel URL, !, name equals merge field, and phone equals that, or name equals this, and phone equals that. These are all fake numbers. And address equals this, fake address, blah, 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 right? Email equals this, payment, blah, 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 blah. And that gets all populated here. Now I click the trigger link, right? So now I'm going to date it. I'm going to sign. I'm going to hit submit. Now it's submitting the signature form. It brings me to my onboarding. I click this. I look at what to do. Boom, boom, boom. I'm a client. I'm so happy I made this decision. Blah, blah, blah. And now it says, oh, last step, red button below. I click the red button below. And I pick my onboarding, blah, blah, blah. And then I come to the last step. Right? If I go to my actual email where I have the automation to send copies, I scroll up. James Bonnie signed the prom note. Look safe. You're going to get that yellow message with internal notifications. That's just what it is. The client doesn't get that message. Here's a copy of the contract. Awesome. And here's our signatures. Voila.
Welcome to the end. Now, you may have skipped to the end to listen to this portion of it, but if you did that, you're cheating yourself. So if that is you, go back
and start watching it. Now, you can skip some of the stuff, right? But I put it all together because this is like A to Z. But the problem is that most of you probably feel like this. So I'm going to reveal one of the biggest problems in the info space, in the coaching space, okay, is that you love the process, okay, but you're overwhelmed with implementing it. And by the way, that's how you should feel, okay? Because the reason why most people fail in this business is because you don't have a corner, you have zero support, and you don't have a mentor. My biggest success in my life is because I had a mentor. I had a mentor in the agency space to help me get through, right, the hurdles and the doubt and your self-doubt, and in the coaching space where I was able to skip the line, and in the first month, April of 2017, we did like $130,000 in sales. The mentorship, okay? And the problem with the coaching space is that, by the way, I'm skipping a big portion of this presentation because you're the first person, if you got to this, to actually see this prior to me releasing it to the actual public. And if you are, then you're in luck because there's going to be limited amounts of things that I'm going to share with you that I can share with the actual public and with you. Okay. And so imagine if we can assign our most successful students who already run successful agencies. They are the CEO of their agency, and have them work one-on-one with you, with other agency owners, even if you're a beginner, okay? Imagine if you had an agency CEO in your corner at the tip of your fingertip to help you implement everything that I've just gone through in a more compactful, systematic, framework way. Imagine if you had that, okay? Because how fast do you think that you'd be able to finally build a $10,000 per month agency that you've been struggling to do for years, months? And this is a check. And if you take a look at the date, March 1st of 2017, this was where my agency took off, okay? I learned some things from a mentor that enabled me to go from charging $5,000 a month to, $2,000 or $1,000. I wouldn't worry to get hung up on the actual amount of money I'm charging per month, but it gave me the name and the authority to be able to get like commission checks like this from clients of ours, all right? And it was based on one funnel, all right? And we have 32 of these. But my question to you is, if you had two choices, right? You could take these 12 hours and go at this alone, bookmark the page, do the trial and error, try to piece it together, spend a ton of time and money trying to figure this out, or you can actually leverage our own agency CEOs to walk you through the entire framework and handhold you for 8 weeks. Now, I don't want this to be like a pitch video, but the reality is that you're going to save more time and money and finally break free from your business struggles, okay? Because I'm introducing the Agency Accelerator. It's a 60-day personal mentor support from a 6-figure agency owner, which has a value based on how much they charge per hour of their time of $7,500. And anybody who joins this actually gets our business local marketing vault training that we sell every day. We sold 3 of them this morning. That basically it's like do it yourself. Now, we offer obviously the support and stuff like that, but there's nothing better than having an agency CEO in your corner. Plus, you get the client getting and prospecting training. You get our sales training. You got our Facebook ads training, our Google ads training, our 32 plus proven advertising campaigns, exclusive Facebook training and support access, VIP bonuses. These are all the bonuses that you get. You could pause it and look it over. And the value here is $25,733. I would never ask you to pay that. But I want to kind of open your eyes up to this. If all it did was working with an agency CEO that has the answer to all your questions for 8 weeks, if all it did was help you land one new client per month that pays you $2,000 a month, would this be worth it? Like if you had that kind of money, would this be worth it? The answer will be yes, because landing one client at 2,000, you make your money back in basically a year, right? If all this did was help you insert a predictable, proven process and gave you your freedom back, would it be worth it? If all this did was help you add $1,000 to $2,000 per month for each of your existing clients, maybe you're already an agency owner, adding, let's say you have 3 clients and you add another 1,000, that's $3,000 extra a month that you're able to add. That's $36,000. Wouldn't $25,000 be worth to get $36,000 just in your first year? Of course it would. Now, if all this did was having your mentor help you deploy this done-for-you campaign that has made myself and Jason over $200,000 from one client, do you think it would be worth the $25,000 to make $200,000? Of course it would. And we have 32 of these that you get. Would it be worth it? Would it be worth it if you just had one client at $2,000? If you could land one client at $2,000 a year, even at $25,000, you can make your money back in 1 year. Now, it doesn't sound the greatest thing in the world, but that's why we're not going to even ask for that kind of money. This deal even gets better. Imagine we plugged you into an agency CEO, and we'll guarantee your success. That is how confident we are. Now, I didn't even share the case studies with you because I don't think I need to. So we will take on all the risk. We'll guarantee you will have a result working 8 weeks with an agency CEO. So it's 8 one-on-one weeks, and we'll give you another 8 weeks for free. Okay. That means we will take all the risk. We'll pay our agency CEOs another 8 weeks to go with you if you don't get this specific result. And remember, you're not going to pay this or that. All right. So how do you get access to this offer? Now, I don't know if we're going to ever offer this again, but here is who this is for. This is for your struggling agency owner. You have some money that you can invest in or have some credit card. This isn't cheap, but it's also not too expensive. We have sold this to about 100 people, and our success rate is ridiculous with these 100 people. And every time we brought somebody in, they were shocked of the price. They were like, wow, I thought this was going to be a lot more expensive. So without me going into any more detail, let's just do this. I ask you to comment mentorship down in the description. That's going to show me that you watched this video, that you watched the end of this. Comment mentorship down, and I will send you a private link. And this is not a joke or scarcity. I will send you a private link for the application. Down below in the YouTube description, comment mentorship. So I know you're not just commenting randomly on the middle of the video. You're not just asking questions. You've actually gone through this. You love what this could possibly do for you. You understand that there's a cost to this. Okay. There's going to be, obviously we have to pay our mentors and overhead and all that stuff. So again, not cheap, but not too expensive. And the ultimate goal is to get your framework up and running, give you the SOPs, and know exactly what to say, who to say it to, how to find the paying clients, how to charge them a hell of a lot more than $197 a month. So then you only need 5 clients to really change your life, 3 to 5 clients to really change your life. Pair you up with an agency CEO, and you're off to the races for the next 8 weeks. And if you don't at least land a one client, one client paying you, then we'll work with you for another 8 weeks. We'll carry the cost with our mentor. We'll pay them for the additional 8 weeks, and there'll be no more money out of your pocket. If you're interested in that, comment mentorship down below, mentorship down below, and I'll send you a private link to a private application. All we ask is that you take this seriously. No tire kickers, nobody that's broke, nobody that doesn't even know what this business is. And somebody who's actually watched this training in full or somewhat in full, and you're serious and you're booking a call only to ask a few questions, but you realize that this is something that you want to do. And let's just get the logistics out of the way. Comment mentorship down below. See you on the flip side. Peace.